HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
10 Prince, Seth Payne, and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Wednesday to all of you. It's 2 days in a row, Seth. I got it right.
You're batting 1,000 since the official work week began.
Thank you.
After we celebrated, listen, Sean and I got drunk early on President's Day. That's our tradition. We drink whiskey and all the other stuff that the brandy, the things that the forefathers drank.
Seth dresses up like Lincoln. I dress up like Washington, and we just cheers the whole show.
Yeah.
That's what
and we don't lie.
No.
We never tell a lie.
That's right. And then we chop down a cherry tree out behind the building, just as a ceremony. Yes.
And then we confess to it. It's like a ceremonial. It's kind of it's kind of like taking communion. Where you drink the blood and eat the body.
Yeah.
We chop down a cherry tree and then we confess to each other that we chopped down a cherry tree.
That's right. WIP has the Wing Bowl. 610 has the Payne and Pendergast President's Day Palooza. That's what it is. So since
unlike
then,
George Washington, we don't have an enslaved person that can do it for us.
We do it ourselves.
What an honorable young man. He just
Indeed. How you feeling today, man? It's Caserio
Day
today. Caserio.
I'm excited to talk to Nick Caserio.
Yeah.
I'm excited about spring training. I'm excited about a lot of things.
Yeah.
Hope springs anew.
Yes.
In Houston sports, it does.
Yeah, man. I'm getting excited for our trip to Exclusive Furniture and Academy Sports and Outdoors right off the top here on the show. Getting very excited for that.
You know what I'm excited about? We need to look into this morning.
Okay.
By that I mean I got to text Spillane and ask whether any of the games we're going to are going to have the automated strike.
Oh yeah.
Because they're experimenting with it this year.
Yeah.
And there's a chance that they start using it in MLB in 2026.
Are you pro electronic strike zone or are you anti electronic?
You know what? With this particular Astros team, I'm pro.
Yeah.
Because Paredes has outstanding plate discipline. That's one thing that you get with him that's similar to Bregman. He's got a very good eye. But because of that, he was hosed more than any other Major League Baseball player.
Yeah, he's trusting humans. He can't.
He's
do
had
that.
strikes called on balls more than any other player in baseball because he has because just like Bregman, he's got a better eye than the actual umpires.
Yeah.
So that's something that be prepared to get angry about it this season, but then in 2026 we might have a respite from it. And then the other part, Chandler Rome had a good piece in The Athletic yesterday about this, was Yainer Diaz not so great at pitch framing. And he is on the top half of the plate. The bottom of that half of the plate, he's horrendous. It might be a moot point in 2026 if you have the automated strike zone because you can't play your little psychological games with the umpire about making a ball look like a strike.
Oh, yeah, I don't know how to feel. I guess now that we have a catcher who's not that good at it, I'm like, yay, automatic strike zone. I kind of like the gamesmanship of the framing, though, you know?
I like it, too. we're in this environment where, you can't watch it hatching 3 conspiracy theories about the officiating. I'm over it. I'm like, all right, yes, let's just blame the computers henceforth.
Yes.
Please get me to a point where I can blame machines instead of vast networks of people who are trying to kill the sport or whatever the conspiracy theory is.
I didn't think about that. I've not thought about that, about what I'm about to say here until just now. When you bring up Yainer and kind of how mediocre he may be or below average at framing pitches, I guess we can put to bed the Yainer to first base rhetoric with the signing of Christian Walker. That was a big thing last year. Remember that? When first base was so bad, it was like, well, just next year, get rid of Singleton and Abreu's gone. Just move Yainer over there and let Victor Caratini be the everyday catcher and go find another backup catcher. Signing Christian Walker, I guess, kind of puts that to bed. Yainer's going to be your catcher moving forward.
And he did a lot of things really well for a young catcher last year. It was really just the pitch framing that was the biggest issue. And, given the way Espada talked about it, or has talked about Yainer, they're full bore into developing him. And he's done some things really well. It's the pitch framing which might not even be a factor from 2026 onwards.
I like that he's playing catcher, if for no other reason. Like, offensively, that's a big advantage over most teams in MLB. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, he's so good offensively, and most teams don't have a catcher that's in that realm offensively. So if he can be average defensively, and he's got a good arm. You know, he throws out runners, things like that. Yainer gets kind of lost in the wash a little bit with this team because you know Jordan is the game wrecker. Altuve's the face of the team. You've got then you start talking about the pitching and whatnot. Like Yainer, MLB.com did their rankings of the top 10 guys at each position. You know, Jordan was the best left fielder in baseball, even though he's going to be a DH mostly this year. You know, Altuve's among the tops in second baseman, even though he's going to play left field a lot this year. Yainer was 6th, I believe, in Major League Baseball in their rankings for catchers. I mean, that was a great James Click deal, man.
He had a 766 OPS last year. I mean, he's the
hits for power.
Yeah. I mean, he's really developing into. I think maybe because it's happening slowly, or because they had to use him more creatively last year, and because he's young and there's a lot to be really positive about with Yainer. We probably should have included him in one of our biggest X factors on the team last year.
Yeah, for sure.
For this season.
Do you believe that the Astros had a C offseason as far as grades go, like a report card grade C? That's what the Athletic gave them yesterday.
I would. It's hard not to agree with that. As you know, one of our listeners yesterday pointed out, when we were trying to talk about, okay, can the Astros be as good this year, about the same caliber of team as they were last year? Yeah. And you were making an argument that they could. The listener was saying, like, just look at it as basically what it is, which is, in terms of offseason moves, you added Christian Walker, you added Paredes, and you added Wisniewski, Kyle Tucker, Alex Bregman, and Ryan Presley, who's because of his sum total of work is up there, but I think he's declining. That part of it, yeah. That would be a C. I think in terms of judging this team, though, what you kept bringing up, which is the very, very valid, is that last year it was just horrendous health and early performance out of the pitchers that I don't think you can't reasonably expect that the Astros are going to be that bad early in the season.
So bad, man. It was so bad. Now, I will say this in this report card by The Athletic. And the first thing I noticed, Seth, is The Athletic uses those graphics that you like so much that you can easily do the pull-down menu on and stuff like that.
Yeah.
In this piece.
Very user-friendly.
Very user-friendly. I'm like, ooh, it's a Seth graphic. The one name that got mixed in here that does get kind of lost in things a little bit, I think just because psychologically you don't view him as a real true Astros piece last year. He was a pickup during the season. They do bring up that Yusei Kikuchi is not part of this team anymore. He was a huge part of their resurgence in the second half of the season, whatever they were, like 9-1 in his 10 starts. So that's one that for me is that, I think of Verlander leaving, and I don't think that, you didn't get much out of Verlander last year, so that doesn't really move the needle for me. They say this: trading away Kyle Tucker and Ryan Presley and losing Alex Bregman, Yusei Kikuchi, and Justin Verlander to free agency is an awful lot of big-name, ring-wearing talent departing in one offseason, even if the Astros got a quality return and signed Christian Walker. I had admittedly forgotten, like, oh yeah, that's right, Kikuchi was really good. They're gonna have to find that from somebody this year.
I treat Kikuchi psychologically the way some women do their body count. That I just kind of no, he doesn't count. That was it was very brief. It was like
just a notch. He's a notch on your bedpost.
No, not even that. Like, no, it doesn't even count. I know psychologically it's gone. It was just a brief encounter that was a good time, but it says nothing about me as a person or about my character. Okay?
Yeah, but what if say in that brief encounter she gave you enough money to where you had your best income in several years?
Yeah.
It's That's Kikuchi was kind of important. I like that. I got to get on your level when it comes to that. Just ignoring Yusei Kikuchi. So a C. I think a C is a little low. I don't think their offseason was that bad. Christian Walker's a good signing. Paredes. I think that one of the X factors would be Wisniewski and what they get out of him in that. Like if Wisniewski can be an average MLB starter for them, and Paredes is just Paredes. Then you got Cam Smith kind of sitting on the back burner.
This is what the Athletic is doing too when they give him a C. It's that you don't you don't usually get credit for undoing your own mistakes. Yeah. So, hey, the payroll is down $25 million from last season.
Yeah.
Cool. Why was it so high? No, don't ask any more questions about that. Yeah. So, like, that's the final sentence is probably the most accurate. It says Houston might be stuck between the present and the future.
That's a good way to put it. Yeah.
Yeah. I think stuck. I would say position stuck would imply that there's no opportunity for growth, whereas I think the addition of Cam Smith is who they left out. I think Cam Smith is somebody to get excited about, and they're transitioning. They're right at that pivot point where the trading away of Kyle Tucker was a very clear indicator that yes, wherever we are, whether you want to call it a reset or whatever, they're certainly not tanking, but they've got an eye much more on the long-term future now than they did last year. No,
I'm optimistic about the future from the standpoint of Abreu and Montero are off the books after this year.
Yeah.
I mean, you're basically picking up 30, essentially like the equivalent of like $30 million in, I'll call it cap space, or just, it's the level below the luxury tax. Those guys come off the books. It remains to be seen if you sign Framber Valdez to an extension. I would recommend using some of that money for Framber,
Yeah. I was just thinking about the irony of people will complain that Jim Crane is a cheap owner, despite having one of the highest payrolls amongst the non-huge revenue teams every year. But that also, let's always remember that when Jim Crane was in control of the checkbook, he spent like a drunken sailor.
Right.
Like Jim Crane isn't cheap. If anything, I think that Jim Crane might be good at hiring people that harness in Jim Crane's tendencies or desire to spend.
Might have needed some checks and balances, man.
Yeah.
Yep. All right.
It was like Belichick without Caserio.
That's right.
He got rid of Caserio, and all of a sudden he's spending like a drunken sailor.
Yes. Yeah. We got to ask Nick. Hey, were you texting Jim Crane? What the hell were you doing with Montero back a couple of years ago? So Nick's going to join us on the show today at 7:30. Texans general manager Nick Caserio. We've got a lot to get into with him. Text in 713-572-4610. That's the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Hey, quick reminder as well that we've got our contest going on for another few days. Listen for an hour each day to Sports Radio 610 on the Odyssey app, and you're going to be entered into the Slam Dunk in Vegas national contest. The winner is headed to Circa in Vegas. Amazing sports book, amazing stadium swim experience. You can watch the games in the pool on huge movie screens out there. It's really cool. It's going to be during the college basketball championship tournament. You get an extra $20K in your pocket to spend while you're there. It's great. Download the Odyssey app. Listen for an hour each day, and you'll get your daily entry to the Slam Dunk in Vegas contest. All right, we got into the Astros. We got to check in on the Bregman and Rafael Devers drama in Boston. It did not get amped down yesterday at all. In fact, one of Bregman's new teammates may have thrown some gas on the fire. So we'll have that for you and a whole lot more. Nick Caserio at 7:30 on the show today. That's all coming up here on Payne and Pendergast on Sports Radio 610. Now,
From the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Seth and I are off to West Palm Beach next week. Little spring baseball, thanks to Exclusive Furniture and Academy Sports and Outdoors. Meanwhile, wherever it is the Red Sox conduct their spring training, the drama did not get tamped down yesterday when it comes to the Alex Bregman playing with his new friends, the Boston Red Sox. Of course, we know a couple days ago, Rafael Devers, the incumbent third baseman for the Red Sox, said he is not giving up his third base position. He was asked by one reporter there, are you going to maybe entertain being the DH for this team?
No.
He said, no. That was literally Devers right there answering that question.
Yeah. We had some listeners who are upset that we were talking about this at all, and let us explain to you why we're talking about this. This is drama, and it's helping me emotionally disconnect from Alex Bregman.
You're not alone.
Okay,
yeah.
So if you guys care about drama and/or me being able to move on from Alex Bregman, damn it, you'll understand why we're talking right now.
Take it a step further. Yeah, it's drama. It involves Alex Bregman, who just left. And keep in mind, Alex Bregman is leaving a championship environment where the best player in the history of the franchise, Jose Altuve, was willing to move to left field in order to allow Alex Bregman to get a massive contract with the team. Okay? Moving from his position second, and now he's still moving there anyways, it sounds like, even without Bregman coming here, because it's what's best for the team. Meanwhile, Bregman gets to Boston, and their best player, who, by the way, is the worst third baseman defensively in baseball, is saying, I am not giving up third base. Oh, and you want me to be a DH? You know what I got to say to that?
No.
Yeah. So yesterday, they started asking some of Bregman's new teammates about this. This is Tristan Casas, the Red Sox first baseman, asked about, hey, who should be third base? And Seth, I would think the answer for most people would be, hey, that's Alex Cora's decision. I'm glad that wasn't the answer here because it's what makes it interesting. But here is what Tristan Casas had to say.
I think it's Rafi Devers' position. I think he's the third baseman, and at that point, that's where it stands. And he's done it for a really long time now, and I think he's only getting better at that position. I think his defense is getting better every single year. We don't know what the future holds, but we know it holds Rafi Devers. So I think he's got to play defense. It's going to keep him athletic, and he's going to hit because of base. He doesn't know any other position. He doesn't want to play any other position, and he's going to fight for it, even if it's with any of the younger guys, any new guy. I think he's the best third baseman in the league. I wouldn't take him. I wouldn't take anybody over him. So I think he should play third base. Yeah.
Okay.
So you think Bregman should play second? Rafi plays third.
I think Bregman should play second base. Yeah. I think he's going to make the transition well. I think he's athletic enough to, and I think Trevor, is going to play an awesome shortstop.
He basically just said Rafael Devers is going to get fat if he's a DH.
Yeah, I know. It'll keep him athletic.
All
right, yeah. You know what else will? Some agility drills, okay? Right. Pushing away from the dinner table early every now and then.
Yes.
All right? Lots of things you can do to stay athletic other than being a bad third baseman. He's not the best third baseman in the league. He's one of the best hitters who plays third base.
There you go.
Yeah. People in Boston are not. People in Boston basically are done with Tristan Casas, and because it was such an easy. That's such an easy answer to give, like how you laid it out. Yeah. Hey, that's not my decision. Alex Cora is going to do whatever's best for the team.
You do the classic, that's above my pay grade. That's the canned answer you give. That's above my pay grade is what you're supposed to say.
I guess he weighed in on other things, too, about personnel decisions and everything. Yeah, people have very little tolerance for Casas right now.
Yeah, man. That's so Bregman actually has a team. They're basically hazing Alex Bregman right now. He's getting bullied right now out of third base. He's getting bullied into playing second base now.
Listen. We've got a lot of questions about the Astros right now. Yeah. I'm loving watching another team where the fan base is melting down, and they've got Casas haters in the fan base leveling against Casas lovers in the fan base, and it's all a big old huge mess. And it's all because they added a really good baseball player to the roster.
Yes, for $40 million a year.
They can't even do happy right in Boston.
Nope. So how's Bregman feeling about this? He actually met with the media yesterday for the first time since his press conference on Sunday. So now keep in mind, he meets with the media on Sunday. It's all happy, joy, kumbaya. I'm so happy to be a Red Sox. Oh, I love Dustin Pedroia. Which, by the way, we may have caught Bregman in a lie. We'll get into that in a second. But here is Alex Bregman. This is about a minute and a half. His first back and forth on the heels of 2 days worth of what's your position going to be drama. Here's Bregman.
He wanted to be the third baseman yesterday.
No, I'm super excited to just be his teammate. He's a great player. I think everybody in this clubhouse is worried about winning, and whatever it takes to help the team win. That's all I'm focused on, and I'll play wherever AC tells me to play. Yeah.
What have your just conversations with him been like in the interactions, I guess, the first couple days here?
They've been great. We've been having a lot of fun. We've been taking ground balls back here, doing our work together, talking about winning, talking about baseball, talking about excited for the season. All got together, had dinner. It was great.
Because of that, were you maybe a little surprised that he kind of said the things that he said about?
No.
Is that the mentality the team wants a guy to have, like, this is my position, I want to fight for it, I want to keep it?
I think everybody here believes in their abilities, and I think all of us believe that if we all put together a good effort this season, we have a really good chance of being a winning baseball team. And for me, I can only talk for myself, but I'll play wherever that helps the team win.
You're known as just, a clubhouse leader and kind of a clubhouse guy too, obviously in addition to the stuff on the field, but like how important is it for you to just kind of make sure everything kind of gets off on the right foot and everything and just make sure it's
Well, I think everybody here has the right mentality right now. Everybody here in camp is focused on getting prepared for the season and getting ready to win games, and working extremely hard. I mean, everybody is getting their work done every single day and getting prepared for the season. So I think we're doing a really good job of that so far through 2 days now.
Okay. No. Exactly. Yeah. I think that's exactly kind of how we predicted it yesterday. Like Bregman's just going to go along to get along. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, and it's not like it depends. It all depends on the individual personalities of the guys involved. But it's very possible and common for guys to disagree with the way a manager is handling a team or the team is handling a team without taking it out personally on the guy who's also involved with it. So Rafael Devers might be upset about them wanting to move him away from him. He can also have a good relationship with Alex Bregman. And Bregman, as we expected, he's going to take the high road in all of this. And it's easy for him. All he has to do is
it's $40 million.
All he has to do is just, play second base, And not that that's an easy transition, but he can just keep his mouth shut.
I would so sarcastic if I were Bregman and they came to me, they finally came to me and said, "Hey, here's the decision and it's second base." I would so sarcastically say, "I still get my $40 million, right?"
Yeah,
you do, Alex. You still get your $40 million. Like like you guys know, for $40 million, I would do playing second base. That's my.
I might have to start following or get a Google News alert for Tristan Cassis because he's known, I guess, for speaking liberally all the time and for not having any filter at all. And some people love him for it, and some people are like, "All right, dude, all right." At the very least, yeah, you're a very, very promising young player. Let's just earn your stripes before you start talking like one of the grandfathers of the team.
I know. I totally agree with that. There's a tenure element to giving your opinions like that. I would have been okay with him. Like, I get it. Like, he's been on the field with Devers already. He's been Bregman's teammates for 2 days. He's trying to take up for his guy, I guess. I mean, they're sort of both your guy now. They're both wearing the same uniform as you. I just hate that it was a poor take. Like, Rafael Devers, like, he made it sound like
he's getting better as a third baseman,
he's not.
too. Yeah, that's a good point, Sean. We don't give a damn about whether or not the people in Boston or if he's saying the right thing by the team or not. It's just a bad take.
Yes.
It's a really, really bad take that he's getting better defensively.
Yep.
And he's talking about Rafael Devers at third base the way we were just talking about Yainer Diaz at catcher.
Right.
Like all those things where, he actually did a lot of things well defensively. His pitch framing, it really needs a lot of work. But, hey, he's a young catcher, and it takes some time. He's talking about Rafael Devers like he's 24 years old.
Yeah.
And he's not. He's just a bad third baseman.
Yep.
He's an awesome batter,
yes.
But he's bad defensively.
Really good, yeah. No, he got an 11-year, $337 million deal for a reason, and it wasn't his defense, no question. Now, you said you said a couple times you're trying to kind of detach yourself emotionally from Bregman right now. I'm going to try to help you with that right now because I know you don't like liars. Nobody does. Nobody likes a liar. Here was Alex Bregman when he was asked a couple days ago about him getting recruited by Red Sox Nation.
My favorite player, Dustin Pedroia, did. He reached out a few times.
That's all we need, Ben. My favorite player, Dustin Pedroia. Tweet from Jake Kaplan, July 25th, 2016. Jake Kaplan, who used to cover the Astros.
Yeah.
And I believe eventually went on to cover the Red Sox for The Athletic. Or maybe the Chronicle, whatever. He tweets this back in July of 2016. Alex Bregman will wear number 2 with the Astros, representative of his draft slot, and Derek Jeter, his favorite player growing up. And there's a quote. There's a quote. He was the captain on the field, and he came through in the clutch. He's just the guy you want on your team battle, and that's why I wear number 2. Oh, so who is it then, Alex?
Sounds like everybody's his favorite player.
Wow,
Sounds like he's a kind of guy that can fall in love with whoever's right in front of him.
Yeah.
Whoever can serve him best.
Guess how he gets Tristan Cassis on his side, Seth? He's going to walk up to him today at practice and say, did you know that you're actually my favorite player?
You've
Tristan
been my favorite player for a long time.
Long time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been in the league.
Back to when I saw you down in Single A or something.
Yeah.
He's my favorite player.
You've been my guy. He's going to walk around calling everybody his best friend.
No, okay, that soundbite was from when? 2016?
It was a tweet from Jake Kaplan, in 2016.
2016.
Yeah.
Since then, Correa kind of, had beef with Derek Jeter a little bit.
Okay.
Talked some smack about how he was overrated defensively.
Are there ways where he may have fallen in the power rankings?
Yeah, I think that Jeter's fallen in the power rankings, yeah.
This is not
so
working.
I'm not going to call him a liar. I'm going to just say that he's a hussy. That he changes his favorite player from one moment to the next.
Is that helping you detach yourself from Bregman at all, this little thing we just brought up here? Or?
Yeah, why couldn't he say Altuve was his favorite player?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Good point.
Why is Altuve taking so much crap from Bregman all of a sudden?
Right.
No, I'm pretty much done. I think I'm pretty much done.
Good job.
I think I hate every former Astro now.
Yep.
Except for George Springer.
Can never
the rest
hate
of them,
George.
They can all just go pound sand. I just don't care. Yeah.
Not go
no,
die.
I won't say go die.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Just checking.
I reserve that for people who I genuinely want to go die.
Being literal. Text message, Jim Adler, Texas Hammer text line, the people weighing in. I don't give a flying F about your feelings, Seth, but I am here for the drama.
Do we have any? What's the biggest potential brewing internal drama with the Astros right now?
Good question. Boy, they have done a
it's been a drama. This has been a team that's really ever since Ken Giles left. There hasn't been a whole lot of internal drama.
Not internal.
Ken Giles. Now, reminder, Ken Giles. It was drama between varying Ken Giles personalities.
Yeah.
The only time we know of in recent memory of an Astros player punching an Astros player was when Ken Giles punched himself.
Yeah. I remember Jake Odorizzi was a little agitated when he might have gotten jerked around between the starting rotation and the bullpen.
And he got into it with the manager as well.
With Hinch.
I think it was with Hinch.
Hinch or Dusty. I think he kind of overlapped both of those regimes.
Yeah.
I would say, you know what? I think if we say potential brewing, because I don't think they have any that are bubbling, like boiling right now. But the Lance McCullers thing is going to be interesting. Whether how he gets brought back. He's adamant about being a starter. Dana Brown has suggested him as a reliever. That's been discussed. So we're talking about potential drama. I don't think there's any existing drama right now where we're chomping at the bit to get a press conference every day, which is unfortunate since you and I are actually going to be there next week, because that would be fun. But if there's one that's bubbling, the one that's closest to this one, it seems like it's always like players about how they're going to get used. Everybody is just kumbaya. Like Altuve's like, sure, I'll go to left field. Jordan is the anti-Devers. Jordan is like, yeah, man, I'm ready to be the DH full time.
Right. And he does, or he wants to play left field, but it's not like it's a huge deal or anything. Yeah, he's very comfortable with it. McCullers not wanting to be a reliever. Well, Dana Brown has flat out brought up the possibility of McCullers being a reliever.
Yes.
I think that's probably the biggest potential.
That's
for drama.
the biggest potential, and even that I think is probably going to get figured out. This is a team that tends to they tend to figure things out. Like
that's they tend to, but that was the old Astros.
That's true.
This is a different crew.
We'll see.
Only Altuve, who is not Bregman's favorite player, remains from the non-pitchers or the golden age. Yes.
Fair. Yep. Absolutely. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Nick Caserio is going to join us at 7:30 today. So about an hour from now, we will be talking to Texans general manager Nick Caserio, and we got a lot to get into with him on the show today. So we will get to that later on in the show. We got headlines coming up, couple Texans get a little money back in their pocket. We'll hear from Joe Espada in headlines and a couple other news and notes that we'll get to as well. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast here on a Wednesday. But first, I want to tell you about Prize Picks.
Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's get to headlines. Nick Caserio joins us on the show in about 45 minutes. We'll chat with the Texans executive vice president and general manager. Hey, a couple of his guys, Joe Mixon and Will Anderson Jr., they have a little money back in their pockets. How about that?
Boo!
Yeah.
Boo! Boo!
Why?
As I learned that the fines these days all go towards the retired playerment fund.
Yeah.
Or retired player fund.
This is why the players that are retired are getting money. Yes.
To help guys out that might have neurological damage. But yeah, that's where the fines go these days.
Yeah.
$8,000 is going to be yanked away from me personally.
That's right.
Because these guys had they're honestly these BS fines that Will Anderson and Joe Mixon got at the end of the season, at the end of the postseason for supposedly criticizing the officials. The NFL said, all right, our bad. Upon appeal, they've been rescinded.
They have. They've been rescinded. Now, I'll say this. Like, Mixon's getting – well, let me back up. Either of them getting rescinded kind of surprises me just because the NFL is so bad at this, at adjudicating things like discipline and guys talking about the refs. Joe Mixon did not deserve a $25,000 fine. The league botched it to begin with. They attributed a quote from T.J. Houshmandzadeh in a tweet to Joe Mixon.
Gave him a $25,000 fine.
Yeah.
So they took it back. And they said, well, you still said something.
Right.
So $25,000, you said something that's not nearly as bad as what Houshmandzadeh said. So we're still going to fine you $25,000.
The max. And $25,000 is the max. We're still going to fine you the max. So that getting hashed out is justice served. Now, Will Anderson did say, we felt going into the game it was going to be us against the refs.
Yeah, I was surprised that they rescinded it completely.
I was too. I'm okay with it.
Mixon's was way more vague and basically said you can't leave it in the hands of the officials.
Right.
And then he tacked on, he said you can't leave it in the hands of the officials. And then he said something like everybody saw that. But it wasn't, that's a little bit more of a cliche, like, hey, win it on the field. Don't let the officials win or lose the game for you. It wasn't a direct criticism of the officials.
No, Will's much more indicative of Will's playing style. It was very much overt bull in a china shop, point A to point B, like us against the refs. I think they just rescinded it because they're scared of Will Anderson. I don't want to make him mad. You know, when he's like that guy, super nice, but then you punch him in the face and he just starts wrecking shop.
He's Ned Flanders.
Yeah.
He pulls his shirt off and you're like, oh no, I done screwed up.
That's right. So those two get their fines rescinded. That's really the only Texans news going on right now.
I went back and yesterday re-listened to the interview that In the Loop did with Will Anderson, and I'll tell you what, he is like Zoloft for your soul. I felt great the rest of the day.
Oh, man.
I was just like bouncing. I was like literally bouncing around the house, just getting stuff done because Will Anderson had just spoken with great energy about stuff.
He's tremendous. He is absolutely tremendous.
Now he's rich.
Well, $25,000 richer.
$25,000.
Yeah.
He'll never have to work again.
That's right. Boy, I'm rich.
There's an episode of King of the Hill where I can't remember who was sitting around, but basically said, yep, I won $150,000 in that settlement, and that's why I'll never have to work again.
Well, I like the episode of The Office where Michael Scott sells the Michael Scott Paper Company back to Dunder Mifflin for $60,000, and as soon as the guys on the Dunder Mifflin side leave the room and close the door behind, Michael and Pam and Ryan are sitting there. Michael's like, 60,000. Oh my God, we're so rich. We're so rich. That's this. All right.
$60,000 is a lot of money.
It
Sean
is.
and I are not being elitist here.
Right. It's not generational
wealth.
wealth.
You got to move. You got to move to a third world country, and you got to be willing to exploit some people while you're there.
Suppose there's a point A to point B that we can get to. Sure. All right, Astros. They had their first workout as a team at spring training yesterday, and Joe Espada said we had a good team meeting before that workout.
We had a really good conversation. We went over things that 2024, some challenges to the organization as a whole, how we're going to address those. We had a little fun with the group also. So I'm excited about 2025.
All right, man.
They had a little fun with the group. What'd they do?
They did. Did you see? You didn't see the video. It was Isaac Paredes' birthday, So in the clubhouse, they wished him happy birthday, and a mariachi band marched in and played happy birthday for him.
Oh,
yeah.
That's fun.
Yeah, it's fun.
Mariachi bands are fun.
Always fun, man.
Mariachi bands are fun, but then I always get into that. You know that spot where you get into these days where like, all right, is this somehow gonna come back to me 10 years from now as me co-opting something or whatever? I don't know. Can I just enjoy some fun music?
I don't think most people think that way.
I just whenever I rub up against any culture that's not my own anymore, I'm like, this is gonna get me canceled somehow, some way that I can't even envision right now.
8 years, this is gonna get me canceled. Here is Joe Espada.
When they have the mariachi band at the Texans games, I'm like, all right. Am I allowed? I'm allowed to enjoy it.
Go get some
and then I ask Lopez, and he's like, yeah, Seth, you're overthinking
You're allowed
this.
to. Yeah, no. Okay,
Don't be such a gringo.
Hey, one more from Joe Espada. Yordan Alvarez, obviously, if the Astros are going to get to where they need to get to, he's more valuable than ever now with some of the moves they've made. Joe Espada says Yordan has another level he can get to.
He thinks that, I think he can drive the ball more, he said, at times where there were some singles, doubles, not really slugging the way he's capable of. So he identifies some areas in his swing and in his mechanics that he can maintain that swing throughout the whole entire season. So when the big boy says that, you get excited.
His goal this year is to have an orange seat 2 rows above the current orange seat in the upper deck out there.
Hit it far, hit
right
it long.
Field.
Yes,
yeah.
absolutely.
I think that the most encouraging thing I've heard from Espada in this spring training so far is just talking about how they got to get back to their core awesomeness of judgment at the plate. And with Yordan is he had that long slump last year. But on the sum total of it all, I think the one thing you could look at is, okay, even Yordan, his walk rate wasn't the same. And across the board, the discipline at the plate wasn't the same as those truly great Astros teams.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's something that you can work on and focus on and be better as a team across the board and get back to more of what made you guys really, really special.
Yep, no question. Season last year, even when he's slumping, you go to his stats, like his OPS is still like 835. Him slumping is still better than, more productive than most guys out there. The one tweak I'd like to see them make with Yordan is just they had him batting second a lot last year, even third sometimes. I'd stick him at cleanup and let the guys who are the good hitters get on base in front of him. He had 35 home runs and 86 RBIs last year. You get 35 home runs, you should easily be in that 95 over 100 RBI range, especially for as good a hitter as Yordan is. So that's the one thing I'd like to see. But man, he's an MVP level season from Yordan Alvarez. We're still kind of waiting for him. The best finish that he's had in the MVP balloting was back in the World Series year. He was third. He was 9th last year. He's 13th the year before that. It's just, man, see if we can get Yordan there. All right, those are your headlines. We will get to Nick Caserio 7:30 today on the show, Texans GM. So the clock will be a little bit different for you regular listeners in the 7 o'clock hour because we know we like having that nice long segment with Nick from 7:30 going through that 8 o'clock at the top of the hour. So we'll have that going a little later on. Speaking of Nick Caserio, he may get excited about this bit of news. It's business news, but it's business that could result in a whole lot more cap dollars for a GM to go spend. This is going to get very interesting with the NFL, and if you're a fan of the NFL, you need to listen up about this because this is about the way that you consume the sport. We'll have that story coming up for you next. West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land, Ruben Mendoza, the
KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Bottom of the hour, we will talk to Nick Caserio, Texans general manager. A lot to get into with Nick. Looking forward to that conversation. Combine next week. We know Nick loves he loves all the drills at the Combine, Seth. Let's ask him first question right out of the chute. What's your favorite? Are you a 40 guy or are you a shuttle guy, Nick?
We'll have to ask if he watched my. We'll have to see if he watched my video, my tutorial on how to the technique involved in running the 5-10-5 shuttle. Yeah,
that was an epic video. Hey, how about this?
You can't watch that video and knock 0.3 of a second off your 5-10-5 shuttle.
No, you cannot. Yeah.
You know what they did my year at the Combine? They introduced the 3-cone drill for the first time. To the point where I had no idea. I had never done it once before in my life.
How'd you do?
Until they not good.
Yeah.
Until they explained it to me. I was like, they were explaining it at the Combine right before I did the drill. Where now guys are doing that and practicing for years. They're practicing it in high school and everything.
Was everybody caught off guard by that, or just a
no? Some guys knew, like the guys that actually went to schools where.
You would
guys
know,
got drafted and everything. Yeah.
You didn't have.
I was just walking in there like a rube. I might as well run my Combine drills in work boots. Sean.
Yeah. How about this bit of news from yesterday? And this is relevant here because I think there is no end in sight to the salary cap going up for the NFL. I think that is fair to say. It's always tied to the TV money. Or the overall revenue, the majority of which is the TV money. And
the TV money, and then online or gambling, sports gambling has increased the revenue as well.
Yep, good point. As far as the TV side of it goes, we know the Texans were part of the advent of this. They were one of the two games televised on Netflix on Christmas Day. I don't remember what happened in that game, and I choose not to. 31-2. But they were on Netflix, both of those games on Christmas Day. And now, so the thought process is that Netflix is now going to be one of the suitors when it comes to various NFL packages. Like, hey, maybe Netflix wants to televise the international games. Netflix is reportedly going to get much more aggressive than that. The streamer's chief content officer, whose name is Bella Bajaria, told Matt Baloney of Puck, which is it's the name of a media outlet, Puck.
That was 3 different names in a row right there that made me just, what?
Yeah.
Who?
There's my... That's my... It's again.
Yeah.
But that's where the article was, that Netflix is...
No, it's just 3 weird names is all. Yeah. I'm not criticizing you.
That Netflix... I know. That Netflix is interested in bidding on the NFL's Sunday afternoon games. So that's the CBS and Fox packages. Those are the big, those are the big ones, man. Each of them get Super Bowls, they get playoff games, and they each get at least a half dozen games. It feels like maybe 5 to 6 games every Sunday. So CBS and Fox. Now, Fox has had the rights to the NFC for 30 years now. Remember back when Fox was trying to make a big splash with The Simpsons and Melrose Place and everything else? They got the NFL, and that was the biggest splash they ever made in 1994, and they've not given it up since. CBS was out. CBS got back in 4 years later by taking the AFC package from NBC, and they have not given it up since. The NFL Live, NFL football, is one of the most valuable media properties, maybe the most valuable media property in America. 48 of the top 50 shows every year are NFL football games, rating-wise.
And to the streaming platforms, I think they're more valuable to the streaming platforms than they are to the networks, because the streaming platforms have so much more data on who's watching, what are these people interested in. I know that when I watch games on Amazon, I'm not seeing the same commercials that everybody else is seeing. And every damn commercial I see during an Amazon broadcast on Thursday night, I'm like, oh, I need that. Oh, I definitely got to buy that. So the value, because the ability to track, I think, is huge. So the money's going to get insane, Sean.
Yeah, well, and it's just a more accurate way to track who's actually watching than the current rating system.
This is what I don't like about it. I by and large haven't had any issues with my experience while watching games while streaming, other than I don't like that it's harder to flip channels.
Yeah,
it's harder. You gotta go into a completely separate app if I want to see what's going on CBS during a Thursday night game.
Yep.
That annoys me.
Yeah.
But the biggest thing is that I mean, Netflix. Only about 50% of Americans have Netflix subscriptions. So that's where I worry, just in terms of the long-term future of all of America being exposed to games, and maybe they're casual fans, but they become more hardcore fans, or they're not fans at all, but they start watching. People, young people or people that are new to the sport, they're just not going to be exposed to it as much. And it feels a little bit like the more they go to streaming platforms, like Amazon Prime. More Americans have Amazon Prime than they do have Netflix, but not all Americans.
Right.
It feels like you're withholding it from, and then the people who are genuine NFL fans also might not be able to afford a Netflix subscription right this moment.
Yeah.
And I don't like that. It's the egalitarian side of me, Sean. 2 days after President's Day, I feel like it's un-American in some respects to go so heavily into the streaming platform.
Well, here's how it lays out chronologically. The current broadcast deals run through 2033. So we're ways off from that, but the league has the right to talking about it. He says the league has the right to pull the plug on the deals 4 years early, and it likely will. So we're still talking, what are we, 2025? We're still talking 4 years from now where they pull the plug on the deals. I don't know. There are probably talks a year before that. Like, they're going to know. I think the NFL is going to have a pretty good idea which way the wind's blowing when it comes to how much money is available to them to increase the amount that they're making from media rights. But yeah, like Netflix. And they operate in a different business model than the networks do. You know what I mean? Like, it's like it feels like the money flows more freely from these streaming outlets than it does the over the top or the regular conventional networks, cable networks and whatnot.
What's your favorite platform to watch NFL games on? Of the streaming platforms, what's been your best experience?
I like
sports in general, including baseball.
Yeah, I like Amazon. I like the Thursday Night Football. Is it Amazon, the Thursday night games where you can get like the next gen stuff if you want to, the stats and things like that? Yeah. So I like that one. I'll be honest with you, like the only thing for me where I feel a difference is what you just pointed out, which is if I want to go watch something else, I've got to jump out of the app, jump into another app, it buffers for a bit, and it fires up. Whereas opposed to TV, you just hit the back button and it goes to the channel you were just on. So the 50, and I know people are going to be like, what does it take, 15 seconds to do that? Like, yeah, 15 seconds matters sometimes. I'm impatient, especially to the game. You know what I'm saying? So I don't have a major preference between like Amazon and Netflix or Peacock or anything like that. They all work really well for me. To me, it's more about the inconvenience of having to leave the domain of what app you're in to go flip channels around.
Yeah. I like it for Amazon, and I'm not smart enough or know enough about to explain exactly why I like this, but it just feels like the overall picture quality and then just some of the production elements, it's more visually appealing to me. Everything almost looks more cinematic, and I like that part of it. Mm-hmm. But I'm a stupid creature, and I don't know why. It just looks sharper and crisper, and kind of like with Apple TV for baseball. There's a lot of things about the Apple broadcast I don't like, but it does visually. It looks more impressive to me. Yep. So I enjoy that part of it in my little primitive brain.
Yeah, people weighing in on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Amazon is the best broadcast by a mile. It's in 4K.
Yeah, is that what it is? Is it as simple as that? It's in 4K. Okay.
Yeah,
but I don't think I have a 4K TV. Maybe I do. I don't know.
Yeah, I do. Yeah. I'm not. I mean, I've got a great setup to watch TV, but I'm not like in terms of the quality, the sound, the visual, like HD is fine with me. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not a snob when it comes to that stuff.
Yeah, but you notice, I guess my TV must be 4K if I notice the difference. So, like, that part of it I do enjoy. Okay. I like seeing it in that. The other thing that Amazon does, too, and I still can't figure out whether I like this or not, they do those circles on the defensive players before the snap.
Yeah.
They use AI to kind of point out guys that are most likely to blitz the quarterback. I didn't understand it at first. I had to do I had to do a Gemini AI search to figure out why the hell they were doing that. But like now that I know that's what it is, I find it cool, but then it frustrates me when the guy doesn't blitz.
Yeah.
Then I feel like I've been I feel like I've been duped. I feel like the defensive coordinator got me.
Right. Hey, a good disguise.
Spagnuolo really screws with me on those. Like Spagnuolo's probably got the highest rate of guys who are circled who don't blitz because they do a really good job of faking the blitz.
AI is like a dopey quarterback who's not identifying the Mike linebacker properly. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they duped AI.
Yeah.
I
don't know if that's probably maybe too nerdy a question to ask Nick about like how they're using AI. Not nerdy. It's not too nerdy. It's just I don't think he's going to give an answer.
Yeah.
But if they've got next gen stats that kind of can predict who's going to blitz and who's not, that helps a lot in game week prep. If you're looking at, you get a feel as an offensive lineman and as a quarterback for like, okay, this is what a guy does when he's actually blitzing versus when he's just trying to fake that he's blitzing.
Yep. Hey, listen to Sports Radio 610 on the Odyssey app, an hour each day. That's your entry into the Slam Dunk in Vegas contest we have going on. You're going to get to go to Circa. If you're the winner, you and 3 buddies, 3 friends are going to go to Circa to watch the college basketball tournament. You're going to have an extra $20K in your pocket. Circa's amazing. Their sportsbook is top-notch, second to none. Extra $20K in your pocket to travel to Vegas. Download the Odyssey app. Listen for an hour each day, and you'll get your daily entry to the Slam Dunk in Vegas contest. We've got Nick Caserio joining us, bottom of the hour. So we'll do the mock draft. This will be an appetizer before we talk to the person who's actually going to draft for the Texans. Mock draft injection is next. Daly and Black want to talk.
from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Bottom of the hour, we'll be joined by Nick Caserio, Texans GM, and we'll get into the offseason with Nick. A lot to get into with Nick Caserio, so stay tuned for that at the bottom of the hour. So we're moving our mock draft injection. We're doing it a little bit earlier today. We'll do that right now, kind of get in the mood. This is sort of an appetizer for talking. Actually make this pick come late April. The one we're doing today, Seth, is one. This is a good one. Daniel Jeremiah, NFL.com, who I think we know here in Houston acutely that he's probably pretty plugged in, maybe more plugged in than many of the mock drafters out there, because back in the day, he was the one who, the day before the draft, was like, hey, you know what, I think I'll have the Texans taking C.J. Stroud at 2 and then trading up to get Will Anderson at 3.
Right. I think it ended up being Will Anderson a little bit lower than that, but it was whatever the specifics were. Oh no, I think it was Will
3.
Anderson at 3.
Yeah.
The trade package was different.
Yeah.
But like he pretty much nailed it.
Yes.
So yeah, I don't know I don't know. Did he have help with that? Did a little birdie get in his ear? I don't know.
Yeah.
If there was a birdie in his ear, I think it probably came from the Cardinals side.
Yes.
Because the Cardinals were just falling all over themselves, trying to paint themselves out as brilliant for that move. Yeah.
All right, so what does Daniel Jeremiah have the Texans doing in his latest mock draft? With the 25th pick in the Daniel Jeremiah NFL.com mock draft, the Houston Texans select Emeka Egbuka, wide receiver, Ohio State. The comment, C.J. Stroud gets to reunite with his college teammate. Egbuka's professionalism and dependability would be a perfect fit in Houston. All right, I will say this. Wide receiver's kind of a sexy position. I don't know, like, when I'm getting my wide receivers, that the things I want highlighted are their professionalism, and I want their twitch and their speed highlighted.
There are other wide receivers that are more exciting athletically, that are quicker and twitchier and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I think there is a part of Egbuka's game that a lot of NFL coaches and scouts look at and think, okay, he does a lot of the stuff that we don't know with other wide receivers whether they're going to learn how to do this. So when it comes to his ability to read coverages, to adjust his routes, that Ohio State offense, they do things that are more advanced than a lot of other college offenses. That was one of the things that people got wrong with C.J. Stroud, was that they were acting like C.J. Stroud was in this like overly simplified offense or something, when it was just exactly the opposite. They ask those guys to do option routes and other things that a lot of colleges don't do. So I think that's the comfort level with Egbuka, and then obviously he's competed at a high level on a very big stage, and he's shown all that. I could see this being a guy that Caserio feels very comfortable with for all of the reasons that I think Caserio seems to be more comfortable with big school guys. You've just got a big sample size of him versus really good competition in big moments.
The most common Texans pick, Seth, that you pulled this from the consensus right now, is Matthew Golden, the wide receiver from Texas, across the mock draft universe, which I would be very cool. I like Golden a lot. Former U of H guy, had a great year at UT last year.
Yeah, and I think the sum total of it, too, is that in Jeremiah's mock draft, one receiver that went before Egbuka. Mm-hmm. So of all these different wide receivers that have been mocked to the Texans, we haven't done a mock draft yet where I feel like, oh, no, you can't take that guy, he's a bum. They all make sense, and it does feel like that kind of draft where, look, we know that Nick likes looking at bands of players, and where are these guys going and where are we? So this year, if the Texans are interested in several of these wide receivers, I think 25 might be one of the sweet spots for drafting a wide receiver.
Where a lot of them are going, yeah.
Yeah, so you might not get stuck in one of these moments where he wants to trade up or wants to trade back a little bit and he can't. This might be the rare instance where Caserio ends up feeling very comfortable with where they're actually drafting.
If you're wanting a wide receiver, if you're a Texan fan who is wanting them to draft a receiver with the 25th pick, blindly, Jeremiah's draft plays out the exact way you want it, which is any of the interior offensive linemen that you think they might be tempted to take, they're all off the board for the most part. Tyler Booker goes 13th. Membu from Mizzou goes 14th. Gray Zabal goes 18th. That's probably the highest I've seen him go, the kid out of North Dakota State.
Yeah.
Even Kenneth Grant, the defensive tackle from Michigan, Seth, goes 16th in Jeremiah's draft. So the receivers are largely untouched, and a lot of the players that the bigger players, the interior D or O-line players that Texan fans are really hot on are all gone on this draft when they get to 25.
Yeah. I think Ibuka, it just seems, just by perusing social media, it seems like amongst the Texans fan base, Ibuka might be the people have there are a lot of people that are skeptical just because he's not as good of a speed athlete as some of the other guys. So the stuff that gets you really excited and the things that pop on tape, this is a little bit more of a nuanced selection.
Yeah.
So I guess, again, I'm happy with any of these guys, but I get why some people might be more skeptical of Ibuka.
The things that don't pop on tape are the things that Daniel Jeremiah just highlighted in his synopsis. Ibuka's professionalism and dependability would be a perfect fit in Houston. Nobody pops on the sizzle reel and says, look at his dependability.
Well, but you're right, exactly. And that's where it comes down to the sample size of everything you've seen. And some of the things that he's doing as he's adjusting to coverages, that doesn't show up on a highlight reel necessarily.
Yep.
So, I get it if some people are skeptical of it. I think there are a lot of guys that make sense here. The one thing, too, looking at that mock draft database, it's that the Texans, amongst the top 25 teams, they and the Cowboys have the least consensus about which pick they're going to take. I think that probably feels about right because there are – if you look at the positions where it's most likely that they draft either an interior offensive lineman or a wide receiver or a defensive tackle, there are a lot of names that are enticing late in the first round so far on the mock draft. This is all just speculation, obviously.
So it makes it fun, man. That's okay. I'm sure Nick is going to tell us exactly who they're drafting 5 minutes from now. So you may as well just have the sounder ready and let Nick make the pick here on February the 19th, 2 months before the draft.
There are a lot of people want us to ask questions that, like, Sean and I won't ask because an NFL GM would be an idiot if he gave us a straight answer.
Correct.
On it.
Exactly.
So thank you for the suggestions.
Yes.
But, he's not going to tell us which position he's going to draft in the first round.
Exactly. All right, so there it is. Nick Caserio, Texans Executive Vice President and GM, is going to join us next. A little pre-combine, pre-draft chat with the Texans GM. Stay there.
Kurt.
No. Are you ready?
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne, Pendergast, and Caserio. That's what that music means right there as we welcome you back in here. 7:30 on a Wednesday. Good to be with you. Appreciate you joining us right now. Live from NRG Stadium. A few days away from headed to Indianapolis for the Combine. We are joined by Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager Nick Caserio. Nick, it's always great to talk to you. The music playing right now reminds me, are you going to go to Triple H's Hall of Fame induction ceremony, even though it's 3 days before the draft? I mean, it's the hay's in the barn at that point, right, Nick?
Good morning, fellas. Thanks for having us. And just so you know, every time I hear that music, I still smile and laugh. I think it's just incredible. And actually, if Triple H extends the invitation, then I'll potentially consider it. Ooh. So at that point, we're just shuffling paper around anyway. So
that's what I thought.
It would probably be worthwhile. Where is it being held? Is it
Vegas?
Being held in
Vegas. Yeah.
Vegas.
I mean, nothing says Vegas like Nick Caserio, who's never sat at a blackjack
Well,
table.
if I can't go, Seth can stand in for me and be a part of the festivities.
WWE stuff just because I'm completely clueless to everything, except I'm full bore into it.
What you need to do is go watch old YouTube clips and highlights, and you'll get up to speed very quickly. Which
I've got enough rabbit holes I'm trying to cover, man. I can't. I don't.
It's actually worthwhile. I still snicker and laugh every time I go back. I'm unabashedly admitting it. I'm not hiding anything.
Yeah.
So, but I actually saw a clip. It was from 10 years ago. They had, like, Triple H and Shawn Michaels were out there with Edge and Randy Orton, and it was, I mean, it was still comedic 15 years later. So I'm sure if you look for it, Sean, you'll find it.
It's probably in my bookmarks right now, Nick. What are we talking about here? Come on now. Hey, man, it's great to talk to you. So getting ready for Indy next week. I'm curious, Nick, getting ready for Indy next week. We know you've talked many times about the parts of the Combine that you buy into and the drills, it seems like not so much. I'm curious about at the Combine, like the interview thing, is there a certain are you more in those interviews with the players more like trying to find out how they fit in culturally with the team? Is it more X's and O's, or is it more of like a player-dependent thing when you go to the Combine?
All of the above, and it's really a case-by-case basis. I think the way you articulated, Sean, is very real, and that's kind of how we approach it, because we've put a lot of work and we've had a lot of discussions up to this point on a lot of these players. Really, the Combine, a lot of times, is the first underclassmen who've declared, so there were 78, 79, whatever the number was this year. So, which a few of them may show up at the Senior Bowl, but otherwise your first opportunity to interact and have some kind of dialogue and interview is in this environment. So whether it's the formal interview, which every team is allotted 45, or the informal interviews, and really what it is, it's the first opportunity for a coach to have a touch point with that player to get a sense or a feel for their personality. And then from a scouting staff perspective, we're probably further ahead. We are further ahead than coaches. But by the same token, there's still certain things that we may be trying to ascertain throughout the process and get information on. It's very targeted. It's very specific. We're not you have 15 minutes. So you try to be as efficient as possible with your time. And there might be something very targeted or specific that you want to try to inquire about, and then really build on that for the next touch point or the next opportunity, because there's probably a good chance if you talk to them at Indy, you may or may not want to have them in the building. So you're just going through the process, and what you're trying to do is build a profile on each player so that by the end of, call it April, right before the draft, we have a good idea of what we think we're getting in the player. The performance is the performance, their skill and those types of things. Like, that's part of our job, is to develop and train those players. But you're really trying to understand them on a personal level so that when they come in the building, we understand they're going to fit in our program or they're not. Or if there's something that we're concerned about, we think we're going to be able to get it fixed because of the resources and the people that we have in the building. So it's always case on, but we try to be as judicious and efficient with our time as possible.
You guys ever, I always think about everybody's trying to put their best foot forward there, but then sometimes meetings don't go so great or guys don't put their best foot forward. Have you had instances where like you guys have like had a meeting with a guy where you're like, oh, this guy, what the hell? What's going on? What's wrong with this dude? And then later on you realize, okay, he was maybe he was tired, maybe he took something the wrong way.
It'll happen. It's been times where you might go through the questioning. You're not really getting a lot back from the player. Our approach is, every team approaches a little bit differently. We try to make it as conversational as possible and just get the player to be comfortable. Like we're having a conversation. This isn't the Spanish Inquisition where we're trying to find out about what happened, 15 years ago. We're trying to get a feel for the person, have a back and forth. Everybody, tries to ask a question, but nobody wants to step over themselves. We try to stay away from the X's and O's. Well, let's flip to the tape and you get through 2 plays and then it's on to the next thing. I think the one thing that we try to do is if we know there's a question on a player who, quite frankly, we know is not going to be a factor for us for a myriad of reasons, we don't want to put the guy in the chair, bring the guy in a room, so then when he walks out, all look at each other and say, yeah, pretty much that confirms everything we thought. So hopefully we know enough ahead of time. I'd say our approach is very targeted, so we're trying to be very focused on X number of players. But there are sometimes, look, it's a new environment for the players, so they walk into a room, they're looking at whether it's 8 to 10 people, 15, 20 people in there. It can be intimidating. So you want to just try to put the player at ease and just try to have a conversation. And if you get through your line of questioning and it's before the 15-minute time period expires, then you get up, shake his hand, and move on. So there's been some times where you're just not really getting a lot from the player, and it's just kind of, all right, anybody have anything else? And you kind of move on. So every player is different. Every situation is different. We try to make it as conversational as possible, get the player comfortable so that we can actually have a little bit of a back and forth, not make it so tense where the player feels like they just can't be who they are. Because the one thing we've talked about, and we've talked about it on this show, when a player walks into our building, when they play for the Houston Texans, D'Amico and I want them to be who they are. We don't want them to change and all of a sudden you have to be someone that you're not. You're going to be who you are. We're going to embrace you. We're going to coach you. We're going to give you some guidance and some direction. And ultimately, you got to go out there and be who you are and be true to yourself.
Okay, Nick, this is almost just for personal reasons I'm asking this. I always felt with some of my fellow defensive linemen, I felt like probably the biggest disconnect between how a guy was on a football team and how he would be in a formal interview setting might be at defensive line. Because I'd always see I'd be playing with guys that, like, look, a lot of the really good defensive linemen, they kind of got a screw loose. And I'm like, man, I feel like coaches are judging this guy harshly for stuff that has nothing to do with football. Is defensive line the position where like you have the biggest disconnect?
At least you're not biased or anything.
No, I'm totally biased. I'm not thinking. I generally, other than I told you the one story about my horrible Green Bay Packers interview, but other than that, I feel like I did pretty well in that environment. But a lot of the other guys are just like they're kind of crazy, and I feel like they might be judged too harshly at the combine in some of these interviews.
Honestly, that probably does happen in some cases. Again, we try to take any biases out of it. Let the player be who they are, express themselves. When they walk in the building, we want them to be true to themselves and who they are. And look, players that play in the NFL, you probably have a little bit of a screw loose. That's okay. Doesn't mean you're a bad person. You just want to make sure that you're a good teammate. You prioritize others above yourself, and you can go out there and execute the job and the task that you're asked to do. Like, in the end, that's the most important thing. We don't want just a bunch of choir boys walking through this building. Like, you need an edge. Anybody that watches us play on defense sees that we play fast, we play physical, we play with an edge, to the consternation of some people, apparently, throughout the course of the league. But when you play defense, you play with your hair on fire and you play with an edge, and you want the other team to feel you. So who are the players that have those qualities? You can be a maniac on the football field, and then off the field, you can be one of the best guys ever, and you want to go hang out with and have a beer or bring to church or whatever it is. And we have a number of players like that. And I would say there's no more embodiment of that than our head coach. The best human being, the best person ever. Everybody loves him. He's got a tremendous way about football field. I mean, you played with him. I mean, he played physical. He plays with an edge. He coaches with energy. He has passion. Like, that's what football is about. So who are the players that have those qualities? And really, it transcends both sides of the ball. You want guys like that offensively. You need guys like that in a kicking game. So you want to build a football team with players that have a certain mindset, that play a certain way, that are good people, that are going to represent the Houston Texans as a community in the right way, that we can all be proud of. So our job is to identify who are those players, and if he has a little bit something that maybe makes him different or puts him on the edge, all right, can you deal with it, and are you comfortable? Because, again, when you draft the player or sign the player, you're taking everything that comes along with them, and you're either going to be comfortable with it or you're not.
Nick Caserio, Texans Executive Vice President and GM, joining us here on Sports Radio 610. All right, that's actually a good segue, Nick, into to you talking about the head coach here, D'Amico Ryans, into the newest coach here, Nick Caserio, the offensive coordinator. I guess a couple things specifically for this type of hire, an OC, especially an OC that you've got a pretty extensive history with. What's your involvement when it comes to the hiring of Nick Caserio? And then give us your impressions, because nobody spent more time with him than you have in the building over there.
Yeah, I think anything in the football operation, playing, coaching, scouting, football operations, how we structure the program, I think the unique thing about the relationship that D'Amico and I have, we're sounding boards for each other, and we respect each other's position about different topics, and we're going to talk. You know, there was some level of involvement. You know, in the end, like, D'Amico made the decision that he felt was best for the Houston Texans and our football team. And I've talked about this on this show. My fiduciary responsibility is to the organization and to support D'Amico in any way possible, and to be there as a resource. And we're a resource for one another, and that's how we kind of go about our business on, you know, just about everything. As it pertains to Nick has an interesting, I would say, perspective and background. He coached a number of years in college, started his career on the defensive side of the football. His playing career was cut short when he was in college, and he kind of transitioned to coaching. And he's really was trained on the defensive side of the ball in the secondary, you know, Iowa State, Florida Atlantic, a number of different programs where he worked. And then when he came to New England, we put him on the offensive side of the football as an offensive assistant. And sometimes it just provides a different viewpoint, a different perspective. And as you move forward, when you're coaching on offense, when you have an understanding of what's going on the other side of the ball, it can kind of help you relative to how you game planned, how a coverage is nuanced, or how a team is playing a certain way. So Nick started on the ground level, hadn't coached on offense before, was quality control, the same job that I had in 2002 or whatever it was, and then gradually worked his way from quality control, offensive assistant, into a position coach where he coached the tight ends, where actually it's kind of funny, but going back to Seth's earlier question, coached a lot of personality in our time there, from Seth's neighbor Marty Bennett Sean's neighbor Marty Bennett to Gronk to Dwayne Allen, a number of different players, and Nick was able to kind of connect and resonate and get the player to perform and go out there on Sundays and be able to execute and do his job. But Nick's very diligent, he's very hardworking, he's very smart, he's got a lot of energy. I'm sure a lot of people probably saw that when he and D'Amico had the press conference last week. He's into football. He's a great husband. He's got 4 girls. His wife just recently had a baby girl. And he enjoys football, and he, I would say, is curious and wants to continue to learn. His experience, and you can ask him, I'm sure, but his experience with Coach McVay was different than some of the things that we were doing offensively in New England. So, Nick has been a coach that has been highly thought of in this league. He's had multiple opportunities at different points. In the end, D'Amico felt that was the best choice for the Houston Texans. So we're glad Nick's here. He's up and running. He's immersing himself into our team, trying to put the playbook together and just some of the basic information. And it's kind of a foundation and a starting point so that when our players show up here in April, we're ready to go. But Nick's a great person. He's a really good coach, and hopefully he can help our team and win football games, which is really all we're trying to do here.
Yeah, and that's that part is interesting to a lot of people. I think the difference between coaching in New England and seeing the way that Bill Belichick and everybody else there does it versus the way that Sean McVay does it. Obviously, there's multiple different ways to do things really well in the NFL, and all those guys have. Is there anything that really sticks out in your mind as, okay, there's a way Sean McVay does things that are a lot different than the way Belichick operates as a head coach, or McDaniels operates differently as an offensive coordinator than McVay does as an offensive coordinator?
Yeah, I would just say, Seth, relative to Sean, I've never been in Sean's building or been around him on a day-to-day basis. You can talk about a big picture schematically. I think when you look at, like, actually what Sean, from when he was hired in 18, 17, whenever he was hired, their offense kind of evolved. So the way they started to where they are, I would say how they're playing offensively here is different. As an example, I think in 23, I want to go back to last year, they made an adjustment where they actually ended up using Kyron Williams a little bit more from the dot alignment as opposed to kind of gun offset, and it kind of helped their running game. It's something I think that Sean had talked about. So just being able to make small tweaks and adjustments to, like, well, here's the core of what we do. Well, you know what? Let's try a little bit something different, because that actually helps the players. And I think our job, and I can speak to this in some respects, having coached, but your job as a coach is to always put the players in the best position to maximize their abilities. And there's no one size fits all. There's no one particular thing. I would say offensive football and even defensive football, I mean, we could talk about this, but you started to see some trends on the defensive side of the ball to cover multiple variations of split safety Tampa coverage and how people deploy players in the secondary, which I would say it's probably 2 to 3 years in the making, and it seems like every team you play has this certain coverage pattern or structure because, A, it's kind of helps them create a different look for the quarterback, or B, maybe it's because of here's the players that we have a little bit of flexibility so we can use our players a little bit differently. It's no different on the offensive side of the football. You have some core things that you're going to install. You're going to go through the spring. You're going to go through training camp, and then the season's going to start, and then you're going to kind of get a sense and a feel for your team. All right, you know what? Hey, this is really working well. Maybe we're going to do a little bit of this. This player does this a little bit better. So I think just your ability to see those things and handle those things and realize, honestly, this league is kind of a week-to-week endeavor. That's the approach that you have to take. So, again, not having been around Coach McVay in the building relative to his energy and some of those other things, really looking more from a schematic standpoint, I would say the New England system is different than the LA system. But I would just say, in the end, all this is a hybrid of a lot of different things. Like, in the end, you got to be able to run the football. You got to be able to pass protect from the inside out. You got to be able to handle exotics on third down, and then you have to find ways to score in the red area. So you can slice it any way you want to slice it, but that's what offensive football is about. So, we'll see how it all comes together here. Staff place, so have some carryover from the existing staff, have some new coaches that Nick has some background with, their familiarity with. So this is what the spring is for, is to kind of, all right, let's look at what happened last year just from who do we have, who's under contract. There's going to be a team-building element that goes into it. So all of this is very fluid, and there's going to be a lot of dialogue back and forth. And hopefully when we get to September, we'll have a pretty good team that we can put out there and be competitive with whomever we face.
Nick Caserio joining us on Sports Radio 610. Nick, we know Stephon Diggs' contract voided a couple days ago. He's going to be a free agent now, so I'm not totally sure what exactly you can tell us, but what can you tell us about maybe conversations prior to the contract voiding and the possibility of him maybe still coming back here, re-signing in free agency?
Yeah, no, absolutely open to that concept. And I think kind of the way we've handled it, we have 25-ish or so players whose contracts are set to expire here when the new league year starts in the middle of March. As it pertains to Steph, I would say that was more of a semantical thing more than anything else. I don't think anybody is surprised by that little nuance. Essentially, it was kind of a one-year contract, and he was going to be a free agent. So we're going to have dialogue with all of our players who will be free agents. We'll have discourse back and forth, and there's going to be players who we end up re-signing. There's going to be players that end up going to other teams. There's going to be players that are going to want to see what their market is, what's the value of their market. That's just what free agency is about. Free agency is driven by supply and demand. So a lot of discussion back and forth. Everything is pretty fluid. So had a good relationship with Steph and his representation, and we enjoyed having Steph in the building. So the door is always open. I think a number of players have expressed sentiments and interest in potentially returning to our team next season. So we never rule anything out. So we're going to be open-minded and kind of work through the process here. Things will probably pick up over the next few weeks, and then obviously when you have the call it legal tampering period, which will be preceded by the illegal tampering period, which will take place at the Combine, we'll probably have a pretty good idea of kind of where everybody is going to situate and kind of what the market looks like.
Did you say the illegal tampering period?
I'm only half joking, yes.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
That was good.
There's the paper trail tampering and there's the no paper trail tampering period. Yes.
When somebody tells you, oh, yeah, like that deal was done at the Combine, it's like, oh, wow, that's interesting. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Hey, this is a question a lot of our listeners have had, and that I'm also very curious about is, Jaden Daniels has been using that VR system back since LSU that seemed to have helped him out a lot and continues to help him a lot. And we know that Jaden and CJ are very good friends. Are you guys looking into anything like that, or are you using it already?
Great question. There's a lot of technology that's out there and it's available. We'll kind of look at some different things. Similar to players and questioning, a lot of this is case by case, and then really what you have to look at is the use case in the applicator perspective, and there's really a purpose and intent behind it. I would say specific to VR, some players are more comfortable with it. Some players are less comfortable, just like training methods. Some players are more comfortable with certain things relative to others. Ultimately, the player has to figure out and find what works best. As far as players' conversations, what they discuss, those certainly aren't anything that we're privy to, but I'm sure players talk about a lot of different things. But ultimately, you have to figure out what works for you individually, and as a team, if there's something that we can incorporate or add to our list of things that resources that we have already available, then we'll certainly look into it. There's always a cost associated with it as well, so you want to be smart and conscious about it. You just don't want to do something just to do it just because somebody else does it. So, but I would say that space, that area is certainly growing. And there's technology, it's continually evolving, but if there's something out there that's useful that we feel can help our players, then we'll always look into it and investigate it. It's kind of funny, I kind of have an anecdote on that. We actually, I forget what year that the first VR sort of model came out. There's a kid or a student or a guy founded a company. He was from Stanford, and we brought him out there in the spring in May. Brady put it on his head, and he basically took it off his head and almost broke it, threw it in the ground. So he's like, he had use for it. So again, everybody responds. Okay. Everybody responds a little bit differently. It sounds like Jaden's got a lot of value and use out of it that works for him. It might not work for somebody else. So all of this is kind of case by case and just figuring out individually what helps you the most.
Coachable, in my opinion. That's yeah. Well, you don't want something that's going to make it better, Tom Brady?
He was 14, 15 years into his career. He was actually at the point where a guy was basically he was on his second Hall of Fame career. So
yeah. He was a walking VR machine at that point.
Yeah. Truthfully, he actually was. So he felt like he probably didn't need it.
Yeah. Well, you know what? That seems like something that's changed a lot over the course of the last decade. You guys spend a lot of time in the offseason, like hearing pitches from various computer scientists, don't you?
The number of emails that we receive is astounding. So it all looks great. I mean, there's one out of every 10 startups is going to work. The other 9 are going to fail. So sometimes there's something that resonates. It doesn't mean that it's not good. It just means there's not an application or it doesn't work. So, but yeah, the technology it's moving at a high rate of speed. So you want to try to stay ahead. And if there's something that you can incorporate that can help your team, like those are the things that we want to put resources into.
See, now those companies, if I'm a salesperson with those companies, and I'm qualifying the prospect, I'm like, oh yeah, this is the GM that listens to all the financial podcasts and knows the failure rate of all these startups. He's going to be a tough nut to crack, this guy.
I'll tell you, no.
Do your homework.
Yes,
the problem is, this is the most annoying thing, Sean. It's that, yeah, there are a lot of people that can help you do things like on a football team. The problem is that, one, there are millions of them, and they all probably have some value to some degree. But then the other annoying thing is that they all want to take 100% credit for it after any kind of success. Yes. It's like, yep, they were bummed, and we won that Super Bowl. That's the really annoying thing.
Man.
Everybody thinks they're the reason you win, but then when you lose, it's somebody else's fault.
They just go running the other way. Yeah.
Well, you guys didn't use it properly, obviously.
That's right. Application. Nick Caserio joining us here on Sports Radio 610. Hey, Nick, this time a year ago, it's interesting. CJ Stroud was very out front, I thought, after his rookie year. Played in the Pro Bowl. He was on Radio Row doing a lot of interviews. And I know you're cool with all that stuff with CJ. That's not the gist of my question. This year, he declined the Pro Bowl. He was not on Radio Row. He had talked a lot towards the end of the season about kind of refocusing and things like that. Is this sort of indicative of how he's attacking this offseason, do you think?
I think the hope for any player, or the hope that we have for the players, is once the season is over, then everybody's going to take some time, and then they're going to figure out what's the game plan for the 2025 season, and what do I need to do individually in order to maximize, myself as a player or whatever the case may be. So every player is a little bit different. So I think CJ's work ethic is unmatched. He cares a lot about football, has a lot of confidence and belief in himself. And there's some things that we've talked to him about that, hey, here's 2 or 3 things that, we think you can focus on in the off season. So whenever that clock starts, the clock starts. But we have a number of players that are usually, they start to come in the building in February and train on their own, because the off season doesn't start until April 21st. But by the same token, if you want to be good, to invest time and energy into being good at your job. So in the end, it's about the work. So everything starts with the work. So you got to just show up, continue to improve, put one foot in front of the other, try to stack days on top of days. We have a number of players in here. A lot of players are rehabbing and kind of going through the offseason, sort of that process. But then we have some other players that are going to be here on their own training. We have every resource that a player needs right here in our building. So our staff who's with the players on a daily basis, we got more data that we can shake a stick at so we can monitor everything. So we have everything that we feel that we have everything that the players need here in our building. So I'm excited to get started. And whenever they show up, and hopefully they're ready to work with the right mindset. But CJ will be ready to go. I would expect him to have a good off season and get himself ready to go for the 25 season. So we can all go out there and hopefully have a successful season.
Where did you see growth from CJ last year? Because obviously he had a lot of challenges that were making it really, really hard to play good offensive football. But where could you separate out some of the variables and see some areas of growth?
Yeah, I would say, look, he definitely matured. And honestly, sometimes your biggest growth comes in times of challenge or adversity. And it wasn't easy. So, as a team, we started fast. We were 5-1, and we kind of, ebbed and flowed a little bit back and forth throughout the course of the year, played a little bit better at the end of the season, played well in the Charger game. So there's an ebb and flow to the season, and you just have mental toughness and stick-to-itiveness to keep pressing forward. And I would say in CJ's case, he was able to kind of push through some of those, call it tough times or whatever it was, or tough games. And he went out there and he played really good football in, some of the more critical games. He played well against the Chargers. Honestly, he played well against the Chiefs. Put ourselves in position. The reality was, it was 13-12 in the fourth quarter with however many minutes left. So we put ourselves in a position. So, and I think he learned relative to decision-making, hey, you know what? This decision on this play, maybe the simple play, is not the sexy play, but it's the right play. So I think you saw that as the year went on. So he played a lot of good football. I think sometimes everything gets sort of jaded relative to CJ and his performance and how he played. You can go look at some of the things. I know nobody really gives a crap about stats, but, you look at some of the things that he did. The guy played really good football, so I think that sometimes it kind of gets lost a little bit. So, but I think his ability to kind of push forward and have mental and physical toughness, that speaks to kind of who he is. And I think this offseason, as he continues to grow, he's going to learn some things. Obviously, they're going to have a new offensive system, so there's going to be a learning element that's involved there. Continue to train, get stronger, improve his lower body strength, and I think he showed he can make plays with his legs. So you just want to try to be a durable player and a durable athlete. So our ask is no different for CJ than it is for any other player. It's come in with the right mindset, train, improve, figure out the areas that you need to try to apply. And in the offseason, that's where you can kind of experiment with some things and then put your foundation in place, build on that, build on what you did in the spring and training camp, and then this way you put yourself in a position so September, whatever the date is, whatever week 1, you're at your optimum performance. You feel physically and mentally confident to go out there and play really good football, understanding that nobody knows how the season's going to go. There's going to be massive amount of challenges that we face on a week-to-week basis. All we can control is the things that we can control, and is just getting ready for the next opportunity, the next opponent in front of us. So that's a challenge for any player, not just CJ, but for our entire team.
I like that you brought up his lower body strength, because that's, coming off the Super Bowl where I'm watching Jaden Daniels, and I'm like, the dude just doesn't get budged. And it's one of the more underrated elements.
Jalen Hurts, I think you mean.
Yes, him too.
You said Jaden
yes,
Daniels.
No, definitely Jalen Hurts, not Jaden Daniels. Thank you, Sean. Like, different lower bodies on those
Very
two guys.
different, yes.
So no, but as far as Jalen Hurts goes, I mean, he's so strong in his lower body. So are you telling me that CJ is going to be squatting twice his body weight by the time he comes back for 2025?
I don't know if we'll see videos of CJ squatting the weight that Jalen is, but not to go like analytical quarterback guru here, because I'm not, but playing quarterback starts from the ground up. So everything is ground-based. So your lower body strength, your core, and everybody jokes with Brady about his training regimen, but nobody worked more on his core. I mean, he would be on the sidelines in a plank position with his pads on, and he'd have a coach with boxing gloves punching him on the side, so he had to do a plank where he was engaging his core. I know, you're kind of laughing. You're laughing there a little bit, Sean.
That's me laughing. I'm just thinking of the visual is all. Yeah.
That actually happened, but he trained his core. He spent a lot of time on his lower body. And when you're playing quarterback, everything is ground-based. I mean, again, I know it's pitchers and catchers, and we're about to start baseball season, but when you think about a pitcher, everything starts from the ground up. So having a good firm base, I mean, go look at Nolan Ryan. Go look at Roger Clemens. Like, I don't know how much they were squatting, but nobody was more sturdy in their lower body than those two guys. I mean, Clemens had a big ass. Nolan Ryan had old man strength, but he could bend. He had lower body flexibility. When he got in his windup, he pushed off the rubber, and the ball jumped off of his hand. So, yeah, you need arm strength, but you also need torque and lower body strength, which comes from your core, which comes from your leg. So what do you have to do? You have to train those areas. So, again, not to go personal trainer on anybody here, but I would say all those elements, and you mentioned Jalen Hurts, Seth, like he's very strong in his lower body. I mean, the guy squats 700 pounds, and he's hard to tackle, and he's very sturdy, and he's very durable, and that helps him. Now, his playing style is different than Jaden Daniels and other quarterbacks. So, but the offseason is about strength training and development. It's about and your job as an NFL player, like, what else are you going to do? So, I mean, you're not going to Cabo and hanging out all spring, or at least you shouldn't be. Like, if you want to be a good football player, that's not what you're doing. You're training yourself to get ready to play football. You're showing up to work. Like, that's what the challenge is for our players, and that's what the expectation is. And it's not going to change for as long as we're here running a football team.
You're listening to KLT and KLT HD2 and Odyssey Station.
Everything that Nick said. The youth of America. I'm speaking to you, young football players.
Listen,
it's all the muscles that you don't see in the mirror.
Right.
Those are the ones that matter. All right, it's your butt, it's your leg strength, it's your back. All of those. The bench press is the biggest problem facing the youth of America today.
Right.
Your bench still helps you very, very little compared to those other ones that don't give you the beach body.
Yes.
I know you want to go to the beach all glossed up and flex, but that doesn't work in football. Like, that's not
now, I will say, though, one of the more impressive things I ever saw was when we were in West Virginia and the Texans were having combined practices with the Patriots, was when after practice, Mike Meltzer and I were waiting to interview somebody, and we were down at the sideline, and Brady was doing like a 15-minute band workout in front of us, like doing all of his drops and everything, while a trainer had the bands attached to his waist. And at the end of like a really intense 15-minute workout after a 2-hour practice, Tom Brady was not sweating a drop, and his hair was glorious, and like the sun was shining off of him in such a way that I was like, I get it, Giselle, I get it.
You don't play 50 years without what he did, without the intentional work that he put in. So he's a great example and a model for a lot of people on a lot of levels.
I'm just fascinated by the coach who gets to punch him with boxing gloves on. Is that something that guys were climbing over each other to do, or are guys like nervous? I'd be nervous that I would punch him, like I'd punch him too hard.
If you hit him in the wrong spot,
yes,
then there'd be a broke a rib. Like, I don't think anybody would
don't want to be that
What
guy.
happened? Huh? Yeah.
Well, honestly, and Nick, you remember this, obviously. But just one of the most impressive things I ever saw was how angry and pissed off Tom Brady was that a 7-on-7 drill didn't go well in the second week of training camp. It was like he had just lost the Super Bowl or something. He was so angry. I was like, yep, that's a guy he lacks perspective on life, Sean.
Yes,
and that's what I want out of my quarterback, a guy who lacks perspective on life. Yes.
I mean, we're kind of joking around a little bit, but any great competitor, the reason they are elite performers is because of that mindset.
Yes.
I mean, everybody watched The Last Dance with Michael and what he did. There's a reason they won 6, however many championships. Kobe wrote the Mamba mentality. I mean, Kobe would play a game, and he would, I was reading a book about a month or so ago, I think Tim Grover, who trained Michael and he trained Kobe, would talk about, like, they would have a schedule. So they would play a game, whatever time that was, it'd get done. If the game got done at 12:30, 1 o'clock, well, if the schedule called for him to be in the gym at 4 in the morning, Kobe was in the gym at 4 in the morning. Yeah. It wasn't publicized. Nobody was talking about that. But there's a reason why those are the greatest athletes and the greatest players of all time. It performed. But what not enough people talk about is the work that goes on behind the scenes. So it's everything that's done in the unseen areas. That's what enables you and puts yourself in a position to have success on Sundays. The days of, I'm just going to show up on game day and be able to go out there and produce, like, that's a fallacy. Like, that's a myth. That doesn't happen. So you're going to put the work in. You're going to have the right mindset. And if you want to be great, your actions have to reinforce and back those words. And those 3 players in particular, that's how they approach their job. And it was about competition. Like, competitors win. I mean, Sean, you and I go back and forth about the amount of respect I have for Marcus Freeman. Mm-hmm. But the comment that he made after it was a Georgia game or whatever it was about Riley Leonard and their team and talking about competitors find a way and competitors win, that's the truth. Yeah. Like, that's reality. So we can talk about a bunch of other BS that's out there and Instagram and all this other nonsense. In the end, it's about what goes on behind closed doors and the work. And that's what's going to enable you to have a successful career in whatever line of work that you're in.
True. Yeah, good stuff. Nick Caserio joining us on Sports Radio 610. Last one about the team here, Nick. Now that we're heading into the offseason, Derek Stingley Jr. is eligible for an extension whenever it is coming up, start of the league year, 3 years in here. What can you tell us, I guess, is that on the table for this offseason with Stingley? And we know he had a phenomenal season last year.
Yeah, no, we're always open-minded. We'll have dialogue at any different point. Derek's he's one of the best corners in the league. I don't think this is like some mystery here. So Derek's a good football player. He's improved, I would say, quite a bit from his rookie season to where he is now. So, if we have the opportunity to keep a really good football player here for a period of time, it's certainly something that we're going to explore. Those things take time. Nothing comes to fruition all at once. But, Derek's earned the opportunity here. So when those conversations and the time's appropriate, we'll engage in that dialogue. I think Derek's made some comments, the fact that he wants to be here for, a long period of time. And, we want Derek to be here. So, but nothing's really linear. These are never linear. It's just A to B. So, but it takes a little bit of work, takes a little discussion. But he's eligible, and when the time's appropriate, we'll engage with his representation. But glad Derek's here. And hopefully we can keep him as a Houston Texan here for a long time.
One of our listeners, Houston Stressens on X, had wanted us to
Not
ask
familiar
you,
with his game. Sorry.
Yeah, it's at Texans commenter.
Good follow.
Nick,
yeah.
When you're there with your little burner account or whatever, you can go check him out. Yeah. But he's a very good curator of good content. Yes. So actually, you can see a lot of notable things that your players may have said in interviews or anything, because he goes around kind of scavenging.
7 things you've said in this interview are going to be up by 10 o'clock today on.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay. Let me know how that goes. I'll ask Omar how that goes.
Talk to Omar.
So no, he was curious. He asked, or do you drink the most coffee? And I thought I don't think Nick probably drinks coffee. So I guess two-part question: do you drink coffee, and at which time of year do you drink?
Yeah, no, I have a very nuanced answer for you. So I didn't drink coffee essentially for my entire life. I wasn't really a coffee drinker, and then I actually had a conversation with our version of Lad Harris in New England. We were talking about coffee and some of the benefits, some of the antioxidants. So I said, okay, that sounds interesting. So I started drinking coffee. So now I kind of have a system. I know this is a shocking development for people, I'm sure, but it's kind of very systematic. So when I wake up in the morning, I kind of have a cup on my way to the office in the car, and then I'll have maybe another one a little bit later in the morning, and then sometimes I'll have one in the afternoon or a little bit later. And I'm one of these psychotic people that could actually drink coffee at night and not have a problem falling asleep. But I would say I'm anywhere from 2 to 3. I really don't stray higher than that. So I try to stay pretty consistent, pretty regimented. I know this is going to blow people's minds as well, but I'm a honey and coffee guy. I know that's like a foreign concept, but not really a sugar, but I like honey. So, but it's a good question. So I didn't drink coffee, but I think, like a lot of different people, we got to have an open mind and sometimes be willing to try something different. And I've been able to incorporate it into my schedule here. So call it 2 to 3 over the course of a day. No more than that.
No Dan Campbell, actually.
Hopefully that helps there.
No,
Dan and I are not on the same program, for sure.
Yeah.
I'm not on Dan's program.
I'm intrigued, though, that you just went straight to the caffeinated, because if you're doing it for health benefits, you can get a lot of the antioxidants and everything from the decaf. So I like that.
Hate iced coffee. Not an iced person. I'm a hot coffee guy.
Yeah.
So
right, no,
but
iced. Decaf versus caffeinated. You could have started
No, I'll go
decaf.
caffeinated. Yeah, I just go right for the jugular, Seth. Just go right to the caffeine. So
that's good.
Not
That's
that
your
I
vice,
need
then.
any more energy. Yeah, exactly.
I like it. Well, I knew that it would be one or the other. It'd either be you don't drink coffee at all, or you have a system for drinking the coffee. It was going to be one of those two.
One or the other.
One or the other. Text message I got to read to you, Nick, here on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. I saw the Pats and the Bills in Buffalo one year. The Pats were up by like 30, and they had to call a timeout because Brady was MFing people up and down, and Belichick refused to let the water boys onto the field because he didn't think the players deserved it. Is that accurate?
That's probably all true, and that's happened multiple times. Yeah, there would be times in training camp where Bill would have some select words to the trainers, basically get the effing water out of there, even though it was 95 degrees. So that happened.
Feels like a union gripe right there.
Well, you know what, man? I don't know about you guys, but just I know it wasn't that uncommon. Nick and I grew up in an era where a lot of football coaches thought that if you drank too much water, you'd cramp. So they'd squirt it in your mouth, and you had to swish it around and spit it out.
Oh my God!
Yeah, we've come a long way.
Now we have hydration parties, so we want to make sure that the players are hydrated. So yes, that's accurate.
Hey, Nick, lastly, probably a take on the. I didn't text you about this before or anything, so I'm doing this blindly. I'm guessing you have a take on the Alex Bregman contract, and maybe even, I don't know how much attention you've been paying to the Boston end of things and Rafael Devers. I know you follow all this stuff.
It's interesting. I thought we were going to lead the show off with some Houston Astros baseball spring training talk.
We talked about it, actually, believe it or not.
I haven't really studied the nuances. I'm sure there's some back and forth up there. I mean, Bregman's a really good player, did a lot of great things for the Astros organization. I'm sure he'll help the Red Sox. So it doesn't sound like Devers wants to move. So maybe they can find, like, a spot between shortstop and third base to put both of those guys and like have a pre-built-in shift or something like that.
There you go.
But no, I mean, I'm sure Alex will help their team and get a lot of great things for the Astros. I think the Astros are going to have a good year. I mean, as long as Framber's here, like that, I mean, like that's all I care about. So
that's your guy.
As long as he's around. So
you're a Framber guy.
He's, I'm sorry.
Jordan.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I do like Framber. Framber's got game. Yeah, Framber's got game. I'm a massive Jordan fan. Yeah, when Jordan, when I'm flipping through the channels, which isn't often, and he's at the plate, like I'm gonna watch.
Yes, he is a stop and watch guy for sure. Nick Caserio, Texans Executive Vice President and GM. Nick, we've kept you long enough. We know you got a combine to get to. We always appreciate the insight and the conversations, and we'll catch up with you soon. Thank you very much.
Appreciate the discussion. Thanks, fellas.
Thanks. Nick Caserio joining us here. A lot of good stuff coming out of that. Some good Brady anecdotes came out of that.
And I got excited when he talked about CJ's lower body strength because he did. CJ was sturdier looking this year, and I thought there were times where he kind of powered through contact in a way that he didn't. And he had talked about it last year, but that's something that can continue to get better as he probably addresses it more and thinks about himself different. That's a transition for some quarterbacks when they get to the NFL is like. CJ spent so many years with so many people telling him with good intent, hey, you're a pocket quarterback. Don't let him try to pigeonhole you into anything else. You got to be a pure pocket passer. And in today's NFL, everything has just changed. It's been flipped on its head to now being a pure pocket passer is actually a negative more so than a positive. And his ability and his willingness to run as the season went along and to realize and kind of make those judgments, okay, when do I need to run, when do I scramble, all of those, that's part of his growth process. And I think he's physically, he looks physically more capable of handling the punishment, and he had to handle a lot of punishment. Hopefully next year he's even that much more sturdy on the lower body, but also doesn't have to take as much punishment.
Yeah, getting some text rolling in on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. I love that Nick is not afraid to admit that he listens to the media. That's from Derwin. #Sting. Yeah, Nick listens to. I'm not saying listens to everything about the Texans. Like Nick is very plugged in general with a lot of media about a lot of topics. He's a very informed guy outside of football. I think what Derwin is referring to there is I think it was on the Pivot podcast where he said, I think that's the only interview I've seen him do this offseason, where he said he wants to be a Texan for his whole career. Yeah. Nick acknowledged that that had gotten back to him. He'd either seen it or someone told him about it.
I think most GMs get fed curated information by their staff. So, and it's one of those things where you love to talk about how you don't listen to the outside noise, but you live in a reality where, a lot of the players are going to hear the outside noise, and it's going to affect the way they might perceive things. So you got to try to manage it as much as possible without being overly fixated on it. You got to know, like, okay, this thing's a huge headline, or this thing is viral on social media, and it's something that could be a distraction. So I think that Nick understands that part of it. And he also, because we had a conversation with him last year about shifting with the times and understanding that the world in which these young players live these days is way different than it was 10 or 20 years ago, that you have to account for social media, the media in general, and all of that it is going to affect guys' emotions or the way they perceive things. Yeah.
2 coffee texts off of the Jim Adler Texas Hammer text line. 1, no mayo in your coffee, Nick? Damn, I'm mad that I didn't ask that as a follow-up. Good job, texter. And someone saying, Nick has just become my new best bud. 2 to 3 cups with honey. Bam. I'm going to give that
honey
a try.
Honey in the coffee was that isn't that common, I don't think. No. Honey in the tea, go for it. Yeah. I might have to try. I'm a black coffee guy, so. Yeah.
You're a maniac.
I'm more
yes, very much so.
Yeah.
All right, yeah.
Now that I say that, if he hears me say that I'm more Spartan than him, now he's definitely getting rid of the honey.
Oh, he's switching to black coffee right now as we speak. All right, Payne and Pendergast. All right, a couple things coming out of that conversation that I think are significant, or at least should be revisited. And we will do that coming up next. If you're just jumping in now, you missed about 45 minutes with Nick Caserio, which you can get on the rewind, you can get on the podcast. Good conversation with the Texans GM. Now, if you're just waking up and you weren't able to hear that conversation, I would say maybe you're a little lazy, not knowing what your job is, of course. But one of the reasons why you're sleeping so late on a weekday, maybe because you just don't get good sleep. You're getting like 2 hours of good sleep over a 9-hour period instead.
American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast. All right, we just finished up our conversation with Nick Caserio. We'll have some cuts a little later on in the show. We'll revisit some of the big items from that interview. I don't know, Seth. We asked him about Diggs and the conversations leading up to the voiding of the contract. Nick made much less of a big deal out of this past Monday than we were probably making out of it. It sounded to me like they kind of knew this was that Diggs was going to want to hit free agency at some point.
Yeah, which wasn't. I don't know. That wasn't a. I think we were pretty open about, or at least I had said the other day that I didn't expect the Diggs to come back. That it would be a pleasant surprise if he did. But it just makes sense that, for one, when they restructured that deal, they basically made it a one-year deal. And that, two, that you made the point that, man, he's still in the middle of his rehab. To get a really good feel for what his actual value is, that deal, the best deal might not come until July or so, when he can look at, hey, from Diggs' standpoint, it's after the draft, so teams know what their needs are and are not. And then B, he's got a good feel for whether he's really close to being ready to go, can work out for teams, all of that. So it doesn't surprise me that, A, the Texans are open to having him back, or B, that there wasn't really seemingly an aggressive attempt to try to get him back now.
Yeah, that's the big thing.
Texans got to cover their own butts, too.
For sure.
You don't want to sign Diggs and then all of a sudden he's got complications in his rehab.
No question. So we actually have that one. So here was Nick Caserio, where we asked him, was there significant conversation leading up to Monday, the void date on Stephon Diggs' contract, and are they open to him coming back and re-signing in free agency?
Absolutely open to that concept. I think kind of the way we've handled it, we have 25-ish or so players whose contracts are set to expire here when the new league year starts in the middle of March. As it pertains to Steph, I would say that was more of a semantical thing more than anything else. I don't think anybody is surprised by that little nuance. Essentially, it was a kind of a one-year contract, and he was going to be a free agent. So we're going to have dialogue with all of our players who will be free agents. We'll have discourse back and forth, and there's going to be players who we end up re-signing. There's going to be players that end up going to other teams. There's going to be players that are going to want to see what their market is, what's the value of their market. That's just what free agency is about. Free agency is driven by supply. Discussion back and forth. Everything is pretty fluid. So had a good relationship with Steph and his representation, and we enjoyed having Steph in the building. So the door is always open. I think a number of players have expressed sentiments and interest in potentially returning to our team next season. So we never rule anything out. So we're going to be open-minded and kind of work through the process here. Things will probably pick up over the next few weeks, and then obviously when you have the call it legal tampering period, which will be preceded by the illegal tampering period, which will take place at the Combine, we'll probably have a pretty good idea of kind of where everybody is going to situate and kind of what the market looks like.
That was salty Nick right there for a little bit. That was good. You laughed hard at that one.
Yeah. Well, and then we joked about it afterwards. He said, "Yeah, you always hear about these deals that were agreed to at the Combine." Like, oh, and it's weird.
February 20th. Okay.
It's always interesting that Florio only selectively goes after certain. You always feel like with Florio, it's whether or not it was one of his agents that feeds him information.
Right.
If it was one of his agents involved, then he's not going to make a big deal out of it.
He
doesn't go full HOA Florio.
He is selectively vigilant, Florio. Yes.
Yeah, he's an HOA president who has favorites.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Old Miss McGillicuddy gets to have whatever color mailbox she wants.
Right.
Yeah.
She has good cookouts. Yeah. So I thought, look, as far as that free agency and bringing guys back, that's never going to be a topic where I think Nick totally shows his cards. I read what he said right there at surface level to say on Diggs coming back. As far as the time frame goes, that's a really interesting thing, Seth. I wonder what the dollar amount that Stephon Diggs would need to be offered out the chute of free agency, because I think teams are going to come after Stephon Diggs on March 13th or whatever the day is where you can start talking to him and make offers to him. But that knee is going to be baked into those offers probably, right? That he's only what would it be? Maybe like 5 months removed from tearing his ACL, which is you still have some runway left to get fully healthy. I wonder what the dollar amount would be for Stefon Diggs to get from a team to say, okay, this is probably not the max I feel like I could get, but if they're going to give this to me when I've still got 3 months left in my rehab or whatever, and it's the team who it is may depend on that. That's going to be that's one of the most intriguing free agents right there because of that. Like, does Diggs wait? Because if you wait, then some of the teams you might want to go to have already spent all their money in free agency.
Right. But I think also you have to look at it from Diggs' desire to also play well. I think there's two things. One is he's still at an age where, whether it's realistic or not, he might think, all right, I might have one more big contract in there or a really respectable contract. So he could be in a position where I want to get good money this year, but I also want to go somewhere where I can
Ball
showcase
out.
myself. Yeah, or ring chase, whatever it might be. That it's somewhere in the middle there. That he wants to find a right fit, but also not top of the market money. And it's just best. It's best for a player in his situation to wait until July.
Yeah.
And then training camp, there's injuries that come in and all that. So, and he's that much better at working out that let's see. If I had to put an over/under on when Stefon Diggs signs a new contract. I don't think it's in. I'd say July 15th.
July 15th. Okay, that's right before training camp. Which may also factor into that. Like, is Stefon Diggs may be at a level of veteranness. We know he loves to practice and he loves the work and all that stuff. We saw it for a full season, or at least a full off season here. But Diggs may be at that stage of his career where he just, doesn't feel like going through the offseason program with the team. Like, I'm going to go work out on my own, and I'm happy. And I think he loves training camp. Like, we saw that last year. Like, I think he really does love that. Now, maybe with a knee injury now, maybe it gets managed a little bit differently. Maybe he has a different perspective on it than before. Yeah. July 15th, boy, that's a good date. That's a good number there, Book of Seth. Now.
I think, and then from the Texans standpoint, we talked earlier. Look, they have the 25th draft position. That looks like it's a really good spot to still have a crack at multiple different receivers who are worthy of being drafted in the first round. And that's where the Texans got to make their decisions based on what happens in the draft. A decision about Stefon Diggs right now, bringing back a guy who's coming off an ACL, who's 31 years old, to have that plus a first-round pick and whatever else you do in the draft, I think everything's just a lot clearer if you wait until after the draft to sign a veteran guy who's coming off an injury.
I like your idea the other day when it comes to free agency and the wide receivers, which was when we were going through that list. I think it was PFF. Pro Football Focus had a list, and Hollywood Brown was like the 6th or 7th wide receiver on the list. Yeah. He was below Stefon Diggs, well below T. Higgins, obviously, a couple other guys. I think shopping for specificity with that wide receiver room is going to be more cost effective, and I think the hope is that you've got an offensive coordinator who is more inclined to be, who's more wired to be able to take advantage of what guys do well. That's, at the very least, that's the rhetoric right now that Nick Caserio is putting out there, is that I'm a guy who takes guys and puts them in the best position to succeid. They need a speed guy. They don't have a speed guy right now.
Right, downfield speed, and Hollywood Brown has that. And he's had one 1,000-yard season in his career, and it was just a smidgen above 1,000. So I think that Hollywood Brown is another one of these guys that I think has benefited greatly in the perception of him by having a really cool name.
Yeah, he's the Kool-Aid McKinstry of wide receivers.
Yeah. There's almost something about wait, he's fast and his name is Hollywood.
Yeah.
Give him $27 million a year.
Exactly.
No, I think he's a really good compliment to Nico Collins. That isn't going to be a huge price tag. Yeah. That's intriguing to me.
Yep.
Book I think benefited greatly by having it's not a sexy name, but I think it gives
unique.
I think people they think Booger McFarland has more personality than he does because his name is Booger.
Yes,
it sticks out in your mind,
Text message, Jim Adler, Texas Hammer text line. This is from 1805. Kick Diggs out the door. Don't let him back in. Wow,
Don't let him back in.
Yeah. Well, he's out the door. He's going to be a free agent. He's not under contract anymore.
Does anybody think that Stefon Diggs was somehow an issue or a problem or something?
He was the opposite.
On the team?
I think he was the opposite.
Right. He was a model citizen in a lot of regards, and I think he was a good mentor to the younger guys.
I do, yeah. I think to the extent that I think that if I'm evaluating the Stefon Diggs trade and trying to give it a grade, now that the book is closed, essentially closed. Nick acknowledged that Steph Diggs could be back, but let's pretend the story is over, that we've read the last page, the book is closed. Part of my grade will be, would involve actually getting feedback from people who were in that wide receiver room on the offensive side of the ball as to, especially with the young receivers, are there things that you watch Diggs do or little hints that he gave you? And I would add the defensive backs to that, too. We saw Diggs talking to Stingley and guys like that, and Lassiter a lot out at practice. Is there an element to some of the things you do and the way you handle your business that you learn from Stefon Diggs? If that's the case, then there is sort of a residual effect of having that guy in the building as sort of a mentor in there.
There is also, there's a lot of guys in their 30s on this team, and I can't remember what the Texans' average roster age was, but sometimes when you've got coming off injury, that you don't want too many of those guys. Yeah. It's nice to have their veteran expertise and everything. But Danico Autry is going to be 35 years old. Jimmy Ward is 33 and looks all of it. He's just become more injury prone. You've got Robert Woods and just the guys who were here at the end of the season. I don't know. I was just shocked that Neville Hewitt's 31 years old. He seems perpetually like the young guy that, hey, he might just break through.
Yeah, doing it a while.
But it's for Stefon Diggs coming back onto the team. There's a part of it that's just like, man, I feel like we've got enough veteran leadership, and I don't need more guys in their 30s that might be injury issues or what have you. So I wouldn't frame it kick him out the door because A, he's already out the door, but B, also that gives the impression that somehow he was a bum or something, or he was a bad influence. I've got zero bad memories of Stefon Diggs other than his injury. Yeah. I thought he was great while he was here.
100% with you on that. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, we'll circle back to Nick Caserio and our conversation with him in the 9 o'clock hour. But up next, the faces of this NFL offseason. There's big names that are sort of the faces and the either trades or free agents that are going to be the first dominoes that fall and set the stage for the rest of the offseason. I've got about 8 or 9 names here. Which are the most intriguing? Is there any chance that any of these guys wind up a Houston Texan? We will talk about that coming up next. But first, Beck's Prime. Oh, yeah.
Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we'll get back to more of our conversation with Nick Caserio in the 9 o'clock hour. If you missed it, he joined us today, talked for about 45 minutes. Good conversation. You can get it on the Payne and Pendergast podcast. I would recommend you subscribe to that. You can get it on the Odyssey app, on the Rewind. I would imagine some of the fellas on the shows throughout the rest of the day will be playing cuts from it as well. Good conversation as he heads to the Combine next week. Nick Caserio and the staff going to find some new Houston Texans over the next few months. Speaking of which, I would say last year, Seth, as the NFL's gotten more fluid with player movement, particularly quarterbacks and big name contract players, like Myles Garrett requesting a trade, that was stuff that just didn't happen 7 or 8 years ago. It didn't feel like it did, at least. And probably getting accommodated when all is said and done by the Cleveland Browns. The fluidity of the quarterback market. We know the Texans aren't in the quarterback market, but Diggs was one of those guys last year. Like, Diggs was a guy who Bovada or Sports Online put out odds on what team he was going to play for. Everybody knew he wanted to be traded, and the Texans were in on that market. They ended up getting Stephon Diggs. I don't know if I feel like any of the names I've got in front of me here are going to be Houston Texans this time around.
And I think, honestly, that the one illustration of the old and the new was I remember listening to Michael Lombardi during training camp on the Pat McAfee show. Michael Lombardi is an old NFL guy. He was a GM and with the Patriots forever. And he was talking about Davante Adams and saying, no, this is the NFL. Players don't just request trades and then get them. That's not the way it works. I'm like, what the? Have you not been paying attention for the past 5-10 years?
Yeah.
Like this, and ultimately Davante Adams got traded. It totally works that way in the modern NFL.
Yes. And Davante Adams once again is on that list this year, right? I mean, because he's under contract to the Jets, right? They could cut him, I'm guessing, or whatever. And he could end up being – I've seen lists where he's a cap casualty, Davante Adams. I've got a handful of names in front of me here that I think these are going to be the names that get talked the next, say, 4 to 6 weeks before it becomes hardcore draft season. Once free agency's over, everybody kind of turns the page. But call it the next 4 weeks or so because free agency starts about a month from now. Myles Garrett's the big one. I expect there's a 0% chance the Texans are in on any Myles Garrett talk.
No, that wouldn't make any sense at all.
Nope.
Given what the Texans have for this season at the edge rusher position, and that you're going to have to pay Will Anderson coming up here within a few years, and it just doesn't make any sense. I'd love to have him on the team, but it doesn't make any sense.
I think it's safe to say they're not going to be on any of the quarterbacks. Sam Darnold will be a big name that gets talked about in free agency. Aaron Rodgers is already a big name that's being talked about because he's not going to be a New York Jet next year. So I don't think that obviously they're not in on any of those guys. I think once again we're back to where they may be in on some of these wide receivers, possibly, right?
In free agency.
In free agency,
not the trade market guys.
Well, maybe even maybe even the trade market too.
Okay, well, which receivers then?
I would say, right now it would have to be a trade for Davante Adams, Deebo Samuel, and Cooper Kupp because they're all under contract. But maybe they get cut. T. Higgins is the one that's the big free agent. He's about to get franchise tagged, probably.
So a trade for T. Higgins would also be super, super pricey.
Yes.
And I don't think that's
Put Higgins
what
aside.
the Texans need to be doing. I think, man, every time I talk about which players I would want to trade for or who I would want to spend on in free agency, it just really comes back to I guess I really want them to draft a wide receiver. And I want them to draft the right wide receiver. All you got to do. Draft a wide receiver, and be sure you draft the right wide receiver.
You didn't demand Nick to make any moves this time around. When we had this pre-combine.
Because he lied to me last time.
You don't want to be lied to.
I told him to go out and draft for a defensive back during training camp, and he said he'd get right on it. and then nothing.
Well, they drafted one. You wanted him to trade for one, I think. They drafted Lassiter. Yeah.
Right. I said I wanted him to trade for a wide receiver, and he said yes. We'll get right on that.
Okay. Well,
they did not.
Okay. You just said defensive back, so that's what I was.
Right. I said trade for a defensive back. This was after the draft.
Okay.
It was like headed into free agency.
Right.
I mean, or headed into training camp.
Right. DeMarcus Robinson, ASAP, a texter says. Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. I like DeMarcus Robinson from the Rams. 7 touchdowns in 31 receptions last year. He made plays, man. Every Rams game I watched, it felt like DeMarcus Robinson was making plays. I would like him.
Okay. Let me ask you this, Sean.
Okay.
Do you have the balls?
No.
To sign Daniel Jones as a free agent, as a potential reclamation project?
No.
Oh, come on. Why are you scared?
Do I have the balls to do it? No. I don't have the balls.
I'm actually kind of intrigued.
I don't have the stomach. I don't have the chest. Whatever body part gets equated with boldness by any particular person, I've heard it various times. The chest, the guts, the balls, whatever it may be. I've got none of them to have to look at that blank stare throughout training camp, wondering why is this guy here.
Do you have the guts? Sam Darnold doesn't make any sense because Sam Darnold has already kind of had his reclam part at the end of the season, but I could totally see him getting a respectable deal somewhere as either a bridge quarterback or an experiment or just some GM that's like, I guess whatever.
Who, Darnold? Yeah. No, Darnold's going to make good money, I think, this cycle around. Like there are a lot of teams that need quarterbacks, and this isn't a good draft for quarterbacks. That's the thing. So I think Darnold's actually going to get paid more than maybe we think he is. As far as Daniel Jones goes, here's the thing, and it's not even a Daniel Jones specific thing. I just don't need the distraction of a new OC doing any sort of reclamation project with anybody. You know what I mean? Like, let's focus on CJ. Davis Mills is fine as the backup right now, and let's go. Daniel Jones is an interesting one, though, man, to see if some team does bite on it. I don't think he's going to be starting in week 1 next year, but I think some team, like there was talk of, who did I see yesterday? I think Pittsburgh maybe was talking about Daniel Jones because of the Arthur Smith element to it, where he's able to kind of dumb it down for athletic quarterbacks a little bit.
Yeah, and that was one of those things that I think was just speculation. Oh, no. It was the sports radio guy up there, the same guy that said that Deebo Samuel was definitely going to be in Pittsburgh.
Andrew Filipponi.
Yeah. So the last time I remember hearing Andrew Filipponi, it was when he basically said it's a done deal and that Deebo Samuel was going to be in Pittsburgh.
No, it was Brandon Ayuk.
Brandon Ayuk. Excuse me. Yes, Brandon Ayuk.
It was Brandon Ayuk. Yeah, he promised it. He said Brandon Ayuk will be a Pittsburgh Steeler, and he was wrong. He was wrong. He's an injured 49er. We got a text message saying, hey, because we're talking about wide receivers, any team has ever won a Super Bowl paying 2 overpriced wide receivers. Now I would probably need to dig a little bit deeper and find out what exactly the texter means by overpriced. I'm going to take that to mean expensive wide receivers. Sir or ma'am, I will point to the Philadelphia Eagles, who with an expensive quarterback just had the 3rd and 3rd and 11th highest paid wide receivers starting for them this year.
Yeah,
Devontae
you really
Smith
had to
and
dig
A.J.
deep
Brown.
for that one, Sean. That was
1 year. Here it is. Which team wins big with an overpaid wide receiver group? Even Brady lost with Randy Moss. Yeah, they did go 16-0 and lose in the last minute of the Super Bowl. What are we doing here?
Yeah, I don't even know. Listen, just put it through your own filter before you text in that question. All right? Yeah. Don't ask Sean a question that Google would have answered for you in 3 seconds, okay?
Yeah, thank you. Cooper Kupp is the one on this list that we were going through in this segment, Seth, that is, I think of the wide receivers that are available. I'm not counting Diggs because he was a Texan last year. I'm talking about guys you would bring in from other teams, either via a trade, and Kupp would probably be a lower-level trade, like a day 3 pick kind of thing, as banged up as he's been. Kupp is the one that's the most intriguing because you got the ties to Nick Caserio. When he's not injured, he's still really good. When he's fully healthy, it doesn't look like he's necessarily lost a step or anything. It's just he doesn't stay healthy all the time.
Yeah, I'm just going to be surprised if somebody trades for Kupp, unless it's a 7th-round pick because they have to take on all that contract.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make any sense. His contract is astronomically above what his actual play has been over the last couple seasons. And he's injured a bunch, and he's 31 years old. It just doesn't make a lot of sense that somebody's going to trade something respectable for him. And the Texans aren't in a position where they can just eat a bunch of salary. Yeah. So if some team is cool with eating a bunch of salary, the Commanders. I mean, the Commanders might want to – they've got a boatload of cap space, and they might just want an experienced guy out there to flesh out their wide receivers group. A team like that makes sense, but the Texans, it doesn't really make a lot of sense.
The Texans are at a stage where the math doesn't work anymore. You know, they just don't – they don't – if it was last year, like if it was last year, then – I mean, they traded for Diggs last year. You know what I mean? Like if it was last year, I would see that as – way more of a likelihood. Now, granted, Slowick was their OC last year. I think a lot of the ties to Kupp and the Texans, at least the people who are wishing this, bring up Nick Caserio every time. But Caserio knows him. He was in the building with him. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's circle back to some of the things that Nick Caserio had to say in our conversation with him. We asked him about Diggs, C.J. Stroud's offseason. One of the best answers we got, Seth, was to your question about the evaluation of defensive linemen, maybe the difference between defensive linemen and them being, a little off kilter. You were trying to get a little love for your former position group. I have the interview on that, on how the Texans view certain players. And Nick had a great quote about that, which you'll get to hear. Nick Caserio joining us earlier. That's coming up next.
Hey, you want to hear this? If you
92 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio Stay here, an Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we had Nick Caserio on a little bit earlier in the show. We talked to him for about 45 minutes. You can find that on the Odyssey app, on the Rewind feature, on the Payne and Pendergast podcast, however you want to listen to it. We've got some cuts for you here, though, if you want some of the excerpts. I loved the answer that he gave to one of your questions, Seth. It was just sort of a follow-up to the combine questions we were asking him. We asked him about what you're looking for when you're interviewing guys in the combine, and you asked a specific question about D linemen. I don't want to frame it the wrong way. What was your question to him again about?
I basically wondered whether the biggest disconnect between meetings and how a guy actually is on the defensive line.
That's right.
Because so many defensive linemen, so many good defensive linemen just have a screw loose and don't necessarily aren't the kinds of guys that are going to do great in formal interview settings. And so I wondered if do we get a little bit of a lower bar for expectations in meetings with defensive linemen?
Right. So that Nick answered the question, and I thought it led into a great sequence about what exactly the Texans are looking for in players and maybe where they give themselves some latitude in guys that are maybe a little bit different. Here's what he had to say.
We don't want just a bunch of choir boys walking through this building. Like, you need an edge. Anybody that watches us play on defense sees that we play fast, we play physical, we play with an edge, to the consternation of some people, apparently, throughout the course of the league. But when you play defense, you play with an edge, and you want the other team to feel you. So who are the players that have those qualities? You can be a maniac on the football field, and then off the field, you can be one of the best guys ever, and you want to go hang out with and have a beer or bring to church or whatever it is. And we have a number of players like that. And I would say there's no more embodiment of that than our head coach. The best human being, the best person ever. Everybody loves him. He's got a tremendous way about him. When he's on the football field, I mean, you played with him. I mean, he played physical. He plays with an edge. He coaches with energy. He has passion. Like, that's what football is about. So who are the players that have those qualities? And really, it transcends both sides of the ball. You want guys like that offensively. You need guys like that in a kicking game. So you want to build a football team with players that have a certain mindset, that play a certain way, that are good people, that are going to represent the Houston Texans, the community, in the right way, that we can all be proud of. So our job is to identify who are those players, and if he has a little bit something that maybe makes him different or puts him on the edge, all right, can you deal with it, and are you comfortable? Because, again, when you draft the player or sign the player, you're taking everything that comes along with them, and you're either going to be comfortable with it or you're not.
Yeah, I thought that was a great synopsis of how they look at guys.
It's the Charles Haley doctrine is what that is.
Yep.
That's the the most notable thing about that was
he's an extreme example, but yes.
Yeah. No, the most notable thing about all of this is that or thinks twice about it when we talk about, all right, how do you want a D'Amico Ryan's football team to look? Oh, yeah, the defense. That's the way. Oh, yeah, those guys, the way they play. There's very little of that on the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah.
You've got, if we take the quarterback out of it, because that's a whole different dynamic, if you take Nico Collins and Joe Mixon, that's pretty much it. Like, okay, those are the guys that kind of play with their hair on fire and look like they get an edge, and you're like, oh yeah, I want that guy with me in a bar fight. Very few bar fight guys on the offensive side of the ball.
Agreed.
They've done a great job of it on defense. On offense, they got a bunch of nice guys.
Yeah.
And that's where, I mean, some of that can be brought out with coaching, but some of it's just got to be the kinds of guys that you have on the roster. But the culture of the defense is so drastically different than the culture of the offense.
And I saw that answer as almost a tacit acknowledgement of that. That Nick went straight to the defense, which is great, but the offense needs to get on that level, obviously from a productivity standpoint, but I'm with you. I think from a cultural standpoint as well, I think there's a disconnect with the offense. Certainly not the connection that there is with the defense. So that was good. No choir boys. I like that. That's the second time he said that on this show. He's been coming on with us, Nick, has for about 4 years now. That's the second no choir boys we've gotten out of him in 4 years.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
he said it early on.
The all-time best no choir. They don't. It was. What did Bob McNair say when he was talking about guys with potential character issues or off-field concerns? It was, if we found out they smoked a marijuana cigarette at some point.
Yeah, kind of categorized it.
It's not that big a deal, we can work with that. But I think he said marijuana cigarette.
Yes,
which I loved.
I love that. That's great. Text message: last year in the regular season, the Texans were 10-7. Diggs played 8 games. They were 6-2 with Diggs, 4-5 without Diggs. Yeah, I think there's a correlation there. I don't know that there's a correlation enough to where you have to bring Diggs back. Like, I think there's other players you can bring in to where you would have been 6-2 in those first 8 games last year.
I can't remember. Was Stephon Diggs 31 years old coming off of an ACL injury last year?
He's not.
Just jog my memory a little bit.
He was not. Nope, he definitely
So it doesn't have to be Diggs, but yes, I think that person was probably just in response to the one texter who said to kick Diggs out the door.
Yeah.
I totally 100%. I have 0 bad memories about Stephon Diggs. Did the trade work out perfectly? Obviously not. But I'm still cool with the trade because what they intended to bring into the building, I think they got. It wasn't because of a lack of performance by Stephon Diggs that the offense couldn't take off.
Right.
The team told us in their actions a couple weeks ago that Bobby Slowick was at least a big part of the problem. And then there's other things that need to be cleaned up. But yeah, Stephon Diggs wasn't the problem. And he could have been one of the potential solutions with the way he was playing. He was playing fine.
He was playing really well. Here's Nick Caserio. We asked him about is there an extension, a possible contract extension on the table for Derek Stingley Jr.?
We're always open-minded. We'll have dialogue at any different point, when it's appropriate. I mean, Derek's he's one of the best corners in the league. I don't think this is like some mystery here. So Derek's a good football player. He's improved, I would say, quite a bit from his rookie season to where he is now. So, if we have the opportunity to keep a really good football player here for a period of time, it's certainly something that we're going to explore. Those things take time. Nothing comes to fruition all at once. But, Derek's earned the opportunity here. So when those conversations and the time's appropriate, we'll engage in that dialogue. I think Derek's made some comments. Fact that he wants to be here for a long period of time, and we want Derek to be here. So, but there's nothing's really linear. These are never linear. It's just A to B. So, but it takes a little bit of work, takes a little discussion. But he's eligible, and when the time's appropriate, we'll engage with his representation. But glad Derek's here. And hopefully we can keep him as a Houston Texan here for a long time.
I think there's a couple things that Nick has done a good job of since he's been here that make these things less dramatic than they are in other places. One is that the Texans keep most things very close to the vest. There aren't a lot of leaks. Ever since Jack Easterby left the building, ironically enough, or interestingly enough, there haven't been a lot of leaks about stuff like that.
Great point. Yes.
Yeah. And there's that, and then on the player side of things, too, we haven't had players other than Steven Nelson. Steven Nelson was the only guy that's really agitated for things and maybe said things out of turn in the offseason while these negotiations are going on. So there doesn't tend to be a lot of drama about it. Last year Nico Collins said everything perfectly. In the rare instances that he talked about it, he just flat out said, I'm not thinking about it. My agent will take care of that. It'll come when it comes. I'm not worried about it. And then lo and behold, they got an extension. But the other thing too is that they've set this precedent where they'll give guys nice deals as extensions, but they're shorter term. Yep. And the player, from the player's standpoint, hey, it's a lot of money guaranteed up front. That's nice. From the team's perspective, they're not on the hook forever if it doesn't work out. Mm-hmm. And they've done that with multiple guys now. Nico Collins' deal was 1 year shorter than a lot of the other wide receiver extensions. Yeah. Laramie Tunsil's done it a couple times where it's a shorter-term deal.
Yep.
I think that it might end up looking very similar like that with Derek Stingley. It's a 3-year extension as opposed to a 4-year extension.
Yeah, I don't know that Nick has done longer than a 3-year deal with anybody. Obviously other than your draft picks who are all signed up, it's collectively bargained that those are 4-year deals. But I don't know that with a free agent or in re-extending any of their own guys that they've gone any longer than 3 years on anybody.
It's the way football is moving, and it makes sense because of the injury factor.
Yeah.
I mean, so many variables when a guy, in terms of either aging or injury, just plummets off a cliff all of a sudden.
Yes.
So many really, really good players that all of a sudden you look up and, wow, he's just not that great anymore.
Yep.
So it's not like you're singling one guy out as, well, we don't trust you long term. It's just the reality of the way the NFL is, that you've got to have a shorter time horizon than in baseball or basketball.
That's interesting that you bring up Nico Collins and his contract, the way he handled things last year, because Derek Stingley Jr., in that same interview that Nick cited in that answer, where Stingley said he wanted to be a Texan for the rest of his career, actually, in that interview, Stingley cited Nico as a guy who, Nico was a guy who, like me, comes to the building every day during the offseason and works, and look, he got rewarded. I'm totally paraphrasing here, but he pointed out Nico Collins and the way Nico went about his business in the building, in the weight room, and things like that, physically, with a guy, Stingley was clearly equating that to being a reason that Nico got the deal that he did. So I would expect Stingley, who's a guy of few words anyways, like Stingley, I don't know that he agitates for anything, contracts or a table at a restaurant. You know what I mean? Like, he's just a totally mellow guy. I'm expecting him to get a contract extension this offseason.
I think so. And I think the other part of it, just as it was with Nico, is if a guy's had injury concerns in the past, they want to look at it and see, all right, has this guy – did he just get lucky that he was healthy this year, or was it because he learned of his body how to handle an NFL season, all of that? And I think there's an element to that with Stingley, of just getting the right routine, figuring out how to recover between games and all of that, to where it doesn't feel like just dumb luck that he was healthy this last season. And it's also nice, too, that it wasn't his actual contract year where all of a sudden he stayed healthy. There's nothing scarier than that.
No.
The guy that all of a sudden in his contract year is healthy all of a sudden, and that's a guy that you just wonder about in his motivation for the long term.
Yeah, for those who don't know, Stingley's 3 years in. He's got another year next year, and my guess is they're going to exercise his fifth-year option for 2 years from now. That decision comes in a couple of months. That shows you how good Nico was this last year, Seth, and how that contract, even at $24 million a year, was worth it this past season. The dude missed 5.5 games, and nobody is out there saying, like, bad contract, not worth it. Like, he's so good in the other 11.5 games.
But you know what? We shouldn't ignore it, though, too, that it's a pretty extensive injury history now for a young receiver.
Yep.
And when I start thinking, like, no, all you need is Nico and one complimentary receiver, like, okay, but there's going to be games most likely where Nico's not available.
Yep. Let's see here. When do we text message Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line? When do we need to handle Stroud's contract? Some of it will depend on how he plays this year. I expect he's going to play well, in which case the norm is for a highly functioning quarterback 3 years into his, they get deals after they get their big extension after the third year. It doesn't start to get painful for another couple of years. A lot of it's backloaded, but this will be this time next year. If we're not having a conversation this time next year, Seth, about C.J. Stroud's contract, something went horribly wrong in the 2025 season.
Right, and a lot of it, that's the way the NFL is these days, and it doesn't mean that it's the way it should be or anything else like that. It's just that's the way it works, and part of it is the economics of it, just that if you kick the can down the road continually with your quarterback, it ends up really being a cap headache because the franchise tag is really, really expensive. The deal that they're going to get as the cap expands, the deals are really, really expensive. And you look at the Cowboys and where they are. I mean, Dak Prescott this year, they're a team that kicks the can down the road. He's got a 40, what's his cap hit this year? Is it $47 million?
No,
it's really big.
Dude, it's big. It's like over $80 million.
It's $89 million.
$89 million.
Yeah,
it's massive.
Right. So the teams get into that third year, and they're at this point where, all right, we either pay him now, and even if you don't feel awesome about it, if he does work out, then we're not in this position where he's got a $90 million cap figure at some point down the road.
Right.
So that's and they've done this a couple times now with Dak Prescott. This time it's not his franchise. It's off of his last deal.
Yeah.
The first time around, they didn't extend it. He ended up getting that same huge. He got the huge deal. The next year would have been.
Text message. That's my GM talking about Roger Clemens' big ass.
Yeah.
He brought that
and
up.
Nolan Ryan.
And Nolan Ryan,
well, Nolan Ryan was one of the first pitchers to be hardcore into weightlifting.
Yep.
Yeah.
It worked out
Clemens
pretty well.
had a big ass.
We got that as a cut?
Clemens
Or
had a big ass.
As a hotkey? I love
Then
that.
when I made one of my infamous name swap errors and I said Jalen Hurts, I said Jaden Daniels when I meant Jalen Hurts. And we were talking about lower body strength.
Well,
Jaden Daniels is not a guy I think of when I think of like massive lower body.
No, it was a good thing that those two are so different.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I probably would have just rolled with it. I'm like, he must be talking about so and so. But
Yeah,
like
thank you.
Jaden Daniels is like a like rail thin.
Good job catching me on that one, Sean. Sean, I never get offended when you correct me when I'm wrong. I get offended when you correct me and you're wrong.
Yeah.
That's when I get offended. But I'll try to be more tolerant because I know that puts a lot of pressure on you.
Well, when it often happens, it did the other day. It happened. It's because I don't hear you correctly. There's a lot of stuff
Right.
going on in the studio. When it happened the other day, Reggie and John are coming in. Byron's in my ear, and I misheard you about the Daniel Jones thing. So it's cool. Like it's
No, I got to remember that you're trying. It's not like you're being a jerk about it or anything. You're trying to help me out. And I got to remember that
you asked me to do that. You know.
No.
Yeah.
I asked you to do it when I need correcting.
Right.
But I need to understand that there's times when you're correcting me where you're inaccurately correcting is ultimately a Seth problem. It's because I do need correcting because I screw up names.
I'm
so
not
often.
perfect either, so that's the thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Everybody texting in trade for Garrett Wilson. I want to put a stop to it. They're not trading for Garrett Wilson. I respect you listening to the show and inquiring and bringing it up, and let's spitball a little bit. But I just want to I want to crush your dreams right now. They're not trading multiple first-round picks to pay $32 million to a wide receiver. They're not doing that, the Texans.
I hope they trade for Garrett Wilson this afternoon.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I do too.
No. Not for the sake of the team, just so you can be wrong.
I know.
That's all.
It'd be good. It'd be good. People memeing me and stuff like that. Man, I'm not about right or wrong. I'm about the absolute value of the emotion that you drive with people. Yeah, I hope I'm wrong on it. That'd be fun.
I wonder if Jaden Daniels does come back thick next year. That'd be pretty. If he came back like 15 pounds heavier.
Would you even notice? I guess you would if he's that bird rail thin. Like it's a little like Bregman. Like remember last year, like Alex Bregman put on 25 pounds. I'm like, he looks exactly the same.
Oh, I'm so tired of the Alex Bregman bogus weight reports. It was in any given year. Oh, he's lost 20 pounds. No, this year he gained 20. That dude's too small for 25 pounds not to look different. You can't, when you're that small, if you gain 25 pounds, I'm going to freaking notice it. So don't lie to me and tell me you gained 25 pounds.
We got to plant that with Ted up there and get Ted forwarding that narrative and get everybody agitated about it up in Boston. The Alex Bregman weight theme. All right, in next segment, and it's about C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud's offseason has looked a little different this year than it did this time last year. We asked Nick Caserio about that. We'll hear from the Texans GM coming up next. West Point Lincoln, Katy Freeway exit Kirkwood, and the spring.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
It's an interesting text here that we got on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. We'll hear from Nick Caserio in just a second on C.J. Stroud's offseason. The question is, it's 2021 texts in, are players excited to be drafted by the Texans?
That's a really good question in that, A, yes, I think they are, and B, I don't think they always were. There would definitely have been a phase a couple of years back where they wouldn't have been excited about getting drafted to the Texans. Now, offensively and defensively, I think you look at it as a team that, A, on offense has a good quarterback. And, yes, they underperformed last year, at least according to what they were on paper. But people are still very high on C.J. Stroud. Yeah. It's really hard to find anybody anywhere that looks at last year's season and thinks, oh, yep, that's just proof that C.J. Stroud is overrated or anything. I think people are still very much intrigued by C.J. Stroud. Now, they're all going to tell you that C.J. Stroud sucks, but amongst the people that watch the film and everything. And then on the defensive side of the ball, if I'm a defensive player and I get drafted to the Texans, and if I actually watch the NFL, hell yeah. Oh, my God, yeah. Because for one, they do a lot of things that pop off the screen when you're just scrolling through and watching NFL Red Zone or what have you. You got defensive backs that have had a boatload of interceptions. You've got a really good pass rush by the edge rushers. So if I'm a defensive tackle that goes there or anywhere in the defensive backfield, I look at that as a place that's going to be fun to play and that they get a lot out of their players.
Yes. The Texans defensively should have their pick of the litter in free agency every year, Seth, of the guys that were like Tyrann Mathieu back in 2018. The guys who are either coming off of injury or maybe they're a free agent at a position that's a little top-heavy and overloaded, and they're not getting what they think they should get. All the guys that are thinking, I'm going to go get a one-year deal and prove that I'm worth more than that, kind of like what Dalton Schultz did on the offensive side of the ball, but I think Honey Badger is more the analogy because it's the defensive side, and they should, especially in the front seven and especially on the defensive line, if you're a defensive lineman who's a free agent who thinks you're worth more than what the market is telling you you're worth, you should come to the Houston Texans.
They've got a track record of getting these guys paid or getting better contracts or whatever it might be.
Yes.
So, yes, there's that. And then I think even we talked a couple of days ago about Justin Reed and, amongst former Texans that are free agents, under maybe acrimonious circumstances where they weren't getting along with the team.
Yep.
Justin Reed left, and he's never said a peep bad about the Texans since or anything. He's a free agent. I don't think the Chiefs are going to be able to retain him. I would think Justin Reed would love the opportunity to come back and play in Houston. Now, that doesn't mean the Texans are going to go after him, but his ability to play all over the place, added to Kalen Bullock as a free safety, and then also having Jalen Petrie playing in that star position, that would be with those two cornerbacks. That could be a whole lot of fun.
Yeah,
a lot of fun.
Yeah, he's probably a guy that's a little pricey for the Texans, but the way you lay that out, putting money aside briefly and just envisioning that, holy crap, he was really good for the Chiefs those 3 years. Like Justin Reed played very well for them.
And a lot of the things that the Chiefs are able to do defensively, it's when you've got guys like Justin Reed who are versatile but also super smart and can line up all over the place and can disguise and do a lot of things that really give offenses headaches. He would be a lot of fun to have on this defense. I don't think it's going to happen, but I think because the original question was, are guys excited to find out they're drafted by the Texans? I think likewise with free agents, as you've been saying, I think a lot of free agents, especially on the defensive side of the ball, but also on the offensive side of the ball just because of the presence of C.J. Stroud.
Yes, no doubt. No doubt about that. All right, speaking of C.J. Stroud, here was Nick Caserio. We asked him, hey, C.J. this time last year was coming off of a Radio Row appearance, went to the Pro Bowl out there doing interviews, which the Texans don't have big issues with or anything like that, but it looks like at least early on that CJ is attacking the offseason a little bit different. What can you tell us about that?
I think CJ's work ethic is unmatched. He cares a lot about football, has a lot of confidence and belief in himself. And there's some things that we've talked to him about that, hey, here's 2 or 3 things that, we think you can focus on in the offseason. So whenever that clock starts, the clock starts. But we have a number of players that are usually, they start to come in the building in February and train on their own because the offseason doesn't start until April 21st. But by the same token, if you want to be good at your job, you have to invest time and energy into being good at your job. So in the end, it's about the work. So everything starts with the work. So you got to just show up, continue to improve, put one foot in front of the other, try to stack days on top of days. We have a number of players in here. A lot of players are rehabbing and kind of going through the offseason, sort of that process. But then we have some other players that are going to be here on their own training. We have every resource that a player needs right here in our building. So our staff who's with the players on a daily basis, we got more data that we can shake a stick at so we can monitor everything. So we have everything that we feel that we have everything that the players need here in our building. So we're excited to get started. And whenever they show up, and hopefully they're ready to work with the right mindset. But CJ will be ready to go. I would expect him to have a good offseason and get himself ready to go for the 25 season. So we can all go out there and hopefully have a successful season.
What did you win?
There were two things. There was I was going to ask you, actually, when he said, we gave CJ 2 or 3 things to work on in the offseason, I was going to ask you if you had to give CJ Stroud 2 or 3 things to work on this offseason, what they would be. The part that you're thinking about, that last part there, almost felt like it was a sales pitch to the guys who don't work out here in the offseason to come work out here in the offseason. Where he's like, I don't know why he would tell Payne and Pendergast that they've got every resource in the building and they've got all the trainers and they've got everything else. It's because the pitch of his voice went up a little bit at the end. He was he was very emphatic about all the resources they have in the building there, because we know there are several Houston Texans that choose to work on their own.
I'm going to answer your first question in a minute. I'll let my subconscious work on it while I bring up what caught my ear. It was when he talked about they have every resource that they need. He also answered a question that a lot of you have asked and that I've had myself. He talked about the VR goggles that Jaden Daniels has been using, or the VR, the virtual reality training system that Jaden Daniels has been using. And I asked him about that on behalf of you, dear listener. But the one thing he said was that he said 2 really interesting things. He said that if a player wants a resource, we'll try to go out and get it for him. But he also said it's with a lot of those things, especially with the VR, it comes down to whether the player or not. So this would be a good question for CJ the next time somebody gets a chance to talk to him. Because with VR, if you have any experience with virtual reality at all, you know that some people respond to it differently than others. I mean, some people, it gives them vertigo and headaches and everything. You just don't respond to it well. There's others when it comes to the actual functional use of it, where some guys just don't like it. And Caserio told a really funny story about Tom Brady almost throwing the headset away because he disliked it so much. It sounded to me like if it was something that CJ wanted, they would probably go out and get it, and maybe they've had that conversation with him. But for those of you who don't know, Jaden Daniels works with a virtual reality system that LSU actually developed alongside these German scientists who had already done it for soccer, and it's been very, very good for Jaden Daniels. As far as what to work on, I think a lot of it with CJ is as much about the balancing of playing within scheme versus when to improvise or when to pull it down and run. Nick alluded to the fact that CJ got better at taking the easy money as the season went on. That's something we saw and noticed. He was getting more comfortable just checking the ball down, and he was better with that. So I think that's a big part of it, and a lot of that is just mental reps of just kind of really in going through game situations and knowing when you need to be aggressive or when it's best to just take the easy money. That's a lot of that stuff that there's almost – I think CJ knows all that stuff intellectually. The repping. And he showed progress with that this year. He just needs to keep getting better at it. Well,
and with the new OC, I mean, obviously one of the things you're working on is getting in that new playbook, learning the terminology and things like that. It's
and I think some of it too is with Slowick, some of the issue was that they would do things that were later developing, and CJ's trying to balance out like, all right, do I wait for this to develop? But do I trust the pass protection while I'm waiting for all of that? And that's what makes it really, really hard. It's like learning how to be a marksman. Okay, that's one thing. Now be a marksman from a galloping horse. And it felt like he was riding a galloping horse as he's trying to make all these decisions this year. Everything's unstable because the pass protection was so shoddy.
All right, if you missed it, we had Nick Caserio on. As you can tell, we played some of that audio about 2 hours ago. You can listen to it on the Odyssey app, listen to it on our podcast. Good interview, good conversation. I know I've already talked to Reggie and John. They've got points from that interview that they're going to be hitting on their show, so we'll be revisiting that all day long here on Sports Radio 610. Up next, if you missed it earlier, the drama for our good friend, our departed friend, Alex Bregman, has not been tamped down at all in Boston. He's learning he's got a new set of teammates big time up in Boston. We've got the audio to prove it. We'll have that for you coming up next. Real quick, also, Slam Dunk in Vegas contest. Listen for an hour a day. If you haven't heard about this contest, listen up right now. Hour a day on Sports Radio 610 on the Odyssey app, and you could win a contest for you and 3 friends to go to Circa in Vegas college tournament. How great does that sound? Extra $20K in your pocket to spend while you're there. Just download the Odyssey app, listen for an hour each day, and you'll get your daily entry in the Slam Dunk in Vegas contest.
Underdog, one of the
Details. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, final segment. We'll talk to the guys on In the Loop in just a minute. If you missed it earlier, we only hit this one time. We'll hit it again here. We've been Caserio heavy on the show today, rightfully so. Good conversation with the Texans GM a little bit earlier on the show. You can get it on the Payne and Pendergast podcast on the Odyssey app. But Alex Bregman's been not in Boston, but with the Red Sox for just a few days now. And the first 3 days have had a little drama swirling around them. Rafael Devers does not want to give up his position at third base.
No.
He was even asked about moving to DH. What did he say?
No.
Said no. So Bregman, we'll hear from Bregman in a second on this. Bregman is handling it exactly how you would think he's handling it. But the gasoline that got thrown on the fire yesterday, at least from our view here, maybe this is normal up in Boston, I don't know. But Tristan Casas, the first baseman for the Red Sox, was asked about this position struggle between Bregman and Rafael Devers over who's going to play third base right now, and was asked his take on it. I think 99 said, not my job, above my pay grade. That's Alex Cora's job.
Whatever's best for the team is what's going to happen.
Exactly.
And just, yep.
Tristan Casas, for purposes of content, this is fantastic. He actually had an actual take on it here.
I think it's Rafi Devers' position. I think he's the third baseman, and at that point, that's where it stands. And he's done it for a really long time now. And I think he's only getting better at that position. I think his defense is getting better every single year. We don't know what the future holds, but we know it holds Rafi Devers. So I think he's got to play defense. It's going to keep him athletic, and he's going to hit because of him being at third base. He doesn't know any other position. He doesn't want to play any other position, and he's going to fight for it, even if it's with any of the younger guys, any new guy. I think he's the best third baseman in the league. I wouldn't take anybody over him. So I think he should play third base. Yeah.
So you think Bregman should play second? Rafi plays third.
I think Bregman should play second base. Yeah. I think he's going to make the transition well. I think he's athletic enough to, and I think Trevor, is going to play an awesome shortstop.
Okay. I get the spirit of it. Casas has been a teammate of Devers for a much longer time than he's been a teammate of Alex Bregman. He's been a teammate of Bregman.
3.5 years.
Yeah, 3.5 years versus 3 days for Bregman. So I understand the sentiment. It's an awful take. He's not getting...
It's getting better defensively. He's not the best third baseman in the league. He's the best hitter who plays third base.
Yes.
He's bad defensively. The best thing for the Red Sox is for Bregman to play third base, and that's all there is to it. I guess Cass is a guy that just will not stop talking about anything and everything all the time, and it's starting to wear out some Red Sox fans. Others, as we get in these situations, will stand up for Casas because he's just speaking his truth.
Yeah.
Then you guys just are a bunch of haters if you don't want a guy to speak his truth. But it's drama, and it's all through no fault of Alex Bregman. Bregman just being a really good defensive player is the only thing that's causing any of this.
Causing it, yeah. Because there's no argument Devers is the better offensive player than Bregman. Peak offensive Bregman has been gone for 5 years now. Like, he's not done anything close to resembling what he did in 2019, where he almost won the MVP award.
Yeah. So Devers, though, the only real argument against it would be, all right, is Devers going to be so challenged by playing second base that it hurts him at the plate, I suppose. That's, but from a team standpoint, no. This isn't even close to when Jeter didn't want to go to third base when A-Rod got there, even though that's what he should have done if he actually cared about the team. But it's like there's a drastic difference between these two.
What's interesting about Casas having that take is the talk is Devers would move to first base, which is Casas' position. So there's all kinds of moving parts with this whole thing. And the big thing is, like, does Devers want to be a DH? Incredibly, he does not want to be. He does not want his workload cut in half.
No.
I understand that part of it is just looking at yourself. I'm a baseball player. I want to play offense. I want to play defense.
It's fun. He has fun doing it. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
You know? Here's Alex.
At some point. Now this is a thing. If Bregman manages to actually get off to a fast start this year, and then Devers commits 3 errors in his first 2 weeks or something. That's where there'd be no reason for the Red Sox fan base to be out on Bregman. Then it could get really interesting.
Yeah. Oh boy, the potential for you mix in what Alex Bregman's patterns have been with slow start. Yeah, this is an interesting soap opera to follow up.
This would be a lot more fun with this, and this would be a lot more fun for us if Bregman was more like Jeff Kent or something.
Oh yeah.
If he were kind of a known a-hole and that he was part of the drama, but Bregman's going to take the high road on all of this.
He did. He took it yesterday. Here's Alex Bregman yesterday, his first non-press conference media session.
He wanted to be the third baseman yesterday.
No, I'm super excited to just be his teammate. He's a great player. I think everybody in this clubhouse is worried about winning, and whatever it takes to help the team win. That's all I'm focused on, and I'll play wherever AC tells me to play.
What if you're just conversations and interactions, I guess, the first couple days here?
They've been great. We've been having a lot of fun. We've been taking ground balls back here, doing our work together, talking about winning, talking about baseball, talking about excited for the season. Last night we all got together, had dinner. It was great.
Because of that, were you maybe a little surprised that he kind of said the things that he said about?
No. No.
Is that the mentality the team wants a guy to have, like, this is my position, I want to fight for it, I want to keep it?
I think everybody here believes in their abilities, and I think all of us believe that if we all put together a good effort this season, we have a really good chance of being a winning baseball team. And for me, I can only talk for myself, but I'll play wherever that helps the team win.
You're known as just, a clubhouse leader and kind of a clubhouse guy too, obviously in addition to the stuff on the field, but like how important is it for you to just kind of make sure everything kind of gets off on the right foot and everything and just make sure it's
Well, I think everybody here has the right mentality right now. Everybody here in camp is focused on getting prepared for the season and getting ready to win games, and working extremely hard. I mean, everybody is getting their work done every single day and getting prepared for the season. So I think we're doing a really good job of that so far through 2 days now.
It is interesting. I mean, like, the Red Sox fans are getting a taste these first 3 days of exactly why they're paying. One of the reasons why they're paying Alex Bregman $40 million, like, for handling situations like this, like that. Like that's what they're importing from the Astros clubhouse up there. Bregman's a great player, but they're importing that element of it too, where he is singularly focused on winning World Series championships.
A level of professionalism.
Yes.
And that just to hear Red Sox fans or radio hosts or anybody talk about, it sounds like a lot of what we've heard about the Red Sox over the last few years. It's kind of a mess in a lot of ways. So that's one of the reasons you bring him in here. Yeah, if he were a guy, part of the reason they're paying him $40 million per year. And yes, I understand that some of that income is deferred, or a big chunk of it's deferred.
A lot of it is. I didn't realize that much of it.
Yeah. By the way, though, that's not as big a deal. Like that's the money that's deferred is generally, I believe, still set in like an escrow account. So you're earning money. You can earn interest at the rate of inflation and everything. So it's not like the player is like having it discounted by the time value of money.
I was really worried about Alex Bregman's financial situation. I'm glad it's
well, because it is. If you start stretching things out 20 years, inflation takes a bite out of a lot of that.
No question.
The actual value of money. But it doesn't. It generally, I believe, unless they've changed it, rises at the rate of inflation.
Is this right? So he's getting paid till 2046. Alex Bregman?
Yeah. It's deferred a long time.
Wow, that's smart.
So it's smart. It's good for the team because it spreads out the luxury tax and all of that.
Yeah.
So it makes a lot of sense for the team and for the player. If it were just like, you were getting paid, I don't want to get too far into this. Anyway, the $40 million per year is $40 million per year.
Yeah.
It's a big year on Bregman to come in and play second base.
Yeah.
I don't think. It's a matter of time. They just got to try to massage it as much as they can.
I'm anxious to follow this, man, from afar. Yeah, we'll see. Someone says Trey on the Jim Adler Texas Hammer text line. Trade Devers to Houston. Done. No, I don't want Devers. No. There's been a lot of chatter about, like, hey, could the Astros make a deal for this guy or that guy? Like Vladimir Guerrero, for example. I was very surprised the Astros were so high up the odds board for Vlad Guerrero Jr., who didn't agree to a contract with the Blue Jays this week.
Right. And just the big question would be, all right, who are they going to trade or what would they pull off for Vlad Guerrero Jr.? And I don't know, maybe that's something that it comes down. Now, it's only 1 year of –
it's like Tucker. It's like Tucker. Yeah.
That's the big thing. It's like, you're not going to trade Cam Smith for Vlad Guerrero Jr.
No.
I don't think.
No.
Just because if you trade for Vlad Guerrero Jr. if you're making your one stab towards a championship. And I think the Astros have turned the corner on that type of move to where they're probably not going to be making those moves. I don't think there's a Kikuchi trade in the cards for the Astros this year.
Well, yeah, maybe. Probably not involving Vlad Guerrero. I just don't think they got the prospects to get a Vlad Guerrero Jr. deal done, point blank. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula, they're both here. How are you guys doing?
Great.
Oh, so are we. Old Nick Caserio put us in a good mood today. He was playful. He was fun. We had a good time. Reggie texted me an interesting question after the interview, Seth, when we were talking about does Omar or some Nick tweets and things like that, or is Nick on social media?
Mm-hmm.
Reggie asked me, what all do you think gets fed to Caserio in his daily dossier from media relations? I would say definitely financial news in there. He's a big financial news junkie. He listens to a lot of finance podcasts. So oddly enough,
but I don't think he gets that from the team people, though. That's kind of his own personal side.
Yeah, maybe though.
You never know.
Yeah, but I mean, look, when you got that kind of manpower ahead of you at your disposal, might as well put it to use.
He's a busy guy. Yeah, he's a busy guy. Certainly tweets that. These are tweets that say that have things like Derek Stingley Jr. saying he wants to be a Texan for life.
For sure,
he had gotten wind of that for sure. Yeah, maybe anything that one of the players is saying.
I think that's top of the list.
That would wind up on Nick's desk or his front porch, so to speak. Like, okay, you need to know, so-and-so was on this podcast and they said this or that, right? Yeah. The dossier.
I do think that every new Texans hire is told at some point by somebody who's been in the organization for a while, hey, you might want to stay away from smart, tough, dependable. Because Kaylee came out of New England too, and there were a couple times where he almost ventured into it. He would say smart and tough,
two of them.
and then something else after that. I do think smart, tough, and dependable is on a list of buzz phrases to be careful about.
They've got like pages on the wall, kind of like we do with the FCC disclaimer at the top of each hour. Like I just have to read it off the wall, just a reminder all over the building. Like, hey, use one of maybe all three, okay?
Yeah, in the NFL locker rooms, they'll have a big thing about the placard with the PED policy, just to remind everyone, like, hey, if you're thinking about going to take steroids in the bathroom, think again. Maybe they have something similar up in the coach's office.
Yes. I don't know why that made me think of in high school when, like, coach would have up there in the urinals, just like, hey, this is the color that your urine should look when you're hydrated.
Yeah, it's a Tom
championship level.
Herman,
There we go.
Yeah, championship level urination.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right, so there was one answer that Caserio had that led to y'all's question of the day.
It sure did.
Okay.
It sure did.
What question and subsequent answer moved you to create a topic on the show today?
Yeah, that would be the question of the day. Which food or beverage could you write a thesis on?
Okay.
Nick Caserio went nearly 3 minutes on coffee.
On Seth's coffee question.
On coffee.
Yeah.
And I've got an answer, but I'm curious. We'll get to that at 10:20, but I'm curious on yours because, just spoiler alert, mine is cheese. And I will go into very, very detailed.
I would hate to be the professor grading that thesis.
Oh, A+.
You think?
Oh, I could tell you all about cheese,
Okay,
man.
good. So you're going to do this on the air. You're going to lay out your thesis on cheese.
Yeah.
Mine would be nachos, I think. The layering of nachos, the number of ingredients you could possibly put on nachos, what's
mix.
Acceptable, the mix. Yeah, the layering is the big thing.
How many jalapenos?
Yeah. Or should there even be jalapenos?
Should there be sour cream?
Yes, things like that. It's the one food that I've pondered starting like a food truck for, like nachos, and just like different plates, different types of nachos.
Nacho mamas?
Macho nachos.
Macho nut
is what I call it. Yeah, don't steal the idea, listeners. All right. Do you have one, Seth? Do you have a?
You know what? I wouldn't be able to give a dissertation on coffee itself, like the actual quality or different types of beans. But much like Nick, I could go into I had to muzzle myself to not continue the coffee conversation with him, because when it comes to the strategy for drinking coffee and exactly when and why and where and calf versus decaf and all that, yeah, I could be annoyingly long on that.
Well, not a big shock that Nick had a system, right?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
He said he's on the same program.
It wasn't much of a system.
That was my thing. I was listening, and I was like, I think he's leaning very heavily into, like, I am robot type guy, because I'm like, oh, so you have a coffee in the morning and the afternoon, like about 75% of Americans on the low end?
I was buying it hook, line, and sinker. Well, the one thing he did that not a lot of people do is he drinks coffee before he goes to bed, he said.
Yes.
Well, no, he said he can. He doesn't usually, but he can, and it doesn't affect his sleep.
Yeah, that's impressive, man.
Even
the one that does it periodically. Yeah.
Why would you do that?
Yeah, that's like taking that last shot at 4 a.m.
Push your
and
limits.
it's like, why? Why am I? All right, yes.
Yep.
Just to prove that you can.
All right, all right, fellas. Have a great show. We're looking forward to listening to it. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Oh, antibodies and all the whiskey to you, Sean.
Thank you.
I know you're Irish.
That sounds good. That sounds kind of good right now. All right, we're done. We are out of time. I read off of the placard on the wall.
Yeah.
You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM HD2, Houston. And Odyssey Attitude. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they're in the loop, and they start now.
I just realized I wasted my opportunity to talk to Seth about what he would do on the planes. You know, yesterday we were talking about card games.
I can come back on.
Yeah. Were you a guy that got involved in the card games on the team flights, or were you just kind of with the book?
No, I always I like to either talk to people or just like I'll watch people play cards, but I've got some kind of like weird, quirky learning disability when it comes to playing any kind of gambling game. I really struggle with it, so or even like checkers or anything like that. I'm a horrible poker, board game, anything like that. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you were right there, Lopez.
I was right.
I was just very interested in that one.
That's why I've won so much money from him.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, Sean makes me play blackjack with him. And yeah.
All right. Well, we appreciate you. Have a wonderful rest of your day, my man.
Thank you.
There he goes. All right, so let's get going here in the loop on this Wednesday on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Attitula, Figgy Fig, hanging out with you. Yes, yesterday we were talking about cards and spades and all sorts of things, and it seems like we're not going to get Seth in on this hypothetical spades tournament that we have begun mulling about in our brains. So sorry about that, Figgy.
Man. It's just gonna be us.
It's just gonna be us. us and Ron, who apparently said that he reneges and
for
everything.
us by us.
All right, okay.
I've got Ron seated third in the.
Oh really? I don't know
man.
the way that he came out the gate.
Pissed off.
No, of course he is.
I feel like he's.
How about Ron saying yesterday? Well, I don't like to brag.
That's right.
What did he say?
I don't like to talk a lot of trash.
I don't like to talk a lot of trash. Right. I'm like, what? What?
Oh, man.
No, you want them real quick before we get started?
Go ahead.
Number 1 would be Clint Stoerner. Number 2 is you. Number 3 is Ron. Number 4 is Figgy.
Damn, Fig.
Damn.
He don't believe in your game.
No. Hey, that's good. That's
I'm totally fine with that.
That's really good.
Because one thing that pisses people off whenever I play spades, I don't talk trash.
Yeah.
Like, I keep the poker face, and they look like, Ace. Ace of spade. Wait a minute. And I'll be sitting there with a cool, calm face.
Yeah.
I'm also very chill playing spades.
I think Reggie's better than you think. I think it's Clint, Reggie, then Ron.
I don't know. I feel like I would put myself below Figgy on the rankings. I feel like Figgy probably has had more spades playing experience. I learned spades a little bit later in life. But you know what? That's neither here nor there. How about we get into today's show?
Yeah.
Well, shout out to the fellas of the morning. They're only a few days removed. I believe Sunday is when they'll be headed out to West Palm Beach for a little spring baseball, courtesy of Exclusive Furniture and Academy Sports and Outdoors. And I don't know about you. I'm super excited and interested in what this Astros team looks like. And there's some more changes. There's some more additions that have happened, including Brendan Rodgers. Well, I guess maybe that's not technically official at this point, but the reporting is that they're going to sign Brendan Rodgers, a second baseman, to a minor league deal opportunity to come into camp. But like this clearly shows that, hey man, they're doing a lot of covering and mixing around in order to try and make sure that the second base thing is covered.
Yeah, look, excuse me, I think I think it's a sign that the Astros, they're saying a lot of things. I was listening a lot yesterday to Joe Espada and some of the things he was talking about, and they're saying the right things. They seem to have, a plan that they're confident in, but I don't know how confident they are in this plan because bringing in Brendan Rodgers, this guy's a major league ball player. Now they signed him to a minor league deal, but he's been in the major leagues. So clearly they're like, all right, we got to cover ourselves at second base.
Certainly.
But it also tells me that they're definitely going to play Jose Altuve a lot more than maybe some people thought in left field. Because they've got Bryce Matthews that they're working with, obviously Dubon. They bringing in Brendan Rodgers. They're trying to do everything they can to cover second base and thereby putting Jose Altuve in left field. So I think like the way I walked away from this whole day of news with the Astros was they're playing with a much smaller margin of error than I thought they have in a long time. Because they've got to get it right at second base. And there are question marks on all three of those dudes. Dubon, obviously he's a utility guy. What do you sacrifice if you play him there? Bryce Matthews, dude was drafted in 2023, and he's one of those guys that has come up pretty quickly. There are no guarantees.
That's a college guy, right? And that's the idea when you draft the college guys that maybe there's a little bit more development.
Yeah.
Maybe college rises to the level of kind of maybe like single high A or whatever. So you hope that you can kind of skip some of those and get him in places, which he is, right? But the thing with Bryce Matthews is the bat did not look all that great.
There's questions.
Yeah, there's still some development questions with the bat, right? And one of the things about throwing a guy who is still developing into the majors is that there's not a ceiling on the caliber of pitching that you see in the majors, right? Like there's a range of the type of pitching that you'll see in Double A and Triple A where the numbers have not been incredible. He had decent numbers in Double A. His 12 games or so in Triple A had a sub 500 OPS, which is not advisable, again, small sample, but what have you. But the question that I would have is if that bat does not look prepared, you can't put him in the majors because that's the type of place that will absolutely stifle and frustrate you and maybe harm development if the bat's
Well, they were saying this offseason, and certainly there's room for that to change, but they were saying he might be a year away. Right after the season. So you got questions with Dubon, questions with Bryce Matthews, and you bring in Brendan Rodgers. That's a guy that played at Coors Field. He batted .306 over his career at Coors Field. On the road, .227. So that's a pretty significant drop off away from the friendly confines.
Oh, so he's a Coors merchant.
Yeah, he's a Coors merchant. So they're clearly trying to get an answer at second base. But there are some severe questions with all the answers they have. I still think that means Altuve is going to be in left field. They're trying to force feed that into the lineup to where he's at left field. You improve the outfield, but you have another big hole at second base if these things don't work out.
Yeah, and look, whatever this worth, it gives some of his daily dispatch, especially with what as Joe Espada has talked about. This came earlier in the morning. The idea that the Brendan Rodgers deal isn't official, but they like the tools is what they say. But then how about this? Jose Altuve will work exclusively with the outfielders for the next 4 to 5 days.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Right, and I don't know how much that says definitively that he'll be in left field a lot. I think I was already in that place where it seems like, look, they're trying to work and find some level of better play at second base. So left field, having him there makes sense. But also, starting him there exclusively makes sense because he's played a lot of second base. If you need to move him back there, that's like riding a bike for him at this point, is sliding back there. You need to throw him entirely into figuring out left field early to figure out, whether he has any level of knack for this, if he's going to take to it all, or if it's going to be a complete disaster, whether you can hit the eject button, which I don't know that I would actually like in this moment. Like I'd be really disappointed if you had to hit the eject button fully, moving back to second base, and then figure out the outfield anew, which I understand. Look, you still need to do some figuring out, but. Yeah, I did find that interesting in some ways, but it makes sense, right? Throwing him into the left field fully, throwing him into the outfield fully, let him truly find a level of identity and understanding of how to play.
But just by doing this, they're saying we don't think he's the same second baseman he was.
Oh, well, certainly.
And we all know that.
This is a dude who is face of your franchise, who is legend in the game for your organization. You don't move him off of his spot unless there was something major to begin with, right?
Exactly.
The idea that immediately after the season they come to him and talk to him about this. means that they've been season looking at this like, yo, this might be untenable for the length of the contract that we have him for. So no, absolutely they're looking for this. And I guess maybe your point ultimately is it shows how much they need to move off of it, because it doesn't seem like they have a particularly great answer right now.
Right, and even with Jose Altuve in left field, you still have questions in the outfield. You still have obviously Jake Myers defensively, McCormick, who knows? So you still. I said yesterday, that is it rearranging the chairs on the deck of the Titanic? It's not that, but they're still kind of trying to stick a finger in the dike, so to speak.
All right.
That's a saying.
You saw what he did there, right?
That's a saying.
Since when?
Since forever.
I never heard you say that a day in your life.
Well, he said it before.
And now you want to say it now.
Mm-hmm.
That is a very common saying. A little bit of a leak here, you stick a finger in the dike.
All right, you the boatman. You Mr. Boatman over there, so I'll take your word for it. I don't like that you said that, but whatever. To that end, I do want to ask this question. I've been meaning to ask this question. If you could have one player have like a bounce back season, like a true bounce back season, in a way that they are a breakout season, if you want to call it that, for someone who maybe has not been in that space, who would it be? Like who would that be to kind of make you feel more confident? I mean, you can pick a pitcher if you like.
Because pitchers, you can pick 5. You can pick 3 anyway.
You can pick a pitcher if you like. Is that the place where you feel like you get the most value?
No, I think I'm going to have to go with McCormick.
Like, that's the first place my mind goes.
Yeah.
Right? The Chaz McCormick thing, right here on the Jim Out of the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610, who is playing right field.
Yeah.
And it gets a lot easier to say Chaz McCormick if you feel better about that bat, right? Like, if it looks like last season, it's problematic. But if it looks like the season prior in 2023, yeah, man, that's very tenable. Like, that is very doable in the outfield, especially if you have a bat like Jose Altuve's in the outfield as well, and then Jake Myers is somewhere where you're looking at it and it's maybe just below average as a bat, knowing that he has range defensively. You can make all those things come together. But otherwise, like, that is the thing that has made outfield so untenable, is the idea that, hey, Chaz had a really down season and you never expect a lot from Jake Myers anyways.
Right.
And you were having to try and get something there with Yordan, but you question the defense there. So, yeah, no, I think that would be huge in that. Plus, again, if you get Chaz back up to speed, like, you're not worried about him necessarily. Right. It gives you time to continue to develop more outfielders. But then we go back to talk about the lineup, and you go, you feel a lot better about a lot of these things that are happening all the way around when it comes to your lineup. So there's significantly fewer easy
because then the second baseman can play elsewhere in the lineup, in the everyday lineup. If McCormick gets his offense going again. Other than that, it would have to be Luis Garcia. I don't count on anything from McCullers Jr. I don't know about some of these others. I mean, obviously you had a good Hunter Brown was in a good place. Ronald Blanco was in a good place, so he doesn't need to bounce back. I would say Luis Garcia would be the other one.
One of the names that came up for me, and I was like, Jeremy Pena.
He was.
That's
up and
the person
down.
I thought about.
That was who you were thinking.
That's what I was thinking about, because he had a crazy rookie year, and it seemed like he'd been sliding kind of since. It was okay last year.
He was up and down, but ultimately up.
But I kind of want to see if he get back to that rookie year, where he won that World Series MVP.
Yeah.
Especially, I think, defensively as well. Like, obviously, offensively,
that might be bigger.
I mean, it wasn't that he was particularly awful defensively, but it was a little inconsistent in a way that you want him in particular, like knowing that he is not like the offense man necessarily.
Yeah.
You want him to be entirely steady and stable defensively at shortstop. You had a little wiggle there. So, like, if that comes back around, you feel a lot better about the infield, particularly the middle infield that you're trying to strengthen. Right, if you have a strong shortstop next to your second base as you're trying to figure that out, I think that helps a good amount too.
And then you have to ask, speaking of young players, you kind of have to ask, where does Cam Smith, fit into the mix? He was just drafted last year. You got him in the Cubs trade for Kyle Tucker, but young player, certainly, has some ability, and maybe he's going to be a corner outfielder at some point too.
I can see that.
Yeah.
From the 7-1 from Ocho, Chaz Myers and Altuve would be the weakest armed outfield in baseball.
I mean, Myers is great defensively, but the arm, the arm is probably you would have the advanced.
And when you say defense, you mean just like the way that he ranges, right?
Yeah,
like being able to cover cover
the arm, a different story.
The arm, going again to Baseball Savant, his arm value and arm strength. Arm value itself, 28th percentile, 48th percentile, so like just about average when it comes to strength itself in center field. I mean, obviously not optimal, but it's workable, especially when you have him out there covering a whole bunch of ground. But yeah, I think that all of that becomes a little bit more tenable if you find more offense there. And somebody, I mean, but yes, maybe you're just in this place where, hey, you're hoping that somebody else comes up. But I don't know that you could lean on any of these young guys to necessarily come up and absolutely take it. Also, considering that Jacob Melton, who is one of those names that you're hoping comes up as an outfielder, he has a mild back soreness that's not going to stop. It's not going to stop no shows early on in spring training, but that is going to be something to watch, I imagine, on seeing how he looks as he continues to go forward there. But yeah, man, that's what we're looking at with the Astros right now. I was really interested in seeing like the Brendan Rodgers. I don't know, just a level of sauce that, hey, they brought in somebody else who they feel like, hey, you will be able to eat some of these opportunities here.
But it is a sign. I think they're telling us in no uncertain terms, we're going to have a new second baseman. We're not quite sure who it is. And Jose Altuve is going to be our left fielder as of now.
All right, I want to play a game with you here. Not really a game, but I'm calling it a game. Deal with it. Are you out? Like, are you completely out, or do you still have an iota of hope or care about whether or not this could still come through? From 346, Forrest Whitley, Pedro Leon. Are we going to see Melton this year? A lot of questions. Whitley?
Forrest Whitley. Lance McCullers thinks he gets injured a lot.
Damn. Okay. That is so. You're not you don't think he latches on to his last shot here?
No.
Okay.
No.
Pedro Leon.
Possibly, right?
You got a little possibility there.
I got a little hope on Pedro Leon. I think there's some hope there.
Okay. All right. And then the Melton thing we'll ultimately see.
Yeah.
He's still a young guy. I don't know. Like, it feels like you were talking about being a year away. I do wonder if this is his time to come up, or if he still has some development. I know that I always lean in some ways on some of these projections, like Fangraphs' Zips projections or whatever, and they were not high on Jacob Melton this year. Again, that's not end all be all by any means.
Yeah.
But I do take that as some level of indication that, hey man, when you look at some of these things, he might not be ready to produce at the high level yet. But we'll see what that looks like. From the 979, put finger in the dike, Rosie O'Donnell, Lopez is right. It's a saying. Yes, I understand that, but you understand why that's uncomfortable, right? You get it.
I'm merely,
No, you're not.
I'm just merely explaining,
No, you're not.
illustrating what the Astros are doing.
Okay. So we going Dyke and Park? Is we going to use that nickname?
No, we are not.
I like that.
You might.
Hey,
I will not.
We talking about the name of the park.
Yeah.
Somebody said right now, if Jordan is the DH, your third outfielder has been Gamble. Probably bringing in Rogers as the alternative to Gamble. Maybe. And Ben Gamble also, like, I don't know why I continue to view Ben Gamble as you went to the slot machine, you hit, and now we're playing the same slot machine. And I'm like, look, that's probably an unfair.
Expect
fair way of looking at this, because I imagine that the odds that a dude continues to be good is not the same odds.
Some
as the
slot machines are hot,
right? But I'm not necessarily certain that I'm going to lean on the idea of Ben Gamble coming in and giving you the same thing for the entirety of the season. Although maybe it's not fair to lean on the idea of Chaz bounce back in the way that you are hoping.
I mean, he's an older player too.
We will, yes, that is right. So fair enough. We'll continue to monitor that, and I can't wait till we get Sean and Seth out. And Spo. I want to make sure that I get Spo in there, because he's going to have some opportunity to range.
How you think Spo is as a roommate?
Oh, that's right. He didn't get in that. Yeah, I'm going to have to. That's going to be question number one when we get Sean or Seth on.
I'm trying to figure that out. That's a
next
good question.
Week. That's question number one.
What do you think he bring it to the table?
I don't
as a
know.
Roommate?
Yeah,
that's a great question. Text in 713-572-4610 on the Jim Madler, the Texas Hammer text line. Spo is a little bit of an anomaly for me. I need to figure that one out. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to the question of the day, because we're talking to Spo a little bit later in the hour. Inspired by Nick Caserio on earlier today with Payne and Pendergast. What food or beverage could you write a whole-ass thesis on? 713-572-4610. We'll talk about it next.
All right, let's talk about
listening to your favorite sports station in town for your chance to win.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is, me.
Giatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, happy Wednesday to you. You are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. We got the question of the day here because coming up in about, 15, 20 minutes, we'll talk to our guy, Adam Spillane, Baseball Spo. And as we're getting ready to send him and the morning show out to West Palm Beach for a little spring baseball, a fair question came up, the idea of what is he like as a roommate. Somebody said on the YouTube, Kick Rock said, Spo is bringing the VR headset and the White Claws. And I am very interested, actually. I'm very intrigued.
Claws.
he did like do, minor league baseball and everything. I feel like he's got like travel down. Like I bet he packs light, moves quickly, when he gets to the house, sets himself up nicely, unpacks, packs back up clean. I feel like he has an efficiency with it.
I'm sensing OCD. I'm sensing like he gets there, he sets his suitcase on a little table, starts refolding all his clothes.
Put his clothes in the
drawers. Hangs up his shirt.
This is a little house for the week or whatever.
Has a little cup that he brings for his toothbrush and the toothpaste and all that stuff.
We'll find out. We'll find out next week, or maybe we'll just ask him here in a few minutes. But before we get there, our question of the day, inspired by Nick Caserio, who was on with Payne and Pendergast. We'll revisit some of that later in the show as well. I thought there was, one of the perspectives that he has on, the interview process at the Combine, which, mind you, that is also next week. The NFL Combine, the offense, the possibility of the return of Stephon Diggs and other free agents. I feel like that there's some stuff to dig into there. But also, one of the things that he dug into was a question that Seth brought, courtesy of Houston Stretch. Shout out to Garrett out there about whether or not Nick Caserio actually drinks coffee.
I have a very nuanced answer for you. So,
of course you do.
I didn't drink coffee essentially for my entire life. I wasn't really a coffee drinker. And then I actually had a conversation with our version of Lad Harris in New England. We were talking about coffee and some of the benefits, some of the antioxidants.
Right.
So I said, okay, that sounds interesting. So I started drinking coffee. So now I kind of have a system. I know it's a system development for people, I'm sure, but it's kind of very systematic.
That's right.
When I wake up in the morning, I kind of have a cup on my way to the office in the car, and then I'll have maybe another one a little bit later in the morning, and then sometimes I'll have one in the afternoon or a little bit later. And I'm one of these psychotic people that can actually drink coffee at night and not have a problem falling asleep.
It just kept going, didn't it? It just kept, all right, I think that's good. It just kept going.
The dude wrote a thesis on coffee. He researched it. He did it's part of his health regimen.
That's right.
The funny thing is, he could have been like, "Yeah, I drink coffee.
Yeah,
I'm a coffee guy,
like everybody else."
Talking about antioxidants and a program.
See the conclusion to my coffee drinking.
That's right. So first it started with R&D. We did a little R&D about coffee. Yeah, so he took 3 minutes. Yeah. And I got us thinking, what food or beverage could you write a thesis on? 713-572-4610. And from the 281, my thesis would be on lasagna.
I would like to hear that.
Yeah.
I would like to hear that.
They make their own pasta and ricotta cheese. I don't think I said that right, but you know what I mean. Can vary the meat depending on the company. Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds like you got the whole process.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Mine is cheese. Let me tell you about cheese.
Any particular cheese?
Let me tell you about cheese. Okay. I'm going to go full Nick Caserio here. The thing about cheese, I have very strong feelings about that. It's one of my weak spots. It's probably going to end up killing me. I eat cheese. I love it. I know about it and all that stuff. It makes or breaks a meal, flat out. Some meals don't need cheese, some absolutely have to have cheese. When you put cheese, even if you're shredding cheese, Figgy, the size of the shred matters. Those bigger
changes the flavors.
Yeah, changes the flavor. Those little bigger ones, slices. That's better on some foods. The little tiny little flakes. That's better on some food. A cheese on a charcuterie board. There should be a system to how you place them and how you how you eat them.
Oh yeah, this is already too deep.
Yeah, blue cheese fits certain meals perfectly.
I'm out.
You tap
when you said blue cheese, I'm out.
There are better nibbling cheeses.
The worst cheese of all time is blue cheese.
It's one of the best, if not the best. Like there are certain nibbling cheeses.
How do you feel about Gruyere?
Gruyere is one of those that.
Oh, my bad.
That there's a cracker cheese and there's a nibbling cheese. I can tell you about cheese now. No. Gruyere is a cracker cheese.
Oh, I forgot. He's a wine guy. I should have known that this is offshoot all that.
Havarti is a cracker cheese.
Is it?
Yes.
Because I've taken to use a Havarti on my sandwiches.
You can't. Thank you. That's the other aspect of cheese.
It's a solid sandwich cheese.
I can tell you, there are certain sandwiches that cheese fits and some that don't. Swiss is something that you put on ham, not on turkey or some of the redder, the potted meats, so to speak. Potted meats go with cheddar cheese. How much more do you want me to tell you about cheese?
Not much. In fact, I feel like you gave me way more than
people switching the music right now.
Yes. All right. I see what you mean. How about some? All right. So some other people came in with theirs. Figgy, I'm interested in yours, but I appreciate this from the 713 because I was gonna say chicken wings, and at least just to get off my take that I feel like boneless wings are inefficient.
Mm-hmm.
Well, at least not inefficient. That's not the right word. Are a ripoff at the very least because they're not wings, they're chicken chunks, and they should not be charged at a chicken wing premium because they're not actually wings. Also,
I agree with that.
Also,
solid.
Yeah.
Also, big chicken wing has got y'all picking drums over flats when in all reality, they're all the wing. We should get the whole thing as one.
Mm-hmm.
That should not count as two wings. That is one wing.
Well, that's another solid take.
You know what I mean? Like, open your third eye, friend. But I want to switch my answer to 713 who said, my thesis, quote, in defense of the oatmeal raisin cookie, I would like to co-author that scholarship with you, 713, because I am also in defense of the chocolate of the maligned and slandered far too often. Some other things that came in from the 281, they said smoking brisket, which I imagine
I could compare notes with you. I'd
you
love
would also
to.
want to do that. Figgy, is there a food or a drink that you could do a whole thesis about?
Yeah, I actually have a couple. So the one you have the same one as me, chicken wings.
Yeah,
I can eat chicken wings every single day. You can it depends what type of wing you want. You could do the whole wing. You could do the quarter wings.
Different flavor profile.
Yeah, if you want. You could have it fried if you want. You could bake them.
Smoked.
Yep, you could smoke them. You could grill them. And I ain't even get to the sauces. You could put whatever sauce you want. They had the dry rub wings, which is my personal favorite. And people don't know this. Whenever I eat the quarter wings, in Cleveland we call them wingdings.
Yeah.
But when you eat wingdings, I only eat them with one hand. So just my two fingers. I don't use two hands to eat.
How you can
wings.
get all the meat on one bite on some of the flats.
There's various different ways.
Even with the flats, I use two fingers pretty much. I don't use two hands to eat chicken wings.
Major league eaters are very good at that because they get the whole.
And whenever I eat whole wings, I always pull them apart, and I always start with the drum first.
Okay.
And then I eat the flat.
I leave the drums for last because they're meatier. That's weird. Yeah.
Somebody said, okay, Bubba Gump Figgy.
Yeah.
You can have fried wings. You can have baked wings.
832 Lopez's take on cheese gives serial killer vibes. No, I can tell you about cheeses, man. That's my jam.
Cheese with okay.
Cheese with strawberry, cheddar cheese with strawberry jelly is delicious.
Yes, boneless wings are just nuggets. And look, they're tasty nuggets. But they're expensive nuggets, and that's the problem.
It's not worth the price to me.
Yeah.
From the 281, seafood gumbo, baby.
Yep.
I appreciate the people because I know that you're out there, right? If you are a gumbo maker, everybody who makes gumbo is in this spot for gumbo because when they start talking about a roux, you'll be there for about 10 minutes. Them telling you about how the roux has to look this certain type of way, and if it's
that ain't the right color.
If this roux
that's
too light,
no, that's too dark.
Yeah, all of that.
Hey, Figgy, I got some support on the blue cheese all over the text board.
All serial killers. Appreciate y'all listening.
Figgy said
don't kill nobody.
Figgy said it is your God-given right to be wrong as an American. That's what he said. Somebody said their version would be black people version of tacos and enchiladas. Don't want to hear it from the OG, so save it. What does that mean?
I don't know
because I do know what they mean. I believe I know what they know with the tacos, which is just basically ground beef. Maybe some cheese on there.
Lettuce and tomato.
I don't even know if you're getting tomato on that.
Yeah, really?
I don't know if you're getting that. Just real basic tacos. Now, you think the one thing that gets me with the tacos, and it's probably kind of historical. I kind of hate when people have the hard shell tacos.
Oh, I like hard shell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just
That's kind of my go-to, to
I
be
like hard
honest.
shell,
Y'all know
yeah.
I'm not the Mexican food guy, but I rock with the hard shell tacos.
Yeah, I like those. And chalupas.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Another thing you can do a thesis on eggs, how to make eggs.
Oh, eggs is a good
It's
one.
a million different ways people make eggs.
Eggs
man.
is a good
How to finance them.
Yeah, they're pretty pricey now.
But I feel so bad for the waiters who ordering eggs and you'd be like, oh, how you want your egg? Over medium, not too hard, but a little gooey, and it's just like, man,
It needs to be a little runny or whatever. Yeah.
Yes to cheese with jelly, John. You're the first person I heard of doing that. No, it's awesome. Try a little.
You've already had your cheese time, sir.
I'm telling you, I could write a thesis. A slice of cheddar with some strawberry jelly.
Enough
on it.
cheese.
Yes.
Salute to Nick Caserio, the coffee man himself. Even though I think that his coffee intake, fairly average.
Yes, it is.
He was like, I have a system. I have it when I wake up. Maybe a little bit later in the morning, and then in the afternoon, I was like, yeah, that feels like every office in America.
I wonder what kind of coffee he drinks. Like, what's his?
Oh, you think he's the guy that's like, I need this very particular set of beans?
It's probably black coffee.
Guarantee you doesn't put sugar in it.
No, he said he puts honey. He uses honey.
Oh, that's right. He
instead
did
of
say
sugar.
that. Yeah. Honey.
So just black coffee, honey, no cream, no
That's
nothing.
a good question. I don't know if he
maybe
goes with cream or
1%, half or skim.
Skim milk. I hate skim milk as a concept. That's absolutely.
He probably do almond milk or some type of oat milk.
Street tacos.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Oh, cocktail mixing. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one for sure.
I think the show could probably do a whole thesis on how to make drinks.
Yeah, I bet he can.
He takes pride into making drinks.
That's true.
All right. So again, salute to Nick Caserio and his coffee drinking. And, of course, salute to him joining Payne and Pendergast earlier this morning. You can go back on the podcast page for Payne and Pendergast, hear that. But we'll revisit some of the things that were said at noon right here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we welcome in our guy, Adam Spillane, talk a little bit about those. We'll do that next.
Texans new OC Nick Caserio turned down other offers.
third-party delivery platforms.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Baseball Spo. Baseball Spo.
Yep, he is in the building. His name is Adam Spillane. We like to call him Baseball Spo. And he joins us, as he always does, on Wednesdays. Maybe more here coming up soon. What's happening, Spo?
How are you?
Doing very well. It is a little chilly, isn't it?
It's cold everywhere.
We're going to do something for you. We're going to get you away from this cold that apparently is here in Houston. We're going to send you out to West Palm Beach. That sound good?
It's warm there. Yeah, it is warm there. I checked.
You were getting ahead of it?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man. We're excited to get you out there. I'm excited to kind of hear some of the stuff that you get on the ground. And let's start with the Astros, obviously. Brendan Rodgers is a guy that you have a familiarity with with your time working with the Rockies. Like, what was your impression when you heard that? Hey, that's a guy that they're going to bring in with an opportunity to maybe do some stuff in spring training.
I'm surprised he went this long without finding a home. Obviously, he did not live up to expectations with the Rockies. This is a guy who they picked third overall in 2015. I can't believe it's been 10 years.
After Bregman and before Tucker, right?
Well, and let me tell you, so they took him third overall, and I know for a fact that had they picked second and the Astros would have picked third, they would have picked Rodgers over Bregman.
Really?
That's how much they loved Brendan Rodgers coming out of high school in Florida. He's had some injury issues. They had trouble, I think he profiled more as a shortstop coming up. They had to move him to second base because they had other guys to play shortstop over there. Offensively, he has struggled at times. It hasn't been very consistent. And then again, he's had trouble staying on the field, which has been probably his biggest issue there. And then, did not have a real good year last year. But defensively, he's very good. And he won a Gold Glove at second base a couple years ago. And that sort of thing matters. And so it's just like, can you put his offense together? Can you figure that part of his game out? And if you can, then you might have something there. But yeah, it's a low risk type of move, and you're just at this point, if you're the Astros, you're grasping at straws to fill out the rest of your bench.
Well, that's what we talked about at the top of the show. The way I read it, and tell me if I'm wrong because you're closer to this team. Like, they are looking for ways to find a second baseman because Jose Altuve is going to be the left fielder.
Yeah, I mean, you'll notice in the last week or so, they've signed a couple guys. Both have been infielders. Like, they aren't signing outfielders right now. They signed Ben Gamel right before camp started, but for the most part, they are looking at infielders, and it does seem like Jose Altuve is mostly going to play left field at this point, and that's Joe Espada told reporters in West Palm today that he's going to spend the next 4 or 5 days over there. When he does play his first spring training game, it will be as the left fielder. So now it doesn't mean that he's not going to play second base at all, but it does sound like for the most part they want him getting as much time in left field as possible. First of all, just to see if he can do it.
People have kind of been asking, just on a more general baseball tip, which is the more difficult defensive position? Because I think we've all operated on the idea that, hey man, he's bad at second base, so you try and hide him in a place that's a little less stressful. Like, which is more difficult, and like what are the reasons why you would have one person playing in left field versus a second base?
Well, you can do the most damage if you're a bad second baseman, and you saw that last year.
Yeah.
He was a bad second baseman. He did a lot of damage, to them playing second base last year. And like probably their worst defensive player all around is Yordan Alvarez. They were fine putting him in left field last year. So I think that, especially on this team where their two best starting pitchers are ground ball heavy pitchers, like, you need a good infield. Like, you need that infield to be as good as possible. And I think it was only a matter of time before this move happened. And it was clear they knew that he wasn't good enough at second base. I'm surprised that they went to it this early, but a change was going to have to come at some point before the end of that contract, and it's coming sooner rather than later. And credit to Altuve for being open to it.
Well, the other part of it, and this is a very much a tell as well, is Espada said, I believe yesterday, Yordan played like 53 games in the outfield. He wants to cut that in half. And so Yordan is going to be a DH. Yeah. So that kind of narrows down the options.
Yeah, the only reason they played him as much in the outfield as they did last year was just because Kyle Tucker came back, and he couldn't play the field for the first few weeks that he came back. And also they wanted to get Yainer Diaz and Victor Caratini in the lineup, is how bad the lineup was for a good portion of the season. And that's part of that was Chas McCormick not being very good. So, like, they really overextended Alvarez in the outfield. This is not the guy with the healthiest of track records, especially with his knees. And he was worried that he might have to have knee surgery after last season, not because of playing the outfield too much, because the play at second base.
Yeah.
But they would like to keep him off his feet as much as possible to preserve him as much as they can. So yeah, I think that he'll DH most of the time, and I think the days where he doesn't DH, that'll be when Yainer Diaz DHs on days when he doesn't catch.
All right, so as things are kind of getting going, and as you're going to be headed out to West Palm Beach, what are you most looking forward to, or what are you most having your attention on this camp for the club?
Altuve at left field. I think that's the big thing.
What about just the outfield?
Yeah, well, you do want to see who gets starts out there. You want to see who's getting starts out, how some of these infield non-roster invitees that they've brought in, the Rogers and the Guillormes and the Zach Shorts and guys like that, how do those guys look? Does Altuve look comfortable in left field? Does it look like something that he's going to be able to do moving forward? How does Chas McCormick look? Because obviously this is a really big year for him coming off of the disaster that was last year. And maybe some of these young pitchers to see if anybody can emerge out of that bullpen. How does Forrest Whitley look?
Come on.
Because obviously he's out of options. And so he's got to make the team. Otherwise, they have to expose him to waivers, and he would probably get claimed if he were on waivers. But they need somebody like that to emerge just to help bridge the gap with the bullpen. And, Wright supposed to be, I think, a seventh inning guy for them, or at least like a possibility for the seventh inning, and he's already hurt in camp. So, that's not what you're looking for right now.
So if you had to guess today, before you lay eyes on the club in person, who's the opening day second baseman?
Mauricio Dubon.
Dubon.
Yeah.
How many? I mean, you sacrifice something when he plays a lot at second base. So would he be who plays the most games at second base?
Mauricio Dubon.
Still. Yeah. So Bryce Matthews just isn't quite there.
No. He's got a long way to go. Yeah, I talked to somebody who worked with him a lot last year in Double-A. He's like he's a year away.
Yeah.
And you look at the strikeout numbers for him when he got to Triple-A, they were really high. Even in winter ball last year, the strikeout numbers were really high. I don't know why they kind of pushed him the way that they did last year, because when you bring that guy up to AAA, it makes it seem like, okay, he's knocking on the door.
Yeah.
And the fact is that he really wasn't that close, even though he was in AAA. So, yeah, to me, he's a guy, I assume they'll start him in AAA. I assume they'll start Cam Smith in AAA. The hard thing with that, though, is that if those guys start to, swing the bat really well, you're going to have fans who see those numbers
pressure.
This guy's got to come up right away.
Mm-hmm.
And you saw that happen with Joey Loperfido last year. He came up, and frankly, he wasn't very good when he came up, and they had to send him back down, and they eventually traded him.
Yeah. That actually got me thinking, right, because if the strikeout numbers were high. Espada seems to be really big on the idea of, like, trying to get this team back into better, longer at-bats. Like, how optimistic are you? Because there's season match sport, and we just kind of have as general cliches. How optimistic are you that this team can actually implement that?
Yeah, that's another thing that I'm interested to see, just because the guys that they employed on the roster last year aren't really guys that you would say, this is the guy who's going to work the count.
Yeah.
Mauricio Dubon is up there to swing. Jose Altuve is up there to swing. Alex Bregman was kind of the one guy who was known for taking a lot of pitches, but even he was a little bit more aggressive. So yeah, that is something that they want to obviously get back to. They struck out a lot last year. They chased a lot last year. That was something that they really hadn't done years prior. And so can they get back to it? Can they, there are a couple of things that they got away from the last couple of years that they are trying to get back to. Defense being one. They were always one of the best defensive teams in the league the last 2 years. 2 years ago, they were towards the bottom of the league. Last year, they were middle of the pack. Can they get back up to that, top third of the league in overall defense? And then can they do a better job when it comes just with pitch selection? Can they stop chasing? That's a big Yainer Diaz thing. Can Yainer Diaz lay off pitches, or is he going to continue to get himself out in big spots? Can Gordon Alvarez, can Altuve, can he change a little bit and be just a little bit more patient? He's not quite as aggressive as some people want to make him out to be, but he's still pretty aggressive. And overall, as a team, they were too aggressive last year.
I'm guessing over the course of your life, you've had roommates.
Yes.
What has been the biggest complaint that roommates have had of you?
Snore.
Fun.
Not OCD. I thought you were that guy. Folded the clothes, hung up.
No. I don't care about any of that. No, I'm a bit of a snorer. I get upset if you have not removed your laundry from the machine.
Oh yeah,
when I need to.
That's fair.
Yeah, I'm pretty.
Are you tidy?
I try. I try to be. I'm not
That's
great.
a no.
I'm not great at it, but I'm not like I don't. There's not like wrappers and stuff all over the place.
Yeah,
it's mostly just like clothes. Like,
shoes.
That's probably the big thing. But no, I just try and blend in. And you can talk to those guys from 2 years ago. I was pretty easy to deal with.
What's the
Keep
best
your
thing?
head down.
What's the best thing you bring to the table as a roommate?
I don't think I'd probably bring anything.
Okay, very good, excellent. I love the awareness.
I bring nothing.
I really don't bring anything.
I bring nothing.
At the risk of going on a little too long here, I did want to kind of look towards the Rockets a little bit. What are you most anticipating and looking forward to in the start, like the just immediate start of the stretch run of the season?
Is everybody back Friday?
Gotcha.
And we'll learn that. I think we'll have a better idea of that tomorrow when they practice. They're not practicing, or they're having like an informal practice today. But they'll be back together tomorrow. We'll see if Jabari Smith Jr. is ready to go. I think they were hopeful that he would be ready for contact drills, and if he's ready for contact drills, that usually means that he's ready to play.
Yeah.
If that's the case, is he in the starting lineup? If he is in the starting lineup, who of that 5 is out of the starting lineup? So that's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, that's a lot of fun conversation that I feel like we're going to have to talk about here before we get to Minnesota Timberwolves on
Yes, they got
on
it back to
Friday.
back.
In fact,
back to back.
Now I think about it, I probably should try and go out to that game, shouldn't I?
Yeah, you could.
Hopefully see you out there, huh?
I'll be there.
Very good. All right, that's our guy, Adam Spillane, baseball and basketball Spo. Don't forget, he's on those Rockets. We'll talk to you next week.
Sounds good.
There you go. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where what are the odds on Coach of the Year and where is DeMeco Ryans fall? We'll talk about that and more next.
Seth and Sean are heading to the beach, West Palm Beach.
Hawaii, not valid on a combo or on third-party delivery platform.
KITFM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's get into Around the NFL here in the loop. And I'm going to need y'all's help here, friends, because we've gotten so much news on international games, and it's hard for me to keep track of, like, did we already know this, or were we getting more information on this? Because the NFL announced that it'll return to play a regular season game in Brazil in 2025. Did we already know about the Brazil game?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
Brazil, we knew.
All right.
Yeah, because we was wondering if the Texans were.
That's right. Because we were like, yeah, at least you wouldn't have to wear green. Well, it will be the Chargers, and it'll be in week 1.
Oh, that makes sense.
So yeah, it'll be in week 1, which makes sense travel wise. At the very least, you're not trying to figure out the scheduling and making sure that the travel works on two ends. At least week 1, you can come in early in the early before the season starts and feel comfortable about that, and then you just have to worry about getting back stateside for the second situation there, or second game.
Is this still a possibility the Texans could
face the Chargers, don't they?
Texans do have the Chargers as one of their
could that be one of the rematches of the wild card game?
I mean,
they do like doing that type of stuff.
They do that type of stuff,
yeah.
That
the Texans are going to play internationally. I just don't know. I mean, it's going to be hard to tell.
Well, according to Tom Blair of NFL Network, Texans aren't the preferable or best matchup necessarily, as he put together for NFL.com the best proposed opponents for these various games. In the game 1 versus in Sao Paulo, it'd be Chargers. Vikings would be the best matchup according to him there. When the other international games, Dublin, remember, it'll be the Steelers there having a home game. The Bills are who they would have as the desired opponent there. In Madrid, you have the Dolphins. They say the Commanders should face off with them there with the Colts. Not a division game, so that would not be the Texans again. Falcons is who they go with there. Browns in London facing off against the Niners. The Jags, again, not a division game. Getting the Kansas City Chiefs. I didn't realize we might export some Chiefs games. That's interesting. Jets Cowboys is the other one that's proposed. So at least when it comes to NFL.com and Tom Blair, they say that the Texans do not play in an international game.
I think they will. Vikings played last year in London.
They did.
So, I mean, I guess you can go back to back. I mean, the Jaguars do it all the time, but other teams don't seem to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and maybe they're finding, because I also wonder how much of their international schedule they determine based off of, like, metrics on, hey, which of these teams are finding a level of traction in these various places. And
that's what I was kind of thinking too. Are they just trying to get everybody a fair shot?
Yeah,
like, oh, this team haven't been out the country.
They also rotate them,
or they just match up.
I don't know.
Like more appealing. I don't know.
We'll see as the schedules actually become public, or as they release those. But for right now, we just know that the Chargers are a possibility. Obviously, you have two divisional opponents that'll be playing overseas.
Yeah,
and those are all there. All right, some other things around the NFL. According to Aaron Rodgers, he does indeed plan to play next year, and odds makers have the Steelers, the Raiders, the Niners.
That
and
one
the
I don't
Titans
get.
As possible as potential favorites for his service.
And I spoke over the last one you mentioned, Titans. That's interesting. Aaron Rodgers going to the Titans. Who knows?
They've been kind of flirting with that before. Yeah. I think before he went to the Jets.
But Aaron Rodgers to the Niners?
That one I don't understand that one.
I mean, don't they have a quarterback?
I mean, yeah, kind of. And the wild thing about that is they recently kind of got themselves in a place where they put their money in. Remember, we did the whole Brandon Ayuk, will they, won't they, for a significant amount of time. They've put their money in a lot of different places, and maybe that'd be the reason why you go, all right, we'll just bleep it. We're throwing the Hail Mary, bring Aaron Rodgers back home to the Bay Area and see if you can actually go and finally cash in on all this.
That's wild, though, because they got to the Super Bowl at one point. Like, it's not like, I mean, it ain't Zach Wilson over there.
No, and I think that they're more in a place where they're trying to decide if they want to pay, like, the real starter caliber money to Brock Purdy, or if that was just cool and you were getting
this would be the answer.
Solid play for, but
one of these teams should be on the phone with him right now trying to trade for him.
Yeah.
At that point.
Right. And I consider, which is odds makers, they're just kind of doing a guess on these types of things like that. I don't know that there's very much insight that odds makers have on where particular people play per se. But how about this as a just not necessarily an odds maker type thing, but just a thought that has been thrown out there by Adam Schefter himself, who is a dude who is in the know. However, I'm not going to pretend like he has some level of insight here when it comes to Aaron Rodgers. Could he be a backup plan for the Los Angeles Rams? There's been some conversation about whether or not Matthew Stafford returns as quarterback there. In fact, I saw something that was kind of interesting, putting the Matthew Stafford with the Giants, and I was like, I'd be interested in seeing what that looks like.
Yeah.
If Matt Stafford does not finalize an agreement with the Rams, would you be interested in seeing Aaron Rodgers try and work with Sean McVay with the Rams?
I think that actually makes the most sense, to be honest. I think the Rams, they're in a position where they have to make some noise. They've got the defense. They've got, obviously they need to make a decision on quarterback, and Aaron Rodgers coming in for 1 year just to make the run. I think it makes a lot of sense, to be honest.
Well, you say it like that. Problem is, Aaron Rodgers likes being his own OC, and I don't know how fondly he takes to authority, especially authority that's going to be younger than him.
Yeah.
In the circumstance, and look, Sean McVay obviously has bona fides in a way that you cannot deny. That's the thing with anytime you want to sign Aaron Rodgers, is like, hey, the dude, the personality, is that going to fit with what you are doing?
But is he going to fit anywhere?
That's a great question.
Is he going to fit anywhere?
Don't have an answer for that. All right. Some other things around the NFL. I mentioned that the betting odds of the year for 2025 way too early. We don't even know, because Coach of the Year, correct me if I'm wrong or if you view it differently. Coach of the Year is very much a narrative award and an expectation award.
Yes.
What we expect of your team, if you get out here and you're like, oh wow, they were much better than we thought y'all were going to stink, right? That's basically what it feels like Coach of the Year ends up being. We haven't even got an opportunity to really set expectations for these teams as they've not gone through the process of the draft or free agency. Teams are not anywhere near set. But with that being the case, the odds are out here regardless, because betting going to happen. Your favorites, in fact, are co-favorites. Ben Johnson, new head coach of the Chicago Bears. Mike Vrabel, new head coach of the New England Patriots. In fact, new head coaches have the best odds when it comes there. And then outside of those guys, let's see, their odds, I believe, are plus 750 on DraftKings. And then after that, you'll get Pete Carroll and Jim Harbaugh. Chargers Jim. And then after that, Liam Cohen, Dave Canales, Sean Payton. Are you noticing I'm listing some names here?
Yep.
Mike McDonald, Dan Campbell at plus 2,000. Dan Quinn, Zach Taylor, plus 2,200. Matt LaFleur, Kyle Shanahan, Jonathan Gannon, Brian Schottenheimer.
Damn, are we in the
Brian Callahan, Aaron Glenn.
I haven't heard
Sean McVay.
Familiar name.
Shane Steichen.
Yeah.
Plus 2,500. Mike McDaniel, Kellen Moore, Raheem Morris, plus 28. Are you tired yet?
No D'Amico?
D'Amico Ryans and Brian Dable are plus 3,000 for coach.
I think D'Amico's got a shot, but they had a good record. See, the odds on, if you're like doing this from a gambling perspective, Mike Vrabel. Because they were so bad. And anything they do, they win 7 games.
Especially with another year of Drake May in the system.
Vrabel is the gambler. The gambler would probably bet on him. And actually, I understand why Ben Johnson is up there too, because all they have to do is just make the playoffs.
They have some talent.
Yeah, and they have some talent.
And I understand like those, but it's just like, if you're D'Amico Ryans, not that D'Amico Ryans cares about any of this. He seems like a man who's very secure in what he does and the way he goes about it. However, like if you were us as D'Amico Ryans, you have to feel disrespected by that, right?
Little bit. I don't think he cares, as you mentioned, but a little bit, because all he has to do is improve on the record and look better from a quarterbacking perspective, and I think people are going to be voting for him.
Yeah, I would really, and especially the tough thing about it is like they already had a really good defense last year. Like, do people feel the effect of a year over year?
I would not bet on D'Amico.
Yeah, I think for him,
just in this particular coach of the year, just in a general sense, I imagine you would bet on D'Amico.
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
to win,
I just wanted for coach of the year. Wanted to save you for yourself.
Yeah. For him to win, he got to be the best team in the league.
Yeah, 15-2.
He got to be the number 1 team in the league for him to winning.
All right, Nick Caserio, come through. Help your boy
15 and 2, that's all we're asking.
Help your boy out.
Yeah.
All right. Some other things around the NFL. A name that has come up around these parts quite a bit. In fact, I've seen it a few times on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. I apologize for not responding specifically.
The Texas Hammer!
When it's come up. Trey Smith is a guard for the Chiefs. You saw him obviously in the Super Bowl. He did not cover himself in glory in that particular game, to be fair. But, I mean,
he's a monster.
Who would have against that particular defensive line? Now, he is one of those guys that if you look at free agent lists, very high up there. I think for ESPN, he is ranked as the second best.
I've seen him number 1 in some lists.
Free agent in this upcoming free agency period in this offseason. And so, him becoming a free agent is very interesting to a lot of folks, including a team that needs an offensive guard. Oh, that sounds like the Texans.
Yeah.
Well, with the franchise tag window open as of yesterday at 3 p.m. Central, we look around and say, hey, what players are going to have the possibility of being big-time free agents that teams might want to hold on to? Trey Smith is one of those. However, according to a report, it seems like the Chiefs are not expected to franchise nor transition tag Trey Smith.
So he's a free agent. Or will be.
It looks like he will indeed be a free agent. Are you interested in...
Make the call, Nick.
All right, that sounds like Figgy is interested, or at least whoever Figgy is channeling there.
Mm-hmm.
Lopez, what about you? How do you feel about it?
I'm telling you, the only thing that would give me pause is the money. But this is going to sound so ludicrous, but his market value... His market value is $20 million, and that's not that crazy. In football terms, for a number 1 overall free agent or number 2 or 3, wherever you want to put him, for a team that needs that interior blocker, so desperately, it's not nuts. It's just, can you make it fit?
Yeah, I actually do have a little bit of pause, and of course, what's going to be some data specifically from FTN Fantasy.
There we go.
Shout out to FTN. They kind of put together an interior offensive line group entering free agency. And they kind of charted this based off of penalties and pressures allowed. And I am not comfortable with just how lowly Trey Smith shows up in both of those ways, in penalties and pressures allowed on the interior, which feels a lot like a lot of the things that we were complaining about on this offensive line last year.
Oh, he's worlds
like
better.
He's very good.
He's worlds better.
I think he'd be a better player.
Yeah.
But the particular, and every player has their weak spots. Nobody is a perfect player, right? I just have issues that those are the weak spots that displayed themselves last year. And if you bring that particular player with the amount of capital that you'd have to invest, and if those problems show up, buddy, it'd be mayhem around here.
No, it will be. I like him. I think he's a monster. Obviously, that data doesn't lie, but I think he would be well worth it for this team in particular on the inside. But I mean, look, get in line. He's going to get paid.
Yeah, for sure. So, look, that's one of the free agents that I imagine that I know a lot of Texans fans are looking forward to. We'll talk about free agents. I don't know, maybe tomorrow.
Yeah,
a little bit. We're about a month out still from free agency, but football, man, the football, I guess, carousel never stops. Speaking of though, in the football, I guess it's not quite carousel things, but when you talk about injuries, Aiden Hutchinson was a big injury, a big loss for the Detroit Lions last year. He's posted a video of him running.
I saw that
in the recovery from having that broken leg. Can I be a jerk real quick?
Please be a jerk.
You see the video?
I did. The only thing that I'm thinking, though, is keep in mind, and this could have been total BS, but toward the end of the year, they thought he might be returning. Remember that discussion?
I do recall that conversation.
They thought he might be
back. They were leaving space just in case.
For at the end of the championship game, Super Bowl, whatever. And, of course, that didn't work out. But I'm with you. I saw the video, and
he looked like he was running in the heaviest boots that I've ever seen.
Yeah. No, he didn't look like he was ready to go. But, I mean, hey, it's progress.
And that's the thing about injuries at this point is that there's still a lot. I mean, we're talking about games being played in September.
Yeah.
You got a lot of time till that, 6-7 months till that point. It is encouraging that he is ready, at least for the Lions' sake. That's the type of thing that I keep thinking about coming back to Stephon Diggs. You got time, but I mean, there's still going to have to go through the negotiations on whether or not he returns to Texas or where else he ends up.
And we'll hear Nick Caserio on Stephon.
We will.
Diggs,
we absolutely will hear that. And one more thing before we go. We were mentioning, I think, a few months ago, the ideas of various athletes, including Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce. There was also, I think, Bobby Portis of the Bucs, Joe Burrow, having their homes burglarized. I think Luka Doncic came into this as well at some point. Apparently, 7 men have been charged as of yesterday, or maybe this was actually today, by federal prosecutors for their alleged roles in a string of burglaries into those professional.
You could
athletes'
just
homes.
tell these were pros, and we kept talking about it. That
It was a ring.
Organized. It was a ring. They knew what they were doing. They do some dumb stuff, and I think they posted some pictures. Was part of the investigation. Somebody posted some pictures of one of the guys' safes or something like that.
Yeah, a photo of 3 men posing with a safe and jewelry that was allegedly stolen from Bobby Portis' home, which, mind you, I know maybe not everybody listening knows about Bobby Portis. I will never forget the NBA story that came out when he had Nikola Mirotic on his team, and they got in a fight in practice, and he broke Nikola Mirotic's jaw. Bobby Portis from Arkansas. You don't want those problems. I'm sure they were very happy that they should be very happy that they were, one, in that home when he was not there, which I imagine they did on purpose, but 2, that this is not some level of, like, we don't live in a society where we allow the aggrieved to mete out their own justice, because I imagine Bobby Portis would take them boys behind the woodshed.
Yes, he would.
I imagine he beat them up. Mind you, members, I think, ranging in age from 20 to 38 from Chile, South Americans, and they were accused of stealing more than $2 million in valuables. They face up to 10 years in prison. So there you go. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's look a little bit around this division. Which AFC South team is actually in the best position to take a step towards competing with this Texans team? We'll talk about that next.
New Texans. divisional contest.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Which of these teams in the AFC South is in the best position to probably take a step forward and possibly, maybe, compete with your Houston Texans next season? 713-572-4610 is the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer!
That's right. What did you just say to the figure there? I'm going to make you bring that
It's going to be a confession.
Oh, okay.
It's going to be a confession.
All right.
Because it's a little game I play every day. And you play it too sometimes. You've mentioned it on air, and I can't figure it out today. That's my confession. I'll get to you at 12:20.
Okay, I think I know where you're going there.
Mm-hmm.
But let's get to this here. Was a division that, let's face it, was not competitive last year. And I don't know, like, would you say that was to a detriment of the Texans at all? Because obviously they win the division and back-to-back division champions. Like, make sure that
doesn't matter what it looks like.
That's right. Doesn't matter what it looks like.
Doesn't matter, Brian.
That's what
AFC South champions 2 years in a row, Brian.
That's what I was looking for. Appreciate you.
Take that, Brian.
That's right. Hold that, Brian.
Doesn't matter what it looked like.
That's right. But like with that being the case, I feel like that allowed. There wasn't anybody pushing the Texans in that way. And I mean, look,
it was a wrap early.
It was
a wrap.
They have their own standard that they need to hold to, and I feel like it's very abundantly clear that they did not meet the standard that they had for themselves. Talk less of the standards that fans had. Or
they changed OCs.
Right. Exactly. Right. That's a tangible way of looking at it. But next year, like, is there a team that has an opportunity to kind of push them and contend for that, or to try and stop a three-peat at the top of the AFC South? And if so, who is the team that's best situated for that?
I kind of feel like we're downplaying this because we have such confidence in the Texans.
No, certainly.
Every year, somebody steps up.
Yeah.
It might be your division. It might not be.
Yeah, I mean, there's the high distinct possibility
worst to first. We hear it every year. Yeah.
I mean, we know that we think ourselves to be some level of soothsayers, and we know exactly who will win the division, and every year at least one of these divisions surprised the hell out of us. Hello, NFC North this year.
There you go.
Right, where it was like,
man,
and then everybody almost made the
who's going to be at the top of that? And here come. I mean, we knew the Lions would be there, but did anybody know the Vikings would be there in that way?
Yeah.
Right, like there's sometimes
we're kind of getting a little arrogant too soon.
No, that got me a little worried because like the Jags is always the Jags in my mind, but with them having Trevor Lawrence, I in the back of my mind I always think like, man, somebody gonna unlock this guy.
Exactly.
And it's gonna be over.
Exactly.
That could be wrong. Maybe that's not the case, but in the back of my mind, like, man, somebody gonna get their hands on Trevor Lawrence.
Well, that's what
it's gonna be over.
That's why I wanted to bring this up, and I was talking to Reggie about it before the show. Like, which AFC South team is in the best position? Will an AFC South team be able to challenge the Texans? I mean, I think the Texans, I don't know anybody that won't pick them to win the division, here.
If they're smart.
Here or anywhere. But it happens every year, man. Like, which team do you think might have? Because I have one in mind. And it just, I could see where if you connect the dots and a couple things fall in the right places, that it could be the Colts. And let me explain.
Well, I mean, to start with, they were, 2 games behind you?
They're the nearest threat.
Right, like just inherently. You were 10-7 this past year. They were 8-9, if you were inclined to look at it that way. They're probably I was about to say, they're probably close to having a quarterback, but that's not true.
I mean, yeah, they don't know.
Where are you coming at this from?
Well, because, one of the things that we're always sort of saying, yeah, but with the Texans – is they got to manage some cap space. They got to manage some things with the salary and some other things, and they have 6 draft picks, not 7. That's not that big a deal, but they're picking lower in the first round. Well, the Colts, they have $30 million now.
Is that good?
And that's good. It's not great, but it's good. It's middle of the pack, I feel. But they're talking about reworking 3, maybe 4 contracts, like Jonathan Taylor, some of their defensive guys that have big contracts. They're talking about having $60 million in cap space by, March 12th when they have to have everything wrapped up.
12th, 13th, 14th, right in there is when the league year starts. I should remember the exact date.
If they have $60 million in cap space, or 50, whatever it may be, they have the number 14 overall pick in the draft and 45. there's some murmurs and rumors about because Chris Ballard flat out said about Anthony Richardson this week, or maybe it was last week. He said he wants some competition for Anthony Richardson because, quote, he hasn't proved he can play 17 games. That is a strong statement from your general manager.
Not wrong, though.
No, not wrong. But so there's some rumors about they're going to bring in Justin Fields, similar type quarterback, has started some games, give him some competition. The Colts, to me, are a little bit interesting. In terms of, best position to maybe make that run.
Yeah, I think that's fair, right? I've often said that I like what Shane Steichen does, and I'm still amazed that he was able to get what he was able to get out of Gardner Minshew a couple years back in the
Yeah, that's a good point.
Right? Like if you have a steady quarterback, I think that the problem with Anthony Richardson is that like the ceiling is high, but the floor is also very low, so you get that high variance. That is fair. I will say, though, my initial reaction did not go to the Colts, and maybe this is just like, I don't know, maybe this is just wishful thinking or whatever that would be, because it's not like I actually wish this for this team. But there's something to be said about what the Jags have in a very good quarterback. They added in a wide receiver that is clearly really good, running back that's really helpful. And with all of those talents, with a coach who is able to actually direct it, in the potential that Liam Cohen has for this, and like a organizational synergy and oneness of thought in mind, now that they get Trent Baalke out of there, what can they possibly do there, right? Yeah. Is very intriguing to me. But also, like at the same time, the Jaguars have seemed to find ways to mess it up consistently.
Jags are going to jag is the only reason I didn't say something similar, because they just find a way to screw it up.
The only scary thing is they did get the guy out of the building, Trent Baalke, and I mean
Liam Cohen did.
Yeah, we had a guy here where we like, man, we ain't going nowhere until this guy's gone, and now it seems like things are starting to look bright now. So that is a little scary thing. Like I wonder if they can finally turn it around.
And one of the things that I was thinking, if I was trying to find something nice about the Tennessee Titans in this way, right? It's also applies to the Jacksonville Jaguars, which is they're in that little alcove where you are guaranteed one of like the few game-changing players in this league. It feels like you got like five of them.
Number 5 overall.
And they're sitting there at 5. Like the Tennessee Titans are either coming out of this with one of those are like, huge generational talent or a quarterback.
Yeah.
Right? You either come out with what was it?
Travis Hunter,
Carter, the pass rusher from Penn State, or you come out with Shedeur Sanders or Cam Ward, which all of those guys are going to make a big deal. But the Tennessee Titans are starting from way further back, it feels like, than what you look like with the Jacksonville Jaguars, where if they get one of those types of players, or maybe like a Mason Graham, like a really solid defensive tackle, if they get one of those types of players in there, you add up to what they're also doing. But again, it just feels like the Jaguars aren't going to find a way to make it shake.
The other thing about the Jaguars that might they would finish second in my list of threats to the Texans is they're more than likely, reports are, they're going to cut bait with Christian Kirk and Evan Ingram, and that'll free up another $30 million in cap space for them. So the Jags and the Titans are going to have some room to make those sort of peripheral moves, and the Jags have a number 5 pick, and the Colts have number 14. So they're in good shape. I think I really feel like we're like which I would pick the Texans, but it stands to reason one of these years, one of these teams is gonna jump up.
Yeah, I'm just not sure that this is the year where that happens, right? Like it does not feel like this is the time where one of those teams absolutely jumps up. I guess far enough to grab you by the heel or what have you. But I guess that's constantly something you have to watch out for. Like constantly something you have to keep aware of. I feel comfortable at this current juncture saying that I'm not worried about them Texans. The thing where they worry about the Texans, that they should be good in the South. The real thing is what are they going to do in the potential of the AFC, and even going further to hopefully being some level of real contender for a Super Bowl.
Liam Cohen, to Figgy's point, he's going to run the entire show. It's very obvious. He got the GM fired. The new GM is basically his call.
I was about to say, did they hire a new GM already?
I think
they're down to their finalists.
Yeah,
okay.
But that's going to be Liam Cohen's call. Yeah. So he's running the entire show. So if he is the real deal, then it gets interesting. You know, if he three offensive, that's interesting too. 3 offensive-minded head coaches in the division and 1 defensive.
Yeah.
You know?
But you also saw the defense that
it was damn good.
Put on the table, man. Like it was real problems for them boys. Like those offensive minds have nightmares when they think about D'Amico's defense. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping on this Wednesday, including, hey man, we got a freeze coming up in Texas. We've not talked about that. We'll do it next.
Seth and Sean.
I'm Fortuna, themensclinic.com, themensclinic.com.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's talk about what's popping here on this Wednesday in the Loop. John Lopez, Reginald Atula, Figgy Fig, and always get involved with the program on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, 713.
Texas Hammer!
713-572-4610. That is there for you if you want to get in. Well, I mean, I know one person who wants to get in is Ocho, and he wants to talk about these UH Cougars.
Why not?
Who got just what seemed like an easy victory against Arizona State. It was
Paint
one of
by
those
numbers, man.
It really was one of those. You just got to you got to show up. Not saying that they did not do their due diligence. They got a very strong victory and solid. And I feel like it was more important, not the victory on the court necessarily, but because it represented their 12th consecutive Big 12 road win, which broke a record in the Big 12 for game one consecutively in the 62. Or no, that was the Saturday sweep against Arizona. But I think the previous record was 11, which Kansas had done twice. And now Houston holds the record for consecutive road Big 12 victories at 12. And, I mean, look, this was a stepping stone to the tough games that they have ahead of them, both on Saturday against Iowa State, and I believe it's Monday.
Big one.
Yeah, big one on Monday.
Then they go
to
Texas Tech.
On Texas Tech. I believe Texas Tech is Monday, if I remember correctly. So, yeah, they have those games ahead of them that are really tough, but this was just a stepping stone towards that, but a good victory nonetheless.
No, and I don't think Kansas is going to break that record this year.
No, that was a nasty one if we were watching college basketball, because Kansas had, and this was funny because I was watching Houston, Arizona State, and I sucked there, but I had a friend who was texting me about the Kansas BYU game that was happening.
Man, I saw Ron Hughley text like, man, this is the worst team I ever seen, Kansas team I ever seen.
Hey, man, shout out to Ron Hughes because he's been on this since the beginning, early parts of the season.
I thought he was overreacting a little bit.
I thought he was, too, talking about his Kansas Jayhawks. But no, he foresaw this in some ways. The Jayhawks literally had one of the worst and most disastrous losses.
What did they do, 91-57?
91-57 was the score, which was the worst.
That don't even sound right, man.
I was about to say I don't know what sport you could compare that to. That is insane. It is the worst loss of the Bill Self era in Kansas. They trailed as much as 38 points.
Like saying Alabama losing 52-3 or something.
Exactly.
Like, that don't even sound real.
Like, this is one of those you die a hero or you live long enough to become the villain. Because Bill Self, you've been here for a while.
Yeah.
And I don't think anybody could have ever seen or expected it to look quite like that. Like, there's been some disappointments in the tournament, and I personally take personal joy laughing at it, but that's because of the particular rivalry that exists.
Sure.
However, I did not anticipate this. BYU is not even a particularly good team. Like, I mean, the Big 12 does have good basketball teams. Big 12, BYU 8-6 in the divisions or in the conference, right? So they've had some wins, they've had some losses. They're not like a great team, but Kansas is supposed to be good, man. And I guess Kansas is also now 8-7 in the conference. What are you supposed to do?
I seen a bunch of people say they quit on Bill Self.
Well, they got some talent, man. They always have talent. I mean, they got worked. And I don't know how it's going to end up, but it ain't going to be great.
Yeah, BYU shot the lights out in this one. They were shooting incredibly well in this game, but they also opened up the second half with an 8-0 run, so they made it abundantly clear in those those moments where you go, all right, well, this is a time where maybe Kansas can make an adjustment and start chipping away. BYU was like, oh no, friend, this is ours. So yeah, this is the fifth time that Kansas has ever been down by 30 or more points. Like, it just feels like, hey man, Bill, you might need to come sit next to somebody. Like, this feels like this is the year where, if anything, people look around and go, hey, Bill, it's been nice. You did some good things. Yeah. However, time to move it along.
I don't know. I saw somebody talking about what does it take for Kansas to have a turnaround in 26. Next year maybe. I don't know. It ain't gonna happen this year.
Which is wild because, like, Kansas absolutely was in a place where, as a program, it's one of the blue bloods. But it does feel like, in the new era where there is this kind of pseudo payment of players,
it can happen.
I feel like whatever they have had, and remember they were implicated amongst many other programs in kind of the Adidas, the money scheme that was happening with some of the shoe and outfitters and such. You do wonder if, like, hey, man, now that the playing field is somewhat leveled with teams being very outright with the money that they have.
We're going to see more of that.
Their advantages are now kind of gone, or at least lessened to the point where maybe Kansas is not going to have as much of an advantage. Although they did go and get Hunter Dickinson, who is like a highly regarded player, even though he's not turned out as well for them.
But remember, BYU went and spent $10 million on the number one recruit in the country. That was BYU.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They saw it firsthand.
That's not something you expect from BYU.
Yeah.
That's the thing that's wild. But yes, I guess, yeah, that helps, I imagine, the Cougars. And I think they also got a little bit of relief, if I remember correctly, and I guess I need to double-check this. Didn't Tech get a loss as well?
Tech got a loss.
TCU picked up a win over Tech. Shout out to Texas Christian.
A&M lost last night. That's one I was watching. Close game until the end, and they just couldn't throw it into the ocean. But that's going to happen. But they lost.
They did lose a top 25 loss at the very least.
It was, but I think they only scored like 17 points in the entire second half. They just couldn't make anything.
23 was ultimately what it was
or something. But either way, they didn't look good. I think it helped. It was a great day overall for U of H.
Absolutely. Who continues to try and march towards doing something really special in the tournament. Again, we've talked about it a little bit earlier in the week, and I think that the game against Arizona probably more telling in this way. Again, Arizona State, it just felt like you did what you were supposed to do, but it does feel like this team is just a little bit different in the ways that they can execute what they want to do. And the real test is coming up, right, this weekend and into next week when they have Iowa State at home at the Fertitta Center on Saturday, and then they'll face off against.
It's going to be a fun March.
What is technically the number 8 team in the nation, Iowa State on Saturday, and then in Lubbock on Monday.
Yeah,
like a good little two-step there that to possibly try and largely finish out the season. They still have Kansas. They do still have Kansas, so maybe you get another fun one. Yeah, you're not worried about that one? Okay, no longer worried about that one. Fair. What is popping is it's cold outside, man. It's about to get colder.
It is. I thought we were past this. Of course, it always happens in late February. You think, I think that's it.
No, and I put all my winter clothes up,
big
man.
Mistake.
Yeah, you messed up. I see you out here with what is that, the cable knit joint?
Yeah.
Every February, there's always one more blast. And this is it'll be in the 20s tomorrow. Dallas is getting down in the single digits.
Yeah, something like that, or double digit, or the teens.
Low, yeah.
I didn't know Dallas get that cold, man.
It's a big difference.
One time I was up there, it was snow. I'm like, what?
Mm-hmm.
But when it gets cold, we always start getting those. I don't know. Did you get your message from your?
How's the grid?
Yeah.
How's the grid?
According to the governor, he says that care for what could be, quote, the world coldest weather event of the year. So ERCOT is supposedly in a place where they expect the Texas grid to hold up.
Say it one more time.
Supposedly. Well, I mean, look, I'm the one adding the supposedly because I just have a general lack of belief. Yeah. We were all in this together last. What was that? 3 years? Was that 4 years ago? It's been a little while now, thankfully. Yeah. But yes, we've been in that place where the grid has failed, especially in these moments of really tough weather. But yeah. The forecasts indicate that there's more than enough capacity to keep the power online.
All right.
However,
put a pin in that.
Just be vigilant. Be vigilant.
Just wait till summertime
because it's supposed to go out. It's supposed to hit tonight, right? Like it's supposed to be tonight that it gets real cold.
30s today, 20s tomorrow. The wind is the thing, man. It just cuts through you. It's awful.
Yeah.
All right. Now you have this thing in here from Rick Pitino. What are you trying to do?
Okay. So we've been talking a little bit here and there about Gen Z. And I had this discussion at home after the show. I'm like, I'm not trying to be that guy.
Yeah, you are.
Because
you are that guy.
No, you guys agreed with me.
You are that guy.
You both agreed with me. Don't change history.
You're the only one bring up Gen Z and millennials.
Don't rewrite history now.
These damn kids nowadays.
These damn millennials.
Our parents said it about us. Oh, these kids these days. We said it about our kids. Those kids said it about the other kids. But Gen Z is just different. Thank God for Rick Pitino, who was talking to Gen Z.
Nobody's ever said thanks God for Rick Pitino.
I just did.
Dig in and be a basketball player. Every time you miss a shot, your game deflates. We don't care about your missed shots. Play defense. You guys keep blowing opportunity upon opportunity upon opportunity. You're like children with bad things happening. Instead of digging in and be tougher, you wilt. Where is your toughness? Where have you guys been raised that you're so weak mentally that you just give up when something doesn't go right for you. Don't you know what adversity is all about? That's the game of life, not the game of basketball. You don't get down when things go wrong. You dig in and get tougher. Your whole life's going to be adversity. Learn how to deal with it.
I bet you like 5 kids quit.
He went after their parents. Where were you raised? And by the way, that's the documentary, I guess, is going to be on Netflix. Rick Pitino, there's a little, whatever, there's a special about him. But, dude,
does Rick Pitino have any hand in this? Because, I mean, if there's,
God bless Rick Pitino.
If there's somebody who needs a little bit of a persona washing or what have you, however you'd like to call that, Rick Pitino feels like one of those dudes who would absolutely.
But, dude, they all need to hear that. You wilt. Where are your parents? Where were you raised? It is. It's just different, man. It's different from even the previous generations.
And see, he's an old school type of coach, too. So he's not used to this. I think a lot of newer coaches now know how to coach around that a little bit.
Or they coddle them.
Yeah, that's exactly what happens.
Yeah.
And they kind of use it to their advantage. But old school, man, where was you raised?
Yeah.
I do appreciate this text that came in on the text line, the Jim Aller, the Texas Hammer text line. Everyone was bashing the groundhog. Turns out he was right. All right. We really giving the groundhog some credit for this? Okay, if you say so. Some other things that are popping. Sports Business Journal had an interesting thing earlier this week, or it might have been last week, in fact. The WNBA is consistently looking to expand, and we know that Tillman Fertitta has put in a bid. It seems like it's leaning to the situation where it might not be the Houston Rockets or the Houston Comets this time. However, according to Sports Business Journal, the Comets seem like they have a really good chance maybe in the next round of expansion that could be coming for the WNBA.
When is that going to be?
Well, I mean,
Houston?
They're rapidly expanding, right? Because I think they recently added a couple of teams in. I think the Valkyries and Golden State will start beginning play this season. Toronto's got a team coming here soon as well.
2028 Cleveland, the Rockers.
Yeah, I think Cleveland is the one. Has that been announced?
Yeah, that's been
announced. Okay, so they were the one who got the most recent bid, which is Cleveland. But the idea is that, hey, the Comets probably are the ones that have the best look on the next go around.
So 29?
Maybe.
Might be
29 or 30, but it seems like maybe by the turn of the decade, we might get the return of the Houston Comets.
What about hockey? You know, that's still out there as well. So
I mean, look, I know that's been a big push as well. I don't know. I'm interested to see like if the NHL is indeed looking to expand still. But that would be very fun to get this city like even here, the 3 majors, I guess I should say, getting some more of those sports in this town would probably be fun.
That's a lot of sports, man.
It is a lot of sports.
You got the 3 major teams. You got the Dynamo.
Good.
You got U of H.
Yeah.
Yeah, U of H obviously basically acts as a whole nother one in there. But yeah, man.
That's a lot of sports, man.
We got
I'm
it.
all for it,
Yeah,
man.
no, we up, man.
Yeah.
And I guess I probably should have brought this up a little earlier. I found this to be interesting. Bobby Hull, obviously legendary hockey player, 2-time Hart Trophy winner as well, 3-time scoring champion. Apparently, he was diagnosed posthumously with stage 2 CTE.
I could see that.
So, like, I mean, it stands to reason, especially with the way the hockey is played, and particularly the way the hockey has been played in the past. That hey man, that CTE also existing there. Like we're learning a lot more about CTE as we continue to go. But like it's wild to kind of realize that he was also diagnosed with that after his death in 2023.
I mean, they didn't even used to wear helmets.
True. But that's the thing about it.
Now they got the face mask, they have the glass cover or whatever acrylic. They didn't even used to wear helmets in hockey. I mean, even back then you had to realize, is this a good idea? Is this the smartest thing we could do for our players?
I always think about Cedric the Entertainer, that Kings of Comedy. He's like, I seen somebody skating without a hockey stick, trying to fight.
All right, so that's what's popping here on this Wednesday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, Nick Caserio sat down or talked with Payne and Pendergast this morning. Let's revisit some that he gave us, including like what is the organization's perspective on a possible reunification with Stephon Diggs. We'll talk about that next.
Why did D'Amico choose? Odyssey Sports Station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. It's been a good day on this Wednesday here on the station, as earlier today we're joined by Nick Caserio, general manager of your Houston Texans, on with Payne and Pendergast, as he does from time to time. Nice long conversation with the fellas this morning, and of course, you know, Nick, he when he says something, he makes sure that he takes his time to say it. He gets all of the nuance and the.
You got to muddle through a little bit.
He's very thorough. Is the word that I was going to use. I was going to use the words that you used. But you covered quite a few topics. Good on the fellas for talking about it and asking them. And one of the ones, obviously, that they is interesting and pertinent was, you know, is the idea of Stephon Diggs, who is a free agent. We just came up on kind of a milestone for him in that the void years for his contract hit. I know that somebody was asking earlier on the Jim Allen, the Texas Hammer text line, the idea of, hey, $16 million, basically when they traded for him, they made that contract into a one-year contract. There was a void year. And that additional money that they did not carry last year is dead money this year, whether or not he's on the team. And so you were hoping that, or maybe some people were hoping that possibly you could get a deal done to kind of even that out, make it a little bit more palatable. But no, you will hold on to that dead cap. However, regardless, will Stephon Diggs return to this team coming off of an injury and all those things? Is there some level of, like, I don't know, desire for that relationship to be maintained in that way? This is Nick Caserio talking to the fellas earlier this morning about Diggs.
Absolutely open to that concept. I think kind of the way we've handled it, we have 25-ish or so players whose contracts are set to expire here when the new league year starts in the middle of March. As it pertains to Steph, I would say that was more of a semantical thing more than anything else. I don't think anybody is surprised by that little nuance. Essentially, it was a kind of a one-year contract, and he was going to be a free agent. So we're going to have dialogue with all of our players who will be free agents. You know, we'll have discourse back and forth, and there's going to be players who we end up re-signing. There's going to be players that end up going to other teams. There's going to be players that are going to want to see what their market is, what's the value of their market. That's just what free agency is about. Free agency is driven by supply and demand. So there's going to be a lot of discussion back and forth. Everything is pretty fluid. So had a good relationship with Steph and his representation, and we enjoyed having Steph in the building. So, I think a number of players have expressed sentiments and interest in potentially returning to our team next season. So we never rule anything out. So we're going to be open-minded and kind of work through the process here. Things will probably pick up over the next few weeks, and then obviously when you have the call it legal tampering period, which will be preceded by the illegal tampering period, which will take place at the Combine, we'll probably have a pretty good idea of kind of where everybody is going to situate and kind of what the market looks like.
So your first gut instinct when you hear that is, well, you tell me and then I'll tell you mine.
I feel like that's leans me a little bit towards you're not going to see Stephon Diggs return.
Yeah.
I mean, look, it's abundantly clear. Or I mean, honestly, to be really honest, it feels like that was just a lot of we'll see. Like we will see.
Doors open. It's never a great thing.
Yeah,
it's never great. It's not like I want them.
Hey, the Astros been saying that for years.
Doors
man.
open.
I think he also tried to make it clear that, hey man, we have a good relationship with the with his representation. We'll have those conversations later. I just think he was trying not to paint himself into a corner of any sorts. But yeah, man, it seems like that man's gonna want to go and test the market. I will say though, like in various different mediums or whatever, people kind of analyzing Stephon Diggs' situation have again pointed to the Texans as the best fit and the best place for him still. And it does feel like he would have a place to be. I just am interested in seeing what the remainder of the market would be for him because I think that he's going to be market driven on this.
Well, see, my gut instinct was the same as yours, but I also feel it's maybe for a straightforward reason. I don't know if they think, number one, how good he's going to be, how well he's going to come off this ACL, and number two, fit in terms of what they're willing to pay. What the market is going to demand and command for Stephon Diggs. It's not like, oh, absolutely not, but it's the we'll see, I think, is very literal. We'll see.
We'll see what the market says.
We'll see what the market says.
Because it might be somebody out there that give them a nice little contract where you be like, I ain't doing that.
And they have limits. And also we'll see, is the guy going to be when's he going to be 100%?
Yeah. Right. Did you make anything of him immediately going to like, oh, we have all these free agents. We have 25 guys that are free agents that we have to make some decisions on.
Yeah, I think, and we touched on it a little bit yesterday, I think there's going to be a pretty significant turnover on some of these players because they know they're close. They know they're definitely there defensively and close offensively. So it's time to tweak a little bit, and also they have to be able to manipulate the money in order to get whether it's Stephon Diggs or someone else. So yeah, there are some cap restrictions, and it's a true legitimate. We'll have to see.
One of the other offensive things that was discussed in the course of this, Nick Caserio jumping on with the fellas, was C.J. Stroud and the ways in which this offseason seems to be operating a little bit different than last offseason when he was big smile on the face, all sorts of different places, whether podcasts, videos, what have you. Whereas we haven't really seen or heard very much from C.J. Stroud. This kind of more in-house and maybe focusing more on the offseason. This was Nick Caserio talking about how C.J. Stroud has gone about preparing for the season.
I think CJ's work ethic is unmatched. He cares a lot about football, has a lot of confidence and belief in himself. And there's some things that we've talked to him about that, hey, here's 2 or 3 things that, we think you can focus on in the off season. So whenever that clock starts, the clock starts. But we have a number of players that are usually, they start to come in the building in February and train on their own because the off season doesn't start until April 21st. But by the same token, if you want to be good at your job, you have to invest time and energy into being good at your job. So in the end, it's about the work. So everything starts with the work. So you got to just show up, continue to improve, put one foot in front of the other, try to stack days on top of days. We have a number of players in here. A lot of players are rehabbing and kind of going through the offseason, sort of that process. But then we have some other players that are going to be here on their own training. We have every resource that a player needs right here in our building. So our staff who's with the players on a daily basis, we got more data that we can shake a stick at so we can monitor everything. So we have everything that we feel that we have everything that the players need here in our building. So we're excited to get started. And whenever they show up, and hopefully they're ready to work with the right mindset. But CJ will be ready to go. I would expect him to have a good off season and get himself ready to go for the 25 season. So we can all go out there and hopefully have a successful season.
So he went off on a little bit of a tangent there, but I think the gist of it is don't worry about CJ. And frankly, I've been saying that too. Of all the things about this offense and blocking and the coordinator and first-year play caller, the least of my worries is CJ Stroud being able to play at a very, very high level. I think he played at a high level this past year. He was just running for his life.
You'd be right there with Nick Caserio and what he was talking about. No, but continue.
No, I just think don't worry about C.J. Stroud. There's a lot to worry about,
fair enough,
and how it's going to work. But don't worry about him.
He kind of calmed down this off season too, because remember last year around this time, that's when he was doing the Travis Scott, the charity softball thing, and that's when the infamous video of him and Amber Rose getting into the car.
Yeah.
And this year he was there. He was there again this year, and I was right there. And he said, "No Texans related question, no football question. We all about this event right here."
Yeah.
And he was really strict on that.
And Amber Rose Ubered.
What are you doing right now?
I'm asking.
I don't think he got reporting on that.
He was there. I wasn't.
Well, I didn't stay for the whole I stayed, so
you wanted him to just tell Amber Rose to see how she got home, huh?
Yeah.
All right, so you wanted Figgy to catch a stalking charge.
This is important.
It seemed like he was just focused on the kids and
the
charity and all that stuff. So
it's for the kids.
It's all about the kids.
But speaking of CJ Stroud, like, what do you think? Like, because in various different portion, again, we're talking about a 45-minute sit down with the fellas. That's worth your listen. But in that, he was kind of talking about how players, kind of give them things that they want to work on over the offseason. What for you do you want to see C.J. Stroud work on and get better on for the 2025 year?
Yeah, that's the one that sort of made me kind of start thinking down in those terms, because what C.J. Stroud definitely needs to work on is being able to, and it's not even his fault, but being able to have a voice and have more control, I think it's relationship driven. I really believe, and we've seen more and more of this as time has passed since Bobby Slowik has left. I really believe they didn't connect. They either Slowik didn't connect with coaches, or Slowik didn't connect the way he should have with C.J. Stroud, or both. And I think the number one thing that Liam Cohen, the number one thing that Nick Caserio needs to do, is be able to build that relationship. And I don't think they announced their full staff this morning. I guess Aaron Wilson had that report. Really, the only new faces are Caserio and the Shaplinski.
Yeah, that one always gets you, doesn't it?
Always gets me. I always want to say Stefanski. But it's Shaplinski. Neither one of those guys has extensive work with quarterbacks. Shaplinski's had a little bit, and neither one of them has a relationship with C.J. Stroud. The fact that they brought Gerard Johnson back, I think, is going to be crucial. And Nick Caserio needs to build that relationship with C.J. Stroud. That's what he needs to work on.
For me, if I was going to answer my own question here, it's like commanding the offense, right? I think it's kind of towards your end. The idea of listening to like Tom Brady say the hit to the line, have the right play, and see what what's going to happen. The defense does is see what the defense has there, and if your play is going to be able to work, and then being able to come up and. Is this going to work? No. All right. Well, let's put in. Let's.
But
change
Slowik really didn't let him do that.
And that's what I'm saying.
So it ties in with the relationship.
But yes, having a full command and more full command even of what's happening. On top of that, and the 979 hits this should work on his slide game and running a tad bit more. I think just the running portion of the game will be really helpful. And I believe Caserio did mention that, to which Seth was kind of talking about some of that, and I think he was talking about kind of like the way that Jalen Hurts squats a whole bunch, and that led to this particular thing that Nick Caserio said that made me chuckle when I heard it.
He definitely matured, and honestly, sometimes your biggest growth comes in time. Clemens had a big ass.
That's right. You were listening, right?
Oh,
did you hear when this happened?
Yeah.
And of course, it was completely logical when he said that. But
Clemens had a big ass.
Yeah, he was way too excited for that. I'm not gonna lie.
Put a lot of juice on that.
That's right. No, but the idea being, hey man, the power whether it's like for pitchers like Roger Clemens or quarterbacks comes from the base,
of course.
And of course, like working on that base would be really good for C.J. Stroud. One more time for me.
Clemens had a big ass.
That's right. Never forget.
I mean, he'll tell you that.
Shout out to Roger Clemens with the dumpy. All right. Defensively though, there was a couple of things, and one of them is obviously the idea of extending Derek Stingley and what the timeline is, what the progress is towards that. Can you tell us anything when it comes to Derek Stingley, sir?
We're always open-minded. We'll have dialogue at any different point. When it's appropriate. I mean, Derek's he's one of the best corners in the league. I don't think this is like some mystery here. So Derek's a good football player. He's improved, I would say, quite a bit from his rookie season to where he is now. So, if we have the opportunity to keep a really good football player here for a period of time, it's certainly something that we're going to explore. Those things take time. Nothing comes to fruition all at once. But, Derek's earned the opportunity here. So when those conversations and the time's appropriate, we'll engage in that dialogue. I think Derek's made some comments. The fact that he wants to be here for a long period of time.
He sure has.
We want Derek to be here. So, but nothing's really linear. These are never linear. It's just A to B. So, but it takes a little bit of work, takes a little discussion. But he's eligible, and when the time's appropriate, we'll engage with his representation. But glad Derek's here. And hopefully we can keep him as a Houston Texan here for a long time.
Shout out to Nick Caserio having his head on a swivel. He knows what's happening out here.
He's on social media. I'll bet you anything. He knows what everybody's saying.
I do appreciate that from the perspective of what he has to do as a general manager. He is being very diplomatic about all this. It's like, oh man, these are never straight line. Is there a single contract extension that is as straightforward as it feels like Derek Stingley's contract?
Sooner rather than later. Get it done sooner
It's like
rather
nothing
than later.
else to see here.
Like
he don't have anything else to prove to me.
No.
He specifically said, like, these things are not straight line. But I'm like, if there was
This one
this one
is.
feels like it is.
This one is.
Yeah, he had nothing else to prove at
He's
this
gonna
point,
make a
man.
bleep ton of money.
Let's get it over with right now.
And if you wait, it's going to be a bleep ton more.
Yeah.
So give him the contract and let's move on.
Give him his money now before some other fool of a team pays some type of mediocre corner with way too much money, and now we back here.
Well, I don't even know if that is going to happen because, we kind of know that these things kind of happen off of comps. And when it comes down to it, the last couple of years, last couple of off seasons, the top cornerbacks, and he is in line with those top cornerbacks, have just gotten kind of 9 to 10% of the salary cap. Well, boom! Like, this is just very basic. What is the new salary cap looking like? 9.5, 10%.
All right, let's pay him.
Boom, boom, bada bing, bada boom.
Yeah.
Signed up. Especially because, like, Derek Stingley, his particular personality it's almost antithetical to kind of the cornerback space. Like, usually the cornerback space, we look at them as kind of one of the divas on the team, and you kind of have to be. Like, do you realize how sick of a person you have to be out here at corner, a position that is built for you to fail?
Yeah.
Like, the league has just constantly made more and more rules to make it harder for you to do your job. You're inherently running backwards all the damn time. And everybody is trying to see you fail because all we want to do is see dudes catch the football.
Yeah.
And you got to be able to get out here and just, like, believe that you're going to do that. Running backwards at the same speed as these other dudes that run otherworldly fast, and they're strong and they're big nowadays too. Step up there and do this at a high level. You have to have a level of bravado.
Yeah.
And he doesn't. He
just quietly gets it done.
He's very quiet about doing it.
Yeah.
And then with all of that, the way that he kicks it, he was like, "Yeah, I want to be here. I just want to be here."
And that was that was strategic as well. They're like, hey man, I want to be here. It's time.
Yeah,
and it is.
It is.
It absolutely is.
And yes, 713. I know that he, as a general manager of a team, knows that. I was saying I appreciate that because of the position that he is, that he has to play this diplomatically. He has to talk about the idea that it's not straightforward, even though it seems very evident that it is indeed straightforward. All right. Shout out to Nick Caserio spending some time. There are a lot more that was interesting in that. For me, I really enjoyed him talking about kind of the ways that they go up, the ways that they look at the combine and the interview process of the combine, as obviously that's coming up in a week. A lot of interesting things to hear there. I'd advise you when you have the time, go ahead and check it out in full on the Payne and Pendergast, I believe, on the podcast page. I'm sure that has probably made its way up to the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610. Very, very good sit down with the general manager of the team. All right, coming up next, about that time where we get into our lunchtime confessions, and we will do that next in Luke.
Payne and Pendergast. Just be listening to your favorite sports station in town for your chance to win.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Okay, that right there. That right there. First of all, badass song. I know you've picked up on this.
Yes.
Figgy has he could be one of those subliminal message type advertising gurus or experts or whatever. Every day he comes to the show with a certain vibe on the bump music.
Yeah.
Right?
For sure.
Can't figure out today's vibe, man. He's been all over the board.
Yes, it's been
He's been a little easy listening. Now you just come in with this little Pearl Jam. No, Nirvana.
Nirvana, yeah.
Nirvana, my bad.
Yeah.
What's up today, Figgy?
Honestly, I don't know if y'all can tell, but I kind of been a classic rock. I've been listening.
You have those days where it's all classic rock.
Yeah, yeah, but
you get a little funky on Fridays usually.
Yeah,
yeah.
So even outside of work, I've been listening a lot of classic rock.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
but there's no real. I shouldn't say rhyme or reason, but you've been a little bit all over today. A little bit mellower.
That's kind of my playlist a little bit. Yeah. Just all over the place.
What's your daily vibe? On music. Just depends on what you're feeling.
Yeah, sometimes I'm in a classic rock mood. Sometimes I'm in EDM. I never played no EDM on this station, but sometimes I'm in the EDM mood. Sometimes I'm in a classic soul, goldies type of mood. I'll be all over the place.
I usually can figure it out. Today I've just been like a little bit hard to figure.
Yeah, sometimes I'm.
But
like,
thank you for the Nirvana.
Yeah, sometimes I'll be excellent. Classic rock. Let me throw some hip hop. Let me throw some soul in here.
Every once in a while, Reggie will hear something and go, "Oh, okay."
Yeah, I try to throw a couple things in there once in a while.
Yeah, we appreciate you bringing the different vibes to this.
These are my confessions.
All right, so this is real far out, but I'm going to get into like my niche sports bag for a second, if you don't mind. 2034 World Cup, is going to be in Saudi Arabia, and apparently Saudi Arabia will not allow any alcohol during the tournament at all, according to an ambassador.
Good luck with that.
I remember that.
Like this, I mean, remember when it was in Qatar recently, and they obviously that is also a country where
Qatar,
there are kind of ways of like, we don't really want alcohol. They had certain like exceptions in places.
Almost moved there.
That's right, yeah, because it's a teaching job for your wife, right?
Yeah. She had the teaching opportunity there. Like, all she had to do was say yes.
And they pay for everything.
They pay for everything. I was going to leave this job. I wasn't on the midday show at the time. I was just a regular fill-in producer, but almost moved there, man. And
housing, salary,
everything,
travel.
I just would have had to try to find a job, but we had never heard of Qatar. We like, what? Where is this at? We didn't know anything about the law.
And you ended up in Houston.
So
huh?
He was here.
You were in Houston.
Yeah, we were still in Houston. But we was a little nervous. We just need a little more time. And the person like, you know what? That's all right. We found somebody else. So it actually worked out pretty good.
Of course it did.
Yeah, but I ain't know nothing about Qatar, man.
Good luck with England and Ireland. Well, Ireland didn't always get into the World Cup, but some of these World Cup teams that they find a way to circumvent the rules.
Well, that's the thing. You end up in some of these countries, and like Figgy was alluding to, hey, man, these laws, man, you playing a road game. You were playing a road game. I don't know if you want to end up in these legal systems.
Yeah. You're familiar with soccer fans. They don't seem to care.
Not on these international tournaments.
It's so strict. Even the way you dress, like some of that stuff is a little tricky.
Dude, I've been around these people 5 World Cups. I'll never forget a train ride I took with some Scottish fans. Now, that was allowed drinking, but they don't care. They don't care.
Well, my thought process was I'm 100% good with this. Like, legitimately.
Oh, really?
I'm
That's
no
your confession?
Yeah. I mean, I get it. Like, I'm not self, but like, look, man, when it comes to like these international tournaments, you can get 3 weeks without getting that drink down, man. Like, you can make that shake.
I tend to disagree with that. Not for me personally. but with soccer fans.
Tell somebody right now to go tailgate without drinking nothing.
Yeah,
that is not, and I'm not even a drinker. It was one time I had to do the tailgate stuff, and I just got my wisdom teeth pulled, so I couldn't drink nothing. That was hard, man. I'm not even a drinker, but just the temptation, man,
and the offers,
and I felt bored out there, man. I'm like, I gotta have some type of drink in my hand.
Yeah, so I was like, I think I'm good with that, but we'll see what it looks like in 2034. That's what
I think there's going to be some stories coming out of that.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if FIFA is capable to like lean on Saudi Arabia. I have a feeling that they can't.
By the way, sponsors.
See now,
sponsors.
That is a fair point because like there will be like a beer sponsor, or whatever.
There'll be international.
FIFA,
there'll be United States. There'll be. Yeah, that ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, they'll be all right. Yeah. I think they'll be fine.
These are my confessions.
So this morning, I got to confess, I became an angry driver this morning, man.
Oh, no.
Became, huh?
Yeah, because usually I do like everybody else, cuss somebody out in the car, just keep it moving. But everybody was driving like slow today for some reason. I don't know if it's because it's cold and they were just worried about the roads or something like that, but everybody's driving slow. But this is my real confession. I hate when you trying to get highway on a ramp and somebody just completely stop.
Oh, God, yes.
Like they're trying to merge. Like you supposed to merge and
just keep going. Keep going.
There's no stop sign. And you might see some yield signs to kind of make sure, but there's no signs here, no stop sign. It was a big ass truck that just stopped.
Oh no!
And I'm just like, man, these people are going 60 miles an hour, man. How you just gonna pick up and merge into this traffic,
You're
man?
not going to.
So, man, we were sitting there for about 3 or 4 minutes, man. I'm just like, man, what are we doing?
Why
man?
are you stopped?
I hate when people just stop.
By the way, in addition to that, sometimes they put those lights on the entrance ramp.
What are we doing there?
Red, yellow, green. I ignore it 100% of the time. I just go. Because you're supposed to just go.
It kind of confuses me, to be honest.
It's red, and then, okay, now go car number 2 or whatever. I'm like, screw that.
Yeah.
Just go.
It kind of confuses me a little bit.
Yeah.
I try to follow the rules, but I just be careful and just merge into. But I hate when people just stop.
Yes. 100%.
Like, dog, just merge into the traffic, man. Like, don't mess up the flow. I hate when people do that.
Agreed.
These are my confessions.
So I saw something. One of our own in our building is on a trail ride for the Houston Rodeo.
Oh, really?
Okay.
I believe she's coming from Judy. She's on a trail ride.
Okay.
And can't remember. Is it Austin? Anyway, she's coming on a trail ride, to Houston for the rodeo. It's a very big tradition. I am obviously, it's been decades, but I've ridden horses. I even a couple of summers I spent at a ranch in Mexico with some, distant relatives, and I was working on the. So I'm not anti, riding a horse or all this stuff. Albeit it's been, a couple of decades at least since I've done it. My confession is nothing about a trail ride interests me. You're going, this whole long distance. I don't mind the camping out, but you're on highways and cars are buzzing by. People get angry. The weather
People
is
like me.
The weather is unpredictable. It's not about like the actual. Like if we could do that on a ranch or something, I would be all in. But going through cities and highways and traffic and going, people getting mad. Nothing about a trail ride.
How long does that take?
It's sometimes it's at least a week. Help us out, trail riders. I know we have some that have done it that are listening. 713-572-46. Yeah, I think it takes about a week.
I am good on that, man.
Nothing about a trail ride in cities and highways.
This is not Red Dead Redemption, man. No. I am not riding no horse to another city.
I mean, if somebody asked me, hey, do you want to go on the so-and-so trail ride? I might do it out of curiosity, but I ain't volunteering for any of this stuff.
Yeah. Nah.
Would you do a trail ride?
No.
Figgy?
Nah.
Would you go the wagon?
Nah, man. I don't think. Man, this ain't Bonanza, man. This ain't no gun
Would
smoke.
you do it on the wagon?
No. You said how many days? Like day?
Like
nah,
a week.
man.
The idea that there's days as opposed to hours.
No.
Like 3 hours. We got a ranch.
It's kind of cool.
Yeah, I would do it like on some land, like on
a ranch.
On a ranch or something like that. That's fine, but I'm not sitting here saying, hey, let's
go from Austin to Houston.
Yeah, nah, man. This ain't bonanza, man.
I'm curious of our trail ride. I think it's about a week, but that nothing about. And again, it's nothing about the process or what you're doing. It's that you're doing it in that environment.
Yeah, no. For me, it's the process and what you're doing and how long. it takes.
I don't even want to drive in a car for a week. Like, just imagine
that's
driving.
a really good point.
Yeah, like
would you like to travel for a week?
Yeah, let's drive all the way to Boston from Houston.
Yeah,
like I'm cool on that.
I'm cool on that.
Somebody said that they're with you, J-Lo. Keep moving. So wait, here we go. Have a trail ride where you can enter one portion of Yellowstone and exit another. It takes 3+ days. Yeah,
Los Vaqueros, they go 3 weeks on the trail ride.
Yeah, man. Nah, man.
Somebody said most of the others into Houston are 1 week long, as you were talking about.
Yeah.
And I appreciate this from the 832 on the Jim out of the Texas Hammer and text line. I've played Oregon Trail back in the days. No thanks. That's right. Like, do the trail rides come with dysentery?
I mean, I respect you. It doesn't interest me.
I watch too many of those shows, man. They take months and years to travel somewhere on the damn horse, man. I'm cool, man.
Yeah. All right. Those are confessions here on this Wednesday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Many people saying, look, if you were talking about Nirvana as classic rock, we are old. And yes, friend. Yes, friend.
Yeah.
Also, I mean, is it not? I feel like anything in the 80s is now considered classic rock.
Yeah.
But I mean, it smells like Teen Spirit ain't from the 80s, though.
90s, early 90s.
We getting there, man.
Yeah.
We getting there, man.
He's looking it up. I think it's like 91.
Hey, they playing a lot of Jay-Z.
Damn, that was 91.
I knew it.
Yeah. Hey, they playing a lot of Jay-Z on the old school hip hop channel.
Old school. Good. All right. I mean, it has been like,
dog, I heard Bit Pimpin' on the old school hip hop channel, man. Like, damn, that just came out. Almost cuss. That just came out.
Yeah, don't cuss. But yes, that did. It felt like it just came out.
It's old school now. We unks.
Yeah, I guess so.
34 years ago, Reggie. 34 years ago.
All right. Well, on a Do You Feel Old Yet Wednesday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Speaking of things that just came out, the NFL just gave a little guidance on what the salary cap is going to look like for the upcoming season. We'll give you that and what that might mean for your Texans next.
Texans new OC.
your job. Terms and conditions apply.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, I might have to fight John Lopez here. And you might be asking, what for? And it's not anything that you might imagine. He just, for some reason, decided, Reggie's about to turn on his microphone. Let me talk about...
Yeah.
Should I say it?
You can say it. Actually, I think I'd like to see the reaction, because you're talking about the trail ride and how I spent a couple of summers in Mexico working on a distant family's member's ranch. I just happened to mention something to Reggie.
This man gonna talk about bull castration as I'm about to turn on a microphone. Why would you do that?
Okay, so I started thinking about those 2 summers I did that, and I was low man on the totem pole. I was just a visitor, and I spent a summer there, a couple of months, and they would let me, ride with them when they were herding the cattle, and I would, do a little hunt, do little chores and jobs around the ranch house and all that stuff. But I just happened to mention. I believe we're talking about this. I happened to mention.
Yeah, you can, because you were just talking about it a second ago.
I happened to mention to Reggie that was the grossest job I've ever had, even though it was only for a couple of months. So you may not know this, but they castrate bulls. They put them in this little squeeze thing.
All right, you
hold them.
Doing the whole explanation.
And they have this little clipper thing. It's a little metal clipper thing.
No, we're not doing this.
And
we're not doing this.
They castrate the bulls.
So the NFL today.
So what it does is it's for beef quality, and it keeps some of the ones that you don't want to be aggressive, from being aggressive. And they gave me the bucket of the remnants, and I had to dispose of them.
That's what I got.
Right, like literally 10 seconds before, I said, that was the grossest job I ever had, when they castrated the bulls, and I had to hold the bucket.
That's what I got coming into the So... If I had
the visual stays with you, man.
If I had to hear it, so did you, dear listener. I apologize, but that was.
I don't think they heard it, because I'm sure everybody's switching the music.
Maybe so.
The visual does stay with you your entire life.
Now I will bring you some level of good. Hopefully it makes up for it. The question, but Dan Graziano of ESPN let us know mere minutes ago. In fact, or I guess a half hour ago at this point, the NFL informed teams that the 2025 per team salary cap will fall into the range of $277.5 million and $281.5 million, which is way up from that $255.4 million salary cap that had been last year for teams. And so a pretty solid growth, $53 million over the last 2 years. And this particular growth represents, depending on where it falls within that range that Graziano reports, falls within maybe like a 8.5 to 10% growth year over year from last season. So a decent amount of money they're opening up for your Houston Texans and for every NFL team on what the salary cap might look like next season.
Yeah, and Texans cap, right on cue, does a great job and has updated numbers that I'm going to share with you here.
Salute the Texans cap,
He's so good. He's so good on that. But, whenever I hear these things, Reggie, I always think it's a win for the players, because the cap doesn't just go up for the Texans, it goes up for everyone, as you just mentioned.
Well, certainly.
And, then it gives teams maybe a little more wiggle room on certain caps, but on certain players, but every team gets it. I'm always just happy for the players, because it means a bigger pool for them.
Well, I mean, to be fair, like this is CBA negotiated. It's a percentage of the ultimate revenue. So the players were going to get that percentage. In that instance, you just got happy for the NFL, because all that means they made a whole bunch of money.
They made a lot more money.
But with that, some of the things thinking about this particular, offseason and the ways in which you're going to try and utilize that salary cap. I think if you look at the projections, as you were saying, based off just the low end of that salary cap, again, citing Texans cap, who's doing some good work, looks like the projected cap space as of right now would have them with $7 million extra. And that's not say, but that's before you get into any of the offseason work that you have to do, right? Any of clearing cap space, because you're going to need to have cap space for your rookie class. You're going to need to have cap space for whichever free agents that you ultimately get. And if you are to do some of those extensions that we can say from our comfortable seat that is an easy way to go, and maybe this was what Nick Caserio was talking about, you have some work to do to open up some space so that those things are accounted for. But to start with, just seeing that there's probably more money on the table makes it a little bit easier to navigate some of the offseason stuff that you have to do, particularly creating space.
Right now, $19 million in dead money, 7 and change, as you mentioned, a million in projected cap space. But that is before. I mean, you got some contracts to rework if you can. You know, you can maybe rework some contracts and get that. You have some players you're going to cut bait with, and maybe that'll give you a little space. But again, that's everyone in the league. It's just a good starting point. You know, a better starting point than you thought you might have. Put it that way.
Yeah, and I think that's good. But speaking of that, Dan Graziano of ESPN actually put together salary cap questions for each of the teams in the NFL. And, of course, the one for your Houston Texans in that same space, right? What contracts would be restructured for the Texans to be able to make some of that space that they would have, especially if we're talking about and I know we were talking about Trey Smith earlier, the idea that he would not be salary capped. And I don't know that I love Trey Smith as, high dollar value situation, but then also some of the things I was talking about earlier, the FTN charted when it comes to penalties and pressure rate, what have you. But regardless, what if you are to add free agent receiver? That's one of the things that we've talked about, the possibility there. You're going to need to create some space. Some contracts that apparently are good for this. Danielle Hunter and Nico Collins. They had deals last offseason that are built to be reworked and create some space. And apparently if you do the restructures, the simple restructures, in fact, you can make about $22 million in cap space there. So those ones feel like easy goes, right? Because the idea of restructuring usually is that you're pushing more money into the future or what have you with the cap accounting of it. And in theory, maybe overly simplify it, usually you will do a restructure with a dude that you're comfortable with, that will be here for a while, because you're going to keep that salary, as opposed to guys that you're not comfortable with, because if you then end up cutting them, you're putting more dead money on your books that you'll have to account for then later, right?
Yes, Danielle Hunter, the second highest paid in terms of cap hit, Texan, Nico Collins the fourth, so you can create some space there. But first and third are interesting. The highest paid, as we know, is Laramie Tunsil. And he's 31 years old. Of course, Danielle Hunter is too. But
you feel comfortable about him playing on this team for an extended period of time. I mean, that dude looked phenomenal this year.
You're talking about Danielle Hunter?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Laramie Tunsil is a different story. Yeah, I thought you were talking about
No, sorry. Apologies.
So Laramie Tunsil gets interesting. How would you feel about that? Titus Howard. I don't know if Titus Howard's even going to be on the squad.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah. That's probably the next best places that you would go to try and make big moves on money, which would be restructuring Titus or Laramie. And that's where we get into some interesting questions. Like, would you feel comfortable at all in restructuring those guys in a piece for either of those guys, which would get you to around $40 million in cap space and maneuverability on top of whatever the $7 million that you would have, or more, depending on how the cap space jumped. And that's obviously if you felt like it was necessary to then add in free agency or do things like that. But just the general concept was interesting to me, because you go from maybe doing the $20 million or so, that feels very easy to stomach. Which of those, if either, would you do? And I don't know that I would on either of those, especially Titus feels like he's the one who's the most most vulnerable, rather, of those guys that we're talking about. And honestly, just on the line, Shaq Mason feels like, I don't know that you could bring him back. I don't know that that's something that
he's sixth highest in terms of cap hit.
You should do, and that's a cap hit you might have to eat. Titus, I don't know if do you feel comfortable with him remaining on this team, even if he has that place at left guard, right?
I don't feel comfortable with him remaining on this team, period.
And so you probably need to find ways to create some of that space in order to accommodate those cap hits that you're going to accrue just in general, because I don't know that you're going to save yourself a ton of money.
Interestingly,
moving on from him.
Laramie is a different story. I mean, he's 31. He's still got, 4 or 5 years minimum, you would think. He's able to stay on the field for the most part. And I guarantee you, if you want to say, if you say the magic word restructure, Laramie Tunsil's going to listen. Because he's going to get something out of the deal as well, in terms of maybe extensions and money down the line, et cetera. I wouldn't mind Laramie Tunsil. I know he's,
which means it's in a way you're kind of committing to him without committing.
That's the point. Right, you're going to have him here for a longer period of time if you restructure, because that contract is going to be fit for you to do this, and who's going to pick him up into even next year, if in terms of trades or anything else. That's a big ask. So you kind of commit to Laramie Tunsil. He will want to restructure if he can, because he's going to get more money down the road. But I kind of feel like I'd be more likely to to be down with a Laramie Tunsil restructure than I don't think Titus Howard should be on the team next year. Sorry, Titus, I know you listen, but I just don't feel comfortable with him on the team even.
I was gonna say I'm fine with Titus Howard being on the team, but if I had a choice, like a money reasons, if I can get rid of Titus Howard and bring other pieces in, I'm fine with it. That's when I'm listening, because I think he's a good player, but I feel like you could probably win without him too. You could probably bring some other pieces in and be just fine. I don't know who you can replace with Laramie Tunsil.
That's a great way to put it. That like Titus Howard is a replaceable player. I mean, flat out.
Particularly at this point. I mean, in some ways, you were already kind of hoping that you found a replacement at right tackle with that. Now, that opens up another situation where you need another guard that you're looking to probably address. And this is the musical chairs of it. This is why, in looking at it, I was like, man, Nick Caserio has his offseason cut out for him if they're going to revamp this line. Or, does some of the confidence or comfort that you have with Laramie Tunsil kind of originate, or how much do you believe in Cole Popovich and his stepping into that role, and Nick Caserio coming in with whatever and the oneness of accord on their blocking schemes and protection schemes? How much does that then give you a level of solace?
I feel like they're going to be better, and I think it still comes back to Bobby Slowik. I feel like the fact that they kept Cole Popovich tells me that they understand that the messaging that they were giving the offensive line was not the messaging that Bobby Slowik wanted to hear. And so now you got Nick Caserio in here. Maybe the blocking schemes change, and things can maybe improve up front just with coaching alone and technique and scheme. But I don't know how much better that makes Titus Howard.
Yeah. But ultimately, right, like those are all things that are going to branch off of this. The big news is that salary cap went up in a significant way, where the Texans are under the salary cap, which is really that's the main thing that teams. That's one of the main things that teams are looking at this time of year. Be under for the start of the new year, which is the obligation. Then beyond that, whatever maneuvers that you ultimately make are then to create space and do the things that you need to do, including have room for free agents, have room for extensions like the Stingley deal, this guys and the YouTube rather pointing this out, the Stroud and Will Anderson Jr. extensions that are inevitable relatively soon, right? Those creations will have to happen afterwards, but at the very least, it looks like the Texans will project to be underneath the salary cap when the league year starts, which is, that's the objective number one for Nick Caserio and his group. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I'm kind of interested in this because there was a really good piece in the Houston Chronicle earlier today. Would you prefer an NRG upgrade or an entirely new stadium? How about that?
Seth and Sean are heading to the beat. Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. A few really interesting conversations happening, one on the YouTube and various different ways about what the Texans can do, and then on the text line, the Jim Aller, the Texas Hammer text line, asking about various things, but they're all draft related, and we're getting closer to that. That season combine is next week, where we'll get some really good eyes on some of these guys as they work out in the underwear Olympics. Although the All-Star games and everything, I think it seems like in listening to Caserio earlier today and getting a better grasp of what he believes in, it seems like this is a team very much that leans on film work and those All-Star games to kind of get a feel. It seems like combine-wise, they are super excited on getting their opportunities to talk with these guys. I imagine getting medicals, as all teams are during the combine, and that's really what takes precedent. But look, we're getting to that time. Team building, very vital, particularly for this team at this juncture.
I'm starting to get excited about that.
Oh,
too,
yeah,
man.
Look at you.
The draft and free agency and all that stuff.
Oh, yeah.
It's always fun around those times.
Absolutely. Entirely different aspect, though, of the Texans is something that came up earlier today. Really interesting piece in the Chronicle about the Texans and their stadium. So the NRG Stadium, home of the Texans, been around since what, 2002?
2002
is when it's been built, and I mean it's getting to a place where I wouldn't say it's old by any means.
It's one of the older,
but it's
one of the older stadiums that has not been redone or remade.
It's been exactly the same since it was built.
A couple tweaks, but pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, and it
still look good though, especially how long it been there. But
right,
yeah.
But I mean, look, man, this is a league where. And this is a kind of a thing when it comes to stadiums where they always want to be getting better and more amenities and those types of things. And it seems
got to keep up with the crib a little bit.
Keep up with the Joneses, man. It's kind of one of those things. And it seems like, and we knew this to be the case, especially with how the Texans have kind of postured. Even before Greg Grissom left from the Texans, it's one of the things that he was talking about, working with the county, who is the owner of the stadium, and honestly, the portion or the entity that maintains it or what have you, about possibly getting upgrades. And Mike Tomlin's addition to the organization with his resume and his extensive history in stadium development matters a huge deal for the Texans. And so right now, apparently, according to reporting from the Chronicle, the Texans are kind of exploring the possibility, not just of like seeing if they can get the city to help them renovate NRG, but the possibility of a new stadium entirely. And I'm interested from like a fan perspective. Would you prefer an NRG upgrade or an entirely new stadium?
713-572-4610. Hey, when I saw this story, it kind of brought back some memories, man. How hard line are the Texans going to be on this? And
honestly, right now, I mean, there's on the record with the Chronicle, Texans were like, no, we're committed to the idea of like remodel or what have you with NRG Stadium, and that's what they're working with. They're obviously open to ideas, which I imagine leaves open the idea of, hey, if you really want to spend the money on it, we'll take a new stadium.
Yeah, and I think that's why.
That idea.
I think that's why. I think they're being very deliberate and tactful about this. Like if you ask Cal and Hannah right now, hey, do you want a new stadium or a remodel? Give me a new one. But that's not how it works. You have to deal with the county. And I'm not trying to go down an old path here, but you have to deal with the Astrodome. You have to deal with how you're going to play that. So the path of least resistance, for them, at least politically, is we'll start. We're looking at a remodel, but we're open to anything. The other interesting thing, there's a lot of levels to this. Brace yourselves, guys.
Yeah,
because this is going to
heat up in a couple years.
It's going to start to simmer. And then it's going to start to boil a little bit.
Yeah,
I've lived this life, man. I've seen.
I think the worst part too is when you start going back and forth with everyone, like, oh, maybe let's look elsewhere and all this other stuff. I don't know if
that's going to happen.
And that's the thing is,
it ain't going to happen. But you got to play poker a little bit. You got to play chicken a little bit.
You do. Like I said, it's going to start with a simmer.
Yeah,
and then it could start to boil over.
Yeah, because remember it happened in Kansas City where they moved here or all that stuff.
The Kansas City, Kansas side and everything.
Yeah.
Make no mistake about it. They want a remodel 100%. if they have a chance.
Renovation is the word.
They want a renovation 100%. I mean, that is obvious in who they just hired.
Yeah.
I mean, Mike Toman, the guy that replaced, that became the new president, he is a stadium guy. I mean, he came in with marching orders, as far as I can, from where I'm sitting, and that is renovation at minimum renovation of NRG. Now, then there's all kinds of other levels to that, and that's what I'm saying about the simmer versus boil and what else might happen. I mean, taxpayers are going to start weighing in, man. They are already.
Yeah. And that's why I was interested, because I think that the easy answer for some folks is just like, well, and this came in from 346, just like my wife, out with the old, in with the new, which is wild. But I understand that, like, again, for you, if it's just like, oh, well, in a vacuum, sure, new. I think what this kind of, at least is reported to hinge on is, what are the costs? Because the combined costs of maintenance and renovation would supposedly be, $1.4 billion over 30 years, is according to a recent assessment. Like $1.4 billion is a lot of money, and I think that you start getting to a place where you go, well, how much would it cost to build a whole new one?
Yeah, that's kind of like when you have a car and it's you need to work on it, and it's like, man, I got to pay $2,500.
Yeah,
like how much is it for
a new one?
How much is it for a new one?
Yeah,
and that comes at the county's expense, because the holding it. I do wonder though, like, again, in a city like Houston, where we're talking about an HPD that is, or not HPD, but a Houston public school system where it is largely underfunded. And I don't think that's like a HISD. Like, it's a largely underfunded organization that's already been taken over by the state. Like, there's roads. In fact, that was something that came in. Like, I don't care about the stadium. You fix the roads around the stadium, and that's why I was wondering, is like, is this going to be something where that passion from the taxpayer aspect of it shows up, where people are like, I don't want that spending to go into it.
That's why it's a very delicate process.
Yeah, and I think also a lot of people probably bring up the fact that, hey, is they worth getting a new stadium and all that stuff, and ticket prices and all that. I think people start looking at stuff like that, like, I don't know about me paying some of this for that team.
I mean, you have to look at it from both sides. If you look at it from the Texans side, and the NFL is on the record with wanting this and wanting more stadiums to be like this. They have to make their stadiums attractive for fans to want to go there and leave their homes where there are more resources for them to watch games and have information and be entertained. They're trying to make stadiums destination points, not just venues.
And that's one of the reasons also that I wanted to bring this up, because I feel like you are more likely with a new stadium than a renovation to get like a park, right? Like an area where they have some of these other things that you're seeing in some of these new stadium developments, where they have, a retail area or development in that way, which it seems like people would like that, but also wonder, have we gotten to a point with the Texans and the culture around them where the tailgating means so much that those things would infringe upon it?
And not just tailgate. Well, yeah, I get your point, but like, it has to be a place that people want to go for the entire experience, not just, I'm going to sit in my seat and watch a game. And that's what the NFL is going to, and that's what the Texans are going to try to create, whether it's a renovation or a new stadium. So that's looking at it from the Texans side. Look at it from you, me, and Figgy. Why are we doing this, man?
Yeah,
why are we doing this?
My very personal thoughts on, I'm never very fond of publicly funded stadiums anyways.
Yeah.
Right? In the ways that, man, these are very, very very rich businesses, right? The business of football, and then also a lot of these other sports.
You're a billionaire, and I'm going to give you another billion?
Right, and again, especially with where the city is.
And you probably got other billion and millionaires with their hand in the pot of the organization, too. Yeah. It's just like, y'all can't come up with this money yourselves.
Exactly. But that's the way the world works in sports.
It is, and I mean that's we have a wound that I don't know still feels somewhat raw in that publicly funded battle. Like Houston tried to be one of those cities that said no, and a team left. Do you feel like that is instructive at all this time around? Because I don't know that the Texans are in that same place as Bud Adams' Oilers at that point.
If the Texans even hint at anything like that, they're going to be crushed. They're going to be absolute. There are far too many people who still have, as you put it, that scar. That's not can build the case for whatever,
and I don't,
whatever.
To be fair,
they just can't even.
To be fair,
they haven't even hinted at it.
Yeah, they haven't gotten close to it, and I'm not saying that.
But they will lose, and they will lose ugly.
And that's why I was like, I don't think that that's instructive at all. So
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody is like thinking about, new stadium so that we don't lose them. I don't think that that's anything.
Yeah,
that's
but I'm saying,
here.
but it's out there.
Yeah,
it's something that teams have done. All I'm saying is, if the Texans even tinker with the idea, they're going to lose badly. So it's a very precarious position that the Texans are in. Because frankly, I feel like in order to be a top-notch organization, just as a fan, I feel like they do need to do some things to that.
Some
stadium.
renovations.
They absolutely do, 100%.
Yeah, especially with the trouble of trying to get people there early and all that stuff.
And the competition of what the NFL is. Like I said, you're losing fans to man caves. And they don't want that. They want it to be a destination point. And the whole 8 hours or 9 hours, they want people there for that experience, like they do in Dallas, like they do in LA, like they do in other places. But they're in a precarious position because here's the other part that I was thinking about when I saw this story. They're in a great spot right now, but it was just 2 or 3 years ago where they were not even. I mean,
just as an organization,
they were not very well liked. So people, it's not like that. Like, the Texans, such equity that they've built, and they've built some. But dude, we still remember.
It wasn't that long. And honestly, I felt like their timeline of success happened very quickly.
Yes,
because it was 2 years ago, D'Amico's first year here.
Yeah,
be that damn good that quick like that.
Yeah,
and so like you said, those nightmares was just a couple years ago.
And I mean, it is worth noting, and a few people have talked about this on the text line. The Rodeo's interest is just as vital as the Texans' interest in this. I think they are also interested in having some renovations like that,
and a park.
Yes, and having more dedicated rodeo space for themselves. You mentioned the Astrodome and the particular challenges that poses. Like, that's land use that they have that's not really available. Plus, like we don't have to go all the way into that, but dismantling that takes a part of the cost of whatever you would do in that circumstance as well. Like, it is a very wrought kind of deal, and this is why I'm looking at Tomon, who came in, the new president, and I go, man, I know he has experience in this, but this is a really rough situation, because one of the things that was detailed in the Chronicle piece that I thought was really interesting is also remembering the unique circumstance that the county has where they maintain the stadium as opposed to the team is different than most any other publicly funded stadium, including in Houston, where you look at the Toyota Center and then now Dyken Park. Both of those are maintained by the teams, and they've put good amount of monies into these buildings. I do wonder what does the political landscape become?
That's it.
If you're like, hey, as a city, we're like, hey, we're pouring all this money into the NRG district, and these other teams are like, well, we had to do that ourselves.
Yeah, no, you're right, but that's what happens when you're dealing with the city and not the county, and the county. The thing about the rodeo is they have more home dates than the Texans. 5, including the cook-off.
They go for like a good, almost a good month.
20 with the rodeo. I think 4 or 5 with the cook-off. They are very much on equal terms with the Texans. But I can tell you this, just from kind of ear to the ground, they're very much in line with the Texans on a renovation too. I mean, that's not just like I think they do. No, they do. They absolutely do want that. What kind of pressure can those two forces put on the county? And does the citizens' vote even matter?
I mean, well, it has to matter, Lopez.
Will there even be a vote?
They're the citizens.
Will there even be a vote? County commissioner says, yeah, we're going to do it.
And apologies to the Texas president, Toman.
Yeah.
Not Tomon.
Did you say Tomon? I didn't even pick up
probably
on that.
did.
Yeah.
Toman.
It's a wildly interesting circumstance that they're in, and it seems like there's not really, even just on the inexact kind of poll that's being done on the text line as we talk about it, there's not really a consensus there. Like, this has been a fight is not the right word, but this has been a conversation that's been constant between the Texans and the county for a while, and I imagine also Rodeo as well. I don't want to leave them out of this, and I'm very intrigued to see how this continues to move forward. He has a pretty strong landscape ahead of him.
He walked into a pretty tough job.
Pretty tough job
because there's so many political layers to this. It's a precarious situation with the citizenry and fans, and yet most fans probably would say, yeah, in a perfect world, if I'm not footing the bill, great, but you're gonna foot the bill. You're gonna foot the bill.
So yeah,
and the Texans don't have that much built equity back up, you know.
Yeah, and I think that was one of the things that came in on the text line is just, hey man, keep putting a good team on the field, and we'll see where it goes. Yeah, be really interesting to see how that goes. Plus, a new stadium versus a renovation, I imagine, gets you a Super Bowl, depending on how much you actually care about the Super Bowl. Because I think that there's been a lot of data that goes to show that Super Bowl isn't actually as beneficial for a city as like we like to claim. With all the revenue that supposedly comes in. So no, it's very interesting conversation up and down. But it seems like as of right now, and as is the Texans' public stance, they're still pushing for the idea of a renovation, which is kind of in line with kind of the general agreement that is there between the county, the Texans, and the Rodeo. But the possibility of a new stadium,
what would you real quick
out there?
Vote if you know it's going to happen no matter what you think.
One of these things,
one way or the other.
happening.
Redo or rebuild?
I would say redo.
Yeah, Reno is where I'm still going to be in the place where I'm going to consider that as the least amount of money that you have to put in is probably
because I think a rebuild, I think it's going to get tricky too, because it's like, do we want to rebuild it here?
Well,
are we looking for other land or somewhere around Houston, somewhere else? Like that's where it kind of gets
even trickier
too.
Because you have to deal with the rodeo. On that.
Exactly. I think I think
you're leaving them out on
that's
that.
when I think that's when it started getting a little ugly.
I'm gonna say rebuild, and the only reason is I think the only way you can rebuild.
That's what you want to rebuild.
Yes, absolutely it is. And then that way you can play in NRG while you're building the new stadium, and then raise NRG and build that park you're talking about.
Yeah, and then get a full kind of district.
Monty.
I would be down if they kept it right there. If they kept everything right where it's at right now and rebuild it up, I'm fine with that.
I think that's what it would have to be. You're gonna get me on that dollar amount, that dollar figure amount, because also one of the things we know, these projects you come in and this is the estimated cost, and what happens when you start getting it done, Lopez. That cost ends up going up, don't it?
Yes, it does.
But look, that's something that we'll have to just kind of keep our eyes on as things continue to go. But yeah, interesting piece by the Chronicle. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's about the time where we hand it off to Figgy for the mixtape. What you got for us?
Yeah, man. So ASAP Rocky, who's a rapper, was found not guilty yesterday, but that brother was lying about something on the stand. Shador Sanders might be lying about something else as well. Plus, this OnlyFans star doing way too much lying.
All right. It is lion season. They do call it that, and we'll talk about it next.
610. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. That's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to everyone out there. Hopefully everyone's staying warm. And we got some breaking news. You just broke some news to me, Lopez.
Dude, this is wild.
He did this to you. He did this. He's been doing this all day.
Yeah, man.
Where it's like, you about to turn on your microphone? Here's a little nugget.
Yeah, I'm like, whoa, what?
I had to carry the bucket and all the castrated bulls. Well, now I just saw this. LeVar Ball had his, according to TMZ, foot amputated.
Okay. I was about to say, are you getting got by anybody right now?
No, they have a picture. LeVar Ball had his foot amputated. Of course,
this ain't AI.
Suffering from serious medical suffering from serious medical.
Do you realize the mental hoops that I jump through whenever I see something like that?
Oh,
just
yeah.
to make sure
Is
nowadays.
this real? Is that a real count?
Oh my god.
I mean,
by it's real.
This is the real deal.
TMZ is saying.
Is it say TMZZ?
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
Good call.
No, it's the real deal.
TTMZ.
Apparently had some sort of medical issue.
Damn.
And had his right foot amputated.
Man.
Crazy.
I don't know what to say about that.
Yeah.
Like, I'm going to be completely honest.
I guess he can't beat Michael Jordan in one-on-one now.
That's one thing to say. Well, that's one thing to say.
Quote, a serious medical issue, huh?
Yeah.
Hey, man.
Yeah. Crazy.
Yeah, just keep on stepping, man.
Mm-hmm.
You got this,
You
man.
wrong for that. You real wrong for that.
You got this. You got this, man.
One foot in front of the
I
other.
knew that.
There you go. 5 toes down, man. 5 toes down in these streets.
That is so awful.
Nah, but
all
salute
gonna
to him.
burn
Hey,
I didn't say nothing.
hey, prayers to him,
Planning
man.
on seeing my maker.
Hey, real talk. We need to see more of him on TV, man. I enjoyed him being on TV and stuff.
It got
It was funny, man.
He got old quick, but he was entertaining.
Nah, he was very entertaining. But salute to him, man. So ASAP Rocky, rapper ASAP Rocky. Lopez, do you know who ASAP
I do not.
Rocky?
I figured you were going to ask.
That's Rihanna's husband. Are they married? Did they?
I'm not sure if they're married,
Rihanna's
but he do have kids by
Okay,
Rihanna.
that rings a bell. But as far as his work, no.
Yeah, so you seen Rihanna performing at the Super Bowl when she was pregnant.
Yeah.
He's the baby father.
And that's the way. Yeah, I do remember that story. Yes.
Yeah, so
but I couldn't have told you.
Yeah, so he was on trial. I want to say this trial went on for about 4 years. Wow. It was a long time, but yesterday he was found not guilty in this assault trial against his former best friend ASAP Rocky. And this is what it sounded like in the courtroom when they gave the sentence or not guilty trial.
Above entitled action. Find the defendant, Rakeem Mayers, not guilty.
So he went over there. He pretty much jumped over the little banister where Rihanna was sitting. She was in court with him.
Yeah.
Jumped over that bad boy and was hugging her.
Good.
Yeah, and by the way, he was facing like 23 years, a max of 23 years in prison. And what's crazy is he had a plea deal in place, and he turned it down. He had a plea.
Oh, even better. Good for him. He didn't do it.
He had a plea deal, and this is why he turned it down, because he said he was innocent. But he had a plea deal that would have gave him no jail time and 5 years probation.
Dang.
So when I seen that, I'm like, brother, is you dumb?
Yeah.
And so allegedly he shot at ASAP Rocky, and this is where I want to get at, because
this was the charge.
That was the charge. He was charged with assault. But a lot of people thought he was lying here. His team was lying, because he allegedly shot at ASAP Rocky, and ASAP Rocky's legal team argument was it was a prop gun. Now he was on. I want to say, and they got like shell cases and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And so their argument was he had to walk around with a prop gun because he a celebrity and all this other stuff. And after he won the case and all that stuff, they caught up with him. They caught up with one of the jurors outside the courtroom, and this is one of the jurors pretty much talking about how they didn't believe they ain't believe that whole prop gun stuff. And this was with a young lady by the name of Nick
The feeling was that there was a gun, that unfortunately they didn't have enough evidence to convict on the charges that were handed down to us. I didn't really believe it. I didn't think that either, they had really convincing evidence that it was a prop gun. It was kind of a little mysterious the way it was prepared, and they couldn't produce it, as evidence. So some of the testimony did not sound accurate or truthful. But we just try to stick to what was presented and stick to the instructions that we were given, and that's how we reached our verdict.
He got off by the skin of his teeth, man, because his argument was there was a prop gun.
And they were like, we don't believe you.
Yeah, they were just like, nah, come on, man. That wasn't no damn prop gun.
I got to tell you, though, I don't know anything about anything on the details other than what you just shared. And so this is just gut feeling. The fact that he didn't take that plea deal, that was big. That's him saying, man, no.
Me personally,
even if you did it, you'd take the plea deal sometime.
Me personally, I thought it was over for him.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, I don't know if he's gonna get 23 years, but he gonna get some time, man, because allegedly it was a situation. They found shell cases and all that stuff.
Which, according to the text line, which it seems like there's somebody who was paying close attention to this trial. They said there was no evidence of a shooting. The shell casings were provided by the victim. Cops never found evidence. I don't know that to be true. I'm going to be completely honest. I did not follow this.
And see that, and I think that's why, and that's what the juror was saying right here. It was saying, hey, we ain't believe that was a real. He had a prop gun, but it was no evidence. So I think they kind of went by what was given to him. And so I think that's why he got
off.
Bold
move, man, though. Still.
But yeah, I'm like, man, ain't nobody on that. Ain't nobody in there thought that was a damn prop gun, man. I'm like, he got off by the skin of his teeth.
They were like, we don't believe you, but we don't believe him either. So
yeah, we're like, that story about
what are we gonna do?
Yeah,
what are we gonna do?
We don't believe that prop gun story, but you know what? We just went by the evidence we got, and we made this decision. But salute to him being home with his lovely wife Rihanna, man. It's not a bad way to go home.
No,
not a bad person to go home to. Somebody else out here that was lying. I think it's lying. I want to see if y'all think he was lying. So Shedeur Sanders, the son of Deion Sanders, he's supposed to be in the NFL draft, and he could go number 1 or number 2, or he could slide down later.
I've seen him go as low as 6.
Yeah. So he's been kind of making the rounds. He got his own production team and doing all type of vlogs and videos and stuff like that.
They had a really nice setup at Super Bowl.
They did, him and Travis Hunter.
Yeah, they had a nice setup than we did.
Yeah. So I want to know if he's lying right now, because remember in the beginning, it was a bunch of talk about Deion Sanders might step in. And if the Browns draft him, or if this other team draft him, then he gonna step in and reject all that crap.
Right.
I want to know if he's lying right here. This is Shedeur Sanders saying what team he played with in Madden.
Who you play with? I don't even play Madden. I can play Madden. You know who I play with? See, I can play with anybody though. He can only play with one team. What team? Brown. Okay. That's the only team. Okay. I like how they're getting ready. I like how they move around, bro. That's the only team he can play with. That boy getting ready. Anybody else is trash. I like how they move around on there. I like the setup.
So if you didn't hear, he said the Browns. You think he kind of lying about this, man? Is this kind of a setup? Is this lying season?
Yes. Because also, like, are we not still doing the rules that we always did? 3 randoms? Like, is that not how everybody does this? I know I haven't played Madden specifically for a while, but I thought that was how. I'm basically asking, are the kids these days abandoning tradition and embracing modernity in a way where we don't do this? Because I feel like, first and foremost, that's there. And second of all, yes, we know the Browns have the number 2 pick. We get it. Like, I feel like that's what was happening.
He likes the way they move.
More than
it's just like, come on, man.
Who has said that, by the way?
I know. I like the cut of their jib. The old
I like
Browns,
the way they move in Madden.
Like, you must really enjoy playing defense.
I think because remember,
I like running with Jerome Ford. That's me on that. Come on.
This is all a setup, man. Because remember, before it was a thing where, I'm not going to them if they pick me and all that. Now I think he kind of realized.
You're right.
I think he realized, like, hey, I ain't trying to go too far down in the draft. If I could get picked first or second, That's a win.
If
for
they pick
me.
him, he's not going to complain.
Exactly.
And so he's trying to kind of grease the skids a little bit.
Exactly.
There. Yeah.
So I think the two kind of changed a little bit, but I think he kind of capping right there.
I mean, it doesn't seem like he was. I mean, again, mock drafts are, take them for what you will. Majority of them have him at 6 to the Raiders, which I don't know how bad of a situation that is for the boy.
No, it's not.
Like, I don't think that's the worst thing in the world. I said the lowest is 6. Actually, the lowest I've seen him is 9 to the Saints, which, again, that actually it's tough because the Saints and the circumstance that they're at, but I don't know that I'd hate jumping into a Kellen Moore offense.
Yeah.
No, I think it'd be cool, but I think as somebody like him, I think he want to go early as possible, man. It would be great if you go second overall or first overall, and I'm sure he'd be fine either way. But I think he had to cap a little bit there. All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this. So, are you guys familiar with a lady by the name of Bonnie Blue?
I am.
Are you?
Not as familiar as over 1,000 other people, but
Oh, okay. So I do.
Yeah.
I am. I was like, Bonnie Blue. It sounds vaguely familiar, but I can't place it. But that little hint. I remember this young woman.
If you're not familiar with Bonnie Blue, this is her right here.
Excited. I am going to do a world record of 1,000 men in 24 hours. What if people don't turn up? But if they don't turn up, they don't turn up.
So she's the OnlyFans star who decided to break the world record, as she would say, and sleep with over 1,000 men. In,
what was that word again?
Record. Sleep with over 1,000 men in 24 hours.
Holy moly! Yeah, I'm familiar.
Well, we got some news with her, man.
There's more men.
She's pregnant.
Oh no, you lying?
She is pregnant. She is reportedly pregnant.
That was not a consideration on the front end?
Man.
And I know that I've jumped to conclusions here that this happened in her endeavor to break the record.
Oh, it probably did. Maury Povich is going to have a field day.
Please, dear God, tell me that this was like intentional or that this was outside of that. Because if you telling me that there was no precautions taken on the marathon,
he's going to do DNA tests on over 1,000 dudes and then do like a whole season.
You telling me that there was a marathon and nobody thought about the endeavors of any of these, bro?
Yeah. No, my question is, if you the baby daddy, let's say it was planned and she know who the baby daddy is.
Yeah, you got it.
How would you feel?
Oh, he knows what he
as the father of your kid.
Yeah,
I'm like, man, 1,000 over 1,000.
Look, I am not the person who's like, I'm a prude about any of this or whatever.
You're not the body count.
I'm not that guy. However,
1,000.
Hey man, look, you get in there. That's always a possibility. No matter what, you better be ready to stand up and be that child's father.
She held up the little placard like Wilt Chamberlain.
She did.
With the number on it.
She did.
1,057 or something like that. Dude, I have to believe it happened then. I have to. Something broke.
Well, I mean,
something.
Well, clearly she's not. What is the delicate way of saying this? Like, clearly she is not foreign to the concept of the baby making process. It's possible it could have happened elsewhere. Like, I'm not saying.
No, it is, but
it could have been planned. I'm
absolutely could have been.
I'm not sure, but
it's quite possible.
If I'm the baby daddy, like no matter what, I would be like, damn, man.
And they got to find out
1,000 people on record.
They have to find out who it is. That is like DNA tests galore.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the part that intrigues me more than anything. Is just like, what are the logistics? Yes, I am the person who is intrigued by the logistics. Yeah. Deal with it. But like, what are the logistics? Do people sign waivers? Right? Like, are there contact cards?
No, that's fair.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to get into this, like the process of how she set all of this up, because it was really interesting. I don't think it's probably good for air. But
no, I feel like we're already in the boundary areas as
that kid's going to be like 15 years old.
Yeah,
and
imagine her picking them up from
dad?
school.
Still working on it.
Or just imagine her coming up
on it.
Just imagine her coming up to the school to pick them up, and it's like, oh, that's the girl.
Yeah.
Somebody said you can't call that a train. That's like Snowpiercer. All right, very good. Snowpiercer, very good film.
Not familiar.
You should watch it.
I should.
You should. Speaking of, actually, I think there's some films that y'all had said I should watch that I have not watched yet. I'll have to get with y'all.
Yeah, Lopez ain't watched no black films since I mentioned
he
it to him,
still hasn't,
man.
has he?
I don't know. Maybe
this would have been the week too. With
man.
no basketball, we're just barely getting into spring training. No football. This is the
I
week.
want to say I sat down and watched one. I'll have to.
You got to watch Players Club, man. I know Reggie ain't seen Players Club either, but you got to watch that one.
Maybe that's what we need to do. We need to do the movie watching club and a la like a book club.
Yeah, write a thesis on it, man.
Okay, all right. We might do that. Somebody says she may have already had it insured, like mattress Mac giveaway. Goodness gracious. Yeah, I ruined the joke. I'm sorry. I just couldn't deliver it. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That's Figgy's Mixtape. You catch it at 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get ready to hand it off to the fellas of the drive. And also, could this possibly be the justification for the Texans drafting a defensive lineman at 25? I'll let you hear it next.
Seth and Sean are heading to the beach, West Palm Beach.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us all Wednesday long here on Sports Radio 610, and keep that energy the same when we hand it off to the drive here. Sure, certain that they've got a good show for you coming up. Man, you guys were real fascinated with the mixtape, huh? Weren't you? Oh yeah.
I wonder why.
Yeah, I wonder why. Yeah. No, but yeah. Wild part. In fact, I think that we might be starting on the idea completely outside of what I was just talking about, mind you, on an idea for something mixtape related coming up here soon. I think that we might have something fun for you. But anyways, before we get talking to these fellas, I found this interesting. So Super Bowl Radio Row Week, there's a lot of fun people that are around talking to folks, and of course, you know, certain people are just great at getting great guests. One of those being Kay Adams. Mm-hmm. Kay is fantastic. She's a great interviewer, and then she gets great guests. And one of those great guests was Luke Kuechly. I think she got him, though, late on Friday after we had already dipped out, after we had already hit Metairie, gotten our food, and got on the road back to Houston. But in talking to Luke Kuechly, I think Luke Kuechly gave a really interesting answer that might be the justification for why the Texans might draft defensive line at 25.
And if you have a really good front like the Eagles did in this game, like they've had all season, it makes coverage easier. And then, you know, on the other side, you look at that Eagles secondary from, you know, DeJean, the Darius Slay, to the rookie, to Blankenship, to Gardner Johnson, to what Bond was able to do this whole year. You can't, it's almost like who was better, the pass rush or the guys in the back end, the back seven? And so is it an easy recipe? Yeah, rush 7, play zone, mix it up, play 2-4-1, maybe sprinkle some man. But if you don't have the guys in the back end that can cover, you're in tough shape. Another group is Houston with Donnell Hunter and Will Anderson. Yeah. If they can find a good guy on the inside of that defense to push the pocket, I think they've got a chance. But that's what Philly does so well, is they've got guys off the edge, and then Jalen Carter on the inside pushing that pocket vertically. If you've got edge guys that are really good, and that quarterback can step up and step out, and there's no inside threat, it's easy. But if you have two edge guys that are monsters and an inside guy, it just all works together.
I mean, that is perfectly put. It's one of the reasons I think that and the fact that D'Amico Ryans, you know, swears by that kind of style up front and helping his secondary, and then on top of that, that it's a deep defensive tackle draft.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. But the thing about it being deep is having a deep draft doesn't necessarily mean that you find that particular caliber of talent.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I think one of the things that I've kind of come to understand about this year's draft, as it seems like people are seeing it as of right now, is that especially with defensive line, you have a lot of guys who are of a certain caliber that are like solid, that are expected to be pretty good players. But what Luke Kuechly's talking about is not solid, pretty good player. He's talking about another Carter. Yeah, he's talking about a real stud up the middle that can then handle his own when you have these guys off the edge that are really good. And as he mentioned, and he is 100% right, we believed it very strongly, even if it didn't necessarily show up in some of like the end of year accolades and those types of things. But the edges that you have here are phenomenal. And Donnell Hunter and, of course, Will Anderson Jr., who continues to make his game better as he's only 2 years into it. If you find a real life stud, especially someone who obviously you need somebody who can you know kind of run stop, but somebody who can then also add some pressure up the middle. One of the most coveted things that you can get in football in this passing focused league. If you could find somebody who brings both of those things, that's huge. The problem is, I think that there's a relatively small selection of those guys at the very top, and then you can get a lot of guys who go, oh man, he's a solid guy in the middle. I think that this might be the reason why, as opposed to like, hey, in second round where you have a lot of those types of guys, and maybe second and third round where you have a lot of defensive linemen, interior defensive linemen that you can expect to come in and be cool. You might need to, if you wanted to find that level player, you might need to do it at 25 or maybe in that general area.
Yeah, because the thing about it is what you're talking about is there are a lot of players that can maybe fill the role of Fatukasi, as young players. Really good, makes some plays, has value on this defense, but is he doing what? And you're not going to find a Jalen Carter per se. I'm just saying, but does he have the value of that? That's going to be very, very hard. Although, also, I mean, as much as defensive tackles are valued, there will be some that slip down the board. So it's just a matter of how you evaluate them too.
Yeah, that would be very interesting. And I mean, I was looking at like a Pro Football Focus kind of like mock-up of those kind of things. When you look at the guys that are capable of, like, I mean, there's probably one or two guys that are capable of doing like both of these things. And when it comes to the prospects of these guys in their final college season, the guys who are like, yo, pass rush and I will run stop at the same time. Mm-hmm. And that name is Mason Graham, who, look, you're not getting close to Mason Graham. Let's be completely honest. But, you've got guys who are capable of, having incredible run defense, and guys like Walter Nolan, Kenneth Grant, who I've seen a lot, mocked a few times to the Texans. Guys like Darius Alexander can do that. But then also, if you want to bring that pass rush in addition to it, that's the thing that we're really looking at. The dudes who do that, guys like Derek Harmon, TJ Sanders are names. Omar Norman Lott as well. Solid kind of pass rush type guys. But it's like, hey, can you find the guy that kind of does some semblance of both and gives you a good look at that? And I think that's really what's going to be interesting if you want to get if you want to go for a guy at that 25 spot.
I mean, there's a guy, I'm looking at it myself right now. There's some guys right there that you think could maybe, and it just comes down to, how they project and what they scout, et cetera. But there's some very, very good college defensive tackles there that seem to fit the role.
Yeah, so I just found that interesting. Luke Kuechly, obviously one of those great defensive guys, and looking at that Eagles defense, he called it himself, going, hey, man, this Houston team actually, if they can find that guy on the interior to do something similar, they can look a lot like the Eagles. And what do we talk about, right? When it comes to the Super Bowl, even though I don't know if necessarily that's the way that everyone should operate, a lot of teams look at a Super Bowl champion and go, well, what can we emulate from that? That's one where the Texans aren't very far away from it.
Well, and not only that, teams do that, but, I mean, this is not a secret formula.
No, not at all.
The teams have been doing that for a long time.
Certainly.
Hey, defensive front, bring the pressure, collapse the pocket. You're going to make our defense. The thing that's encouraging about the Texans is they clearly are closer to that than most teams. They've got the edge, and they've had production up the middle, but they've got the edge rushers already. They got the cornerbacks, so they're clearly much closer to that than most teams.
Yeah, for sure. All right, we're about to welcome in the fellas of the drive, Clint, Ron. Ron looking kind of, I don't know, what was that look? I don't know what he's been pretty happy-go-lucky today. He gave a stank face just a second ago. What is that
it because
about?
of my rankings?
I'm just out here rolling.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I don't know. I looked up and I saw a stank face. I was like, man, what happened there?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we welcome in Ron Hughley. Clint will join us here shortly. How you living, brother?
Mm-hmm.
I'm living good. Just trying to plug in real quick. I'm living good. How you boys living?
Good, man.
I was doing all right until Lopez let me know about one of his early jobs in his youth, helping castrate bulls. That was unnecessary information that I got today.
That sounds like some stuff you did.
Yeah, I did it 2 summers at a family ranch in Mexico, and I was the novice, so I had all the grunt work, so to speak. So they would castrate the bull, and they put him in this bucket, and I would carry the bucket to go get rid of him. That's probably the grossest job I ever had in my life.
What's the worst job that you've had?
I ain't do nothing like that.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's bad jobs for different reasons.
It was ugly. I didn't
like nothing
it.
like that per se.
I didn't like it.
Yeah, not like. Probably, I did a little summer at Dale in the warehouse.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah,
we had to build pallets.
Oh, you were building the pallets.
We're pallet builders.
Nah.
Yeah, man. And that in the Gap. That in that seasonal time in the Gap. I told Clint about that. I just that wasn't really my zone, so I would just knock over clothing so I could have 15 minutes to fold them up, and no one would say that to me. I just it was seasonal. I lasted about 2 or 3 weeks.
That's fair enough. Clint,
I ain't never.
I feel like
castrated no balls.
Well, I didn't castrate him. I just took away the remnants.
He was the transporter of the remnants, apparently.
Yeah, it was nasty. It was ugly.
I'll be honest, boys. I don't know that this is my first full-time job.
Look at you.
My first job I ever had right here. It's it. I'm gonna hold on to it as long as I can.
Yeah. So
when
this
I was young, I had
You ain't never cut no grass. You ain't never done it
mowing yards. I was a
for
machine,
money. I mean,
I had my own little business growing up. Boy, I'd go around the neighborhood. Hey, I done picked out my new bike. It's $400. I need some yards. Man. Knock these things out. Every family member, I'd catch a yard. Ain't no doubt about that.
Yeah.
Little stuff like that. I had a gig one time. I got paid 25 cents for every. It was a company that sold nuts and bolts, and I had got 25 cents for every bolt that I put a nut on the end of it.
Really?
Okay, there's two different boxes. There's bolts in one and nuts in the other. Boom. Boom, 25 cents every one of them jokers. I'd spend the hell out. I'd be done before you'd know it.
But see, jobs like that, one might assume like, oh man, that's a terrible job. Like, were you one of those people that's like, man, I'm in my zone. Like, as long as you don't bother me, I'm cool.
With my best friend, my cousin, me and him sit there. We sit there and bull jive and couldn't get. As soon as we get done, we'd be out the door.
I can't do those monotonous ones. Like when I was at Dale initially, I was supposed to take something, put it in a box, and move it on down the assembly line.
Yeah.
I wasn't real good at this, and then they took me to the pallet.
You made the pallet.
When you got to the pallet, did you want to go back? Was that?
No, I didn't. I mean, it was something different. Like we get boxes rolling down, and you build pallets, and it at least felt different a little bit. I told myself early, I'm not doing no fast food.
Yeah.
I'm not doing I'm avoiding manual. I was
Food
in there.
service is a mess.
I was in there trying
to tell you.
I was in there trying to get them jobs where I got a hookup on clothes, shoes. I did a stint at Just for Feet.
Oh wow, you retailed.
Oh, I retailed it till I got to the YMCA. I did retail till I slid in the YMCA. Man.
Yeah.
Well, I imagine that you got a pretty good job here, and I'm gonna let you guys do it. And Luke, we're done on the day. We'll catch you tomorrow on a rodeo ticket Thursday.
No, it is.
Yeah, well, that's tomorrow. But right now, you're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right this moment, the drive is live.
The drive is live, baby. Hell no, man. I seen cats working at McDonald's. I said, I want to drive through the drive-through and get you to hook me up. But I sure as hell don't want to work there. Yeah. Boy, I had a partner, shout out to Marcus Brown. Marcus Brown, hey, man, just pull up and just order a small fry. All right, let me get a small fry. I come out there with 2 bags. I'd have a quarter pound drinks. Like, hell yeah, I like this.
Now we know why he wasn't going to call the manager on that Chipotle kid that was giving away free stuff.
It all adds up. That just ain't me, baby. That just ain't me. Now I couldn't do it.
You know that's how James Winston got in trouble.
I never got in trouble, baby. I worked at McDonald's a lot. Teresa, where you get all that McDonald's from?
Don't worry about it, Ma.
That time Teresa got my ass.
Money in your mailbox.
That time Teresa got my ass. I don't know. I guess apparently Linda never did this to you because you had a football career. And I remember, boy, I was sitting up there, and she had bought me a car, sitting up there, and just one Saturday morning, I guess she had it. Now, she had not relayed this to me, I guess, the weeks prior, but she had it. And she just busted in that room. I'm about 16, 17, busted in that room.
Hold on, son.
Probably about 8:30 in the morning. She said, you get out of here, and you go find a job. I'm not putting gas in that tank another time until you have a job. You go find a job. Don't come back until you have a job. I said, don't come back. She said, or don't drive. She said, I've put
That's
my
hell for a fella that can't ride a bike, too.
I'd walk.
Go get you a Razor scooter.
I'd walk. I ain't got a scooter in me either. But I said, you expect me to get a job in one day? She said, yep. I'll be damned I did too, baby. Got me one just for free, baby. Had an interview that day. Hired me.
What was your game plan? You just walking in place and, hey, man, y'all hiring?
All the stuff around it. I just went in and I put applications in every last one of them.
Ron's got some
juice to him. But I did. I was not going food service. I knew that was not my ministry. Yeah. I knew I couldn't do that. I knew I couldn't. Because I had some people worked at Wendy's, had some people worked at McDonald's, and that was going to be my absolute fallback. If all right, by the end of the day, I'm gonna go try to run into those. But yeah, it took me about 4 or 5 hours. She said, "Did you get a job?" I never asked her later on if she was surprised that I was able to pull off that job.
She pulled it off. Hey, you threaten taking that car away or the gas that goes in it one way or another. You're taking it away. Either way, you slice it. Yeah, that'll light a fire under a young man's ass. There ain't no doubt about it.
Teresa was real good at lighting fires under your ass.
She had a way about herself.
That time she personally pinched me from my baseball game because I didn't cut that grass correctly. And my coaches pleaded with her to try to get me the plate. She said, nope, but he's going to sit here and support his team.
He's going to watch.
I was so pissed off at her, but of course I couldn't show it.
Mad at yourself, son.
Got to bite that tongue.
I was pissed off at her. Who are you looking at? Nobody. Yes, ma'am.
I'd always get in trouble because I'd murmur something under my breath. I wouldn't quite bite the tongue, but I'd say it to where I knew it wasn't audible for my mom. But that was almost worse.
See, I never tried that.
Well, you're better off.
Yeah,
I remember that.
Me and Linda butted heads over that one. Me and Tyler got.
You would. See,
Well, me and Tyler got that part in common. You hadn't heard on the radio wanting that last word. I gotta get that last word in somehow, some way.
You call her heifer to her face. I would imagine.
I'm not talking about now. I'm talking about growing up.
I'm just saying.
My brother'd be like, bro, would you just let her have this one? I'm like, hell no, I ain't letting her have it. Bro, you're gonna get grounded. I don't give a damn.
Some stubborn ass Baytown boys.
When I saw Teresa threaten that man with that hook at the Oakland Coliseum, I thought she's legit crazy. Like I better back off. I better back off. No, I wasn't messing with Teresa. She was crazy as hell. I go in my room and close the door, and then I'd murmur the hell out of it. Not too loud, but I'd murmur the hell out of it. Not around Teresa's crazy ass. I wish that time I'll never get that time. She whipped my ass in that backseat of that car. I don't know about y'all. There was a time frame when I was first starting to put on deodorant and I was not consistent in putting that on every day. Well, I went to church. I got in that car. She said, I can smell your ass from here. and I tried to sit directly behind her in the car.
So she couldn't reach you?
She got me. She got me. She all of a sudden had them long ass arms and was able to get to my ass. But, all right. Shout out to that. Where was your worst job? I'm sure that was rolling in.
I didn't have no bad ones, Ron. I didn't have no bad ones.
No,
I never filled out an application until I got here, though. To be honest with you.
Really? That was your first one?
I never filled out was here.
I feel like Tyler just was chilling at one of them golf courses. I feel like that was that you got a gig working at one of them golf courses. I bet you had a nice ass little gig you was rolling with.
I worked at all 3 golf courses in Baytown.
This is a pure guess. I had no clue.
And that felt
like a move for Tyler.
First job was Goose Creek Country Club. Then I moved on up to Eagle Point out there in Mont Bellevue, and then worked a little bit there over at
Evergreen.
Evergreen, yes, sir.
Man, Evergreen and Goose Creek are no longer a thing. Yeah, it's
that sounds like Tyler. That sounds like Tyler hitting
Country Club right there.
Country Club, getting that thing in, getting him a free round in.
You couldn't beat the free golf as a high school student who played at the high school for the golf team. You couldn't beat the free golf. The pay wasn't great, but hey, man, I was on a golf course working every day.
Mom and Dad both. As long as you playing ball, that's why I played all 3 sports. As long as you playing ball, you ain't gotta have a job. As long as them grades are right, you ain't gotta have a job. I said, okay, cool.
It wasn't enough. Wasn't enough.
Well, little did I know. Well, I'm gonna tell you, my brother said, "All right, well, I quit them all, and I'm gonna get me a job." So every time I'd leave, I'd get home later than my brother. And when I would see him at work, he'd be leaning up against the gas pump smoking a cigarette. So I'm like, he's got a hell of a life now.
Your brother was a high school cigarette smoker.
Oh, leaning on worked at a gas station, leaning on the pump, smoking. I'd drive by and be like, "Look at this dumbass."
How old was he smoking cigarettes?
I mean, he's
not 18.
He was still living in the house.
He wasn't even
in high school. No, Hank was the one that would skip school for 2-3 days and be in
fearless
Galaxy.
Rebel.
Yeah, no,
working at the gas station, smoking outside,
leaning on the pump. That's the craziest part of it.
That seems like a fire hazard.
It seems like not the smartest thing to do, right? And this wasn't back when you could leave your car running when you fill it up with tank. This ain't 2025 when things are all.
I bet you the Baytown police said, "Well, hell, if he's bold enough, he's got to be 18." If he gonna lean up right here to go along with the fire hazard that Tyler's talking about and the age, well, he's got to be 18 smoking cigarettes. All right, someone texted in, Marcus Gray, what's going on with the Jayhawks, Ron? They suck.
Boy, I saw
I
that.
told you.
I saw
and
that.
I told you, Tyler.
I should have listened.
I told you.
I'd already
Ron's team and the Aggies got him last night.
Yeah, Aggies and Jayhawks both cost me quite a few dollars.
4. You said 4. 34. It was 8-0 in the first 2.5 minutes, and the game was over.
I watched most of that Jayhawk.
There's something very there. Let me count.
I kept thinking they'd go on some sort of run just to make it at least semi-close.
They wanted to run out of Utah. Yeah, that's what they wanted.
Jayhawks going down.
34 points. Anyway, if you missed it, Payne and Pendergast, they had Nick Caserio on 45 minutes. Boy, they get it on. Boy, they talked to Nick for a minute. It was on earlier, 7 o'clock hour. You can listen to that on the podcast page. I would urge you, if you want to hear anything from the upcoming combine to the Nick Caserio hire to C.J. Stroud to the draft, all of that. Nolan or Roger Clemens had a big ass. If you want to hear all of that, you can check that out in the 7 o'clock hour, Payne and Pendergast. But he specifically talked about C.J. Stroud and his season last year, improvements and things that happened in his season last year. I know that caught your ears, Clint. Here was Nick Caserio and his comments about C.J. Stroud.
I think CJ's work ethic is unmatched. He cares a lot about football, has a lot of confidence and belief in himself. And there's some things that we've talked to him about that, hey, here's 2 or 3 things that, we think you can focus on in the off season. So whenever that clock starts, the clock starts. But if you want to be good at your job, you have to invest time and energy into being good at your job. So in the end, it's about the work. So everything starts with the work. So you got to just show up, continue to improve, put one foot in front of the other, try to stack days on top of days. CJ will be ready to go. I would expect him to have a good offseason and get himself ready to go for the 25 season, so we can all go out there and hopefully have a successful season.
All right, Clint, this was him. Sean talked about his approach to this season and this offseason and almost kind of compared it to how different it was last year. But that was Nick's comments on him and how he's approaching this offseason, which I would imagine they love. They would that's the way coming off the year he had, the approach they would want him to have. That's what at least sounded like.
Yeah, look, I mean, Nick was asked about the difference between last year, was doing little things, had a lot of different engagements, and this year he seems to be a little bit more dialed in. And Nick rattled off all the things that CJ is great at, which, by the way, I wholeheartedly agree with. I have zero concerns about CJ, the quarterback, right? Everything Nick said this morning on Payne and Pendergast about CJ Stroud is spot on, right? I've said this a million times. My one concern, and this is, by the way, a positive, this is a huge tip of the cap to CJ Stroud for this to be my only concern is, like, what level leader is he? The game is going to be great. The game is going to be one that can take you to a Super Bowl. The question for CJ, that for me, the number one question and the by far the most important, the biggest question is, what level of leader is CJ Stroud? Is he the kind of guy that you could see taking over the entire organization from a leadership standpoint, or are you always going to need the Joe Mixons? Are you always going to need to be able to plug in guys around him that are more alpha, more leaders? That's the only question about CJ. Everything else, work ethic, right? Accountability. Obviously, talent is through the roof. The ability to play the game mentally and process at an extremely high level, it's all elite. I have no concerns with CJ there. The other thing about Nick's comments about the second question was about CJ's growth specifically, and how valuable that was. There is no doubt about it, y'all, that again, CJ Stroud, as he ages in the league, he's going to look back. That he dealt with this year on the field in terms of getting hit so much, in terms of not having answers, in terms of maybe not having control of the offense the way that he wanted to. Whatever in the hell was going on between him and Bobby in the locker room, right? All of that is big time adversity. He's going to be better because he came through that and fought through that. No, zero doubt about it. And then there's one last thing. Just a tip of the cap to Nick, because Nick used the term and he's used it multiple times. and this is what ultimately gives me hope about C.J. Stroud landing in his comfort zone once he figures out what kind of quarterback he is in the NFL and what kind of game he has to play, right? He's gonna settle in somewhere. And the Nick Caserio factor for me is huge in that, in terms of me having confidence it's going to be what I think he is. Nick Caserio constantly talking about he's done this for 2 years now. CJ learning to make the right play and not always necessarily the sexy play. When your general manager is so adamant about that, and he comes from watching a guy like Tom Brady play the quarterback position, I just wholeheartedly believe that C.J. Stroud is going to land in that Tom Brady mold, and he's going to play the game in a more of a smarter fashion than the sexy fashion. Because the truth of the matter is, Ron, the more we hear like about the Bobby Slowick stuff, the article that Jonathan Alexander wrote, right? The voices come, sources in the building, whether it's players, coaches, whoever the hell it is, right? Sources in the building wanting him to no, that ain't that all of that kind of crap. I hope CJ's not buying into that. I hope CJ is listening to his general manager in the sense of, hey man, make the right play, not the sexy play. Forget about aggressive versus not being aggressive. Forget about being conservative versus the right play.
But what happened from year one? Because it seemed like that's what it was year one.
Well, my thought, and I may be dead wrong. I would think if I were dead wrong, I would have already talked to somebody like, hey Clint, man, you're wrong on that. Here's what's going on.
Because there's such a switch.
Year one, it was a switch in the whole building, 1 to 2. It wasn't one person, right? It was a switch in the building. The year one is the entire focus was we got a rookie quarterback. Don't overwhelm him. Don't overload him, right? Keep it simple, stupid, and allow him to just play, which is what you should do with a rookie quarterback. Then you start the season, right? Week 1, they found out real quick. If you remember, week 1 is when Buffalo made them look silly, and Bobby Slowick came out.
Baltimore.
Who did I say? Buffalo? Yeah. Baltimore. You're right. And Bobby Slowick came out and said, "Man, we were at offensive football, 501 instead of 101." So they pulled the brains back even more, right? Then the injuries happened at the offensive line position. So it was all about getting the football out, protect the quarterback. It was all about make the right play, not the sexy play. It's not about being aggressive. It's about protecting yourself and protecting your offensive line. And then all the wide receivers went down. Right? And so now you got to get creative, and you just got to try to stay ahead of the chain, make the smart play, not the sexy play. Be conservative is fine, right? The drive ending in a punt is fine, right? We don't want to get backed up. We don't ball over, right? To all of a sudden in the offseason, after having a little bit of success, it went to everybody's head, and now it's like, let's go sign all these sexy pieces, right? Offensively. Let's as we've said multiple times, let's be aggressive. We're going to be aggressive. We're going to stretch the field. We're going to, which I assume is play loose, play aggressive, stretch the field, be more you.
It seemed to go counter.
They worked towards all of that, though, Ron. That's what they worked toward. Everything they did, that's what they worked towards.
It seemed to go counter to what we just heard in that latest article from DJ Bieniemy of trying to make him a system quarterback and not.
Whoever's saying that don't know what the hell they're talking about.
Yeah, I don't.
That don't make sense.
I didn't get that. To me, it felt like, and I think you're kind of saying a similar thing. They got into that first year, and then maybe even in the middle of that first year, and then a game plan of, oh, this kid can handle more.
Yes.
Than what we gave him.
Yes.
And let's go ahead and treat him like the MVP candidate he was. Let's treat him like the guy who can handle more. It seemed like they tried to put more on him, and then it turned into kind of what we saw.
I think everything they did
go along with the
year one was install, introduce, young quarterback, go at his pace. Year 2 was be aggressive, stretch the field, do more, ask more. And everything they did, that's not just a comment from me or a comment from them in the post. You got to understand, when the quarterback and the play caller go to the podium after the first day of training camp and they say, what's going to be the difference this year in the field? We'll be more aggressive. We want to push the ball down the field. That's not just a comment. Plays are designed, like players are signed and acquired to accomplish that. Plays over 2 and 3 and 4 months worth of prep are designed for that. Your entire training camp, we talked about it last year in training camp, it seemed like they opened every different period with some level of vertical attack. It was never a quick drive, start, and screen, or a creative bunch route where you're hitting some quicks and giving the quarterback options right now. It was these vertical. How can we get vertical, right? And that's not just a comment from a coach or a comment from a quarterback. When you hear them say that, they have poured hours and hours and hours into doing that. And then you look up, and the team and Bobby Slowick have poured 8 to 9 weeks into trying to figure out what the identity of this offense is, because everything you'd worked on up to that point was for nothing because your quarterback's getting the hell beat out of him, right? And so it's the to me, go back. I want to go back to, before we get out of here, like my overall point of, like, where is the Texans offense going to land? Like, right now, I think they're in no man's land based off year 1 and year 2. Like like you mentioned, polar opposites, right? Like, Nick Caserio being in that building and Nick Caserio constantly preaching, make the smart play, not the sexy play. Like, he didn't have to allude to that when he was asked about how he saw CJ grow last year, right? I mean, but that's where he goes. That gives me hope that Nick Cayley and D'Amico and CJ and they're gonna buy into that approach. And we're going to see more of what we saw the first year than him getting the hell beat out of him.
That approach seemed to work.
Yep.
A lot more, and to help what they have up front.
Well, it worked a lot more, Ron, and they had a lot less.
Yep.
You know what I mean? You didn't have Diggs, right? You didn't have Joe Mixon.
Or the O-line you would have thought was less talented.
Well, you would have thought, but I'm not sure that's the case. The only guy it didn't work for Dalton. The more aggressive thing didn't work for Dalton Schultz either.
No, it didn't.
I mean, Dalton with that other approach, Dalton Schultz played to the tune of a 3-year, $36 million contract, and in year 2, this more vertical attack, he was
19 minutes.
Should have been about a $2 million deal.
19 minutes, Tyler. We got to Dalton Schultz. 19
Well,
minutes.
we're talking offensive football.
We got to not just Dalton Schultz.
It didn't work for any of them. The point is, it didn't work for any of them.
He got to his price. He didn't say $12 million. He just gave the entire contract.
3 years.
Soft ass tight end.
Coming up, the captain. All rise for the captain. Joe Espada speaks again. He speaks again. You got to hear the captain coming up there.
All right, we're doing it, y'all. Me and my bride next.
Station in town for your chance to win.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back to The Drive from the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer.
Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer.
Text line. Try that again.
Say it like Jim, man.
Let me hear it again.
Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer.
One more time.
Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer.
Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer.
That's pretty damn good.
That's pretty damn good, right?
Text line 713.
Bark.
Let me hear that again.
Yeah, I want you to do this one.
I growl and bark.
I growl and bark.
That's pretty good right there.
You're going full Cecil B. Scott.
That is good. Now, can you do Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer, I growl and bark all together?
Let me hear
Jim
it all.
Adler, the Texas Hammer. I growl and bark.
Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer. I growl and bark.
Nailed it.
And I got a really big hammer. I got Thor's hammer.
You see, that's
Big Jim.
Yeah, you have a hard time finding a line of him saying that. That's not.
I don't think
so
Jim.
good though.
I don't think Jim does.
I don't think Jim needs one.
The way that he attacks it.
Oh, I bet he's got a hammer.
He's got one. I mean, I believe everybody's got a hammer. I just don't.
He's got a mallet.
He's got one. They make them all different sizes.
They do.
Well, you can't call it a hammer if it's like a
Sure you do.
tic-tac.
I'll show you. Like
the old light switch.
My father-in-law got Nicholas a handyman kit for like 3 or 4 year olds.
Yeah.
His hammer in that kit looks different than the hammer that I have underneath.
That's fair.
My wife got a little hammer in her kit, and it's a little short-handled hammer. And I ain't talking about mine either. I ain't talking about the one she married either.
So as we have lessons, hammers come in different sizes.
Yeah.
But my man on the text line said, Ron, why do you call a spot a captain? Captains are named among the players and not the manager. No, he runs the ship. He's the leader of the ship.
Stop it.
And
Well, if you listen to the show, he's just simply trying to get under my skin.
Stop.
And maybe a little Dana. But he is the captain. And speaking of the captain, as we stand, look at Tyler showing respect in there, standing for the captain.
Well, I stand every segment.
Whatever. You're standing for the captain, as I see. And we still have a protester. He'll get there. Joe Espada. He spoke of Altuve and where he is going to spend a lot of his time coming up soon. Here is the captain, Joe Espada.
Right now, for the next 4 or 5 days, he'll be in the outfield. But at least I'm going to make sure that at least twice a week he'll go and take some ground balls. And just because he's not on the schedule with the outfield, with the infield, doesn't mean that he's not working on his infield. So there's always early work, post work, stuff that we do. So he'll might sprinkle some of that stuff in there for his second base.
Wow, there it is, the captain. Next 4 or 5 days. Hey, fellas. I'm listening to this stuff now and the way they're going about this thing and how they're really going to, because the captain said more than this. Hey, it's definitely on the table that he is the starting left fielder on opening day, right?
That was a no-brainer.
Like this thing has pushed
getting
on,
real,
right? Like it's on the table, right?
It's been weird and whatever, but it is getting real,
right? It is definitely on the table, and Clint, I think it is on the table that he plays more games in left field than any other position that he plays on the field.
Well, it's definitely on the table.
Right?
It seems like it's a possibility. I mean, it's likely. It's not just on the table. It seems like
you're
it's
pushed
likely.
more to likely. Like right now, as we'll get to T Mill's best bets a little bit later on. If you had to put money on, I think he'll play more of his games in left field or not. You at this point are ready to push it leaning more towards, he'll play most of his games in left field rather than.
I think he'll play more games in left field than second base. Yes, I do. I'm at that point where I believe that. Look, the stars have to align. You think Bobby Two Chainz just literally came up with playing 50% of games in left field, or you think he was probably told that by somebody in the organization?
Probably told that, but
okay, I agree.
Bobby can be creative.
Well, it's one thing for Bobby to get creative, but he got specific with more than 50% of the games.
And it's not just him now.
Right, right. So then you add on to it, the Bregman thing didn't work out. They go to spring training, and he's going to spend 4 days in the outfield and two days at some point in the infield. That adds up to getting more work in the outfield. So, I just –
what is going on?
I think it's highly likely he plays more games in left field than he does at second base.
It seems like we're getting there.
Because it's not – it shouldn't be a shock to anybody, by the way. This was never a doubt of mine. Like, that he could go out there and with his wheels and probably play a pretty good – especially given the way that this roster is structured from the outfield perspective. He's going to go out there and probably be pretty impressive with the glove and with the legs.
But what's your biggest concern?
The arm.
Well, hold on. Captain addressed that. The captain addressed that concern.
Okay.
Here he is. Here is Captain Joe Espada talking about the arm issue.
He does have enough arm strength to play left field. He hasn't showcased this because he didn't have to. But in some relay throws he has shown arm strength and accuracy. But we are working through those mechanics to make sure that he has enough accuracy and leverage to finish some of those throws.
Yeah, Captain didn't sound confident in that one.
There you go, though. Clay, you feel better now, man. He's got the arm strength.
Yeah, no, look, it's just odd. I mean, he's got plenty of arm strength to play in this outfield. That's for damn sure. I mean, you're not going to have a guy in the outfield. There's not a guy in the outfield not named Yordan Alvarez that's not going to get ran on every given opportunity, which is fine. Again, I'm not. Clearly this group, Dubon, best arm in the outfield. Let's play him at third, right? You had Kyle Tucker out there. He can kick rocks, no big deal. I mean, clearly the arm strength is not a. But then again, I folks try to sell the defensive side of old buddy in center field.
I've seen it. Well,
Jake Myers. That's what I'm talking about.
I'll let you a little bit later on here because the captain spoke about Jake Myers.
I screwed it up.
Oh, I bet he pepped him up.
He said Jake's the reason why he feels comfortable about putting Altuve out there in left field.
Oh, because Jake's gold glove?
Jake with the somehow the Joe.
That might be the first kind of stroking of Jake that I can probably agree with.
He was a finalist last year.
Well, I mean, there's no arguing. I mean, he's really good in center field. I mean, I'm not going to argue with the advanced stats and the range and all that. Now I'm going to argue with the importance of how that is more important than a bat at the plate that actually has a chance.
He is above average. Yeah, above average catching the ball.
Yeah, and apparently getting to the ball. And I mean, so look, I could see where you can lean into Jake Myers, defensive strengths and say, hey, well, I feel a little better putting some inexperienced guys around him. Okay, that's fine. You were still, how important is that?
Yeah.
You got a guy that can play out there that can bat fifth or sixth. Is that more important than that glove?
I guess so. I guess we're starting to see.
We'll see
their plan on how they were going to fix the outfield. I guess this was the wonder of why, man, they're talking about spending this money on Bregman, but they won't get an outfielder. They said the whole time, no, we got him. Our leadoff hitter.
It's our leadoff hitter. We'll pop him out there.
Our best player.
Obviously.
That's it. All right. You're right. You're in line. This is a thing. Opening day, he's going. It is definitely on the table. He is playing in left field. Opening day. Coming up, Yes, I think we already knew it was going to be a big season coming up this next year for the Texans. After the way this one ended and we'll go past where they were. It's become even bigger. We'll explain and talk about that coming up next.
So, look, I flipped a few properties. I own a few rental properties. I've had several projects.
281-441-4179. It's Ability Trees. Ability Trees, Houston's, say it, leading tree care professional.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in as we are live here on The Drive in the Mokaram Injury Lawyers studio. Enjoying ourselves here.
Hard as hell to say, easy to dial, 281-222-22.
On a Super Bowl commercial.
Yeah, man. There's some old good-looking boy up there talking about that.
I heard it 19 times on the Super Bowl. On Super Bowl Sunday.
Hey, Ryan can't even get away from you, boy, on Super Bowl Sunday. Trying to just sit there and watch a game.
I saw Seal become a Seal, and then I saw Clint Stoerner just over and over.
You would think I would want to try to get away from you.
Well, everybody has enough time. Even my wife has enough from time to time, you know. Not last night, though, y'all.
Hey, my man.
Ooh, no.
That a boy?
Boy, I tell you what.
Get it in now.
It's amazing what a little...
the restraint I'm trying.
Well, I mean, just a little quality time.
The restraint I'm trying.
Just a little quality time.
How was the Star Duster? Okay. All right.
I mean, I was expecting it. I'm going to tell you that
Did their IG page kind of... Was it?
Well, in their defense, it was raining, so all I could go was inside. It is a smaller joint I thought it was really cool, but it's smaller. It's kind of, what do you call it? Like specifically unique? Is that like it's pretty
intimate?
Intimate, yes. It's an old.
You said like a country.
No, I missed the vibe on that. It is. I think it is more of like just an old school, like older style, older building, kind of older decor. Not necessarily country and western as much as just kind of back in the olden days kind of deal, kind of setting. It's in an old Spanish flower restaurant, so it's got the Mexican architecture kind of deal on it. Cool place, low-key, kind of hole-in-the-wall vibe, great drinks. But, I mean, it's not like, when I see Starduster Lounge, I thought I fixed to walk into some kind of lounge. And
yeah.
You ain't walking in there and sit. Well, they did a little side room that had some leather in it and stuff. But
when you think lounge, it wouldn't.
If I'm in that area, absolutely. Drinks were phenomenal. Very rarely can you stop. Very rarely do I find like a craft tequila drink that's really good. Remember the one we had at Doris Metropolitan in New Orleans?
Yeah.
Like that. When I find one of those,
Coconut,
typically. Yeah, I mean, they had two of them. My wife had one when I met her there. I walked in. She was drinking one. It was really good. I don't remember what the name of it was. Kind of mini, lime, minty, kind of a margarita. Not what a margarita, but kind of that vibe. And then I had the espresso martini with the mezcal in it. I'm not a big mezcal guy. It was just a hint, and it was tremendous.
Espresso, huh?
Tremendous. Yeah. Cool little drinks, man.
Just not exactly what you were expecting.
I guess I was expecting something a little bit more like if we had 4 or 5 fellas finna get out in the heights or something, we'd go in there and kind of chill for a while. I don't know if it's that. It's more take your significant other in there, kind of slower motion.
That ain't bad.
So
you just know what it is now.
Yeah.
Know what
and
it
then
is.
we did Federal Grill after that. Tremendous.
Grill.
Always good. I've done that before.
Never had
times. Great place. Tremendous place.
I'll have to.
You should take your bride. Tremendous. Tremendous.
All right. This season and maybe the upcoming seasons, and they're in a good spot where I think the field base is really, really high. Pretty high right now. Now the expectations are growing from the fan base to the organization with the Texans, but this is out of the Chronicle today. Exclusive. The Houston Texans are faced with 2 choices for their future. Make significant renovations to NRG or seek public money to build a new stadium entirely. So we are square in the build a new stadium, or I've heard numbers of like $35 million or so, or that don't sound like enough. But money to I'm just saying, if you're trying to renovate this thing to NRG, I mean that don't sound like enough.
Love that money.
But to renovate NRG, and that's why I say, like, hey man, when you're in a good place and the team is winning and everybody's feeling good about it.
Yeah.
Hey,
money comes.
When you say, it feels a little different. It feels a little different.
Hold on, show.
If it ain't like that I'm saying it ain't gonna happen. And hell, you two, you've been through it. Obviously, many of you have been through the Oilers situation and lived here and understood that. But you'll know better than I do. But it does feel like this season or the next couple of seasons with this in the background is really important, because obviously when you're a destination city like Houston is, and when I say destination, not just to hang out and kick it, but Houston is in the rotation of big events, especially sporting events. And NRG generally has say so in this, but the national championship game for football was just here. Super Bowls,
Final Four was here.
Final Four was just here.
World Cup's coming.
Probably get another Super Bowl if this goes through. You're in the rotation, and so you got to have the facilities that hold that down. So I can understand why the Texans are looking to push this. My question to you all is, how do you see this going with the fan base, with people that live here? Do you think this goes over pretty easy, or do you think that this may be a bit of a fight for the Texans in trying to get the funds potentially for a whole brand new stadium or to make renovations?
This is an interesting one for me, because I don't think the Texans have to do much for it to go over really easy. I mean, you're in a football state, you're in a football town. That's an absolute monster. Like I don't see a major uproar over seeking public money to build a new stadium for the McNairs, unless the bottom falls out of this thing this year, and I just don't think that's going to happen. I think Nick and D'Amico have built this thing to where you're going to be a 9 or 10 win team that's more than likely going to win the division. Regardless whether Nick Cayley is an improvement on Bobby Slowick or C.J. Stroud improves off last year. Like I think they're gonna do that, and I think that is enough in this city for this to be a no problem, no brainer for Cal and Hannah. Now, I don't look at NRG Stadium, to be completely honest with you. I don't look at NRG Stadium and say, man, you got to blow this thing up and build something new. Now, obviously, if you butt it up against the SoFi Stadium in L.A. and some stuff like that, then yeah, I mean,
I'd be about it. I would love. If you're asking me, would I rather them do renovations to NRG or come up with? Because how old is NRG? Right, obviously, what 22 years? Yeah.
Well, that was the inaugural season.
Let's call it 25. Let's just call it 25 for square.
Close. Yeah, that's probably about right.
Especially if they build a new one, how long that would be. I would be, and I have never had any problems with the taxpayer stuff, because I think a lot comes to the city when you have stuff like this, and I feel like the city of Oakland feels really stupid right now. But whatever. But I would be in the vote of a new stadium, and then obviously trying to figure out something with the Astrodome, but I would be about a brand new. That would be me.
Yeah, I would prefer. I mean, hell, who wouldn't prefer a brand new stadium? I mean, that's there's no doubt. But I'm just saying, I'm not. I don't view NRG Stadium as they're in a spot where they have to tear it down.
It's not the Oakland Coliseum.
Yeah, I think look, we just went in a damn dome that the Saints are playing in. I mean, there's some bad places out there that need to be blown up and rebuilt, literally, kind of like the Astrodome. Like a lot of people want the Astrodome to be here. Like I don't dislike it.
It's not like it's so much better than
look at towards the newer stadiums that have been built. It pales in comparison. Ooh. So I don't think that the Texans are in a spot where you have to tear this thing down and build a new one. I think a $30-40 million facelift would be beautiful.
I was just thinking, man, and you saying that, Clint, made me really think about it. But unfortunately, I made that trip this past football season up to Minneapolis for that Texans Vikings game. That stadium,
is it something else?
It's one of the newer ones. That was pristine. It was freaking awesome.
Yeah.
That's probably the coolest and nicest sporting venue I have ever been to. I mean, it was legit.
I mean, for me, the one I walked into when they first did it was Jerry's. Yeah. Like, clearly you're not on that level. I mean, you just like that's a different animal. And if that's what you're hoping for and looking for, then yeah, it's a tear down and rebuild. I mean, it's a whole new deal.
There it was. Glory hole.
Obviously, and you look at SoFi, you look at some of these other ones that have just been built. Like, I mean, you're not in that category. If that's what you're looking for, ain't no facelift gonna get it done. You got to tear the whole thing down.
I'd be down for that, because I think if you had something like that, something like what US Bank Stadium in Minneapolis, and what you talked about with Jerry and how that is, if you had something like that, there would be no. I mean, you're already in the rotation for a lot of things, but you would get everything, WrestleMania, in the rotation for the Super Bowl. Because right now, out of the rotation of it, I wonder. You think they just build it in the same spot? I wonder where they would. Is there any other places? I do know that was a complaint about the Super Bowl, about it being so spread out from
the city.
Yeah, from where they were doing other things, so spread out. I can't think of another place that they would put it. Maybe they just kind of blow that thing up and start it over there. But there is some. I've never been against the. No, man, I don't want to. I don't want to pay taxpayer dollars to do that. No, I'm good with it like that. I mean, I just feel like that's kind of where things go right now. And I see some other people texting in, hell no, they haven't won anything. Clint doesn't know how expensive construction is. $35 million won't get it. I think Clint's just going off what was said out there. I mean,
look, I don't give it. I mean, you get caught up on the. I don't give a damn if it's $100 million, whatever. It pales in comparison to the billion you're going to spend to build a new one.
Yeah.
The point is whatever the facelift cost, I'm cool with it. I mean, hell, I don't care if it's 30 or 50 or 75 or 150, whatever it costs. It pales in comparison to a brand new stadium, and I'd be okay with either way.
All right, coming up, things that jumped out to us about what Nick Caserio had to say about this offense and Nick Caserio, and a report you want to hear that could affect the offseason for the Houston Texans. That's coming up next. But before we get there, fellas out there, you've heard me have this conversation about ED. And, since I've been working with the men's clinic,
apply. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. We appreciate everybody, how you're taking us in. Check out YouTube and Twitch. We have a good time. You can see us. Even Tyler sticking his tongue out at you aggressively.
Strange move.
I'm a strange guy.
Facts.
Yeah, absolutely.
No lies detected.
Yep, good that you know it there. But no, we appreciate you. Jump in that way. You can listen, watch us as well. And shout out to everybody who's rolling there on YouTube and Twitch, as well as you on the Jimmy Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610. We appreciate you as well for hanging in with us. I did want to pass this along. Report coming out about Kansas City Chiefs and their right guard, Trey Smith, who is thought to be the number one interior lineman, the number one guard, number one interior lineman that could be available this offseason. And obviously with the Texans, that matches a very, 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 very big need for them. Here's the reports. The Chiefs are not expected to franchise tag or transition tag Trey Smith. A lot being because, Clint, yes, he is a guard, but the way they do the franchise tag, obviously, they take the average of the top five that people are making per year in that position group. And they don't just do it with guards, Clint. They do it with all linemen. So that includes tackles, left tackles. So
it would be silly to tag an interior offensive lineman because you're going to pay him the top average of the top five, which is Laramie Tunsil.
Which is tackles, yes, which is the tackles. Yeah. Which, I mean, I'm guessing guards and centers are all right with that because they probably, for the most part, will never get tagged.
Right.
Because of that situation, they'll be able to go out. So they should probably look at that. But that, I think, is a good thing for the Texans because it means, Clint, that Trey Smith is going to be a free agent and going to be out there. And whenever that point comes, a call needs to be made. Hell, if I'm a Texan, I don't care if they cheat, if they're illegally doing it right now somehow. Like a situation they need to contact him and be involved in that from the beginning. So it looks like there will be an opportunity to try to bring in a free agent.
Absolutely, this is common sense, I would imagine, for the Chiefs. But the reality is, all I care about is the Texans. I want reports consistently. They can even be sourced reports, unnamed sources. I want the Texans to be tied to every guard center that's available in free agency and the ones that are reportedly on the trade block. I want them. It is that important. The Texans have a lot of needs, but they got one got to have. They got one got to have, and it's interior offensive line, and really that one is truly a two. There's two got to haves, and they're both interior offensive line for this football team. And so, this is hopefully Trey Smith at the top of their list.
Yeah. So. That is news to watch there. No franchise tag there. As we've heard, the Bengals are going to franchise tag T. Higgins. At least that's been the report. There is no worry to have to deal with that. So Trey Smith will be a free agent. And from a Texans perspective, if you're a fan, you hope that he is at least being talked to by the Texans. All right, Clint, again, we heard from Nick Caserio today right here on Sports Radio 610 on Payne and Pendergast as they talk with him for over 40 minutes. You can check that out, 7 o'clock hour. You can listen to that in its entirety. But he did talk about the new hire, the new offensive coordinator, of which, Clint, he has the most connection there. He's in New England was there, and obviously he knows him better than D'Amico and the rest of the guys outside of maybe Cole Popovich on the staff. What were some of the things that jumped out to you from Nick Caserio about the new offensive coordinator for the Texans?
Well, I mean, look, he talked at length about him. Clearly, he's very familiar with him. I don't know why, but there seems to be like a need for for everybody to make this D'Amico's decision. In reality, they collaborated on a deal. They're a sounding board for each other on every decision. Now D'Amico sits next to him at the press conference. That's fine, but Nick Caserio, the truth of the matter is Nick Caserio knows Nick Cayley intimately. It would be silly for D'Amico Ryans to hire him without heavy influence from Nick Caserio.
Of course, hell, he knows him.
The same thing. It would be silly for Nick Caserio not to have a heavy influence in the offensive line coach hire, and Cole Popovich having given his background in New England, and so look, just a lot of the same. A lot of the same stuff that we've talked about with Nick Cayley, the background of being a true position coach and coming up as a coach was hit on. The fact that he started on the defensive side of the football and moved to the offensive side of the football, same stuff we heard from Bobby Slowick. That seems to be a positive in their opinion. The vibe, the energy, the level of joy that football brings to him, the hard working. It just seems all the same. Same point that D'Amico used, Caserio used as well. They clearly believe that he's the guy that is the best fit for a plug-and-play situation where they keep the majority of the staff around him and they keep it moving.
One of the things he talked about in this that jumped out to me, and that Nick Caserio is, I really loved and agreed with what he went into about systems. We've heard that a lot, right? Yeah. We've heard that a lot about systems in pertaining to what that did to affect CJ, to affect the offensive line, and all these other things. And yes, there could be a mark of a new system, at least different terminology with Nick Cayley coming over from the Rams and his background with New England. But I loved as Nick Caserio goes in, Clinton, he goes, "Hey man, yeah, this system, it's still the bottom line of a lot of different things that many people do on offense. On offense, you still got to run the football.
That's right.
You still got to be able to do things in the red zone, and you still got to be able to not turn the ball over." And I was glad to hear that from Nick Clint, because it feels like to me, yes, the system and what you're doing is important, but it felt like in some ways it was overblown. It felt like to me that the Texans, they were having issues with things before it even gets to the system as the issue. And I was glad to hear him go into, all right, yeah, man, there's some system stuff, but man, we got to be we got to be able to pick up stunts. As you said, we got to be able to be on the same plane as offensive linemen and do things like that. We got to run the routes that we're supposed to run them in the depth. We're supposed to run them.
Well, that's just why I just think it's the thought of, and most of the system talk is wrapped around the quarterback because it's low-hanging fruit, but it's just it's silly. The same system that everybody is saying was forced on C.J. Stroud supposedly was the system that was a perfect fit for him his rookie year, that he put up numbers and had a year that nobody had ever seen. Never seen before. So I mean, it's silly to pick and choose when you want to blame the system. The reality of it is, again, like Nick Caserio said, is if you can't run block, you can't run block. It don't matter if it's outside zone or G scheme, and that's why, like when we were talking about Dameon Pierce, is like I'm just like miss me with the scheme stuff. Sure, is one guy better in one scheme or the other? Yes. Was one offensive lineman better in zone blocking versus the G scheme stuff? Yes. The pin and pull stuff? Yeah, sure. But fall off the map? Like Dameon Pierce fell off the map.
You would always say, right? It's not like they didn't run those type of plays in the system he was running in his
I mean, all these offensive linemen that struggle, it wasn't like Bobby wasn't making up pass protections, right? Like again, the unnamed source of like sliding from center over and then manning up the backside of a protection. That's not unique to a system.
Now, the one thing is the continuance of tight end blocking after you knew you weren't able to do it.
No, look, I'm not by any means saying that some of the stuff Bobby was doing was not stupid. Yeah, and he wasn't being hard-headed system. Like to think that Bobby had this unorthodox system, like we saw Andy Reid's system somehow got Travis Kelce on a defensive end in the Super Bowl. Like that, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that that's not part of damn near every system I've ever been in. The reality of it is, though, when you got an offense, when you got a tight end that has zero interest in doing it, then you need to steer clear of it. Now, when the defense starts dictating what the hell you're doing, which is what happened to Kansas City in the Super Bowl, they were overwhelmed and they were just pulling straws to try to figure out which protection would work, just like happened to the Texans against Minnesota, just like happened against the Texans late in the game against the Chiefs. You caught with your pants down, so the last thing you can do is put Dalton Schultz or Travis Kelce on somebody and hope that it works out. And so there was some silly stuff that Bobby was doing, no doubt about it. But again, to Nick Caserio's point is, hey man, this is about pass protecting in general. This is about run blocking in general. This is about running routes crisply at the right depth. Every system demands that you do those things. And if you don't, every system will fail or at least struggle. And so, again, I mean, Nick, I wasn't real sure where you were going with that. I'm just now comprehending the systems part of this thing, but I get it now. Like Nick saying, hey, systems are overblown, man.
Yeah, I think because that has just been such a strong conversation, and I think you're right. To some, not to everybody, but to some, it is just the terminology we're going to use to just this is why this failed, and maybe he needs to be in a different system. Yeah. I think the system conversation is different than what we watched with the Texans this year than, say, the system conversations when Deshaun was here. Mm-hmm. Like that to me is completely pulling him out of a strength of what he does, right? A system thing is like putting Aaron Rodgers into the offense that Josh Allen or Lamar run. Yes. Right? Like that is when the system. That would be
the extreme and when you would say, what the hell is going on? This system doesn't fit this guy.
Yeah, this thing and a thing that Nick Caserio and company is going to have to try to fix, and I think that's what Nick Caserio was getting to was, it's going to be a different system, and there's going to be a different terminology, and that's going to be a learning curve with that. But that don't have anything to do with, like, whatever system it is, you're going to have to be able to handle a TE stunt.
No question.
Like
you're going to have to be able to slide protect. You're going to have to be able to man protect. You're going to have to be able to half slide, which is center over and the backside guard tackle.
They're going to be over routes.
Like there's no like a luxury of having a Laramie Tunsil, right? Is I don't need to start my slide protection from left tackle all the way over. I can say, Laramie, you got Myles Garrett on this. We're going to slide everybody else to the right, because we're scared these guys are going to get beat one-on-one, so we need to show some different looks, and we need to slide protect this thing. Or you can do it the opposite, right? You can slide to Myles Garrett to where you're giving Ty Howard and you're giving him help with guards, and you're giving him help with the protection sliding his way, and then you just trust on the backside that Laramie Tunsil is going to handle his business. So those are all very, very smart, very, very efficient, very sound protections. Now, you brought up the one that is a sticking point for me. Like, I just don't know when Dalton Schultz or Travis Kelce, when those guys are your tight ends, I'll argue that that those protections should be thrown completely out. I mean, I'll argue they will. And I know Andy does it sometimes and gets away with it, and that's fine. But to me, it's like anytime you're putting a pass catch, like a receiving tight end on a really, really good edge rusher, you're asking to get your quarterback hurt. You're asking to get behind the chains. You're asking to be third and long. So, especially once they show you that they have no interest in doing it.
Yeah. No, it's that is. I think that's a good thing to separate. There's one thing about having this in a system, because it is, as Bobby tried to say, it's not unusual to have tight ends blocking defensive ends in systems. As you said, I've watched many tight ends do it. Where the point is, like, stop doing it. If that's the difference in a system. And I think that's a fair complaint about Bobby Slowick from people is he was, as you've used it, hard-headed at times in trying. He wanted Dalton Schultz to be able to execute that because he's trying to get a route out there or a play made
down
out
the field,
there,
right?
Down the field.
Where that see to me that's the difference here. Like is when and this is when I had a problem when Bobby said it the first time. I hate when people do it now. Like and maybe I'm wrong. You tell me. I don't know that you know, but you cover them. You cover them. I guess for me. When Andy Reid typically, now I know this wasn't the way it worked out in the Super Bowl. I think they were scrambling in the Super Bowl. But a lot of times when you see Travis Kelce doing things, they are setting up a screen off of it. There's great chemistry between the tight end and the quarterback, and the quarterback knows, hey, I got a tight end on a rush end here.
He's often moving away from it.
If he gets beat, I'm gonna go a certain way. Travis is gonna make himself available, and we're throwing the football to one of the best tight ends, if not the best tight end the game's ever seen. So I think to me, I guess what I'm saying is there's a difference when Andy Reid, Pat Mahomes, and Travis Kelce are doing it than when Bobby Slowick, C.J. Stroud, and Dalton Schultz are doing it, trying to throw the football down the field instead of being aware of what the situation is.
Yeah. All right. But yeah, I did like what he had to say there, man. Like, hey, let's not get too crazy on these systems, man. We got to do things that every system has to do. All right, coming up, it's Wednesday, a little NBA edition of Stock Up, Stock Down. You can text in yours or message in yours. A little Stock Up, Stock Down coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look, imagine selling your home and getting paid.
Attention Sports Radio 610 listeners. A slam dunk trip to Vegas could be yours. How? By tuning in to Sports Radio 610 for an hour a day on the Odyssey app. 60 minutes earns you a daily entry. If you win, you and 3 friends will be wheels up to Vegas in March. Staying at the Circa Resort and Casino with an extra $20K in your pocket and access for the ultimate college basketball tournament experience. Just log in and listen now on the Odyssey app for your chance to win this national contest.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Every season brings highs.
I'm in my drop top, cruising the streets.
And lows.
No way, because I know one of you two would have done the same thing that I just did.
Are you kidding me?
This trio always has eyes on the market in H-Town. It's time to buy or sell. It's stock up.
The arrow's pointed up.
Stock down.
They're selling, Mortimer.
On the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. We do it every hump day right here on the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Stock up, stock down. In season, when there's football going on, we primarily focus on the Texans, but obviously that ain't happening. And we got an NBA edition of Stock Up, Stock Down for you today. Want to start with you, Ron, as we are coming out of this All-Star break that it's been quite controversial in some ways for the NBA. Only one game in action tonight, Lakers and Hornets. Rockets will be back tomorrow. But as we come out of this All-Star break, Ron, stock up for you around the NBA.
Stock up. I think for me, I think the parity around the league is a stock up. I think I don't think this is a year in which, Clint, you're like, yeah, there's like 2 teams that can win it. 3 teams. The West is kind of loaded and interesting. I wouldn't be surprised if there were 4 or 5 teams that could represent the West. And then you have young teams like the Rockets, who we get to cover and watch every night, that have become very, very interesting, are off to a really good start. And then in the East, you got Cleveland, who has come on and played really good basketball. The Knicks are really good, and obviously the Celtics, the champs there. So I think it should make for a really interesting postseason and playoffs, and especially from rounds, the semis to the conference finals, and to me the finals. It should make for a really, really good and interesting time of basketball in the playoffs, because there isn't, I think there are obviously sometimes it's good to have a dominant dynasty type team like the Bulls or the Lakers or the Warriors. But sometimes it is fun to go through a potential playoff and not know exactly who's going to win it. I just don't think there's an overall favorite.
Well, it's damn sure easy to sit there right now and feel like, even as a Rockets fan, like you're kind of the new face among the top teams in the league, to feel like it's real even if it's not, to feel like you've got a real shot at competing for a championship. I mean, that brings more eyeballs to the court, if you will, on a nightly basis. And so, hell yeah, as a Rockets fan, I'm definitely here.
I mean, when the Rockets were like rolling here in their recent roll, that was the time you get to the playoffs. They got Steph, KD, Clay. Who's going to beat those guys unless there's an injury, right? And then hell, they lost to the Raptors, but it took 2 or 3 injuries to KD and Clay to get him out of there. So that's my stock up right now, the parity around the league.
All right, so we got stock up right there from around the show, Hughley. This is an NBA edition of Stock Up, Stock Down on the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint, over to you. What around the NBA has you thinking the stock is rising?
Jimmy Butler. We talked a lot about Jimmy Butler here in Houston, and there was a lot of very fair conversations about age and fit and what can he do, what can he still do, the tread left on the tires. Yeah, that guy right there. Jimmy Butler has been tremendous in Golden State. Now, it's just, I believe they played 4 games together. The Warriors are 3-1. And I think the biggest takeaway is Curry. Curry is ripping it up. Now, you can argue the couple of games before Butler got there, I think he averaged 36 points. So he was ripping it up before Butler got there, but he was having to work a lot harder taking 12 more shots to get to 36 than he did to get to 33 kind of deal. So, look, I just think Jimmy Butler right now, the team that he joined, the Warriors have been significantly better. It looks like it's going to be a great fit. As I said, we saw it firsthand here against the Rockets. It just seemed like the Rockets had to dig out of a deep hole. They got it to a 2-point game. Golden State Warriors put Draymond Green the floor. There was no match, right? So I think just Jimmy Butler's stock overall, it was ugly how he left Miami. By the way, Miami's 0-4 since he left.
I was going to say he won that battle.
Yeah.
He beat Pat Riley. Right?
So I'm gonna ride with Jimmy Butler really because the Warriors are 3-1. They look like they're much more of a contender. And I don't know if they can dig out of the hole. They're 10th in the West right now. I don't know if they can dig out of that hole or not, but.
Yeah, Draymond got him winning the championship in that 10th spot.
Yeah, I don't know if I can get.
Of course,
I don't know if I can get there yet, but Curry playing a more effortly brand of ball and scoring similar points is a huge plus for Jimmy.
I love it, boy. Jimmy certainly was chilling in those last few moments. He looks like a completely different basketball player now that he's gotten himself to Golden State, and he got paid. He did it too.
Jimmy conquers Pat Riley. All right, we got the stock ups out of the way. You are listening to The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. We do this every single hump day, every Wednesday around this time. Stock up, stock down. Today we got an NBA edition. Done with the stock ups, now stock down. Ron, over to you. When it comes to the NBA coming out of the All-Star break, right now where we are, stock down in the NBA for you.
Mine is to Adam Silver. And
the human penis, as you like to refer to him as.
Adam Silver. Listen, the NBA is going through a rough patch in terms of narrative and how the public is speaking about it and talking about him and how they view him. They've become the sport game is now affects how they are viewed, just how they play every game. But I think he has heard the noise and I think had knee-jerk reactions too much to the noise and has caused him to make certain decisions. And I think the knee-jerk of the noise has caused a decision with whatever this was, Saturday and Sunday, All-Star Weekend. And I just don't think he is handling this as well as he could as a commissioner right now with some of the decisions they have made while they're getting a lot of noise. So to me, Adam Silver, stock down right now when it comes to commissioner decisions from him.
All right, there you have it. Stock down from around the show. Hughley is the human penis, a.k.a. the NBA commissioner, Adam Silver. Clint Stoerner, what around the NBA has you thinking the stock is going down?
It's not around the NBA. It's the NBA as a whole. I think this is rock bottom for him, which I think is actually a good thing, as we talked about yesterday. Like, to have Draymond Green, a current player, on the set and him just absolute bagging on what the NBA is doing. Everything Ron just said about Adam Silver, LeBron, the late withdrawal, Curry not being in the three-point contest. You look at what Chris Paul and company did in the little skills challenge with just making a mockery of the whole thing. I think you add all that stuff together and the slam dunk contest being a Mac McClung highlight reel. I guess all together, I think it's good for the league because I think the adjustments from now to next year will be significantly different. I do think they're listening. I do think the conversation is even more now than it ever has been, and it's coming from the inside, not just from your smallest casual NBA fans that don't watch it anyway. So I think the NBA as a whole right now, and again, I say it as you got to hit rock bottom before you can start digging out. I think this is one of them that you can't help but respond.
Let me ask you something, because I know as you call yourself the casual NBA fan,
yeah,
but you have been watching it more here.
Yeah,
you've been watching. When you watch the games, what's your feel? Like, are you entertained? Do you feel like it's like, and I know you watch the Rockets.
I need more to, like, the Luka deal, like, to get outside the Rockets. I need some kind of shocker, like sticker shock, something that's going to draw me, to the game. But like, when I look at, to your point, is like, I just wanted to casually watch the All-Star stuff. And as a casual fan, I tune in, and within a matter of 10 minutes, I'm turned off. Like, I think that's the problem with the NBA is like your diehards or your Ron Hughleys are gonna watch it no matter what. But like your casual fans that watch it, you flip the game on and hey, I'm gonna check these Lakers out real quick, and LeBron's not playing. Or you flip on, watch 76ers, and old boy over there is bull jiving around and not playing all the time. Like, I think that is the biggest turnoff for your casual fan is it's very difficult to turn the TV on and watch and get a product that's gonna get what you expected, I think. Like I expected.
I get that with the All-Star game. Like, yeah,
but I think that's overall.
But you're feeling that way whenever you watch.
I'm probably not the fair one because I don't sit around.
I think you are fair. I think you are fair. You're the one who, as you just said, I jump in sometimes, and this is outside of the Rockets. I know we've talked about it. You've enjoyed watching the Rockets.
Yeah, no, look, I enjoyed watching the Lakers the other night. I enjoyed. But I'm not I think the problem, big picture, like it's easy for me to turn my team on and watch them because they're all the complaints that most people have and what I have about basketball, like regular season basketball, like we've all said they're not going to play defense. A lot of them aren't going to. It's just not going to be. It's going to get a lot more serious late in the season when it matters more. And I turn the Rockets on and we see that every night. We see playoff caliber basketball, at least effort every night, right? So I don't know. I just. I think, to me, nationally, big picture, when it comes to me being an NBA fan, not a Rockets fan, like I think what we watched with the All-Star situation and all those different events that I just pointed out, I think that is why I tuned in to see the NBA's best in a dunk contest. And I got a dude that's literally a G League player. You know what I mean?
You know you wouldn't go see the NBA's best in that dunk.
No. I know I wouldn't.
But I mean, you should.
But even with the low expectations, though, Ron, my hopes are still like at least I'm going to see the highest flyers they have to offer. I know I'm not going to see LeBron, but I'm going to see the highest flyers that they have. It's not even that.
No, you ain't going to see Ja.
Right.
No, you're not. No.
So I mean, I guess that's the part. All in one weekend on several different moments was what I think the overall issue is.
All right, we got to go, but you made me think about something. I want to make a note on that. Maybe we talk about that, what you just said. And, hey, man, I'm starting to feel bad for Alex Bregman, man. Hey, man, you ever see somebody trying to really fight somebody, but the other person is like, hey, man, I am agreeing with you. I'm agreeing, but that other person keeps trying to fight that person. I feel like that's what Alex Bregman is going through right now. We'll discuss all that.
All right,
coming up next.
Let me take a minute. This is what Alex Bregman needs to do. Just take a minute. Take the next exit.
Collier Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I do want to get to, as Clint said, the drama that Alex Bregman has walked himself into.
Boston.
But I was enjoying that conversation. I see some people here on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610, that's chiming in. Also, those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well. I did enjoy that conversation, and you said something because Clint and Tyler, I've been sitting here thinking over the last couple of days, and I feel like this is just a grave overreaction right now to the All-Star game and how people are rolling to it, right? Because the NFL's All-Star game sucks ass, but nobody, and they had to stop it, but nobody looks at their All-Star weekend or game or whatever and then applies that as to what their regular season is. And I think baseball's probably taken a dip to where it used to be when Tony Gwynn Jr.'s dad was running through and playing as hard as he could in the ninth inning like he was in a regular game and all those things. But I think right now, the NBA is just going through a situation. I think baseball had this for a little bit several years ago where it was just the thing to talk about how bad a place baseball was in. It was just a thing about, the game is slow. It is not aging well. Young people don't like it. They don't know what they're doing. Bob Manfred's an ass. Little shot. I think there was a time frame where it was just pile on baseball. And I think the NBA is in that space, and just like baseball, I think the NBA has added to it over the years to get to this point. Some of the decisions the players and the owners and everybody have made within the game. So even though I think all-star games are different around all sports, and I do think this is becoming a bigger thing and over. But I think where basketball is right now, for people like you, for people like Tyler, for people like anybody, like Brandon's dad, B. Scott's dad, who's been a huge NBA fan his whole life, or this texter who just texted in and said, I haven't enjoyed the NBA in decades, and I don't plan on anytime soon watching the NBA. Somebody just texted in. Like, you can't have slip-ups, right? Like, you have to, whether it's fair or not, of how the NBA is being talked about over the top. Like, I don't think, like you brought up the Lakers. LeBron's played 48 of the 50. Like, he's been out there. LeBron plays. Well, when he's injured.
The bigger point is it's less about LeBron. Right. It's less about the players specifically. I think there is and I don't know how the percentages of how often it happens or what stars do, but there's clearly a perception in the league that the load management has gotten to a point where it's a problem.
I think it was a very real problem 2 years ago. The last 2 years, the players have improved upon that. Hell, AD played 75 games last year. They've improved upon that, but it's still, as you said, it is still what the field is. Yeah. It is still what the field is.
I listened to PK Subban talking about the Canada-USA game.
He let it rip.
And he was talking about the intensity and now people trying to compare hockey and basketball, right? And he went on and just said, really, he started out with the biggest point was you can't compare the two. It's two totally different sports. You shouldn't try to compare them. But he did get real animated about, like, when you watch, and I don't watch a lot of hockey, I'm going to take a man's word for it, that like when you pay to go watch a hockey game, you're going to get guys leaving it on the ice every game and held even to the point where they're going to fight about it. And in comparison to the NBA, his response was, where is that? Where's the love of the game? Where's playing for the game? Where is that energy, that effort, that desire? I mean, you got guys that they were like Kevin Durant's response, like, hell with it, let's just not, if it's that bad, let's just not play All-Star Weekend.
Yeah,
I think all of it as a whole is just not I think it's for the NBA relative to this slump they're in or whatever they're dealing with.
And like Katie, who you named. Katie is a guy who goes out there and plays every night and gives it. And I think he's just annoyed with every time you turn around right now. It's a negative space and hockey went through this. Everybody's going to go through this except for football. Everybody's going to go through this. But my thing is, where I agree with you is, even though I think even what PK said, I think is over the top. I think I bet you there's some guys in hockey who are out there just trying to get a check. Not as many, but I bet there's some guys out there who's just rolling. Like, even that stuff I think is a little over the top, but they've played a part into that being what the narrative is. And when it comes to All-Star Weekend, to improve it, I'm with you. Like, hey, Ja Morant, we got to have you out here on this dunk contest to kind of get this thing better. Steph, you're in San Francisco. Hey, we need help. Let's get you and Clay out here on this thing, because right now there is just a huge feeling on the game that, yes, other sports aren't having to deal with, but basketball is dealing with it. And right now they need their dudes to be out there. And when you have an All-Star Weekend, this is a way where people like Clint, people like Tyler, people like whatever come to check in. And the last thing you need is giving easy outs to talking about the game. Yeah,
because like you said, because here's I'm not prepared to plead a case about why the NBA. It's a talking point on every show every night, and you listen to a guy like Stephen A. say it. He's the biggest NBA head I know, and he acknowledges that there's clearly a problem there, whether it's All-Star or it's the NBA as a whole, and it's almost one of those where the players feel like the NBA needs them more than they need the NBA, and it's a battle, it's a tug of war, instead of just going out and playing the game that you love the way that you've always played it, it's becoming about more. I'm not prepared to plead a case
but there's absolutely a perception of what you just said to be that case.
Yeah. I mean, I'm assuming of whoever's saying it. But I'm of the belief that is like there's reality to all the issues that we're talking about. Like I'm just, for me personally, when I hear people that are literally on the floor covering the NBA day in, day out say, man, there's a problem, man. Like these are the problems. Like, and then all of a sudden, me as a casual fan who gets everything I want when I turn the Rockets on, I turn on the NBA All-Star Weekend. I'm like, oh, I get it. I see what you say, and I know what you mean.
That just brought more. I guess.
Well, it's just
more
proof.
Fuel to the fuel.
Well, it seems like you're under the influence that it's not real. And I'm just of the thought that it is.
Oh, I'm not saying it's not real. I think it's overblown. I don't think the NBA players just don't give a damn about the game, and walk out every single game and just like, hey man, I'm just trying to get a check, right? Like I don't think that is the case, and especially like for somebody like LeBron for 20 years who plays all the time.
Well, LeBron's the polar opposite. I mean, he goes out and plays in games that his team is winning by 20, and he's still playing in the fourth quarter.
But the perception is so much is that he didn't play on Sunday because look, he doesn't even care about the game, which I think is a bit overblown. I do, however, believe the load management thing was a real thing 2 years ago, because I think, like the Spurs, they started this thing of like, hey, man, we could just hold some of these guys for playing 60 games instead of 80, and we get them ready for the postseason. And they're like, that became a thing. And I think they have slowed that up in the last couple of years, but they haven't fought out of that perception right now. I think people still believe that is a real thing. The All-Star game, I do believe the perception is these guys don't care about the game and they don't play hard. And when they did what they did at the All-Star Weekend, I think they fed into that perception. But the Rockets aren't the only team in the NBA that look like that.
Yeah.
Right? Like I think if you go flip on TV and watch the NBA, it doesn't look like the All-Star game. Right. Just like when you watch the Pro Bowl, that doesn't look like the NFL. But they're in a place right now where, hey, this is how people view your sport. And whether they think it's fair or not, if if they want to view differently, I think KD is annoyed with all the negativity talking. That you have to stop giving, as you said, proof and fuel to people thinking
every time the conversation comes up, people aren't going to lean to Durant and LeBron because, I mean, like you just said, you can't, right? But they're going to lean to Embiid and whoever. What's my man? Kawhi Leonard. They're going to lean to legit right. So I mean, it's kind of one of those where it's when you're top, let's say 15 to 20 players in the league. You got a handful of them that are guilty of it, or even perceived to be guilty of it. Like you don't I don't know, but you don't seem to have that problem like in the NFL or in baseball where guys are just like the top players are load, quote unquote, load managing for some reason or another. Like fair or foul, it is what it is with the NBA, and I think it's a turnoff to a lot of people.
Yeah, like they would say. Like, hey, if we look at the Astros, Jose Altuve gets load managed. Like he doesn't, he gets days off, and they would say, well, we're doing the same thing. But the perception is different. And I think you're right. You got like people like Barkley and Draymond coming in saying it from the inside. Yeah. It doesn't help it either. All right, what you got coming up at the 4?
Well, it's we heard from Nick Caserio. He was on with them Payne and Pendergast boys in the morning. They always do a great job with Nick Caserio. Nick Caserio said 2 things, y'all. 2 things that give me big time confidence moving forward with this football team. I'll tell you what those are. I'll have that audio for you and tell you what those are next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, I got to tell you about Twin Peaks. Look, man, if you're watching live sports, which most of you are, you got pro basketball and college basketball rocking and rolling.
We're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Game changeness.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Yeah, it is. It's a Wednesday, one of them old hump days, y'all. It's we're having a good one rolling through the old drive on a Wednesday. Big shout out to everybody out there listening. If you're on YouTube and Twitch, we greatly appreciate you. Hopefully we're entertaining you. I try not to stare at the TV too much. And Tyler flips his tongue at you every now and then, shows you his nipples. I mean, he keeps this thing rolling, no doubt about it. We appreciate you listening on the OFM dial, AM dial. If you do, encourage everybody out there all the time to download the Odyssey app, AUDACY. We got a big-time contest going on right now. Here's what you got to do. Download the Odyssey app, log into the Odyssey app, listen to Sports Radio 610 for 60 minutes a day. Every day you can get one entry into the Odyssey contest. The contest is for this. You and 3 friends, airfare and accommodations to Las Vegas for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball tournament. Airfare and accommodations, you plus 3 to Las Vegas for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball tournament, and $20,000 to do with as you please in Sin City. Hell of a deal. All you got to do is download the Odyssey app, AUDACY. Log in and listen to Sports Radio 610 for 60 minutes a day, and there you have it. Big shout out. If you just download the Odyssey app and you just like using it to listen to us because you can pop it on your hip and you can take us everywhere you go, we greatly appreciate that as well. Big shout out to my wife. Big shout out to my wife last night for making time. It's not easy to get away from them 2 babies. All my mamas out there, I know, I understand. It's not always easy to get away from them babies and make a little time for you and your husband, make a little time for your relationship, right? But my bride did that last night, and I greatly appreciated it, y'all. That sure is nice. Greatly appreciated it, y'all. There was a happy ending, if you know what I mean. So it was a great evening. Some real. What do you mean, Clint? Some real husband. We were both smiling. Some real husband and wife bonding. Bond time galore, ladies and gentlemen. Galore.
Bonding in the sack.
Well,
nice.
That may be where the bonding ended. Unloading. But it started with me being the fine husband that I am and making. I didn't make a decision, Ron. You'd be proud of me. Where are we going to eat? What are we going to do? What time? I said, be at Starduster Lounge, 6:30. I'll tell you the rest. I handle it. That's it. I didn't ask no questions, baby. She greatly appreciated that, by the way. That's how I knew the night was going to end very well. When about 20 minutes into it, she told me how much she appreciated me attacking the decision and not making it. It's the little things, boys. It's the little things. Tyler, you got to try it. It's the little things, man. By the way, we're going to come up with a segment here, air it out, and it's all about our wives. By the way, it's all about our wives. Hold on, what? Air it out. I'm forcing this one on everybody. Tyler's definitely in, but it's. We're gonna air out some dirty laundry. We're gonna air out, maybe not real dirty. It's maybe not Tyler's armpit, sweaty armpit dirty, but it's gonna be a good segment. It's gonna have everybody can relate to it.
Always fighting it, man. Always fighting it.
I've got a database drawn up on that beautiful bride I was talking about.
A therapy session.
Air some things out. I don't know how much. I don't know. It may end up needing some therapy when I get done. Hey, but Nick Caserio, Texas general manager, he joined Payne and Pendergast, and I always say this, and I mean it. Boy, Payne and Pendergast got a great rapport. Speaking of rapport, we hope Nick Caserio has that with CJ, but Nick has that with Payne and Pendergast. Those guys do a hell of a job. I think they went almost 40 minutes. That's a hell of a segment, man, with the general manager of the Houston Texans. So great work, fellas. Great work to our teammates there. But Nick said, I told you on the other side, Nick said 2 things. But I'm going to be honest with you. There's 3 things, boys. Ooh, 3. There's 3 things, right? There's 3 things that Nick said that for me personally gives me confidence And to be honest with you, when it's coming from the general manager, when it's coming from Nick Caserio, it gives me a lot of confidence that they're going to get things done over there at NRG Stadium, right? We'll start with this right here. Here's Nick Caserio talking about C.J. Stroud and him dealing with the adversity that he dealt with last year and growing from it.
I mean, as a team, we started fast. We were 5-1, and we kind of, ebbed and flowed a little bit back and forth throughout the course of the year, played a little bit better at the end of the season, played well in the Charger games. So there's an ebb and flow to the season, and you just have to have a certain level of mental toughness and stick-to-itiveness to keep pressing forward. And I would say in CJ's case, he was able to kind of push through some of those, call it tough times or whatever it was, or tough games. And he went out there and he played really good football in, some of the more critical games. He played well against the Chargers. Honestly, he played well against the Chiefs. Put ourselves in position. The reality was, it was 13-12 in the fourth quarter with however many minutes left. So we put ourselves in the position. So, and I think he learned relative to what this decision on this play, maybe the simple play is not the sexy play, but it's the right play. So I think you saw that as the year went on. So he played a lot of good football. I think sometimes everything gets sort of jaded relative to CJ and his performance and how he played.
Yeah, so there's a lot there, guys, and Nick's wordy now, but I'm gonna tell you, as long as Nick Casario's in the building, y'all know where I lie. I think CJ needs to be. I know a lot of people think it's disrespectful. It's not. It's negative. It's not. It's positive as it can be. It's the biggest compliment. He needs to be that Tom Brady type game manager and take calculated risk and I think that's a smart way to win and win consistently at a high level. And as long as Nick Caserio's in the building, and as long as Nick Caserio is preaching right play versus sexy play, boring play versus aggressive play, boring play versus fireworks. As long as I'm hearing that from Nick Caserio, I got to believe that C.J. Stroud, offensively, the Texans are going to land in a place where C.J. Stroud is playing the quarterback position at a high level, playing to his strengths, which is processing at an extremely high level, playing to his strengths, which is distributing the football, whether that's screen game, quick game, mid-range, or shot game. Any way it goes, delivering the football accurately to receivers that can then run after catch. Like, that is, for all of us Houston Texans fans, I know it's sexy to watch him run around. I watch the highlight reel. But if you want to win, if you want your team, if you want the Houston Texans to win football games consistently over the next 10 years, and you want C.J. Stroud to be the guy, it's going to be from the pocket. It's going to be on time. It's going to be boring a lot of the times, which is going to lead to 3 or 4 monster plays that blow the game wide open and give you a chance to win every damn week. Right? We got to get away from the, he was sacked 4 or 5 times, but he made 5 throws outside the pocket that were highlight reel. Get away from that, man. That's not the way to win. I think as long as Nick Caserio is in the building, C.J. Stroud is going to be I think, at least pushed. C.J. Stroud's going to be influenced. He's going to be pushed towards making the right play.
Who pushed him
not
away
the sexy
from
play?
I
was looking for the phrase there. It's not the. He's going to be encouraged. That's the word I'm looking for. As long as Nick Caserio is in the building with the Houston Texans, C.J. Stroud is going to be consistently encouraged to make the smart play, not the sexy play. The boring play, not the highlight reel. The other stuff, the highlight reel, the fireworks, that will come if you commit to the underneath stuff. So you ask, who changed that? I think they did as a unit. I think Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud. Because a lot of, I think, like Nick Caserio being in the building, a lot of it is getting the point through to C.J. Stroud that this is the best way for you to play football. This is the best way for you to play football. And if C.J. Stroud sits right now and looks back at his 2 seasons in the NFL, it should be plain as day. He don't need anybody to tell him. It should be plain as day, right? Play a brand of quarterback that allows you to stay upright. Play a brand of quarterback that allows your offensive linemen to make mistakes and those mistakes not turn into sacks and you getting pummeled in 3rd and long, right? Play a brand of quarterback that you distribute the football quickly, you get it to your playmakers in space and let them go make plays and stay ahead of the chains. That is who C.J. Stroud needs to be. And I think as long as Nick's in the building, he's at least going to be encouraged to do that, Ron.
Just listening to you, it sounds like some of the stuff you described led to some of the issues that they had. Some of the
magnified. I think it magnified. I mean, they were going to be a bad pass protecting team anyway you slice it. But when your quarterback's also doing, looking to be more aggressive, and he was doing what he was told to do. By the way, I'm not saying he was rogue. But it magnifies the problems. And at the end of the day, as long as Nick's in the building, I believe that right play versus sexy play is that approach is got to have some level of impact on C.J. Stroud if the top guy is saying it. Number 2, that's number 1. Number 2, Ron, you pointed this out to me, and Nick Caserio was asked constantly about Nick Caserio versus Bobby Slowick, the offensive system that's built around C.J. or that C.J. was forced into. That's the big conversation right now. I'm with Nick. I think it's silly. I think it's low-hanging fruit that does nothing but muddy the waters. I don't have the audio right now, but basically what Nick said systems, I'm paraphrasing, systems and what system you're in is overblown. And then he immediately flipped the script and said, the reality of it is you got to be able to pass protect. You got to be able to run the football. You got to be able to, when you get in the red zone, to score points. Right? You got to be able to convert 3rd downs when you're in 3rd and short, 3rd and reasonable. Right? You got to be able to do those things. You got to be able to run block. You got to be able to pass block. And the truth is the Texans weren't consistent enough doing those things. It's less about the system, whether we're talking C.J. Stroud or
we're talking. You got to do those in any system.
You got to do those key technique fundamentals in any system, and the Texans weren't good at it. So I love the fact that Nick's saying, hey, CJ, right play versus sexy play. I love the fact that Nick acknowledges, man, this ain't about a system, a bad fit or a good fit. It's about the fundamentals and technology and techniques of just doing the simple things savagely well. Right? It's not about the system. And number 3, Ron, he's actually said this talking about the systems, I believe, when he was talking about pass protecting. This is one thing that I love. I love hearing from Nick Caserio because it tells me, or at least leads me to believe, that this is where they're going to fix it. We've heard every single decision maker with the Texans in the year 2025, Nick Caserio, D'Amico Ryans, and I believe Nick Caserio said it as well. Not only do they say we got to pass protect, but they say we got to pass protect from the inside out. And if that's the case, one, all of these guys repeating it tells me that that's the conversation that's being had in the building consistently, is guard, center, guard play 100% has to be better, like significantly better. They got to get help. They got to bring guys in to play the interior offensive line position, which obviously is not a secret, but I love the fact that they all seem to be leaning into that so heavily. It's just words. They haven't put anything to action yet because it's not time yet. But I got to believe when they're constantly harping on pass protect from the inside out, pass protect from the inside out, that their number one priority this offseason is not just finding an answer inside at the interior offensive line, not just having answers and hoping somebody works out, but I got to believe, it sounds to me when they're saying it, they're saying, hey, it all starts inside out. If we can't protect guard, center, guard, then we can't win football games when it matters the most. So it's not just what we all can do, acknowledge that was a problem for the Texans. It seems, Ron, like it seems to be priority number 1 by a mile.
Now we need to see it.
Yes.
Right now, priority number 1, then it needs to be addressed.
Yes.
And I hope so. And I think they will address it. I think they hit it the best way you possibly can. And I could have been.
That's what I always say.
Could have been said.
You still talking about them?
Let me try that.
In all aspects of life, you can say that.
Hit it. Attack it. Attack.
Yes.
That need.
Nope. Attack it all.
Address.
Address.
Yeah, that probably works.
Well, I mean, you're trying to
address that position. No. All right, let me try that.
That takes some of the dirtiness out of it.
Really
focus.
Make the interior offensive line your priority.
There you go.
And attack that interior.
That nicely.
And attack that ass when you get it.
Yeah,
there it is.
Come on.
You dirtbags.
Pull a little hair if you need to.
You dirtbags.
Right. Only
yes, right? Only.
Yeah.
Not everybody is into it. But
yeah.
A little hair. How do you test that? No, never mind.
Well, you don't ask, that's for sure.
You could. Okay, yeah.
That gets you in trouble, Tyler.
You can text in on that. How do you?
No, I don't mean you just go to pull in, just slight tug, see how she reacts.
Okay, slight.
Yeah, just slight little. Let her know you're there. You know.
Tyler's backhand pulling. That's what Tyler's doing. Tyler gave it the backhanded grip.
It depends on what position you're in.
It's been a while. Coming up next.
I growl and bark.
We got to discuss one of the biggest off-season things that will be discussed. I can't even look at the text line. One of the biggest off-season things that we'll discuss coming up in the NFL season. That's next.
All right, take your live sports viewing experience to the next level, y'all. Cash in with Underdog Fantasy. That's right, y'all. Underdog Fantasy is available in Texas. Underdog is the best place to cash.
leader, Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Coming in from the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. The excited reaction from T-Mill when Ron said, "Attack that ass," needs to be on the soundboard.
Hey, man.
And the entire time when I left to go use the restroom, I thought, right there, the end of that, that's how we got in the top 20.
Hey, man, I'm a healthy young male. Little booty gets me excited. What can I say?
That little run around there, the end of it, the very end of it, the last 3 minutes, that's how we got to
that
top
got
20.
us in there, huh?
And when I say top 20, I want to be very specific. 20. The last spot.
Yeah, we ain't talking about 15.
The last spot on the board.
The
20 right there.
Go in the city.
That's what got us in the top 20 right there. That final ending of that. All right. As we continue here, a little update. B. Scott not able to roll with Rockets report. We'll have to wait, but you can listen to the H-Town Hoops podcast.
Mm-hmm.
B. Scott, Adam Spolane, 2 episodes a week, and they got a lot going on as the Rockets will get back at it and start. I wouldn't say the second half because they've played more than half the games, but they will return from the All-Star break and come down here for the home stretch before the postseason. Currently, they sit in the 4 spot by half a game. The Lakers do play the Hornets tonight, so that could change and then fall to the 5 spot. But check out everything you need to know. Usually Wednesdays at 4:40, but you can find them H-Town Hoops twice a week, wherever you find your podcast. All right, Clint, this is going to be a big thing. Luckily for the Texans and us, this is not something that we are going to specifically have to really pay attention to, but the draft is upcoming, Clint, and early in the draft, it's going to be about quarterbacks, right? I think I bet you we'll see more quarterbacks than we anticipate. Generally, we do, and the top 2 guys, Shedeur Sanders, Colorado, and Cam Ward from Miami, and I think it's interesting. If you've seen the videos rolling around with those 2 working out, those 2 they have gone at each other.
Yeah,
unafraid to. I mean. Like, there's a couple of times I thought maybe somebody's going to have to step in to separate those 2. Like, this wasn't just, it seemed like it was going, but they was cool. It looked like I get after that. But Miami's quarterback, Cam Ward, he said this, okay, you're either going to draft me or not. If you don't draft me, that's your fault. You've got to remember you're the same team that's got to play me the rest of my career, and I'll remember that. So he's come on out basically, hey, if you pass up on me, Tennessee at 1. If you pass up on me, Cleveland at 2. The Giants at 3. All of them needing quarterbacks. He's going to make you remember. And I think that leads me here to you and the people. Everybody can jump in on this thought. As you look at those 2, right? Cam Ward, Heisman finalist. Shedeur Sanders the last 2 years, with a Colorado team that probably wasn't ready to get to a big-time winning level, helped them out, pulled out some games, and did some things. Who do you trust more in this draft process? Who do you feel like would be the one you would feel more comfortable to go with?
This is a tough one for me, man. This is because here's the deal. Both of them are going to enter some level of dysfunction when they get to the league, and you're going to have to be like the confidence is going to have to be real. Like it's going to have to be genuine, sincere, authentic. Like there ain't no faking it once you get there. And I do think both of these guys are great leaders. I do think that both of these guys are great talents, right? I like both of them's game. But if I have to pick one of these guys from the 30,000-foot view that I have, I'm Cam Ward. And it's because I've seen it's Cam Ward's journey, right? And I don't want to hear nothing about how Shedeur's has been similar. It's not. Like Cam Ward came out first of all, he's a Texas kid and a 0-star, and went to Incarnate Word and took their program in San Antonio, took their program to new heights. Goes to Washington State and balled out up there and left that program in a significantly better place than when he left it. We didn't get to see a whole lot of that because that's at Pac-12 West Coast action, but it was live. Yeah. It was
some big numbers.
It was impressive, man. It was impressive. And then he transfers to Miami and takes Miami to a whole nother level. I mean, you're talking about a team that, since Mario Cristobal's been there, has really been a disappointment with all the different quarterbacks that they brought in and systems they brought in, and thought, boy, this guy's a 4 or 5 star. This is the next guy. Well, Cam Ward went out there, and Cam got it done. Everywhere Cam Ward has been, he has immediately taken to whatever system that they have in place. He has immediately taken that organization, that program, to new heights. And I just, it's hard for me to ignore that, man. It's hard for me to ignore it. So I think Shedeur has done some impressive things. Like, I think Shedeur Sanders, Ron, like some of the stuff we just got through talking about with CJ, like, he was forced into a situation at Colorado the last 2 years where it was like, hey, man, you got to take the smart play. Like, he was forced to.
He had to learn it.
Yeah. Well, there was no other, like, he was forced to work his way around piss poor protection. And he went from a 4-win team to a 9-win team in that process, and with the inability to protect him. So they've both done some tremendous things, but I would have to go with Cam Ward. I do think Cam Ward is the more physically gifted player as well.
I'm looking at Phil Yates' mock draft. He has Cam Ward ahead of him, too. Has him going 3 to the Giants, 6 to the and then Shedeur going 6 to the Raiders.
Yeah, if Cam is as impressive as people have been around him say he is, in terms of, like, apparently Mario Cristobal has never seen a player played with or coached a player that has more leadership, takeover program type qualities. Mario Cristobal's been around, man. I mean, he's been around. Yep. I mean, he's been around. Hell, he played at Miami back in the day. I mean, he's been around some greats now. For him to say that's a mouthful. So, I don't know how the guy gets past 1 if indeed he's that impressive. I mean, you're gonna know it. I mean, that's the kind of guy, like, the film will speak for itself. But when you walk in a room with a guy, does he take over the room?
Yeah, especially the top 3 teams probably need a quarterback.
If you're Tennessee, after what you've been dealing with, how do you let that walk? I don't give a damn who. I don't give a damn how good Abdul Carter is. I don't give a damn how good Travis Hunter is. Like, that's all impressive. But, man, if this guy is as good as they say he is, if he is as good in person, and in terms of if his intangibles are as elite.
Yeah. Interesting here coming from the text line. I think I'm with you too. There is something I do like about Shedeur having to deal with, and I think Cam did too as well, but really his last couple of years, Shedeur has dealt with issues with protection. He has dealt with adversity in front of him, and I do like that sometimes. It can be easy for some quarterbacks going into the league. These are a couple of texts that came through. Shedeur is the most overrated prospect. He's a day 2 pick as far as his actual talent goes. McCord out of Syracuse, formerly Ohio State, is a better prospect. Neither one of those 2 quarterbacks will make it in the NFL unless they are backups. By the way, Cam, also local kid. I know you said Texas there, but Houston kid as well. But do you agree with that sentiment?
No.
You think these are guys that can play in today's NFL?
Yeah. Look, I mean, the truth of the matter is, man, when you're drafted look, there's a couple of outliers that obviously the Jamarcus Russells of the world, the Johnny Manziels of the world, that clearly have off the field issues, that they have life issues, right? But for the most part, these kids that are drafted, we're talking these 2 quarterbacks in the top 10. Shedeur Sanders can spin it now. He's not as loose-armed as some of these guys that you would like. I prefer, to be honest with you, I prefer Shedeur Sanders' action, his arm action, over all this other freestyle stuff. But Shedeur Sanders is a very, very sharp kid. He's a high-level process. Well, he's a good build. So, look, the reality of it is these guys are thrust into some extremely dysfunctional situations. And the odds are stacked against them, and you just hope that they have the the intangibles and the physical health and the physical abilities to overcome for a year or 2 years with piss poor coaching, a lot of times just dysfunctional organizations from top to the bottom, zero supporting cast. Like that is – there's a lot of guys that fail because the situation's not right. It's not because they're not talented.
Well, that's the big thing is where they go. Like that.
Yeah,
like,
no question.
Where they go
No
and
question.
who they go, right?
No question about it.
Like we just saw what happened with Bryce Young. Right, and all of his drawbacks.
Yeah,
the first year clearly that was just not just Bryce. It was clearly some other stuff right going on. You had a coach that got fired 2 consecutive years mid-season.
That changed the play caller
4 times in the
four times.
Yeah, it did. And for
yeah,
4
by the time
times,
all the firing took place,
he started. He gave it up. Then he took it back. Then he got fired. Then they had to go to another one. And then next year he gets. The guy Dave Canales, who helped turn around Baker in Tampa, and you start to see a different guy, right? It's so much of it. Is who you go around with. Now to the Texans' point, it'll be real easy if you roll to Cleveland or you roll to the Giants and you roll to dysfunction.
Yeah, but you can't say that about prospect. Like what about either one of those prospects? Like if you, I don't care if you feel that way. If you feel strong, succeeding, I had a pretty good inkling that my man that was in Will Levis was not going to work at the NFL level. But I also thought Johnny Manziel was going to get to the league and blow it up. But he didn't. There's it's when we're talking prospects. Like if you don't like a prospect, that's cool. Tell me why. But that to me, there's not a legitimate, fair argument about either one of these guys that tells you right now they're going to be a bust. Just not. I mean, I don't think there's anything off the field. There's nothing on the field. Everything screams that they are true top 10 prospects. Now we'll see what happens, but that's. I mean, these dudes are good prospects, no doubt.
Yeah, coming up, one Houston legend. I think it's fair to call him a legend. One Houston legend is, potentially going through it. We'll discuss that coming up next.
super-sized laundry packs. These things are huge. Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings laundry packs have 4 times the Oxy cleaning power and 3 times the Febreze freshness versus Gain Original Liquid.
Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings for next level laundry.
Orange Theory Fitness. Book your first workout class for free at orangetheory.com.
Is Braggy being ridiculous?
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I know Alex Bregman is getting paid. What's he getting, $120 over 4 years or something like that?
$120 over 3.
Over 3 years.
40 per, baby.
Yeah, he's doing good. He did pretty good with the Astros. He's a champion. He's made some cash.
He ain't worried about the next meal.
He's got a great salsa.
Now that part is false.
He's got a salsa.
He's got a salsa. There you go.
Hey,
some individuals enjoy it.
I can make a mean salsa, man.
Well, you got to package it and put it in stores.
Can you right now? Give me
the name of your salsa. Your salsa.
Before you give us the name of it, give us your recipe. You got right now. Give us what you're gonna do. Let's hear the salsa.
No, it's secret.
Are you kidding me?
No. The key is how much cilantro you use.
All right, so that's all you're gonna give us.
Breggy could have used a lot more cilantro in his salsa.
Okay, so that's where you're at. That's where you're at.
I'm dead serious.
I thought he was going to.
Everybody was tuned in. Everybody was tuned in for your salsa rating, and then you started talking about.
This is how we get to top 20.
I mean, I just kind of wing it. I don't have like a recipe I like look at.
It says originality is one of the reasons we got to the top 20. You had a chance. Nobody else is given. No producer in all of America and Canada and Mexico, which are also a part of this. None of them are giving their personal salsa recipes, and you just came with cilantro.
You crap on Bregman, and then you say you don't.
I'm
just
not
wing it. You don't have
Bregman.
It. We're talking about his salsa.
I'm crapping on his salsa. Yeah, it's what it tastes like almost.
And then you come with I just wing it.
Yeah.
And you got to put a lot of cilantro in there.
You work in your ingredients, a little taste test. Num, num, num. Oh, that needs a little more of this.
Text line coming through great. Text line coming through kind of like his mac and cheese.
Legendary.
A legendary mac and cheese.
Forever legendary.
It ain't just mac and cheese, right? It's the LMC.
Well, hell, man. I mean, you'd prefer the party you're at over me, so maybe he can give you a good salsa recipe,
you know? Struck a chord here, Ryan.
I'm not going to lie. He does do a brisket mac and cheese that I've had that's pretty good.
Probably light years better than anything I put together.
Light years. I'd like to taste them both again. I'd like to give it another fair shot.
Son
of right. Anyway, man. Sorry, guys. You're not going to get Tyler.
Purple, man. You're
Tyler's salsa. We do know he uses cilantro.
What would the name of it be?
Yeah, come on.
Spicy
you give
tea?
us that or nothing?
I'd have to think on it. I'd come up with something clever.
All right, spicy tea. I'll give you a little.
What's Bregman salsa called again?
Breggy
balm salsa, or is it just
whatever you come up with? I would like to pay good money for you to go to wherever they're carrying the Breggy balm stuff, and you tape your name on
your logo and name across the front.
Like getting in the sauce game like the OG John Lopez,
not professional tape, but like a Post-it note,
or just like some like masking tape over it.
TT's hot salsa, like or whatever it's gonna be.
T Mills titillating salsa.
That's a tough one to say, but T Mills titillating salsa right there, and there's just sticky noted on all of them.
T Mills tangy and titillating salsa.
I want you to record that thing.
Tasty T Mills tingling, titillating salsa.
With the tagline being, what'd you say? T Mills has got plenty of cilantro.
That's pretty damn good. That's pretty damn coming to a store near you.
All right. Speaking of the guy who's got no cilantro in his salsa, I know he's doing well, and I know people are like, oh, I don't feel sorry for whatever. I kind of feel bad for Bregman right now. I mean, he is, and again, today, Bregman waltzed in and said, hey, guys, I will play wherever, right? Like you ain't got to say it with your chest, Raph. RD, you ain't got to tell. I know it's cool. He said, this is what Bregman said. Because we got chest out Devers. Nah, that's where I go. That's where I play. Here comes Bregman. I'm super excited just to be Devers' teammate. Bregman told reporters what I say, Devers.
Yeah.
Leave
it to Devers.
Leave it to Devers. To be Devers or Devers' teammate.
I'm sorry. I'm my bad, man. Start over. I screwed everybody up.
Is that my boy Ron?
Bregman told reporters Tuesday he's a great player. I think everybody in the clubhouse is worried about winning, maybe, and whatever it takes to help the team win. That's all I'm focused on. I'll play wherever manager Alex Cora tells me to play. So that's where he's coming. Should be smashed. Should be done.
Hey, let me tell you what. I guess you excluded Rafael Devers because he's worried about third base.
Along with winning.
He's worried about a message he's sending to that front office and Cora letting him know he ain't playing no damn third. He ain't playing nowhere but third.
But apparently he's not the only one in the clubhouse. Clearly he has a henchman because he's got a groupie, the first baseman, who I'm sure is fine with digging out all of these balls that bounce over because third base defense is not his strong suit for old Raph. He came Tristan Cassis, I believe, the first baseman. He had a couple of things. Here was him backing up Devers. Again. Alex Bregman, I'll play wherever. I don't care. This should be dead.
Team guy.
Here he is. Guys, no one needs to keep telling everyone where Raph plays. Here's his first baseman.
I think it's Rafi Devers' position. I think he's the third baseman, and at that point, that's where it stands. And he's done it for a really long time now, and I think he's only getting better at that position. I think his defense is getting better every single year. We don't know what the future holds, but we know it holds Rafi Devers. So I think he's got to play defense. It's going to keep him athletic, and he's going to hit because of him being at third base. He doesn't know any other position. He doesn't want to play any other position, and he's going to fight for it, even if it's with any of the younger guys, any new guy. I think I wouldn't take anybody over him, so I think he should play third base, yeah.
Jesus, age. Now Alex is the new guy, and now, hey, man, I'm going to dismount this thing with I think he's the best third baseman in the league. He was calling him the new guy. He addressed Alex Bregman, the new guy.
I think Bregman should play second base, yeah. Okay. I think he's going to make the transition well. I think he's athletic enough to, and I think Trevor, is going to play an awesome shortstop.
Somebody's got to find me Tristan. How old is Tristan? I would assume Tristan's
He sounds like a youngster.
An all-star or something.
Oh.
Tristan, dude. Or he's been a vet around this league. And what is going on around here? I mean, they really want to make sure Alex Bregman knows what time it is. Right. And Alex Bregman is letting them know I'm good.
This is why the Rafael Devers comments are a problem, because then other players feel the need and the freedom to make comments. Because here's the problem. If Alex Bregman, if Cora says, hey, man, Bregman's going to play second, all this is gravy. All this is water on the bridge. Nobody cares. All this is, man, Devers is looking at Casas saying, man, I know you got my back, man. I appreciate you. If Cora says, hey, man, the best thing for this team is for Alex Bregman to be our third baseman. Now, Alex Bregman knows that the first baseman has already been vocal about, Devers is the third baseman. So now you got Devers pissed off and you got the first baseman pissed off, and now you got Bregman playing third base. Like, if it all goes according to plan and Bregman plays second, and that's what Cora and the Red Sox want him to do, cool. This is great.
I just don't understand. How old is this cat?
Yeah, to answer your question, first baseman for the Red Sox, Tristan Casas, is 25.
Tristan needs to calm down.
Young fella.
He needs to chill. There ain't. I'm certain of it. I'm racking my brain on this roster. There is not a person on that roster who has anything close to the resume or the history of what Alex Bregman has done.
Somebody stop that man!
Again, I now don't believe there is anybody in the clubhouse that is making as much money next year as Alex Bregman is. Like, I don't know what Alex Bregman's line is, but I would have about reached mines, fellas. Like I would have about reached mines at the point of, all right, man. Hey, man, I'm trying to come in here. I'm trying to team thing this thing. Y'all got one more time to kind of tell me, all right, all right, that hey, man, hey, you go play second base. Right. You got one more time to come and tell me whose this thing is. Have you been in the World Series? Maybe Devers might have been on that team. I don't think he was. But have you done what I've done? Like, hey, calm down. Don't just call me the new guy up in here. Your ass is 25. I played in 4 World Series. Don't just call me the new guy. I mean, if I'm Alex, I'm about real close. I'm about real close.
Right there with you.
Here, champ.
Now, friend's is gonna speak to the media.
I'm about to say, what's he walking into? Hey, dog, I didn't came in here and handled it. Hey, I'll go play wherever y'all want me to play. Hey, man, he's the best third baseman in the league. Well, hold on now, just real quick. I don't know if you checked it. I need you to go check and see who won that Silver Slugger at third base and won that Gold Glove at third base last year. I don't know how you're basing who the best third baseman is, but it be the guy that you keep telling to go to play second base. No, I've had it here. I may be able to take this from Devers, but not this Casillas fella. I don't even know that. Whatever your name is, Tristan. Take your 25 ass
Tony
on.
played for the Cowboys back in the day.
Devers and Casillas.
I'll tell you right now, I'll be over there at second base. Every time Raphael bounces one of them balls over there and he almost pulls a hamstring. Best in the league, huh?
Deserves it, huh?
What the hell is going on, Alex? What y'all come? Who's coming out next?
That's a great point. I mean,
Who's coming out
get
next?
to a point where it's disrespectful, right?
Who's coming out? We've reached disrespectful.
Yeah.
I think we've reached it. Right. Sometimes you're asked a question. My man just went on for over 2 minutes himself. I think it should be Raphael Devers. Cool. Best third baseman in the league. Coming up, 5 o'clock fire, you'll hear from the captain. And the captain of your Astros, the great Joseph Espada, speaks about his best player, or at least his second best player, coming up next.
Hughley here on Odyssey Sports Station.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. And hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the show have the latest. And also T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, a.k.a. Moneybags. See what kind of money he made last night. I know he missed one for show. I don't know if his own team
was not a good evening.
Was not a good evening. So that's just one day. That's just one day. So he'll jump back on it. But we'll get to T-Mill's best bets coming up in a bit. But let's look at it first here. A little 5 o'clock fire. What the latest is? The latest is let's head to hear from Joe Spada, the leader and the man that is leading this charge for another AL West championship and to restart the ALCS streak. Joe Espada, he gave a little bit more. I'll stand up for Joe. He gave a little bit more. Thank you, Tyler. Standing up out of respect to the captain.
Do what I can.
More on Jose Altuve and this outfield thing. Here it is from the captain.
Right now, for the next 4 or 5 days, he'll be in the outfield. But at least I'm going to make sure that at least twice a week he'll go and see take some ground balls. And just because he's not on the schedule with the outfield, with the infield, doesn't mean that he's not working on his infield. So there's always early work, post work, stuff that we do. So he'll might sprinkle some of that stuff in there for his second baseman.
All right, there's the captain speaking again. Well, it's good to hear from him.
Big skill.
It is. So, listen, I said this to you earlier, Clint.
What's the plan? How real is it?
It's on the table. If at this point where I am right now, what is today's date? What are we at? March 19th or February 19th?
You skipped a whole month.
February 19th. As we sit here, I'm just trying to get this basketball season over, this college basketball season over. But as we sit here February 19th, I am shocked that I'm saying this, but I think I would be more surprised at this point almost if he wasn't built up today. It seems like it is more likely that he is this team's left fielder than he is the team's second baseman. The way they're approaching it.
I don't think it's on the table, Ron. I think it's likely. I think it's highly likely.
Past the table here.
Look. It starts with I think when you look at hotel lobby Bobby. Bobby 2 Chains, he came out and said the Astros or Altuve probably play 50% or more of the games in left field. Like that's some real specific information Bob Nightingale's getting there. It's hard to get that specific if it's just we're going to take some fungos in the outfield and see what happens. So you take that for what it's worth. Okay, whatever. You get to spring training. And day one, he's out there taking fungo in left field. Okay, take it with a grain of salt. Keep that moving. A couple days go by. He's in the outfield. Then you ask the manager, hey, what's the plan? Oh, we're going to get 4 or 5 days in left field, and then we'll make sure we get 2 days at second base. That's 2 days a week at second base. That is a huge chunk of the time, the ramp-up time for a player to be spending in left field if that's not the plan. I think, again, I don't think it's on the table. I think it's likely he plays left field.
Yeah, and it is, and clearly that is whether Bregman was here or not. That was the route they wanted to take. He gave even more, Clint, thought to why he feels comfortable with him playing in left field because Myers stand again as a captain is speaking.
Having a Gold Glove center fielder, it makes us, make these decisions a little bit easier, knowing that we have someone that can cover the gap. So that's something that when we are thought about the Altuve potentially playing left field, having Jake Myers in center field, it made the decision a little bit easier, knowing that he can go and go get the ball.
Which end was he looking from?
Now listen, how far be it for me to correct the captain, the leader of this ship.
I screwed it up.
maybe I don't believe that Jake has won a Gold Glove. Where he just, as he said that there, I believe he's a Gold Glove finalist. I think you might want to be a little bit more specific on that. But Jake Myers patrolling center field, being there as a help is something that makes him feel better about Jose Altuve. And when it comes to range, I don't think that's a crazy thing. I don't think it's a crazy thing when it comes to range. Now, the arm part, that's a different thing. Hell, with both of them. But with range, I think Jake is somebody that is helpful in center field for him to be able to run down some balls in the gap that maybe he gets a late break on or he doesn't see well. So I could see that thought from him that Jake is a help to moving him into left field.
I guess I can see. I don't like it. Look, as a center fielder, if Jake can get to a ball, he's getting to it. It's his. He's a center fielder.
It's Kelly Lee here,
right? I mean, we don't have. It's not like he's going to all of a sudden hit another gear just to make up for what Altuve lacks, right? I don't like the manager saying that's made him feel better. That didn't give me a whole hell of a lot of confidence in Altuve in left field. If I'm being honest, tells me that you need your center fielder to make up for a guy you're going to put out there because he's not ready for it. I don't think Altuve. To me, the cool part of watching Altuve in left field potentially is I do think that with the twitch that he plays with and the speed that he plays with. I do think it could be fun to watch him track down some balls. Assuming he can do it at a high level. I don't know. People are saying he can, right? But that part of it, I think is actually the intriguing part of it. Is I think he could cover. I think he can cover more ground than guys that you put out there. Maybe Dubon, not named Dubon. Now, again, that's assuming he can get a good jump and a good angle and all the things that Jake does so well.
Yeah. The only thing that I have with the Jake thing is I get it in theory. Does this also mean that no matter what Jake does at the plate, he's going to be in center field anyway? Does this? Because what if Jake isn't swinging the bat well, and that's a hole in the offense? And let's remember this lineup isn't as strong as it has been in the past, and I don't know if this lineup can handle having a Maldonado in it, and I'm just
there's a good chance you're gonna have one because now that 3-man rotation that was center field.
Yeah. Let's go.
One of them's in right field now. One of them's at third base. So I mean, you got those guys are going to play.
Yeah. So that's the only thing is to me with Jake. Yeah, I could see that in theory on offense, but what if offensively Jake is really struggling, which we've seen him do. Yeah. The defensive part, do you just leave him in there no matter what? Ideal. And does he become like? Yeah. Maldi, because Maldi would struggle, and they would leave him in there because his defense was such an important thing. So this has appeared to move, at least to us.Maybe they knew this the whole way when the season ended, that they were going to go into this spot. But it feels like this is more than just 20 to 30 games in left field during the season. This feels like, hey, we were looking. How come they hadn't got a left fielder? Why couldn't they got an outfielder? Why didn't they spend any money to go get an outfielder if they were willing to give Alex Bregman $156 million? Well, here's the answer. That's the answer right there. They have their outfielder. He makes $25 million. He used to play second base.
Really, really happy.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, here's some interesting news with the schedule. The NFL schedule. We don't know the order of it, but we know who the road and the home teams that everybody's playing. And the LA Chargers will host week 1. They will host a game week 1 in Brazil on Friday night. Very similar to what happened with the Packers in Brazil. Now, the reason why I think this is interesting is because the Texans are on the Chargers' road schedule this year. So the Texans do travel to play the Chargers on the road. Could be L.A., could be Brazil. This would, if they were open up, and I could see that, them opening up on the road, C.J. Stroud, a playoff rematch from last year in week 1 in Brazil. I could see that happening.
That'd be cool.
But I was going to say,
traveling Texans would be down for that.
You think they'll take that
sure.
trip?
Oh,
if you're the traveling Texans, I guess you got to take everything into account, money and everything. Do you rather them have that thing in Brazil or have a weekend in L.A.?
Brazil.
Oh, that's going to cost a whole lot right there, man.
That
was me, man.
I want to get over that game in Dublin.
That's a chance to travel. To travel the world, man.
How much that's going to cost?
You can go to L.A. anytime, man.
I wonder how much that's going to cost. You talking about tickets?
Oh, you'll be all right. It can't be no more expensive. By the time it's all said and done, it can't be more expensive than L.A.
Oh, I would imagine that flight's going to just take it.
The flight might take it out of the park, but hell, once you get there, there ain't no way Brazil's L.A. money. To eat?
And them South American ladies?
To eat? To hotel? No, Tyler?
I don't know what I don't even know why that would even be.
That shouldn't even be in your vocabulary right now.
Yeah, probably. But them South American ladies, they do it for me.
American ladies.
Like my email's titillating salsa.
I talked about price. You talked about food. And he wants to give his T-Mills titillating salsa to the South American ladies, who I think would probably talk about your salsa the way that you talk about.
Probably.
Oh, no, they'd love it.
Find you one that's got really like cilantro. Hey, here's the key. Small nipples and cilantro. You in, you out. That's all you need to know about me, baby.
Now that is shooting a shot right there. That is shooting one right there. Hell, all right, I'm in. Why not? No, that'd be one. That's one to keep an eye on to see who it is they host that game against.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, staying in the NFL, we knew that for I guess this the third or fourth time in Jalen Hurts' career, they were going to have to replace their OC, and they have replaced him with Kevin Patillo. He is going to be the new OC. They hire him from within, and the reason why this is something I know your relationship with Jalen Hurts, and you've done some work with him before and know him a bit. But this is crazy, fellas. Jalen Hurts hasn't had the same OC in consecutive years since maybe he was in 8th grade. Not in college, not in the NFL. Has he had the OC in consecutive years, which is crazy to me. But this will be one to watch with the Eagles because you look at their roster, Clint. It feels like, hey, this is a crew that could keep rolling. They've got Saquon Barkley back. They've got the receivers back. They've got Dallas Goedert. They've got that offensive line. But Clint, the last time they had to do this was last year, and they got up to a 10-1 start, and then it just all fell apart. They fired their OC in 1 year. So
Moore.
Brian Johnson. Brian Johnson.
Speaking of those, you made that point. I heard this. I got a snapshot of it, Ron. Let me give you the rundown here.
Let's hear it.
At Alabama, 2016, Lane Kiffin and Sarkisian. 2017, Brian Daboll, Mike Loxley. 2018, Mike Loxley, Josh Gaddis. 2019, Lincoln Riley. 2020, Doug Peterson. 2021, Nick Sirianni and Shane Steichen. 2022, Shane Steichen. 2023, Brian Johnson. 2024, Kellen Moore. 2025, to be determined at the time, but we now know it will be Kevin Patillo, who, by the way, has been he's been the Eagles' pass game coordinator since 2021. So this is my understanding is that this guy has kind of been waiting in the wings for Nick Sirianni, kind of as Nick Sirianni's has been grooming him to be the next guy, so he didn't have to keep hiring from outside. And so apparently he's a Nick Sirianni guy. He's been there since 2021. So what's that? 4 seasons under three different coordinators. And some pretty good, 3 different coordinators he's been under, including Nick Sirianni's. It's 4. Nick Sirianni, Shane Steichen. So he's been underneath all those guys.
I guess he was under Doug Peterson, too, wasn't he?
Well, the part I read, it was 2021, which was he's been the pass game coordinator since 2021. He may have been there with Doug.
Kevin, I got you.
Yeah, I'm talking about Kevin Patillo. He's been there. He's been there with Nick Sirianni, who got there in 2021. So
what's up, Bird Gang?
They hire from within with a guy that's been the pass game coordinator for him.
Yeah, it is going to be something to watch how this goes this time without a new one. I guess it does it does help a little bit better. They're not completely rolling out of the – oh, hell, they didn't the last time, right? They had to do it. Brian Johnson was a quarterback coach, and they just kind of promoted him when Shane Steichen took the Colts job.
Yes.
But hopefully this one for them, and doesn't sit here and be a thing where they just completely fall apart like they did the last time they had to do this. Because nobody has had to turn over their coordinators more than Nick Sirianni. So that is the latest one there for Jalen Hurts. All right, coming up, Nick Caserio. Nick Caserio spoke with the fellas on Payne and Pendergast earlier, and he had some comments about the most important player on this team. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all fellas, look, you got to get back to living your best life, man. If you're out there and you feel like you lack energy, muscle,
For the ultimate college basketball tournament experience, just log in and listen now on the Odyssey app for your chance to win this national contest.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I think CJ's work ethic is unmatched. He cares a lot about football, has a lot of confidence and belief in himself. And there's some things that we've talked to him about that, hey, here's 2 or 3 things that, we think you can focus on in the offseason. So whenever that clock starts, the clock starts. But if you want to be good at your job, you have to invest time and energy into being good at your job. So in the end, it's about the work. So everything starts with the work. So you got to just show up, continue to improve, put one foot in front of the other, try to stack days on top of days. CJ will be ready to go. I would expect him to have a good off season or the 25 season, so we can all go out there and hopefully have a successful season.
That's Nick Caserio, general manager. He was on with Payne and Pendergast earlier today in the
Pendergast and Payne.
Sure, 7 o'clock hour. He spoke for about 45 minutes. You can find it on the podcast page and hear that. But that in particular was him talking about the preparation CJ is having to get ready for this next season. And Clint, I think what Sean was trying to get to earlier was talking about how different it is, the preparation for this upcoming season to the way it was going into last season. And it seems to be a real shift in what he's doing. It seems to be very, very football-focused compared to last year.
Yeah, it seems like there's a little bit of a shift, which I love. I don't blame CJ for enjoying, being given his flowers, so to speak, after a great rookie season. But there is something about learning how to be a pro, right? If CJ looks back and says, hey, I was doing too much last year and I need to get this thing dialed in a little bit, then I tip my cap, to him for trying to figure out, again, where he lands as a pro and how he needs to operate as a pro in the offseason. It appears this year that he's going to be a little less active than he was last year. Not that he is. Hell, he already has been. I don't believe he was on Radio Row making his rounds. Which makes sense because the honors awards, the NFL honors awards weren't he wasn't being awarded, so him not being there didn't surprise me. But yeah, look, I think Nick said a lot this morning to the guys on Payne and Pendergast about C.J. Stroud, and I agree wholeheartedly with everything he said. When it comes to C.J. Stroud, the dude is elite. When it comes to C.J. Stroud, the quarterback is elite. There's no question about it. I don't have one concern about work ethic. I don't have one concern about what he's doing on or off the streets. I don't have a concern that he's not going to adjust accordingly when he feels like he needs to lock in a little bit more. There's everything Nick said is spot on. The only concern, and I don't even know if it's a concern, more of just an unknown, that's probably the better way to put it, is the only unknown with C.J. Stroud that I'm in wait-and-see mode is what level of a leader is C.J. Stroud? Is C.J. Stroud really a take over an organization for 10 years type of dude? Is C.J. Stroud a guy that, it doesn't matter what caliber leader you have around him on the offensive side of the football, he's all that you need? Right? You don't need to go out and find more Joe Mixons. You don't need to be concerned with Laramie Tunsil's, accountability or being there, not being there. How hard does he work? Like, you don't need to worry about that. C.J. Stroud's got it all handled. Is he one of those guys or not? Skill set standpoint, processing standpoint, handling the game mentally and physically, dude's elite. No question about it. It's how far can he take the organization from a leadership perspective is the only thing that's kind of an unknown for me at this point. Everything else, CJ's got it figured out.
Yeah, no, I'm mostly with that. I do hope within this preparation, Clint, that he is in a way figuring out what did go wrong this past year. I hope that's a part of it. And I think the big question for me is why did we see such a swing from how he played from year one to year two? And is that something that they're trying to get back to? What's the approach? Because yes, you could still see in there this is still a really good quarterback that has a chance to be more than really good. But too much, I guess there was more lack of consistency than what we saw the year before. And just the plan seemed to be off. And I think some of that was probably the things around him, but I think some of that was probably things that he did as well.
I think the biggest reason for the backslide of the Texans offense was ultimately by design. I think year one, Slowick, more so Bobby Slowick, and the organization was, we got a rookie quarterback. We got to take it slow. We got to take baby steps.
We got an offensive line that's injured, and we've got to protect.
They eventually got there, right? It starts out with the young quarterback, and then all of a sudden, early in the season, a bunch of the old linemen are injured. Now, hey, man, we got to protect the quarterback, get the ball out. Don't worry about making big plays. Stay ahead of the chains. The big plays will come. Just get the ball out, protect the quarterback. And then all of a sudden, those guys get healthy, and boom, then all of a sudden you lose your receivers. And now you're having to overcome, playing a lot of depth at receiver. The only really stable piece you had last year was Dalton Schultz at the tight end position. 2 years ago was Dalton Schultz at the tight end position, right? We saw that, and it worked to the tune of leading the league in yards per game passing and leading the league in touchdown to interception ratio. It led to him being in MVP conversations late in the seasons, as well as leading to him being the offensive rookie of the year, right? And then in the offseason, for some reason, they took that playbook and that approach and threw it out and decided we need more weapons, which I agree. I don't have a problem with bringing in Diggs, but we've got this five-headed monster, and you heard Nick Caserio. I mean, you heard C.J. Stroud, as well as you heard Bobby Slowick say, I believe both of them after the first practice, or at least the first time that we heard from them in training camp. You heard both of them say, we want to be more aggressive. We want to stretch the field. We win this year. Want to be more and here's the thing. Everybody's understand, like when a coach and a quarterback says that, they're not just flippantly saying that, and you don't just go, oh, well, hey, today let's go out there and call some shots. You know, the entire offseason. From jump. The entire offseason, Bobby Slowick and the staff, when you talk about designing plays and developing your playbook that you're going to install, it's with the mindset of we're going to be more aggressive, we're going to stretch the field. When you talk about building your roster and you go out and you get Diggs, right? It's now we're going to be more aggressive. When you start installing in practice in training camp, it's all about getting these shots, emphasizing all the critical details of making sure it can be protected a certain way so you can get this shot down the field. As we were watching training camp last year, damn near every single practice, within the first 2 or 3 plays of the offense being on the field, there was a shot taken down the field. There were go routes thrown, there were seam routes thrown, there were post routes thrown. Didn't matter who was in the game. There is that is where the mistake was made for the Houston Texans.
They went out and they got weapons, and they sit here. We got Tank, we got Diggs, we got Nico, and we have. And I think more importantly, yes. Hey, Laramie Tunsil's back on the left side.
Absolutely.
Titus Howard's back on the right side.
Built for it.
We went in and we got it. Some reason we believe Kenyon Green has taken the steps forward. Juice Scruggs is ready. We went up the second round, we got him. And I think even with all of that stuff, the most important, they felt like their quarterback, that he was ready to handle the next step. He was ready to handle all right, let's open this thing up. Let's be aggressive. Let's make that he could make the decisions on when to pull the trigger to be aggressive and how to handle things. They felt like the quarterback, to me, was ready to go along with all of those things. Yep. And I think we've seen it in reports. They threw more at him than I would assume maybe you would throw at a second-year guy.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Here's the thing is when you spend that much time trying to be and make that move to be more aggressive, when it doesn't work, now you're behind the eight ball of trying to figure out what your identity is going to be and who you're going to be. And that's exactly, if you look at how the Texans season unfolds, that's exactly, can you adjust and start throwing some quicker stuff? Yeah, but you by nature go back to what you've always worked on. Yeah. Right? So, I mean, it's just the mistake last year was made when we heard them in training camp say, we're going to be more aggressive, we're going to stretch the field this year. That's when things went bad because you didn't have the pieces that you thought, interior offensive line to start with, you didn't have the pieces to pull it off.
Yep, and maybe it was too much with all of that for the quarterback to throw on.
Very possibly, yep.
Change that. So we'll see what they do this year. All right, coming up, T-Mill's best bets to try to make you a little cash this evening, and a story that is brewing and growing here in Houston that will be a potential thing over the years to come. We'll discuss that next.
Let's get it on, baby.
New Texans OC Nick Caserio is here.
Ready?
I'm going to invest, and I'm going to work hard, and I'm going to bring a great energy and a great vibe every day, and I run where I'm going on the field. I move fast, and I have fun. I love this.
Welcome to H-Town, Coach.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
OrangeTheory.com/JOY.
Orange Theory Fitness. Book your first workout class for free at OrangeTheory.com.
This is drive time, isn't it? Back in Houston.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Good people out there. Fun day today. Remember, tomorrow, it's a Thursday, which means you got a chance to win rodeo tickets all day long, starting at 6 a.m.
I'm so excited!
The 6 a.m. show, Payne and Pendergast, you'll have 2 chances to win tickets in their show. You'll have 2 chances to win tickets on In the Loop, and you'll have 2 chances to win with us as well. And I want to throw out to the people, man, I know y'all ain't used to this. Y'all stay warm out there. Maybe a real feel of 23. It feels like it's been flirting with that.
That wind, man.
Yeah, that wind, boy. That wind, boy. That almost
made my nipples hard immediately.
And I saw them there took my damn grill cover off. All of
the wind getting you, boys?
That wind was getting you. So
sharp.
Stay warm out there. Stay warm and
wrap your pipes and the ones on your house.
Speaking of that, yeah, my silly ass. I
already had to cut all my succulents off.
I thought we were good about 2 weeks ago. Went in there and took them on down, turned that sprinkler system back on, and then nope. Well, let me get back out there and have to cover them bad boys up, turn them off.
Yeah, my wifey decided to take all our wraps off over the weekend, ahead of this week when we got a hard freeze coming.
Oh, man. Well, I did mine 2 weeks ago. I did not know that.
Yeah, that's far enough out.
She thought it was over. It was. When did she do it? You said over the weekend.
Over the weekend.
I think the temperature was letting us know it was going to get.
Man, my father-in-law now he's an older white guy, so that's, if you want to know how the weather's going to turn in next week, you got to ask an older white guy. So
that is so
my little cousin swears that's what they're.
I've never heard of this.
Unbelievable. You want to know what the weather's going to be like next year, next week? Had about a 5-minute conversation with about a 60, 70-year-old white guy.
So true.
Is it? Please.
My dad. Never heard of I could call my dad.
Right now, and be like, oh, yeah, I tell you what.
I could call Big Earn right now within 5 minutes. He's going to tell me about if it's going to rain, if it's going to be cold.
Just study it. Huh?
Yeah, ain't no doubt.
That's what the whites used to do.
See this weather we got coming? It's going to come. It's going to come a heavy rain up here. They're going to wash out down the hill. It's going to come down here. I'm going to take care of my house and worried about that hard rain up here we're going to get. Well, Dad's going to fill them rivers up in here so we can float them rivers. I doubt we're going to get that much.
Oh, he's got.
Y'all ready for this cold air?
What Big Earn just sit up and watch the news all night?
Oh yeah, don't look. I think Big Earn sits up and watches. So
that might be just older folks.
But Big Earn's deal is if he's got any excuse, like if I call him and say, Dad, you gonna come down and see us this week? Oh no, man, it's supposed to rain.
Have you seen the weather?
Yeah, can't drive in that rain, man. Houston in that rain, man. You crazy? I'm like, Dad.
Maybe it is.
I-10 is now 14 lanes wide on that side of town. You'll be fine, man. Oh no, man, I can't drive in that rain, man.
It's dangerous.
So it's the weather with specifically older white guys. It's the weather.
So fact.
And the weather. Wow.
Yes. I was trying to point it out why he's, you want to know about the weather. You just call his pawpaw's my Uncle Forrest. You call Uncle Forrest or call Earn. You'll have that weather for 5 minutes. You ain't got to ask about that. They'll just let you know.
And how much
weather and traffic too.
How much are they on? Like how?
Oh, it's spot on now. They done got up every morning and watched the Weather Channel. It is on now. I mean, it is no doubt.
We got some rain coming, but we need it.
That time we got that snowstorm.
Hey, I'll joke
he couldn't
real
wait
quick.
to get that off.
Let me tell you what my dad did. You got to somewhat know me and my dad's relationship to get it for this to be as funny as it is. Dad come in there. He's at the house. He don't come down much. He's been down about 3 times in 3 years. But he comes down. He's staying at the house. He came in there slow motion, scooting his feet. I said, it was Liv's birthday day. We were having a combo birthday for the 2 girls. And I was he don't really know how to get out there where it was. We weren't at the house. It was somewhere else. I said, Dad, you going to ride with me? You going to follow me? You going to ride with Lo? I got somebody else that'll come by and get you to make sure you
get there.
Well, I need to go. He said, I need to go gas my truck up. I said, okay, so you're going to drive yourself. Well, I don't know about that. I said, why the hell you need to gas your truck up? He said, I said, are you going home? Are you going home? This is like the day he got here. He wasn't leaving for another 2-3 days. I said, are you going home after the party? Like, are you leaving right from the party? He said, no. He said, it's just supposed to freeze tomorrow, and I don't want to stand outside in the cold and gas my truck up. I said, boy, this whole conversation.
He's thinking far out.
Oh, hey, 2 days out, boss, because he don't want to. And all you got to do is get out, plug it in, get back in the car. You got to be.
How long is this freeze
my
gonna
damn
go?
Breath. Oh, I don't know, man. It's just one of them. Like, that's. I mean, when you watch the weather the way they do, it's because of reasons like that. You ain't worried about no pipes. They're worried about gassing their truck up. Can't gas the truck up on today, Wednesday? Hell no, I ain't gassing that truck up.
He got that whole. I bet. So you said right now, because Tyler, you're saying that you must have somebody in your family.
Never a truer thing been spoken.
They got the week down.
Ain't no doubt. Now, in my father-in-law's defense, his job requires him to, one, manage people for them getting in and out, but it deals with water. So it's like the freezing of water and bad weather,
you got to have
he has to be aware of it. But Big Earn ain't got no have-tos. He just wants to.
There ain't nothing, but he going to miss it.
Ain't no doubt.
They do that
lawn move
That's
before
what
this rain
I said, Dad,
here.
you just wasted 5 minutes of my time because you don't want to gas your truck up when it's cold outside? I said, I'll take it and gas the damn thing up. Do you want to ride or what, man? What do you want to do here?
Got to be prepared for this weather that's coming in. It's going to be rough.
Big Earn ain't trimming the side.
I want to test the theory, man. What are we looking at Friday?
I guarantee you right now he'd have it. I guarantee you.
If you asked Andy,
it's supposed to warm up a little. Oh, you think Andy's got
our engineer here at 610? I bet you right now, if you just walked past Andy in the hall and said, "Hey, Andy, you know what this front of this weather's doing coming in?"
Oh
yeah,
Andy's listening.
Andy's listening right now.
By the way, strong peace stream. He was just in the bathroom with me.
I know you said, Andy,
12-year-old stream.
Andy, if you're listening right now, walk your ass down and give me the tip. Give me what we're looking at Friday. I want to see Andy. I know Andy's listening. Walk down here, Andy, and give me the tip for Friday. If you're listening right now, Andy, don't you check your phone either.
Well, I was going to say, I'll bet, but he's probably listening. I'll bet you 100% he can give you, at the very least, when it warms up.
Yes. At least. Minimum.
I mean,
you don't have the day.
Yeah, I don't know if Big Earn. I don't know if Big Earn would have the exact temp, but Big Earn would tell you, "Hey, man, it's going next Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, going to be cold. Saturday, you can get up in the 60s."
That's it. So, like if I were saying, when can I take?
There he is,
Andy.
Hey, come on in, Andy.
Come on, Andy.
My man Andy in the building.
Andy, yeah, go turn the mic on, Andy. Andy, when can I at least unwrap my pipes? You got that?
Oh, let's see. What this morning's low for most of the metro is going to be about 26 degrees. Then, with sun coming out tomorrow, we're going to go up to 45. Then tomorrow night down to 32. And then Saturday, it's going to be a little rainy, but I think the high is going to be around 43.
They do have rain.
Is that rain coming in on Saturday?
There's another little disturbance that's going to come off of Mexico and come up the Gulf of Mexico, and that'll bring basically like light rain and
I knew you wouldn't let me down, Andy.
Saturday, but ending on Sunday morning, and then next week we're back in the spring. Back in the
spring starts next week.
Andy, tell me the guys understood. Do you catch the weather every day?
We've got transmitter sites, and it's the biggest concern during the winter is our antenna for the FM stations. The antenna's 2,000 feet in the air.
Yeah,
so it might be freezing down here, but it's really freezing up there if it's raining. Ice forms on the.
Yeah,
you get up there and wrap it.
We're not going to need a 2,000-foot forecast. Yeah. The Earth is fine. The Earth's surface is fine.
What's really scary is when the temperature melts that ice at 2,000 feet.
And it falls, huh?
Oh, it comes down in 20-foot chunks, and it'll crush a car.
I'll be damned, Andy. Well, I appreciate that. Weather by Andy.
Weather by Andy. This might have to be a segment. Weather by Andy.
Super color weather radar.
Hey, I think they. Hey, turn Andy's mic off. I think they appreciate Laura's sexy traffic a little more, Andy. But we may have something. We may be on to something.
I knew he would follow through on what I predicted.
Text line: the second storm forms in the Gulf. I get a text from my 78-year-old dad reminding me to fill my car up. Old white dude for weather. Old black dude in a chair at the gas station for directions.